Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And Lance has another collared shirt on today, Dell. I mean, what is it? You got an interview?
I'm playing golf.
You're playing golf?
That's right.
Like the good golf or your stupid Frisbee golf?
The good golf.
You are? Where are you going?
A little place called Lochinvar.
Are you really?
Yeah.
That's nice.
An
Look at
advertiser
you.
wants to take me there.
Look at you. All dressed up and playing Lochinvar. Very nice. I can't believe it. That's awesome. Good for you. Good for you.
We're celebrating the Astros getting knocked out of the playoffs, basically.
They're not out of the playoffs.
So now we don't have to, be super stressed out for all of the fall.
So, tied for first with the Mariners, 2 games ahead of the Rangers. After
also known as
probably
being two games from being eliminated from the playoffs. Also known as that.
Yeah. Probably with 15 games to go, going to Atlanta, and then 4 series against your division opponents. Mm-hmm. 2 of them at home, which
you
is
control
bad.
your own destiny.
You still do. You absolutely do.
You absolutely do.
But
you don't make it. This is all on you.
That was maybe the worst game, one of the worst games you played this year. Mm-hmm. 2 hits in the same inning and nothing.
I mean, the offense absolutely sucks nuts. It is absolutely terrible. When you go back and look, John, all you can find is 3 runs or less for most of the games for a long period of time. This is with Jordan back, with Carlos in the lineup. Everything that was supposed to be amazing. You got Jeremy Pena, but Jose Altuve
he's bad,
is on one of the worst runs of his entire life. Over the last 25 games, he's hitting 158.
Yeah. It's awful.
He's like 16 of 110.
This
is the worst.
Moved him down to 4th, and I don't know that that's the right spot for him either because
the right spot's 6 or 7, but they're not going to do that out of respect.
Yeah, they can't do that. They can't do that.
I mean, it's what's best for the team right now.
Yeah,
and he's not going to fuss and cry.
Yiner should be up there right now. Caratini, when he plays, he should be up there. Christian Walker has been so inconsistent. I mean, you think, okay, he's busted through. Here we go. And then he'll go 1 for 12. I mean, it's been one of the most maddening offensive seasons I can remember.
Well, do you have any confidence? I told you yesterday I didn't really have confidence in Christian Javier.
No.
I'm at the same level. Like, this isn't the same guy.
He's not the same as you.
I just pray that maybe you get the same guy back next year.
You know, it was funny, though. Well, and it wasn't a big enough sample size, but Luis Garcia was only humping it up at 91. I mean, he wasn't near the velocity, yet he was still effective.
You think that you think that has anything to do with the fact that he's got arm issues now?
Yeah, well, I mean, it finally hit him that he, that one hurt. But yeah, I mean, he wasn't. No, well, listen, you have to build up your strength. I keep going back to this. Pete Schilling used to say all the time, I'm better in September than I am in April or May because I'm throwing fastballs all year. I'm as strong as I can possibly be by the end of the season, and I feel much better. Christian Javier I don't think he's had enough time to build up, that fastball. It just is. He's so hittable. And then Lance McCullers comes in, and it's the same. It's the same.
He had a good inning, though.
Yeah, he had a good inning, and he gave up 2 runs. Well, one of them was.
By the way, first inning was a good one.
By the way, Jesus Sanchez, you had better hit because you suck in the outfield. Jesus Sanchez is a terrible, and that was what I got from my buddy who watches. He goes, "Oh man, he's not good in the outfield. He's not good in the outfield." My buddy is part of the Marlins organization, and he said, "Wait, but he can hit. He can hit, but he's not a good outfielder."
Boy, he was bad yesterday.
Oh my God, that pop up is a killer.
And wasn't he the one that? No, that was Taylor Trammell that went running and then had to dive backwards. But he's had it. But he had an issue in right field once.
No. He in the 9th inning a couple weeks ago, a fly ball with Abreu on the mound in a 1-run game, and he just missed the ball. He just missed it. And then yesterday, I know the infield was in. The ball is just behind second base, but he was there in time. He just goes,
I know.
I mean, it was awful. And Christian Javier was going, okay, I'm bad enough. You guys got to do this? I mean, I induce a pop-up, and you guys can't catch it?
I know.
It's awful. And then he he had another play, and it was like, what the hell? Jesus, I don't know that you can put him out there.
You know, we're just sitting there just waiting and waiting and waiting for them to come out of this funk. And now it just really looks like it was just a miraculous 2-month run when they had all these injuries, and these just nobodies would come up from the minor leagues and play just good enough to get wins, and you would get clutch hits, and you really just relied on Seattle to play terrible. You relied on the Rangers to play bad.
I really long for the days of Preston Hummel or whatever his name was.
Cole Hummel.
Whatever.
He's a race. Is Cole Hummel a race car driver? Or is he a
was it
position
Cole?
player?
I'm not sure it was Cole. It was Taylor Hummel, whatever his name was. Cooper Hummel.
Cooper there.
I miss the days of Jacob
Zach
Short. Where's Zach Short right now?
Yeah,
when we need
we could
him?
use a Zach Short.
Luis Guillorme.
Oh, Guillerme? That guy
Whatever.
was the best.
I know.
Those are the good old days.
Those were the good old
Zach
days.
Short, Guillerme, you're beating the Dodgers 26-1.
Oh my God.
It was the best.
Kennedy Corona.
They're getting beat by they're getting beat by Sugarland. Kennedy Corona, man, that's a banger from the past.
Wow. He sounds like a rocker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, you're hitting all the old school licks, all the B-side
Well,
players.
they were this year, but yeah, that is. I mean, I miss those days because we actually scored some runs then.
Where Colton Gordon would give you 5 good innings and 4 runs, and you'd win
Walter.
5-4.
Brandon Walter.
Oh man,
He was this.
Those
he
were,
was
man. Those
Tom
were the good
Glavine
old days. There's some
to
nostalgia
Jason
going on right
Alexander's
now,
Greg
folks.
Maddux.
There's some nostalgia in the first segment today.
Yeah.
The good old days with Brandon Walter and Cole or Kennedy Hummel or whatever his name was.
Right.
And then you had, remember when Bryce Matthews came up for a little bit, but actually they weren't very good when Bryce came up.
Yep. You remember?
Those were great
You remember when
days.
Cam Smith used to hit?
Yeah, that was great. When he was Rookie of the Year favorite.
Yeah. Remember?
And I remember when KJ told me, God, I'm a stupid ass. I could have had him at 11-1 to be Rookie of the Year. Huh? You saved your money.
You could have got him you should have got him at 1,000-1.
What you did is you saved your money.
1,000,000-1.
Because Cam Smith has just turned into nothing. But he's a rookie. Like I said, I'm not worried about Cam Smith. I think Cam Smith I think he's going to be a good player. But he ran into a wall pretty quick. He's got a 67. He's 674 in the OPS, but I'm not really worried about, he's not. I didn't expect, it's Altuve's the problem. Cam is not. Cam's a rookie. I'm not expecting Cam to carry the team. Altuve's got to carry the team at times. He's just not doing it. So it's just really disappointing. Rangers win. Rangers are on a 4-game win streak. Seattle, now Seattle's winning when you lose. And before we could just play bad baseball and count on Seattle to lose when we lost.
Yeah.
And everything was fine. And then it's not fine anymore when Seattle starts to win when we lose. All of a sudden.
And they're winning extra inning games against the
we're
Angels.
losing extra inning. Remember when we started the season off and we're great in extra inning games and 1-run games? The Astros were had an unbelievable record. This is what regression to the mean means. Regression to the mean means you start one way, but this is not the norm. And it ends up evening out, and that's what's happening. And it's evening out for the Astros where they struggle to win in extras. They're struggling to win close games. And right now, luckily, you hold your own destiny. You hold your destiny in your own hands. You've got 3 against Seattle. You got 3 against the Rangers. You win both of those series, you got a good shot. Even though if you win the series against Seattle, all you do is pick up 1 game. It's not, this Atlanta series. I mean, every game's big now.
Oh, it's 15
We're not talking
games
about this
left
Atlanta
and you're tied.
series. See, John, this is why they say games in April and May, they don't really matter.
Yeah, they do.
These are the important games.
Right.
Those games don't even really count.
Now, these games do have, high. There's a lot more
Heightened
pressure
sense of
now
anticipation and
I
anxiety.
listen. The end of the season, the 9th inning, the fourth quarter, they do mean more because there's less time to make up for mistakes.
The end of this season is like the SEC. It just means more.
It does mean more. Yes. That it absolutely means more. So
I remember it used to piss Longhorn fans off so bad, or at least the ones I know. in my house. SEC, it just means more. That's so stupid. It just means more. They think they're – and now it's like, it does mean more now that we're in it.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. SEC does mean more now that we're in it. Although, I think a lot of Texas fans are still not really all in on the SEC stuff. I mean, it's only, year 2, so they're not really all in with SEC.
Well, they need to be, okay? If you're going to be part of the SEC, climb on, okay? Climb on, brother, like a Coors Light.
I wish we had Paul Skeens.
You wish we had Paul Skeens?
Yeah, I do. If we had Paul Skeens, we would now, Paul
I don't
Skeens
mind
would be
having
like,
baby
why would I want to go
Verlander?
from the Pirates to the Astros? That's the same crap. That's the same offense.
That is.
Yeah, but we've got all-stars that aren't hitting, aren't scoring run. You've got a bunch of nobodies.
Not even Jordan could hit yesterday.
No.
Gossman, I mean, honestly, I know,
real talk.
I mean, holy crap. Man, and Yiner was, Jordan, he was frustrated every at bat. He popped up and he was pissed off. He was pissed off because he's the greatest hitter in baseball history. So, I mean, that was as bad, that was as uninteresting a game as they played this year.
Boy, I mean,
2 hits.
You just think about this too. You literally now have nothing to look forward to from the pitchers that were gone and coming back. There's literally nothing left. Christian Javier is just a dud. Lance McCullers is a dud. Arrighetti and Luis Garcia. Bye. All 4 of those guys. Now I guess the nation turns its attention to J.P. France.
Yeah, all right.
I need a hero.
J.P. France 6.
There's J.P. France.
Yeah, he
hero.
might be our hero. You don't know.
That's our
That's reserved for Jason Alexander.
That's true. That's true. Jason Alexander is our current hero.
He is listen.
I need a hero.
Hey,
I'm holding off on looking for a pitcher to pitch. And he's got to throw strikes, and he's got to get outs, and he's got to go at least 6 innings because our bullpen sucks.
That's not a great way to end the verse.
No,
because our bullpen sucks.
We do need. Well, he could have gone the distance.
I need a blue ball. What about blue ball? I'll take anything. I got guys I never heard of. And I'm like, what about blue ball and Jason Alexander? Never thought my Astro season would come down to. Seriously, if blue ball keeps this up, and if Jason Alexander keeps stealing, I just never thought that would be what I say.
No.
And you really can't rule out what Urias is doing, and if Sanchez can get a little hot, and Victor Caratini, and here's the thing. If Okert is really, and Brian King's starting to come back around, what? Who are these people? Who are all these people?
No. And we can't count on Altuve.
No.
We can't count on, we just can't count on Correa, Altuve, Jordan, Pena, Christian
Fromber.
Walker. We can't,
Fromber, Abreu.
You can't count on them. God.
We need Jason Alexander.
I hope Colton
Blue
Gordon
Ball
steps
and
up.
Colton Gordon to come back, and Urias, you just and Sanchez is not great defensively, but when he gets a little hot, you just never know. Jake's back.
Jake's
if
back. Taylor Trammell can come through.
Yeah, Jake's back.
Jake is back. All right, let's break.
This is probably not a good sign for
the Astro segment we ever did.
Well, that's their fault. It's the Astros' fault. It's not our fault.
15 games left. Let's go.
What would our segment be like if they won yesterday and they won the series for Seattle?
Got a 1-game lead with 15 to go. Guess what?
You would have won the series against Toronto, rather.
You should have won anyway with the way you played.
Instead, you put up
in
a
game
0.
1. You should have won that one, but Brian Abreu, but he bounced back. Oh, great! Except he cost you one. He cost you a win, and now you're tied instead of a whole game up with breathing room because you suck lately. Holy crap, this team sucks lately. All right, Break. Well, we got a lot of sound from the Texans yesterday. We'll get to that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A little underdog right now.
Yeah, underdog fantasy. This is where you take all that knowledge you got. That argument, the arguing you do on social media or with your friends, whatever the case may be. You do that arguing and you say, oh, no, man, I know how this game's going. I told you guys. What about when you say, I told you how it was going to go? Well, if you know how it's going to go, download Underdog Fantasy and play the statistics on higher or lower. They give you statistics for every player, multiple statistics to choose from, and you just say if his statistic is going to be higher or lower, or hers if you play WNBA, but they have it in every sport. But I want you to lock in on football yesterday. I had lower on longest reception for Deebo Samuel, which was a win. Higher for Croft, which was an easy win. And then I had one that was a loser, but I did flex option, so still made a little bit there with Underdog Fantasy. That's how you've got to do it. You can decide on flex option, which is like insurance. You just win 2 or 3, 3 or 4. Or you can play standard where you try to win all of them, and that's how you get the big payouts. That's how you get the big payouts. Some of you are going to go out there, and because you send me a screenshot of five picks for higher or lower, and when you hit it, it's a big payout, as most of you know. So a lot of things to choose from. They've got ladders. They've got streaks. They've got your picks when you're just doing 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you want a chance to win 500 times your original play, that's available for you as well. Just go out there and pick some underdogs, no pun intended, and you got a chance to win big. It's Underdog Fantasy. Download the app, use promo code Lance for your first deposit, and then when you make your first $5 play, you're going to get $50 in bonus cash back into your account. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance.
So your metal, whatever you have that's metal that you need Houston powder coated, it doesn't have to be old. I was there when Westside Tennis Club sent all new furniture that they had just bought, and they sent it over to Houston Powder Coaters. I mean, it was a whole room of all this furniture, all these chairs and tables that they bought for Westside Tennis Club. And they were, before they brought it and put it out, they powder coated it all. And I'm like, well, that seems like, well, it's brand new. Why would you need to powder coat it? Well, because it'll protect it for, I can't say forever, but man, it's going to take a long, long time for that stuff to wear out, because powder coating protects your metal or makes it look new again. If you have patio furniture And this is a great time right now for those of you that have public pools to send your stuff, okay? Get it done now. Send it in now and let Robin take care of it, and it'll be there for the spring when you got, you got spring break, and in the summer when all the kids are coming back. You're looking for the best way to powder coat whatever it is. Pick up and delivery absolutely free. Houston Powder Coaters are the best. Check out the reviews on Google. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. I'm just looking right now at a D'Amico. There's no panic in the building. CJ's not worried about the loss. It's 1 week, everybody. It's 1 week. And that was a hell of a team that you're facing defensively. I think the Rams, they'll be good all year defensively, no?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think they're going to be solid as long as they don't. I mean, they're not super deep in the secondary. You're talking about Rams?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rams are not. They're not the Texans, but their defensive front is a real problem.
Yeah.
It was just some opportunities the Texans blew. I mean, the more I watch the game, the more I feel like, man, the Texans had their opportunities.
Well, and here's where it's the penalties, okay? Mm-hmm. And D'Amico, okay, so not all penalties are created equal. And if, it sucks. And CJ, we'll hear from him about, playing in second and long and third and long. But first, D'Amico. And this is something that's plagued this team now since he's been here, is the penalties, right? And pre-snap penalties. And this is what has got to be cleaned up. Here's D'Amico differentiating between the different penalties that they're getting.
There's so many different penalties happen in that game, so it's like, which penalty you want to talk about? It's you have some penalties where you're being a little too overly aggressive at times. Some penalties are technical where you're trying to be aggressive, hands come up a little bit, so things like that happen in the game, right? But the things you can't control for me are, the pre-snap penalties, right? Making sure we're in the right formation, no illegal shifts, no jumping off sides when we know. So it's just the pre-snap things. Those are the ones that are unacceptable to me because those we fully control those. So let's get those out of the way, and then let's see how we are. But aggressive penalties are going to happen. We're not losing our mind over that.
Agreed, right? I mean, there's going to be some holds. There's going to be some, and sometimes holds are good. Like if you're beat as a defensive back and you got to grab them, okay. If you're beat as an offensive lineman, I'd rather, get a hold of them and get an extra down than CJ getting sacked for 9 yards, right? I mean, so that happens. That stuff is going to happen during the game. I would rather that they blocked well, but that sometimes doesn't happen. The other guys get paid too. But CJ asked about, the play calling. He's dead on. He's dead on here. How many times were they in second and 14, first and 20, first and 15? How many times are they in those situations over the last couple of years, especially the last couple of years? Here he is. I mean, you can't blame Nick Caley for this.
Well, we got to help Kels out, man. I think that's my biggest thing personally, and I think for the guys is not giving what play are you going to call on second and 15, second and 25, when we've had these problems for years, so third and 14, third and 12, like you can't live in that, and we do our coach discourtesy of that and that's controllable by us. So I think that's a start. Personally, I got to be better just pocket movements and, checking the ball down when I need to check it down. And at the same time, staying aggressive. So, I think we just need to build a rhythm early on better. And I think we'll be better.
D'Amico this week said, they were talking about the sacks, and one of his quotes was, CJ needs to step up in the pocket better. I mean, flat out, just said he needs to step up in the pocket better. It's not just on the offensive line. There were a couple of jailbreaks where the defensive lineman just broke through, but for the most part, the one, Byron Young just bowled over Ursery and CJ. I don't know that he had much option on that one, but D'Amico wasn't mincing words about this, and CJ just said it. I need to step up in the pocket better. Maybe he got the message too. He seemed to be holding back and throwing off his back foot a couple of times, and it was maybe get rid of the ball, to maybe just throw it away and live to see another play as opposed to taking that sack.
Yeah,
I mean maybe that's getting to him. Maybe the word's getting to him.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, I just have a hard time creating narratives this early. After one, I just want to see what happens. Like, it was such a tough game. It was such a tough matchup for him. And I just thought CJ got rid of the ball better the other day. But in the second half, now most of that was in the first half. In the second half, it slowed down some. But I recognized that what he was doing was trying to get through. Like, I don't want him to become check down Charlie, because then his career's over. Once you become a guy who's too rattled in the pocket, once you start seeing ghosts, your career's done. You can never have the chance of being a great quarterback anymore, because all of the elements of the third level are off your plate. You just can't read defenses. So I'd much rather CJ continue to try to play with recognition of the defense and just hope the offensive, I think that he didn't slide around the pocket very well. He did in the first half. He was great sliding around the pocket. In the second half, well, it wasn't like it was terrible in the second half. There was that noticeable one where he, for some reason, rolled right into where Jake Andrews was running his guy past the pocket. Jake Andrews is doing exactly what he was supposed to do. And then it looks like Jake Andrews just gave up the sack. CJ gave up that sack. CJ Stroud would tell you, I screwed my center over there. That was not his fault. That was my fault. D'Amico said that yesterday, that he wasn't climbing up in the pocket when he should have. So I think, like, I'm the same way. I'm not panicking about what I saw. I don't think they're, I'm more concerned about what I saw Sunday night from the Ravens and Bills. It just reminded me that, this ain't the year.
To the point of CJ and D'Amico, the Texans ranked 30th when it came to yards to go on third down. Their average from week 1 was 10.7 yards to go on third down.
Mm-hmm. That's awful.
Only Chicago and Tennessee were worse.
That's awful. And those are not good offenses. I mean, that's awful. Wow. Over 3rd and 10. That's just got to change. What are you going to do? I mean, you got to be better. And they'll be better this week, for sure.
Well, D'Amico's teams consistently commit penalties. I know I heard him say it's unacceptable. But we're at, 39 games now? It's been pretty consistent. They've finished in the top 5, I believe, in penalties committed per game his first 2 seasons. I think it's around there. And then they start off with 11. I don't know what it is. You can ask a coach, what do you do to work on penalties? They all have answers about why things happen and what they're trying to do to correct them. But it was a clear difference. Like, Lovie Smith, that team wasn't good, whatever. But they weren't a highly penalized team. D'Amico gets here, and, of course, there's roster turnover, different players, and they're playing a different way. The penalties jumped up, and they've stayed that way for the almost 40 games now.
It's what we do. Yep. Let's hear from Ime on the other side. Since the Astros season is over, let's hear from Ime on coaching Kevin Durant. Again, he coached him in New Jersey. So we'll hear from him about that next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, let's talk a little Air Team. I really like I really like the Curtises. I got to know them. You get to know the guys that are involved with, who is going to be doing your work. Forrest, he was excellent. Everybody who comes. I mean, they came and they surveyed the entire house. They needed to know the square footage so that, they could put the right air conditioner in. I mean, it was extremely technical. They got those lasers that they're measuring the house, and I was like, wow, you people are bitten. I just thought you just throw an air conditioner in here. Nope. We're going to do it. We're going to do it well. We're going to do it, make it so that, hopefully you're not going to need an air conditioner again for a long, long time. It was on me because I didn't do any preventive work with my air conditioners. That was on me. Don't be that guy. Don't be me, because it sucks to be me. So, listen, do some preventive stuff. Call Air Team. Have them come out, make sure that everything is working properly so you don't have to replace it. And if there is anything, coils or Freon or, whatever it is that you got to replace, do it now so that it doesn't burn out your motor. 713-936-5346, 713-936-5346, or airteamltd.com.
Hey, let's talk about Allstate Windows and Siding, because for some of you, you just don't have your window game taken care of. And what that means is your air conditioning's leaking out. Soon the cold air may be getting in. You get dust in your home. You notice a lot of dust. It's really simple. Leaky windows is something you can't really see, but and a lot of times you're not going to feel it immediately. It makes the house more humid. That's a great way of putting it. If your air conditioner, you got your air conditioner running and it still feels humid in your house, it's leaky. It's a window issue more than likely. Could be, it could be insulation, but it's more than likely going to be a big window problem. And what Allstate Windows and Siding can do is they can put new double strength windows that are properly sealed so that you don't have that leakage. You don't have the air conditioning leaking out and causing you higher electric bills. Have you noticed your electric bills are sky high? Look, everyone's bills have gone up. Everyone's bills have gone up. But that just means that if you have an inefficient AC or more importantly, inefficient windows, you're going to have a much higher electric bill than you need to. Drop it by 40% with efficient windows that are built the way they're supposed to be built, made right here in Texas, and installed the way they're supposed to be installed. AllStateWindowsandSiding.com. Make sure and check out the website. If you tell them you're an ESPN 97.5 listener, you are going to get a big discount on your window job. And if you're a senior or a veteran, make sure you mention that because they've got some great discounts for you as well. It's AllStateWindowsandSiding.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Cougs tonight, boys. Got the Cougs game. Dell, we don't have tickets, do we?
No, that'd be too quick of a turnaround.
Do you believe
In
that?
fact, they actually pulled some back because they expect a pretty good crowd.
They do?
I mean, Joe was like, hey, we had to rearrange the schedule of ticket giveaways because we were like, well, they need a couple more for themselves. So I think they expect people to show up tonight.
That's great. That is great. I hope the place is full.
Hope it's packed with Cougar fans.
Yeah, not Colorado.
There's
I
gonna
mean,
be
how
some
many
Colorado
fans live in this
But don't
city?
worry, they'll only be fans for as long as Dion's there.
Yeah, I fully expect to see a bunch of stars on their sidelines. It's a Friday night ESPN game.
There better not be a bunch of Houston sports. Like, I better not see no Andre Johnson. I don't want to see CJ Stroud over there on their sideline.
There's a chance.
Huh?
There's a chance of that.
There is a chance.
There's
I don't want to see it.
There's a Warren Sapp on the sideline as a coach, so
Well, yeah.
Andre might want to see a former Cane. You never know.
Will Michael Irvin be here?
He's probably getting ready to lose his mind tomorrow because
his
USF
team's
is in,
got a chance to be good again.
USF is in town, so he's probably in Miami because he's going to be on the sideline. He was on the sideline the last couple games, I believe.
He was.
Please don't let Amen Thompson be on the sideline.
Did you guys watch America's Team?
No, the doc.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to watch it. I've heard it's pretty good too.
I watched it. It's good.
I'm watching the Cold War, Turning Point Cold War. It's incredible.
Yeah. I started it yesterday, but I watched America's Team. It's pretty good, especially the end where the Cowboys suck for 30 years.
See, I need to see Landman too. You saw that? Both of y'all saw that?
Yeah.
Is it good?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was good.
Well,
it's fun.
You don't sound convinced.
mean, it's nothing serious. It's just
It's
fun.
not-
Fun.
it's
I
good.
like
It's
watching
all right.
it.
Do you know I saw one of my punk ass kids, and no
Whoa.
one's copping to it, which they never do. No one's ever done anything in my house. Nobody ever left the door unlocked overnight, the back door. No one's done anything. Yesterday, I get an email. Oh, thanks for your purchase of weapons on Amazon, $21.
Oh, the movie?
I was like, what? I got this 15 minutes after I got the email, I go to Amazon and try to cancel. Like, sorry, it started streaming. You own it now. Sorry, loser.
Weapons?
I mean, that's basically what they said in the customer service. So now and that was with the gift card that I got from Ownwell, from people referring people over to Ownwell. I had a $260 gift card, and I was going to get myself something sweet with it. And now one of these little ragamuffins use part of my gift card to buy a movie, and no one knows how. What? It wasn't me. Why would I do this? So somebody bought a movie on my account, and I guess they're watching it on my account.
You were probably hacked.
I was probably hacked.
You were probably hacked.
So they bought it or rented it?
They bought it.
Okay.
Oh, buying it. Wow, they are stupid. Your
Well,
kids.
the rental would be like $14.99.
Yeah, it's not that much less.
The purchase
Well,
is
it's less, though.
$19.99. So now I own weapons.
Well, it's a good movie.
I liked it fine.
What-
You know who
what's
hated
weapons?
it?
What
Colin
is it?
Coward hated it.
Well, God
Colin-
forbid he doesn't like something.
John, you didn't see it, right? If you went to the movies there, it'd cost you $60.
No. Weapons. What is it?
It's Julia Garner.
It's
It's
Ruth Langmore. She's in it.
Yeah, she's in it.
It's
Josh Brolin's in it.
it's a movie about kids disappearing from a class, one specific classroom in a town, freaking out, trying to find out what
like
happens.
Stephen King's
Yeah, it's
It.
a Stephen King-ish type of vibe in the movie.
I
Yeah.
don't need that.
It's pretty good.
I don't need that in my life.
It's pretty good.
I don't need Stephen King.
People basically become kind of like zombies.
Yeah.
Where they've got
Oh, wow, a zombie movie.
but
They're
it's
not really
they're not
zombies.
zombies.
They don't
it's
eat
like they
people.
have so much anger
They're
in their
controlled.
hearts.
Well, they're controlled and they go into a rage, whatever. But there's more to it than that. But yeah, it's pretty good. People liked it, and but yeah, if you don't like the creep factor and the mystery stuff,
so I want to
you
go
might
see.
not like
I
it.
think it comes out today. I may go see The Walk.
The Long Walk. Michael
Long
Carroll
Walk.
went to review that.
How did he like it?
He gave it, I think, 4.5 stars. He's going to be on
you know
with
what-
me.
He's on today.
Do you know what that story? You know what that movie is about, John?
It's another Stephen King.
Tell him what that movie's about. It's pretty
Oh
creepy.
yeah, I saw.
You
the
stop
previews.
walking, you just blow up or whatever.
Yeah, it's in an alternate version of Earth and post-apocalyptic stuff. And these kids get a prize
I'd be walking so slow.
in the book, you have to walk 4 miles an hour consistently.
Oh, that's right.
Or they'll shoot you and you die.
Oh, I'm dead.
And I think in the movie you got to go
like
3.
Settling at
so it's like
3.8.
Well, what about sleeping?
Then you're dead.
You're gonna die.
What the?
You have to outlast all your competitors, and I guess you get some prize. I read the book a long time ago. I don't remember what the end.
Copying Squid Games.
No,
that's what it is.
Stephen King was first. So how's he copying Squid Game?
Copy.
He's always copying Korean stuff.
He wrote it first.
He does.
What about that Korean show where the dog
Korea.
went crazy and got rabies? And then
Probably
Stephen King
lived in
copied
Korea
it.
and
Or the
saw
crazy
it, though.
Korean clown. And
You're
then
making
Stephen King.
this up.
I know.
You're saying he stole Pennywise from a Korean creator?
It's possible.
Maybe.
All right, Ime Udoka. How about that? We've got a basketball season that's around the corner, and we've got Kevin Durant. Now, how are you going to coach him? Well, Ime's coached him before. So here's Ime talking about what they're going to do, or at least talk about what they're going to do with Kevin Durant.
Well, obviously, you have a high-level scorer that's been doing it for a long time, and anytime you have those type of players, efficiency goes up, attention goes up. It helps other guys out, and so the things that he does on the court offensively, that's seamless. You can fit him into any system. You've seen that wherever he's gone. Even in the last few years, the efficiency, the numbers, at an older age, he's still doing that at a very high level. So he'll fit in seamlessly with our guys. I think the attention that he draws, like I said, will be beneficial to others, and he's a guy you can lean on at times to close games, but very unselfish player as well with a high IQ.
Are you going to draw from schemes that you used when you were with him in Brooklyn and try to implement maybe some of those?
Yeah, we've looked at all of the above, and we have our coaches retreat coming up, and we'll sit down and look at some things that we did in Brooklyn. Obviously, myself and Royale were there with them, and had a very efficient year there. But at the same time, he's a guy that doesn't want to just lean on him. He wants to kind of be implemented into the group, and people not take a backseat to him. That's his message to a lot of the young guys: is be who you are, continue to grow in those areas, and I'll fit in where we see necessary.
I didn't know something there. Is he Royal Ivy or Royale Ivy?
It's Royale.
Yeah.
Royale?
Yeah.
I always call him Royal Ivy.
I know, you messed it.
Yeah, you messed it up, surprisingly.
No.
It's Royale.
His mama called him Royal.
I think his mama called him Royale. I don't think his mama called him Royal.
You don't know.
It's always been Royale Ivy.
Yeah.
When he was playing for Texas, I remember
Ivy.
that name, Royale Ivy. Royale.
I always call him Royal. Mama called him Royal.
His mother didn't. That's
You
the
don't
point.
know?
No, that's
You
the
don't
point.
know?
That's the point.
What did you?
He
were
knows
you
his
there?
own name.
In fact,
No.
because
He
I
knows
remember.
we can't trust you. You were John Grant once.
Yeah, you change your name all
Dorset,
the time.
What Tony Dorsett was Dorset at one time.
What about Joe Theismann?
Yeah, he was Thiesman.
And he tried to just change it for marketing purposes.
Rhyme with Heisman.
But
Roy Oswalt was Roy
Oswalt.
Oswalt. He was like, he finally said, "Hey guys, I've been letting y'all say my name wrong." Del was Del Olale.
Oh, that's right.
But to the point, Royale has always been Royale. I heard him. I'm ignoring it.
Disrespectfully, is the people's actual given names.
Yeah, but Royale, it was never Royal. He never said it was Royal, and then people, and then now it's flipped.
Hakeem Olajuwon let us go for years with AKEEM, and finally he goes, "Listen, it's kind of uncomfortable, but it's H." Actually supposed to be H.
No. He changed it when he
he
that
said it
his
was
Muslim
always.
name.
He said it was always Hakeem. He was always Muslim.
No. I think he changed it.
Now, Fran Blindberry said it was always spelled that way. In Houston, when he got here, they spelled it with they spelled it with an A, and he just didn't correct him, and he just let it roll. Which I don't know why anyone would do that. Why didn't you correct us, Del?
It's better not to get into it, really. People have been.
It's better not to get into it.
People have been mispronouncing my name forever, so at some point you just.
People said, "What about Lance Sirloin?" I say my name's not
no
Sirloin.
one called you Sirloin.
Yeah, I've got sirloin steak.
Well, that's because they're making fun of you.
Were kids,
Well,
yeah.
I've been called Gartano too.
You had it spelled Gartano.
Right.
You had it spelled. People. My wife gets furious. People call my daughter. My daughter's name is Mariana, and it's spelled Marianna, and they call her Mariana or Mariana. And she's like, "Why don't you correct people?" She said, "I do, but then they just keep saying it." And my wife's like, "We should have never named her that. I knew it. Too many white people just won't say her name right."
Well, not my daughter's Stephanie with an I, not an E on the end, and it's just a problem.
What? How's it
No
a
one
problem?
calls her Stephanie.
What do they call it?
No, but
What do
they misspell it all the time.
Oh, okay.
They
Well,
add the
she
E.
should have spelled it right.
Well, you should have spelled it
Well,
right,
yeah,
John.
that
What's
was
wrong
her
with
mother.
you?
Well, it
Her
wasn't
mother
her
did
spell.
that.
Yeah, it's not her fault.
I was like, let's call her Antoinette.
Antoinette.
What?
And we
What
can
kind
call
of
her
old school name are you coming with?
Tony, and then we call her Tony. Yeah.
You're not
All right.
calling her Tony.
Antoinette.
Antoinette.
That would
yeah.
have been. I didn't know that was an option. Not that I would have. Who's named Antoinette anymore?
Marie.
Oh, Marie. Ever heard of her?
Yeah, head got
Yeah.
lopped
How,
off.
how did that go for her?
All right, as long as
Anne
Stephanie
Boleyn
doesn't
and
get her-
Marie
It's
Antoinette.
okay. A lot of Antoinettes don't get
But
their
when's the
heads
last
lopped
time
off.
anyone's been named Antoinette? That's what I'm saying. When's the last time you met
Oh,
an Antoinette?
Tony and Tennille?
How
I
long
mean-
ago was that?
Tony and Tennille.
Captain
Oh, that's
Tennille?
right. Tony was the guy. That's right.
His name wasn't Antoinette. What? Nobody's named Antoinette.
This is what I'm saying.
This is why she couldn't
Oh, yeah.
let you just name her daughter.
Antoinette. I don't.
You would've
I
come
don't.
with something
Well,
crazy.
she messed it up.
The only
with
time I've
I,
ever
man.
Why
heard
didn't
that.
you just say Tony? Oh, because she's a girl.
Is it- Well, no, Frankie's a girl.
Yeah.
We call
Why
her-
do you want to name all your girls boy names? What does this say about you?
makes them tougher. All right.
Wendy lets you name her an Italian name.
Well, her name is Francesca.
I know it's an Italian name, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Why'd
Boom.
she give you
and
that?
so is Antoinette. Okay. There's a lot of Italians that have
John
Tony.
and John Tyler. John is a biblical name.
You're damn right it is.
That's right.
You're damn right it is. Okay. And it will always be.
Tyler, not so much, but
Who do we have today?
Justin.
Do we
Justin.
have something else today?
Well, we have. What did you learn this week?
Oh,
from
by the way,
show?
our guy yesterday won a $50 gift card at Taqueria Serrano.
He did. So
Oh, nice.
Oh, we need his information.
we have his information.
good.
Do I give that to you,
Give it to what's her name?
Chelsea?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Wow.
Chelsea.
What's her
Speaking
name?
of disrespectful,
I blanked out for a second.
That's the most.
You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order
Give
yourself.
it to
I
what's her
got-
name?
I just
Oh, my God.
what's her name? What's that
What's her
broad's
name?
name?
Oh, my wife is actually
That
listening.
broad.
Yeah, what's that broad's name again?
What's that broad's name?
What are you talking about?
No. She
All
said,
right,
"Oh, listen to this. I was in the car with her the other day, with my daughter Maddie. I was taking her from school or whatever. I picked her up or was taking her somewhere, and she's and our the sales rep Chelsea calls and
What's her name?
I'm talking and she's on speaker because you're driving in a car, you answer the phone, it's automatically a speaker, and she said, how you feeling? I said, I'm getting better. I'm gonna go to the listener party. I'll be okay. She goes, oh, and then she goes, well, and she starts talking about her kid being sick, and she just drops these bombs, and my daughter looks, Maddie, she looks at me like, oh, she goes, that's a little rough.
She's rough.
She goes,
Chelsea, clean it up.
Maddie goes, that's a little rough.
She's never heard her mother?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, stop acting like you're
Oh, yeah.
poor virgin ears.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-3776. Basically a holiday show because the Astros suck. Nothing to talk about. Nothing to see here.
That's not a good holiday. I don't want to take
What
Astros.
what holiday is that? When the
holiday
Astros
is-
suck holiday? What
holiday?
What holiday is that?
Where the
It's
mail doesn't
it's
deliver
the
today?
Sucky holiday.
Yeah,
No
well,
mail today.
what is it?
Astros suck.
Arbor
Yeah.
Day? Is this the holiday? This
Yeah,
version
it's
of
a-
Every
holidays?
time they get shut out, it's a holiday show.
It's a
That's
holiday
a new
show.
rule. That's
Okay.
a
We
new
don't
rule.
give a
And
rat's ass.
let the Texans get shut out and watch what happens.
Hey,
Oh, my
what
God.
Holiday show.
What
Let the
ugly-
Rockets
They
get
did.
shut out. If
They
the
got
Rockets
shut
get
out
shut
from
holiday
touchdowns.
show.
Shut out in the
They-
second half, period.
They got shut out from touchdowns. Yep. All right, we got to break. We got to talk about HRP. All right, and I want to talk about. I am a big fan. We are big fans at the station, especially Laura. Laura is like, listen, she works, okay? I'm not saying she doesn't work, but boy, is her job easier. Call up to the station and ask her, or ask any of the people that you hear testimonials for, and we got plenty of people come here and they do testimonials because they believe in what HRP does for their business, okay? HRP has the best in technology, and they don't gouge you on the payroll. They do it as economically as they possibly can. When you grow, they grow with you, which is something that our last payroll company didn't do, which is why we got rid of them, and we found HRP, and thank God we did. They take care of your taxes it's such an easy process. They have the Affordable Care Act knowledge that other companies don't. They're going to make sure that you're compliant. You don't know anything about it. Don't try to do your own payroll and your taxes. Or go ahead, pay a CPA, which is, and let them do all the work and make all the money. I mean, it's ridiculous. You need HRP. Your business is growing. Get HRP to take care of the stuff you don't know. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
I'm supposed to be telling you about the beer garden. The beer hall, I should say. The beer garden is really cool. Watch games in that big open area. They got what's called Big Ass Fans. That's the actual name of them. I've looked into it before. These fans are incredible. They crank up so much air coming down, so it really helps you. Our dew point's coming down a little bit. Next one, I'm pretty excited about that. The weather is starting to cool down a little bit. In the evenings, not so bad. Great place to go watch a baseball game or football games, whatever the case may be. Private events. If you go to starnold.com, private events is on the right-hand side, upper right-hand side. If you click on it, you can get a tour of what they can do for you. Company happy hours, weddings, holiday parties and gatherings, corporate meetings. They have audio-visual available for you so that you can be on a microphone and show a PowerPoint where everyone can see what you need to. And you can conduct your business there while you're drinking great beer, cider, root beer, having awesome food. Trade shows have a lot of fun over there. Big trade shows. You can come in. They can host up to 300. That's where we had our listener appreciation party. And either at the beer hall or the Investors Pub. The Investors Pub will host the smaller groups. When I say smaller, 30, 40 or less. The larger groups can go into the beer hall. Let them handle everything from the food, which is incredible, to obviously the drinks and just the hospitality. St. Arnold makes it easy for you to enjoy yourself while they handle the heavy lifting. Go to starnold.com, click private events, and get your holiday party or any parties booked today at St. Arnold.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. I want to invite you over to Damaris this weekend to watch games. All you can eat ribs tomorrow. Got all the college football games on. The bar is great. You will see probably Janine. She's going to be behind the bar. It's a big time. All the ribs you could possibly eat. Bring a buddy and enjoy college football at Damaris Barbecue, 18th Street and 610. Great location, great bar. Love it, love it, love it, love it. We've watched a bunch of games there. It's so good, so good. 713-780-3776 is the number. I was going to do this, and I don't know why, but I'm running short on a lot of great news of the weird stories. But I had this in the holster. Did you see who Carlos Alcaraz is dating? Have you seen this, Lance?
Golly, No, I feel like I have, but I can't. It's not coming to me.
So
Some
Brooks
hot lady
Nader.
from Spain.
She's from Louisiana.
What?
Brooks Nader. No, yeah.
Baton Rouge.
She's an SI swimsuit model,
Oh, that's a shock.
and she was spotted at it's pretty
Actually,
good.
you never know what that means anymore.
Well, in
Well,
this case,
no,
the
it's
old school.
a classic one, yeah. One of the classical ones.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Anyway, she was at the U.S. Open watching Carlos, and she was watching Sinner. Apparently, she's watching both of them because, she's dating them both at the same time?
That is what Page 6 is reporting, that she was in a romantic relationship with both.
What's that movie with Zendaya?
Challengers.
So she's
At the same time?
That's what
I mean,
they're reporting.
simultaneously?
That is what they're reporting.
In the same room?
I don't know about that. I don't know if the guys are that close. Because didn't Alcaraz, after his win over Sinner, was like, man, I see this guy more than my family or something? Did that have a
and
double?
I used to think it's because they always meet in the finals.
Did that have a double meaning?
Because that's 9 straight majors that one or the others won. But maybe they mean like I got to see him later tonight.
Yeah. Maybe they're Eskimo brothers.
We didn't have to.
You
didn't have to do that.
What's wrong with you?
Well,
can't you just play the game like we're playing it?
Yeah, where we dance around saying things. You just gotta say
let
stuff.
people's imagination work.
well,
We mentioned challengers. We mentioned other stuff,
Yeah.
but you just go too far.
No, it's not too far. It's people need to know when you're a brother.
They're a doubles team. No, that's not. Sinner and Alcaraz do not play doubles together. Stop.
Well, are you sure they don't?
Dang, she's too old for
There's
him.
not double teams?
How old is she?
She is 28.
Who cares?
She's 5 years older than Alcaraz. I think Alcaraz is 23. They're both really young. Do you understand? We have two. Like, we just came off of Federer and Djokovic and Rafa, and now they have 2 more guys who are like potentially in that area. Like, Carlos Alcaraz is the next Rafa. He is going to be an unbelievable star for years and years and years, but it looks like Sinner is too. So I do think tennis, I think this kid Ben Shelton's got a chance to make Americans care about men's tennis again. He's pretty good. But not Alcaraz good. That guy's Tiger Woods. He's on a different level. But, I mean, Sinner's winning as much as he is, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's always – isn't that tennis? It doesn't matter who it is. There's always somebody that's, it feels like there's always a great rivalry going on.
Yeah, that's true. It is. Only what's great about this is these two guys are in their early 20s. So this is going to last for a long time, which is good for any sport. Like, you want a rivalry to last in sports because it gives people something to watch.
So did Joker and Nadal.
Yeah, Joker and Nadal and
that was a long
and
time.
Federer too.
Federer too.
They had 3 generational talents playing at the same time.
Right.
That was incredible for tennis. We just, as Americans, you had to really love a sporting event to watch it because you just didn't have an American interest in it. You did have Serena for years and years and years.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, Coco Gauff pops up,
Well, but I think the women's side is different than one person. I mean, forever, though, there's been great rivalries going on all the way back to Connors and Borg and McEnroe. And, I mean, it seems like
but you're talking about American.
They don't just have one guy who dominates.
No. But either does golf. Golf will have a guy dominate for a year. Tiger's the only time we've seen
Tiger, no.
Tiger was the only time we've seen an extended. And then even Tiger, if you think about it, John, even Tiger's run was kind of like Mike Tyson, where it doesn't last as long as you think, where he was dominant. When Tiger was dominant, he got into the –
it lasted a decade.
Was he still dominant in 2006?
2009 is when it happened.
Well, it's when that's when everything fell completely off the map.
He was still great.
The Tiger thing is cool and all, but can you guys guarantee me that these guys will date a woman from an big-time SEC town every couple of years at the same time? She's from Baton Rouge. Can in 2 years' time when they're both like 24, 25, can I get a SI model from Tuscaloosa that they date?
Yeah.
Just because it just means more for me.
Just means more. By the way, John, you're right.
If they date the same girl.
I short-circuited Tiger because I was just thinking of when, like, 2001 was when he was really a killer. But then again, here's the Masters in 05. Here's a PGA in 6 and 7. Here's the U.S. Open in 08. Here's a British Open in 5 and 6. So, yeah, it was a good, strong decade of Tiger.
Yeah,
but we never see that, you know.
Well, he had the longest run at number 1 ever.
Remember when
it's not even close.
Remember when Justin Spieth was the guy?
Jordan, you mean?
Spieth is on a roll. This has been a while back. Rory
His mama
could
called
be
him
the
Jordan.
guy.
You should call him Jordan.
Yeah, I call him Justin. Well, that's just what I do. That's my brand.
Yeah.
And then you have now feels a little different. Scotty Scheffler feels like we may be locking in on something for a little while now, especially since he doesn't even see some of the he doesn't see DeChambeau and he doesn't see Rahm and he doesn't see a lot of these guys on a regular basis anymore.
Liv hurt that.
Man,
no
screw Liv.
Yeah. And Jack had he's had the most majors ever and seconds. 18 majors and 19 seconds.
You think Jack would have gone to Liv?
And he had Tom Watson and he had Arnold Palmer early on. He had Lee Trevine. I mean, that was unbelievable guys in golf. Scotty doesn't have most of that because the guys went to Liv.
I mean, if there was a Calvin Pete on tour right now, maybe Scheffler wouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, that's true.
250
in some ways.
240, 250 down the middle every time. Had shrapnel in his arm. Black golfer with sideburns. He was my favorite. I would get the paper in Kansas when I was at my grandparents'. I'd have to go down and get the paper so I could see where Calvin Pete was.
Mm-hmm.
That was a Calvin Pete guy.
Did he have some off the field things that he did?
No, he just had shrapnel in his arm, so he couldn't bend his elbow.
So for once, one of your favorites didn't have some issues.
He's probably I don't know. He might have had some issues with dalliances with the
what
with Sherm.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
I don't know. I don't know. We didn't know about people's stuff back then.
Was he sharing an SI model with?
I don't see
with
that.
Larry Mize? I don't think so.
I don't know. You don't know. A lot of people are mentioning the Eiffel Tower right now for some reason.
No, don't do that.
Well, why? Because they both played in the French Open? Is that why?
That's why. French Open.
Yep.
You know what? I will be honest. Eiffel Tower crossed my mind, but I wasn't going to say it.
I wasn't going to say it
because I have some tact and some decorum.
I'm just asking why.
Whoa!
The Eiffel Tower is being mentioned.
I didn't say that on the air. I just said it into your ear.
Oh, you sure?
Yes, I'm positive.
Okay, I'm good.
I turned it off and then I hit the cough button and I said what I said.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, I know you can't. I couldn't say that on the air.
You know what? You know who doesn't
I'm
want to be
listen
around?
back. I'm not sure.
Go listen back. I said it to your ear.
All right, I didn't hear it, so he didn't say it on the air. You know who doesn't want to be part of this segment is the Chastangs, because they're quality people, okay, God-fearing people that have been doing business in the city of Houston for over 80 years. When you're in the car business and you're honestly, 80 years the Chastangs have been selling vehicles in the city of Houston. 80-plus years. I'm selling them short. They're going on 85, 86 years now. It's ridiculous. That's because of their philosophy that was handed down from generation to generation. And Joe just handed it down to Patrick, and Patrick is doing that. And then Mac someday is going to be doing it as well. So, listen, if you're looking for the best way to buy a vehicle, right now you can get select 2025 F-150 XLT models for 0.9% APR financing. Or you can lease it for just $388 a month. Now, there are terms and conditions, offers available with approved credit, blah, blah, blah. See dealer for details. Go to the website, see for yourself. You know what you can do at Chastang Ford? You can buy online. Other dealerships don't want you to buy online. They won't let you buy online because they want to get you in so they can upsell you. Chastang Ford don't care about that. Chastang Ford just cares about you getting an honest, straightforward vehicle that you can afford. One of the things they'll ask you even online is, what do your payments need to be at? Because they want you to have the best car buying experience you can have. I love Chastang Ford. Been doing business with Chastang Ford for years, and I'm going to continue to do that. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford. Are the Packers a Super Bowl contender? They look pretty damn good.
Man, they looked great. They are. They got a tough running back. They got a pretty good offensive line, but there are some concerns there. Like they're playing a young offensive line, so that could break down a little bit. I thought Jordan Love did a good job of maneuvering around the pocket, finding time to throw. They got a bunch of wide receivers. Golden was open. Golden had the first touchdown. Jordan Love missed him. Then he missed him on another one that would have been a 94-yard touchdown. Yep. Matthew Golden, they ran him on a reverse. They've got Savion Williams, who the TCU kid who can't run a route to save his life, but he's incredible with the ball in his hands. So they got him in a jet sweep. They got him in a wildcat direct snap situation.
They got Dobbs, who's okay.
Dobbs is not bad. Wicks is okay. Like, these guys are just kind of okay. Jay Reed is going to be out because he broke his collarbone yesterday.
Yeah, Reed was hurt.
But, man, is Micah making a difference. And that team can run. Like, Javon Bullard played great. He was spying Jaden Daniels. I'm telling you, Jaden Daniels, I've watched both games, the Giants game and this game, and teams are playing him different. They're corralling him, and they're doing a better job. But I thought Bullard was just incredible, number 20 for the Packers. But they were flying around. Man, the Packers were fast on defense. I was super impressed with what they did. Yeah, they look good, man. They look really good.
And did you hear the crowd? Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Jerry.
No, is that what they said?
Yeah. And rightfully so.
He's going to, I don't know if he's going to regret it or not, but the Packers are going to love it.
The Packers apparently only blitzed in the first game 9%, which is way down from their blitzing, and they still got to the quarterback the same percentage of the time.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have to blitz and you're getting to the quarterback, you're a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
A lot better. So, Micah Parsons makes it. He only played 45% of the snaps in week 1, and yet all of his snaps, he made an impact. I mean, he's a difference maker. There's no question. He's a difference maker. But they look good. They look pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that could be the NFC. I mean, the NFC's wide. The AFC is.
Is the NFC really wide open? Doesn't it feel like it's the Eagles and the Packers? Maybe. I don't know. The Lions. I don't want to write the Lions off yet. That's not fair. Lions could still be a factor. I don't think I believe in Minnesota with JJ as a rookie quarterback. Basically.
San Francisco's got too many injuries.
Yeah, San Francisco's got too many injuries. I don't see it with Tampa. I don't think Tampa has enough.
Well, we'll see. We'll see on Monday.
We'll see on Washington. I mean, Washington is 1-1 now. Who else? Is there anyone else? The Rams? Did you get a vibe off the Rams?
I think the Rams are going to be pretty good. I think they're a playoff team.
Yeah, a playoff team.
Huh.
But that seems like a different level, the Eagles. Remember the Eagles played the other day with no Jalen Carter the whole game. Like, Jalen's going to play most games. Did you see Lamar Jackson was not punished for pushing the fan? And you know what? Good for the NFL.
Yeah.
He was protecting his teammate. It wasn't that, that's a slap on the wrist. That's a conversation. He was contrite. He came out like, I shouldn't have done that. I got to do better with that.
Well, so did the fan. Did you see the fans crying a message to the people?
Well, he's banned.
Yeah.
He got banned from NFL Stadium.
He was crying, and he was reading his, sorry, I love you, Josh Allen.
Yeah, that's a big, that's all you have there.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? That's like being
an
LSU
seats.
fan. You live in Baton Rouge, and your whole life is LSU, and they say you're banned for life from LSU.
And you got front row tickets. Right.
Yeah. Oh, man, I'm going to go get plastic surgery.
Right.
What do they really have facial recognition getting you at other – first of all, you can go to another stadium. No one's going to say anything. What do you care? Like,
have you not been watching X? Because they got masks that you can put on that you look like a totally different person.
Yeah, just buy one of those creepy masks.
Yeah.
Just walk in with those masks, or just wear a mask the whole thing.
You could buy a Lance Zierlein mask.
I hope not. Just wear one of those masks like during COVID. Just wear that and just say, I think I have COVID, so I'm just going to wear this. Facial recognition.
Yeah,
but they get your eyes.
Put on that mask and look like long legs.
Yeah, that was That was a scary movie.
That's disturbing.
Who's Longlegs?
It's a Nicolas Cage.
It's another one of those scary
movie
movies.
from 2024.
Nicolas Cage was a lunatic.
Yeah, he played the villain or the killer in Longlegs.
That's another one that I went to a movie theater
Cage?
to see.
He was in Two-Face, or what was that movie with John Travolta?
Face Off.
Face Off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a bit ago. Yeah, he's been in some other stuff.
Didn't they
since.
cut off each other's faces or something?
No, I think they just wore masks.
No, well,
But
in the movie.
Silence of the Lambs, he cut off faces.
Yeah, in the movie, the faces got cut off as well.
They
They
did?
switched faces. Yes.
I told my sons they need to watch Silence of the Lambs. It's a great movie, and it's just too old. Like what?
What?
I was, and I don't know. I never wanted to watch movies. My mom, you really need to watch some Alfred Hitchcock. Alfred Hitchcock, black and white. Forget it.
Oh my God!
I'm not watching stupid.
I'm the
Alfred
opposite.
Hitchcock.
When I was a kid, I watched all the old movies. I loved it.
See, I just didn't want to watch it, but
Yeah,
now my
see?
kids are pulling out on me like, Pulp Fiction. That's super old. When did Boogie Nights come out? I said, trust me, Boogie Nights is one of the greatest movies. It's phenomenal. When did it come out? I don't want to tell you.
No,
It came out in the 90s.
They're
90s? Oh, we're done with the 90s.
They're
We
terrible
can't watch a
people.
90s movie. That's the oldest movie of all time. Did they even have sound back then? Yes,
It was a
it's
talkie.
good.
Yes, it was a talkie.
It was a talkie. They wouldn't even know what that. I barely know what that means. A talkie.
There's a good doc on how Hollywood got started. It's one of those that you were talking about. There's one about Wall Street, how it got started.
Titans.
Yeah, Titans
I've
of
got that
Titans
saved.
of Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you gotta watch it. It's really interesting how Hollywood got started. All right, let's get who's it? Keith. Okay, we're gonna break 713. We were gonna go late, but we're not. Keith, screw it. Call back, Keith.
It's just going to be
because I was watching.
It's just a Vanderbilt call.
I was watching Wake Forest last night, and I thought, well, they're just like, it's almost the same as Vanderbilt. And they lost. So I was like, probably it's the same thing, isn't it? Wake Forest, Vanderbilt, same thing. I mean, honestly. Time for you to talk a little Underdog Fantasy.
Well, good. I get to talk about Underdog Fantasy because it's so much fun. Underdog Fantasy is, Underdog Fantasy actually, one of the things that I love about Underdog Fantasy is that it gives you a chance to really lock in on. I tell you about all these games and all these stats for all these players, but I think the best way to go about it is just pick a few teams that you really get a good feel for, a good handle for, and where you understand how they're playing. Like, I'll give you an example. I know for a fact that Nico Collins is about to get a lot of catches. To me, if I'm playing Underdog Fantasy, which I am, I'm going to go higher on the catch total that they have and maybe higher on the receiving yards. But I think he'll see a lot of targets. And that's because I watched the game. I've listened to what the coaches said. I have a feel for that. You can do the same thing. You have access to information all over the place with the internet, access to coaches, coaches, press conferences. Go listen, go find out, lock on a team, find out, who is doing what. Go study it, and that's real money waiting for you. You can win a simple two picks that work in your favor on higher or lower on the stats. You pick them both right. That's going to pay 3-1 on most instances. So that's great. That's a great payout for you. But you can imagine what it goes to when you're picking 4 correctly, 5 correctly, 6 correctly. How would you like to throw a couple of underdogs in there and you end up hitting them all and you win 500 times your original play? Can you imagine $10 becomes $5,000? That actually really happens for people at Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. Download the app. It's easy to use. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit. And when you play your first $5, that's going to it's going to activate a $50 cash bonus that they're going to put into your account to play however you see fit. It's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance.
So what are you doing tonight? Do you have any plans? If you don't, or if you want to change your plans, how about going to the U of H game? U of H is taking on Colorado tonight at TD ECU Stadium. Okay? Tickets still available. Call right now, 713-GO-COUGS, or go to uhcougars.com/tickets and get your tickets now. I think there's going to be a lot of people there. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a great atmosphere. It's the first conference game of the year. Willie Fritz's second season. They've looked pretty damn good so far. Deion Sanders is going to be there. You might see a bunch of stars on their sidelines. Maybe you can go over, just say hi. Don't be weird. Don't miss a great Hispanic Heritage halftime show. Spirit of Houston going to perform songs from Selena. UH Mariachi Pumas will take the field for a special performance. All going on tonight. TD ECU Stadium. You got the game starts at 6:30. Tailgating starts at 3:30. Let's go. It's on ESPN, but let's be there. Let's show out tonight. uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN. I just put in the top one, Dell. D'Amico talking about, Landry Locker put this out. It was D'Amico, and I ask you if this is a little weird, what he's doing. Or this is D'Amico. Because I don't think a lot of people were. I mean, you watch the O-line. If you don't give it grades, but if you had to give a overview of what they did, they were all right.
I would say pass protection at tackle was a C-. On the inside was a B. Run blocking was a flat C. It wasn't great. D'Amico, I saw what D'Amico said. Oh, is he the one that somebody talked about? I don't know if it was him or somebody else retweeted it and made this comment that D'Amico is unusually hard on the defense, and light on the offense.
Okay, usually. So here is, and you know what? I think that might be. You know why? Because he's a defensive coach.
Yeah.
I mean, they gave up 14 points, for gosh sakes.
Yeah, but he wants excellence from them.
Well, it was pretty good.
Look, I thought the offensive line was actually a little better than I expected, but it also was, I'm looking at something specific, which was the way they handled twists and stunts, because that was, it's just Cam Robinson. I don't know. It's a rookie. I don't know. This is tough for me because I thought the tackles need to play a lot better. And you played explosive, powerful guys, but it's not like this is the NFL. I could probably go down the roster. You're going to face a bunch of guys that can rush every week.
I just watched Laramie Tunsil a bunch of snaps.
He was
Michael
great,
Parsons.
Wasn't he great?
He was good. Yeah, really good. By himself, taking on Micah Parsons.
I didn't know if he was or not. KJ told me he was getting his butt kicked. I didn't really watch him and pay attention to it, but you didn't think so? You thought he played well?
Who? Laramie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go watch it again. There were a bunch of snaps he just stymied him by himself.
Let me see what PFF said in their grades.
Okay, see what PFF is.
Let me see what their grades said about
Let's see what
this.
the grade is.
Because all I care about is what they grade.
Well, D'Amico, we don't have it because so D'Amico just said the offensive line played well. The defense, we got to be better. What? The defense gave up 14 points. I mean, in an NFL, to a good NFL offense.
Well, it kind of agrees with you. They've got, in pass pro, they've got Laramie Tunsil on 81.2.
Yeah, he was
Gave
good.
up no sacks, 1 hit, 2 hurries, 3 total pressures. Pass block efficiency, they gave him 100, whatever that means. Pressure. No, this isn't bad. Against Michael Parsons? No, it wasn't Parsons the whole time, but this isn't bad.
No, but he had him a bunch of times.
Mm-hmm.
Michael was over there on that side a bunch, and Laramie Tunsil took care of business. Now, the game before, Laramie Tunsil will have lapses in energy, but man, He can still go. He can still play.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, but listen, I don't know about. I took so dumb. I took Terry McLaurin because I thought, you know what, he's going to be getting him to nothing. It's just Jaden Daniels, his second year. I think he might be experiencing what CJ went through last year.
It could be. That's what I said that on Twitter. Him and Bo Nix could be seeing that this year. But because what happens is in the regular season, you go from one game to the next game. The next game is Jaden Daniels, and your install may be, your game plan installs on a Tuesday. So the only guys who are really taking a look at this for you, I mean, you're going to watch tape and all that, but you're not really able to truly go to school. You have all these meetings every day. You got practice times, you got meetings. You don't really get a dig in on a young quarterback. Number one, their sample size is smaller. And number two, you don't really get a dig in like you can when you have more time. Now, if you have a bye week, you have bye week headed into Jaden Daniels or CJ Stroud or Bo Nix or whoever the sophomore, the rookie quarterback was. Maybe you can take a little, get a longer look. But you don't in regular season. You really have a limited time. You've got your pro scouting department who goes, the advanced scouts will go out to games. And, there are guys from Jacksonville and the Colts and, obviously Tennessee who will be here at every home game. They'll be scouting the Texans or Washington. Whoever the Texans are going to play, they'll send an advanced scout to come look at the Texans. But that's not enough. Once the coaches get a dig in deep and really get after it, they'll start finding, okay, here, let's look at all the throws and all the data. Let's look at all the film. These were Jaden Daniels, especially in division. This is where Jaden likes to go with the ball. This is where he wasn't very good. These are the throws he likes to get to. Let's take this away. So then they start game planning for it, and it's harder. Now, the good quarterbacks will just, they make their adjustments, and sometimes it will take a little bit. Not every quarterback goes through a sophomore slump, but some do. Our guy did, and I know excuses are made that it was just everything around him was bad and all this and that, but he was part of it. He didn't play as well. CJ said that. If you don't agree with that, then take it up with your own quarterback who said that I got to play better. I wasn't as good. And I got to change the way I approach things. CJ literally said that. CJ literally approached everything differently this offseason. So.
Yep. He changed it all, which is great.
He changed it, and so I'm hoping to see. And there were some things I saw some snaps I liked. I saw really the sky is falling. There are a lot of people who are really down on CJ Stroud, and it's kind of strange to me. I don't know. I mean, it wasn't great last year, but it wasn't awful. He was a second-year quarterback. I don't know why so many people are out on CJ Stroud. I think you have to let him. He's not going to be a Superman. That's not who he is. But most quarterbacks in the league are not Superman. I'm sorry, he's not ever going to be Josh Allen or Lamar. He may never be Burrow. He may never be Pat Mahomes. But those guys are elite talents. And Joe Burrow hadn't won a lot of things. I mean, Joe Burrow got to a Super Bowl, but other than that, Joe's had his own issues getting to the playoffs and staying healthy, and his defense haven't been good. I think a lot of things work in C.J. Stroud's favor. I think he's a worker. I think he approaches the game as a professional. I think there's a lot of reasons to be hopeful with C.J. Stroud. I wouldn't be dumping on C.J. Stroud already, but it's like there's just some people who just see him as this big problem, and I think he needs to get better, but I don't really see him as a big problem moving forward. Now, after year 3, I may change my opinion, but I'm not making my decisions after 2 years. Why would you?
And why would you? I don't get it. I don't know what he's done that you would want to get rid of him right now.
Mm-hmm.
Or let's let the 5 play out. Let the 5 years play out, unless they extend him before that. We'll see. He does need to play. I mean, it was his second year. Goodness gracious.
Exactly. And teams made changes, and so now he's got to make changes.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. We're at the halfway mark. Let's go. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. Still ahead. We're going to play a Beat the Warehouse live guy. And what did you learn this week on the show in one sentence? What did you learn this week on the show? Get that ready. What did you learn this week on the show in one sentence? All right. John Dass. Are we going to do that? Is that next, though? Is that what we want to do? Or are we going to do it is we going to do that next?
Yeah, we have to.
We should.
Okay, well, let's do it. So you learned something from the show this week.
By the way, Micah Parsons has only matched up on Laramie Tunsil 5 times. Does that seem right to you?
6 or 7.
I thought it was more than that, but they've got nine matchups total, or on run plays, and 5 on pass plays. That's less than I would have. And they showed no hurries, no hits, no pressures.
Yeah, no.
When he took on, wow.
Yeah. So what did you learn this week from the show? There's something that you learned this week while you were listening to the show. You got one sentence to tell us. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. I'm talking about GimmeTheVin.com. I don't know if you heard, John Clay Wolf was on just a little while ago talking about the $25,000 that he's giving away every single month. It's just more of an incentive for you to sell your car to John Clay Wolf. I mean, this dude is he's huge. I think he's America's best car buyer, but he's slowly turning into the biggest car buyer, like against conglomerates like CarMax and all these other places that buy cars. He buys your vehicle for more, sells it at auction, and just makes less because he gives you more. Now, the other car buyers, they want to give you as little as possible, sell it at auction for a lot more, make a lot more profit. John Clay Wolf says, no. I'll sell it for what I get at auction, but I'm going to give you more for it. So I make less every single car. And that's okay with him. And he's still turned into one of the biggest. So go with the guy who's going to give you more for your vehicle and who's giving away $25,000 every single month. If you sell him your car, you get 1,000 entries into the hopper to get your name pulled for $25,000. So if you're going to sell your vehicle, there's one place to go. It's so easy. GimmeTheVin.com, GimmeTheVin.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, so what did you learn this week on the show? What did you learn this week on the show? Something that you didn't know before you listened to the show. Could have happened, and it probably I brought it to the table because I bring all kinds of new information, right, to the show, like Royal versus Royale. Okay, that's something that y'all didn't know. 713-780-3776. We taught you something. Dell probably brought you some word that's really not great to use in public.
What?
Yeah, probably. We don't know.
Didn't you, not that our listeners would have needed to learn this, but didn't you bring Eskimo brothers to the show today?
Yeah, well, because,
Was that a great thing for people to hear?
It was not something new. That's not something
I know,
new.
but if we're accusing people of bringing things that aren't great, you would be at the top of the list.
No, I just bring information. Information, news you can use, that's all. Let's get Chris in here. Chris, what did you learn this week on the show in one sentence?
Hey, what's up, guys? So this week, I learned that John only watches football games in the Diamond Club with people who buy $700,000 RVs, and there's a sign posted outside that says "No Hispanics Allowed."
No, there's no
you
signs.
didn't learn that second.
There's
that
no
third
Diamond
part.
Club at football games.
Well, you did.
Okay, so you misunderstood everything.
Well,
yeah, and I do have a buddy who has a $700,000.
You did mention something about where you're going to watch a game, and someone's like, "Hey, John, I'll see you there." No, you're like, "No, you won't, because I'll be here."
I'll be in a suite.
Yeah, I'll be. You won't see me. Actually, I'll be in a suite.
Probably won't see me. Well, he's not in our suite. How is he going to see me?
I mean,
I couldn't give him tickets. I didn't have any tickets to give him.
Yeah, but did you have to tell him that you weren't going to see him because you were in a suite? Did you have to give him that information?
Unless I saw him walking by with the other 80,000 people there.
Well, that should have been the way you said. You probably won't because there's like 80,000 people there. I'm actually going to be separated from the pores.
That's not it. I didn't have a ticket for him in the suite.
But
that's what I meant.
Okay, but that's not what it sounded like.
Yeah, that's what. Well, I'm sorry that you guys misinterpret stuff all the time.
You're not going to see me. I'm going to be sequestered away in the fancy place.
There's no Diamond Club in football, just so you know. It doesn't have a sign outside that says "No Hispanics Allowed."
I don't think you can put that up in Los Angeles, honestly.
No.
I don't think you can get away with that.
Otherwise, you'd have no people there.
Yeah, what do you Well, okay.
Okay.
There is a large Hispanic population in LA, yes.
And it's fine. Love it.
Well, thanks.
People.
I'm glad we
people.
agree. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
That's fine. All right. Who's next?
All right. We move to Underrated Mess.
Underrated Mess. What'd you learn this week on the show?
I learned that Lance lives for the views.
He does.
Yeah, he tweets
That's
for the
all he
for the
tweets.
clicks
That's
and the
all he
views.
does. Anything he tweets, he just wants views. We learned that. We learned Lance has got a potty mouth. Holy
He
crap.
was not happy. Was that yesterday or Wednesday?
Oh.
Wednesday morning, right? He was pissed off.
Man, he was pissed off the whole day. The whole show he was pissed off. That was like a brisket day.
He was not in the mood to be prodded like you were doing. You kind of stuck him in the side a couple times just to see what you could get out of him.
A couple times. Who's next?
Let's go to Tommy Stark. I haven't heard from him in a while. Tommy Stark, what have you learned?
What up, Tommy Stark?
Hey, good morning, Johnny G. How's it going? How's LA treating you? I love LA.
I know. Well, that makes one of us.
I learned this week on the show that it is widely known that Cal McNair is unqualified to be an NFL owner and that the rest of the NFL knows it. Knowledge is power.
Well, that was two sentences, but okay.
Knowledge is power.
Well, his brother
believes
that's believes
known.
that. Yeah, that he's unfit to be an NFL owner. Yeah, his brother believes that. I don't know that. Probably some people think that too.
I mean,
but other than
some people in on this very show thought it 3 or 4 years ago.
Until Hannah took over, it was pretty evident.
Yeah, we didn't feel like he was capable of doing the job. Now things have turned.
Well, yeah.
In some ways.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this week on the show in one sentence? What did you learn this week on the show in one sentence? Besides that, Lance that's all he tweets for is views. Other than that.
Yeah, we learned that on the show.
Yeah, we did learn that.
Let's move to Longhorn Dimitri. What have you learned?
Good morning, guys. I learned that lollygagging came originally from the Bible.
Now, that's a guy who listens. That's
it wasn't
we were in the mud on that segment.
Right. What? Yeah, that's right. What was it? 1 Timothy.
Yeah.
1 Timothy.
Then I said that the prodigal son was lollygagging, and then they gave him a whole big party and slaughtered the fatted calf.
Right.
Dad, what are you doing?
I thought it was 1 Timothy, but maybe you were right. That came in John or Mark. It might have been Mark.
I don't know that lollygagging appeared. But there are different translations of the Bible, so maybe I got the wrong translation.
Right. It comes from the Greek word la gaga.
What?
Don't listen. Just go to the next
one.
one.
That could have just been the Greek pronunciation of Lady Gaga. La gaga.
Well, that's where she got her name, and it really means lollygag.
Okay. All right.
I didn't know that's where her name is.
That's where she got that from.
Yeah.
Let's go to La Salsa. What have you learned from the show?
Good morning, gentlemen. I learned this morning what a real double banger actually means.
Oh, man. That was unfortunate.
Wow.
Well, Dell's the one who brought that to the table.
No, John
he did bring that.
John, you said you had that story in the holster. You're bringing that story anyway.
You were the one who started going
Well,
in a different direction.
no. I was just going to bring that he was dating. I didn't know. I didn't even see that story.
Page
I still haven't
6,
seen that one.
Yeah, said that she dated Alcaraz and Sinner at the same time at the U.S. Open.
I just thought it was weird that he was dating a model, a swimsuit model.
A tennis star dating a model? You thought that was weird?
So
Did you not run it?
Odd.
Did you not remember Andre Agassi at all?
Yeah. Well,
or Pete Sampras?
Yeah. Well, Agassi was an actress, and
Yeah, Pete Sampras was a model, and then turned actress, I think. Whatever. I forgot her name.
No, that's right.
Let's go to Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre, what have you learned?
Hey, I learned when you're a lollygagging co-host, you get to come in and piss off your co-host and try to agitate them all day, and you get to keep your job. Thanks. I'm out.
Well, that sounds like that's something you could have done at work. Like anybody could do that.
yeah. I think he was talking about me.
I think he was, but I'm just saying.
Huh.
I think that you could. I think anybody could.
I agitate your coworkers. I never do that. I never do that. That's ridiculous.
I don't know. It's pretty consistent part of your thing. Your bag. You have. I don't know how deep your bag is. Like your dribble package. I don't know how deep it is, but your go-to move.
It's deep.
Well,
I think is prodding and provoking.
If you're gonna, if you stop me from going right, okay, you can shut my game down.
You're Jaylen Brown.
You can
No
shut
left.
my game down.
He's still going to go right.
Yeah, no left hand.
You can try to keep him from going right. He's still going over the top.
We can't get
I'm
you.
Bob Cousy.
We can't get you to go left. It's always to the right.
It's always going to go right.
Let's go to David. What have you learned, David?
I learned that you don't live in Lance's household if he gets pissed.
Yeah, I learned he's pissed at his kids this week. That's what I learned.
This week you learned that?
Well, he's especially pissed at him this week.
No, that's just I just tell you my power ratings are changing on a weekly basis. Actually, I've noticed the ones who are not in the house stay at the top of my power ratings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got Drake and Alec at the top, and then just Marty and Mason and Sebastian fight for crumbs after that. It's basically I started like who's at the bottom.
Right.
And then it works its way up.
That's your power ranking.
I don't know
right.
who's at
You
the
start
bottom
at the
right
bottom.
now.
It's the bottom five. Remember we used to do the college football bottom five?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it is. It is
that's what you
the
got.
bottom three.
You got the bottom three. 713-780-3776. Who's next, Del?
Maybe you. We don't have any more callers.
That's it? That's it? That was pretty good.
Yeah, if you guys, we got a couple minutes before we get out of here. But John, did you learn anything from the show?
I learned that you're not supposed to say Eiffel Tower on the show. Okay.
Did you learn your lesson? Because it appears you didn't.
I just learned this. I learned you're not supposed to say Eiffel Tower. All right?
I don't know. I don't think you learned.
Well, if you're at the French Open, guess what? You're going to the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah, I don't know that she dated those two gentlemen at the French Open. But, yes, I would say maybe leave that particular Urban Dictionary version of Eiffel Tower off the show.
I didn't know what the hell that meant. Okay. I don't know. Rob says, I learned the Rich Eisen Show blows. Okay.
Wow.
You didn't learn that on this show.
We never said that.
I like Rich Eisen.
Wait a minute. Rich is, I think, going to be on the show with us next week.
I like the Rich Eisen show.
Well, Joe George was trying to get him on the show.
We're trying to work on that. But you didn't learn that on this show, Rob.
No,
we never said that
on this show. You didn't learn that on this show. No. Rich Eisen's good. I like Rich Eisen. Okay. That's it.
Well, we got one more. We're waiting for the name, and then we'll wrap it up.
Oh, okay. That'll be it.
Yeah.
Nice job, though. That's the best one so far. I think we got to get used to it, get into a rhythm.
Chris in the north side is continuing to be the king of this because he never does, or he never learns anything that actually happened, or he does and twists it, and I appreciate that from him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's get to this final one. What did you learn from the show this week?
I learned that even during football season, it is incredibly, incredibly hard to wake up at 5 a.m. to watch y'all's show, even though I love you guys.
Oh, he's on the
he's like John,
on the West Coast,
on the West
too.
Coast,
He's like
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Maybe drink more. That seems to work for John.
John gets up, yeah.
Yeah. What do you
double down on the Coors Lights?
How soft are you that you can't wake up and watch the show at 5 o'clock or listen to the show at 5 o'clock?
So,
John does it.
There was a guy we were at the local Emmys, and a guy came up to me and he goes, "Yeah, I live here and I listen to you guys every day." And I was like, "That is so cool."
Was that him?
I wonder if it was him.
I bet it might be.
It might be him.
Where did that guy see you? Where did he see you again?
At the local Emmys, Wendy's station.
Aren't the real Emmys coming up?
It's coming up Sunday.
Are you going?
Yeah.
I think Alonzo told me you were going.
Yeah, I'm going.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's going to be big time. You're going to be big time.
Well,
Do you have your own little – what are you going to wear? You want to wear something flashy like Calvin Murphy wears?
No.
I wish you would.
No, you wish I would, but I'm wearing my tux.
I wish I would.
You're wearing your tux?
Yeah, I'm going to wear my tux.
Well, you can make it shine.
So the Emmys are for TV. Anyone in particular, John, you hope to, photobomb like you did at the Oscars?
Well, don't forget. Last year I sent you guys the Shogun girl.
Anna
the
Sawai.
picture, yeah. But can you get her on the show?
No. I just remember I was.
Hello, excuse me, ma'am. I have a sports talk show in Houston, and we would like to get you on.
Can you get up at 5 in the morning?
Our producer has a Japanese girl fetish. Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Not the
Next
producer.
topic. Next
Not
topic.
producer
Not the
so
Next
much.
topic.
The co-host.
Next topic.
My co-host.
Next
has
topic.
The producer.
Well, Texans play this weekend.
No,
Let's get to some
no.
football talk.
What I learned this week is you're a giant liar. It's you.
I learned it from watching you, Dad.
You have the fetish, apparently.
No, she just seems like she knew her place.
And she's from also Japanese and from New Zealand, I believe.
Oh, I'm going to Tokyo in
You're not going to see her.
March. You don't know.
You don't know.
I could. Might be in a restaurant somewhere like, are you the girl from, how embarrassing would that be? What? No. Why?
He's just picking
asking
out
like multiple
random Japanese women.
What's it called? Not Warrior, Samurai?
Shogun.
Shogun. Were you in Shogun? No. Were you in Shogun? And then I'll realize, this feels racist.
Yeah. Don't ask that of every Japanese woman you see.
Just keep asking every Japanese woman she is in Samurai.
It's not even the name of the show. Shogun.
Shogun.
Were you in it? Do I know you from a show? No, you're really doing bad, Lance.
I just got this from Todd. During the 3 o'clock hour at Nick's Place, we're going to be at Nick's Place today, by the way.
Yeah, Jeremy and Joe will be there.
Yeah, Jeremy and Joe are going to be there from 3 to 6. And during the 3 o'clock hour at Nick's Place, Todd is going to be my proxy, and he's going to buy everyone who wants a Coors Lights there during the 3 o'clock hour. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
That's a great promotion. Todd will be my proxy, buying beers, buying Coors Lights for everybody.
That's always the best deal. When people give you free alcohol,
free beer
is the
free
best
beer at
deal.
Nick's place,
and it's legal.
The entire 3
So
o'clock
stay
hour.
off of our backs, TABC.
Yeah, no, we buy them.
That's right.
We're not giving them. We're not.
You can
Nick's
buy
not
somebody
giving
a
them to us.
drink.
We're buying.
You
Yeah,
can
you
buy
can
somebody a drink.
You can buy as many drinks as you want.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Nick can, but we can. We're going to buy them from Nick and then give them to you. And the 3 o'clock hour, 2713 Rocky Ridge and Westheimer, 3 o'clock. Todd's giving away Coors Lights.
Did you ever buy a girl a drink in Green Bay?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. When's the last time you bought a drink? Obviously, not counting when. Well, probably when you're dating. When I don't know. That doesn't really count.
Buy a girl a drink?
Yeah.
Oh well, I mean you pick up the tab whenever you're out with.
Well,
people.
yeah, I guess that's not what I'm talking about.
That's not what you
know.
know. Buy a drink for a girl and try to.
Yeah,
you're trying
buy
to get
you a
some?
drink. Yeah, you're gonna buy you a drink.
That's 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's the last time. Right now, I'm talking about John Daspit. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
that's what we're talking about.
I'm talking about John Daspit.
Well, I just said his name.
John Daspit is a personal injury lawyer here in Houston with a background. He went to high school here, was an athlete here. Friends with a lot of different athletes and coaches and things like that. He is really into sports, but he does that when he's done with his work. So it has to wait. Like sports waits because his work is extraordinary. He does so much. He is extremely driven. He has the personality that you want when you want someone fighting for you against the lawyers from an insurance agency that are trying to screw you on a settlement when you've been injured due to someone else's negligence. You want John on your side. You want somebody who is aggressive, in your face, fighting for you, and won't take no for an answer. And John just simply won't allow the other side to push you into a bad settlement. He just doesn't do it. He'll wait, and he'll say, look, we can go to court, and you know you're going to lose because I win every time in court. So you can try it if you want, and eventually you say, okay, fine. We thought we were going to screw your client. Well, you're not going to, because John Daspit and his law firm will not let it happen. 713-CALL now. You can go online. There's a chat function. You can start there, but they'll do a free case review for you so you know if you have a case or not, and John can help you. If you have a case, he can help you and help you win and win big. 713-CALL now or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Time to talk Game Day Men's Health, people. Game Day Men's Health is I'm a big fan, big fan. I've been doing testosterone treatment for a long time now. A long time now. And Game Day Men's Health is just different. Matter of fact, they're mailing me out some peptides this week, and can't wait to get them. And that's the kind of service that you get. That's the kind of care that you get. That's the kind of I just can't put into words how much better I think, how different it is, how much better they treat you, how you're not a number, you're not in and out. Let's get them in, let's get them out. We got more people. We got to hurry. No, that's not the way they do business at Game Day Men's Health. They're going to take the time. They're going to study. They got labs right there where they can determine exactly what treatment they need on the spot, as opposed to the other places where you go, you get your labs, and you only get your labs so often, and you got to wait till the next week to, okay, now let's do this. Well, you're already started at Game Day Men's Health because they got the labs right there. And you get a free, thorough evaluation. If you're somebody who has never had testosterone before, go to Game Day Men's Health and get a free evaluation of where you're at and let them start the treatment. Game Day Men's Health. You want to feel better, you want to look better, you want to perform better, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back. 713-780-3776, the number. 713-780-3776. College football tomorrow. We haven't even talked LSU and Florida. LSU, Florida, South Florida, and Miami. We talked a little bit about that. Number is crazy. A lot of people the under over is 57.5. Under, Del?
That one I don't have a good read on because both teams are going to want to run the ball a lot, particularly Miami. What'd you say number was again?
57.5.
I would go under.
Last year it was 65.
Yeah, last year you had Cam Ward throwing the ball all over the place.
That's true.
I don't think Carson Beck, while he wants to get the ball out quickly, he's not going to be hunting big plays. I can see, and particularly with Florida coming up next, I can see Miami just trying to get out of there, win the game, and get out of there because they got another big test coming up. I would probably need under. Also, I think Miami's defense is better, although they didn't give up many points last year against South Florida. I don't see that game getting over that number, honestly.
Do you believe in Carson Beck? He certainly was pretty good against Notre Dame.
I believe in him in the way they're having him play, where he doesn't get touched, which he doesn't. We know at least last year pressure was a problem for him, and he did have a supremely talented team last year. With Georgia, his problems came in SEC play where he faced better competition. South Florida, as good as they've been, aren't at Miami's level talent-wise. I think he'll be fine. They're gonna do everything they can to make his job one where take what is out there, but we're not gonna put the Cam Moore type expectations where we need you to make plays. If that's his environment, he'll be fine. The question will be when it gets tough and he actually needs to make throws, will things change for him? He's fine. He was a good prospect before last year. He was talked about as a first rounder. Yeah,
it was him and Quinn Ewers were talked about. Look, he's got size. He's got a pretty good arm. He's got a lot of what you like. I think sometimes it's not all there upstairs, and I think he got caught up in receivers who sucked at Georgia. His starters were all injured and out last year,
and the guys who replaced them dropped footballs.
A ton of drops. I don't think that everyone at Georgia was sad to see him go. I think he bought into his own hype. I think the NIL stuff kind of became a little bit of a pain in the ass for him. He kind of knew money, ran into a bunch of money, and wasn't always – and that's just kind of the reality of football now. You're dealing with some of that stuff now. I'm not sure everyone in the locker room was sad to see him go, but he's got talent. He's got talent. And I said this last year, and it wasn't popular, but he wasn't in a draft, so it didn't matter. he would have moved up the draft board. He would have been the third quarterback drafted last year. Jackson Dart probably goes ahead of him, and he would have been an early second-round pick, Carson Beck, as bad as he was, because you have tape where he had been good, and he has all the traits. And I've heard that he's pretty good on the board or in interviews and stuff like that. So Carson, I know it's not popular. I said it before, but Carson Beck is going to be up this draft board, and he's going to be a factor this year. And I think Mario Cristobal, Dale can hate him all he wants. Mario produced a Heisman caliber player who, by the way, in all seriousness, not joking, I'm not going to joke around here. I was previously, but Cam Ward wasn't as good his second year at Washington State. He went to Miami and kind of rehabbed that draft stock. Because, John, you and I had been talking about Cam Ward when he was at Washington State. And he wasn't as great as last year at Washington State. And then he was much better at Miami last year and really rehabbed it. I think Carson Beck's going to be the same thing. Rehab stock first-round quarterback and will do well at Miami because they got some players. And that little freshman from Miami is going to be a monster.
You seemed upset when he was making plays against Notre Dame.
Yeah,
Why? Did you take the other side?
I just hate to see a good Catholic university like that get beat by a freshman.
You had the other side, huh?
No, I didn't care. I just was heckling you.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the best.
You can't get me during the game because the phone isn't anywhere near me during the
game. So A&M and let's take a break. We got a lot of stuff to do. We got some stuff to get to, as a matter of fact. What's up next?
Well, nothing. 9:30, we got Justin.
Let's talk about some college football and some pro football next. Let's make some predictions coming up next.
Okay. When we come back, we'll do that on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, I'm talking about Pro Dunk. We got the basketball season coming up. Kevin Durant, your kids are going to love the Rockets. They're going to want to play basketball. They are going to we got some of the best basketball in the country between college and pro. I mean, so your kids are going to be very interested in basketball. They're going to love it because it's their teams. Well, they're going to want to go outside and shoot. They're not going to be as good as those guys, but you know what? They can be a lot better if you actually buy them a goal from Pro Dunk where they can actually enjoy it. I mean, you've got a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old. It's tough to reach a 10-foot basket, and they ain't going to do it. They're just going to be inside instead because it sucks. Nobody wants to do that. How about the Pro Dunk goal, which with a push of a button, you raise and lower it, and the kids will actually enjoy it for their entire life because this goal ain't going nowhere. Best built goal you could possibly have. Tempered glass backboard, the unbreakable rim, the stanchion that doesn't rust. I mean, it's just the best goal in the history of goals. So, Dad, you're going to buy the kids a goal, and you want them to actually play, produnk.com, produnk.com.
Truck Month, it's back on. That's what I'm talking about. The 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 LT Crew Cab with Turbo Max engine, 2.9% APR financing. That is a terrific finance rate going on right now, and that's for full 72 months for well-qualified buyers. Or if you choose, you can get $5,350 of total value off as well, plus $3,000 on these are Texas residents, which is what we are. Another $3,000 bonus cash on that same Silverado model just for living right here in Texas. So we're talking $8,350 or 2.9% financing for 72 months. I'm taking a cash incentive. That's just me. That's what I'm doing here. But I can tell you that the Chevy Silverado, I've driven a Silverado before with the Turbo Max engine. It is phenomenal. It handles great. It's got the pickup that you want, the get up and go. It's got the power you're looking for, and it looks awesome. It's just a great looking pickup truck. If that's not your jam, then go ahead and take a look at the Chevy Equinox. They've got no payments for 3 months with 1.9% financing for well-qualified buyers, APR financing. And then the electric vehicles, they've got big discounts right now. The tax credits are going to expire September 30th. $7,500 tax credit. If you want an electric vehicle, get it this month at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. The prices are great. The trade-in values are expansive, and there is a great selection to choose from with incredible people doing the deals. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Make sure you check them out online or head on down to Angleton.
All right, 1 hour to go this week. So we got Justin at the bottom of the hour with Beat the Warehouse Live guy. And so you want to keep on listening every week and try to get that because you win 4 tickets to a game plus the limo ride there and back. So just great stuff every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Did you know, apparently CJ Stroud revealed that Jarrett Patterson's nickname is Slime.
Is what?
Slime. I like that. I mean, if your nickname is Gucci.
Is he from Atlanta?
Or Louis Vuitton, then that's not a good offensive line nickname.
Not usually.
Slime, that's a good offensive line
nickname. Like I said, is he from Atlanta?
I don't know that.
Okay, because that's home of the slime.
Well, oh yeah, that show or whatever.
No.
Oh, what's
it's more
slime?
YSL.
Oh, this.
It's more YSL. Yeah.
Oh,
there you go.
That thing that Deshaun does.
Yeah. It's really gang affiliated, but they'll tell you it's just YSL.
Yeah, I don't think. I'm not sure. Jared Patterson is probably because he's stinky or something.
Yeah, that's my guess.
Yeah. Right. I mean, he's got slime. He's slimy or something. I mean, and yeah, it's really bad. I had a center that was kind of gross down under before. I mean, that was just is not great.
I mean, what are you going to do? That's why when you see the center with the towel under in the back of their that's a quarterback saying, "I'm just not doing this."
Centers that sweat a lot down there, butt sweat is just gross. So I can see why a lot of quarterbacks want to go. I had to go under center all the time. And you had to go wash your hands after. In between series.
Boy, is that terrible.
Yeah, not great.
That is terrible.
Yep. But you wanted to look at some games. I know that it's a trap, but South Florida getting 17.5. I mean, I got to be an idiot.
Josh Pate loves Miami. Miami beat him by 35 but it's so crazy that a team is won straight up as underdogs. Once against Boise, handily against Boise, and then beat Florida in Florida, and now it's like there's been no it's almost like the line maker said, we don't care about the first 2 games.
Yeah.
And the way they played, they were pretty good.
Well, or they're begging you to take Miami.
That's kind of.
they're begging you to take South Florida.
I mean, how can you?
I know.
Look, the first time you can look at Florida and say that number's too high. That was a legit South Florida. Now we've got 2 games, and they're still hanging a number up there over 17.
Yeah, and God forbid South Florida scores first, because now you got 28 points to make up. I mean, you need 4
Wisconsin
touchdowns.
is a huge dog, 20.5 points to Alabama. Alabama's going to have to show me more. I don't care that you beat Louisiana.
I don't know. Wisconsin's not very good, bro.
No, they're 2-0. I mean,
but
if
they're
they
not
keep
very
this
good.
pace up, they're going to go undefeated.
At this pace, yes,
At
you're
this
right.
pace.
At this pace.
Your guy Arch Manning's laying 40.5. So, I don't know. I think I'd take Wisconsin plus the points. I like Alabama, but I'm not sure. I really want to see what Alabama – yeah, you're right. I mean, this isn't the greatest challenge in the world. It is a Big Ten team, though. And quite frankly, I wasn't sure Florida State was going to be the best challenge, and they really out-physicaled Alabama. And one thing Wisconsin will do is they'll try to get physical against you. So I'm kind of interested to see that one. I think that one's more interesting than like a 3-touchdown game. Texas is a 40.5-point favorite against UTEP. Don't have an opinion. Texas hasn't covered either game. What
about the Cougs tonight? I like them.
I do too. I like the Cougs tonight. I think the Cougars I think defensively they're going to give Colorado some problems. And I like the Cougs tonight. They're laying 4.5. I still like them. I think they win by a touchdown.
Man, Oregon is only given 28 to Northwestern. Northwestern's bad.
Well, I guess Steven's listening. I don't know if he's in Houston or Dallas. My guy Steven Shell from Patios. And he's a Wisconsin guy. He's from Wisconsin. He said, Wisconsin's terrible this year. So, lay the points in.
They're not very good.
He'll know. He's a Wisconsin fan, so he'll shoot you straight.
This is Luke's last stand, I think.
That's crazy. He was such a good coach at Ohio State and then at Cincinnati.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me. Oregon is who cares? Oregon will roll.
I know.
Dante Moore is very quietly the 6th favorite in the Heisman Trophy voting and maybe the money guy. Dante Moore may be where you need to be putting your money on Heisman betting. Oregon quarterbacks always put up big numbers. He's got 479 yards passing and 6 touchdowns already. He figures to put it on Northwestern as well. Clemson's at Georgia Tech. I like Georgia Tech in that one against Clemson. Clemson sucked in the first game and in the entire first half of Troy.
Yeah. They're not nearly. They were asking before the season, is Clemson going to go undefeated this year? They suck.
Oklahoma's 23.5-point favorite at Temple. I think that's too many points. I love what Temple's coach said. I saw in Football Scoop there was a interview, and the head coach at Temple said, I don't have realistic players playing for me. I only want unrealistic players. And the comment came up because when he was first a coach at some school, wherever he was, that they won a national championship, maybe it was Delaware, I think. The AD said, listen, don't talk about winning or championships or that stuff. Just talk about building the program up and all that. His first interview, he talks about, we plan on winning a championship early. And the AD said, I told you not to do that. Why'd you do that? He said, because I got a room full of kids in the back. You think they want to hear about the process and trying to rebuild and build this up? They want to win now. And that's what we're doing. And he made the comment that I don't want to hear about realistically, he said, realistically, we're not going to compete against Oklahoma. Well, guess what? I'm not realistic, and I want unrealistic people playing for me who don't listen to all that stuff and who believe they can beat Oklahoma. And they're 2-0 right now, the first time in years and years, or since Matt Rule's been there, I think, which was a while back. And I don't know. I think they're wired up right. Oklahoma's probably going to have a little bit of a letdown, an emotional letdown. I like the 23.5 points here, Temple at home. Central Michigan and Michigan's laying 28.5. I probably like Central Michigan there. Probably too many. I don't know that Michigan's going to roll a bunch of points out there. Auburn, South Alabama, I don't have an opinion on, but I'm not sure that Major Applewhite has a very good team at South Alabama, so it could be Auburn rolling hard.
Tennessee and Georgia.
So it's supposed to be Georgia's offense versus Tennessee's defense. And in the past, it would have been Tennessee's offense versus Georgia's defense.
Right.
Who do you like in that one, Del?
Well, Kirby always puts the wood to Tennessee for the most part.
I know.
Josh Heupel, I think, has I think since he's been there, hasn't scored more than 17 points against Georgia in any of their games.
Is this his best quarterback? Like, Hendon Hooker was a good college quarterback.
I would say Hendon Hooker. I mean, Aguilar was a transfer from UCLA who wasn't even really playing there.
I mean, Pate has really been pumping him up. I'm not sure if he's that great.
Yeah, I don't know. I know the Aguilar family, I think they tweeted or something about how they're glad for the trade because he came from UCLA and now he's at Tennessee and Nico's at UCLA. Let's see Aguilar against a real team because it turns out Syracuse may not be very good when their coach is forcing them to run laps or run sprints after barely beating UConn.
That's bad.
I would like to see Aguilar against actual athletes and a good defense coordinated by Kirby Smart before I rubber stamp him as, yeah, they've got a good one there. We'll see. Josh Heupel needs to reverse the trend because as bad as, or let's say, average as Gunnar Stockton has been this year than the Georgia offense has been this year, that defense ain't no joke.
No. I like Georgia. I just can't. I'm just not fading Kirby. I just have no interest. That never goes well. I'm not fading Kirby Smart.
My two favorite games are 28-point favorites on the road. Oregon, they're going to smash Northwestern.
Yep.
And SMU is going to destroy Missouri State at Missouri State.
What are they going to win? 75-45?
Right. I mean, but yeah.
I don't have much faith in them after what they pulled in week
not
one.
After their not their defense, but
That
man,
junk.
Missouri State has got no chance of stopping them.
This is just you hating because they didn't put JT in because they went to the option.
You still think he holds a grudge against a different coaching staff altogether?
Oh, is it a different coaching staff?
Yeah, you think that?
Oh, it's
yeah,
Bobby.
that
Wait,
was,
is that Petrino?
I wouldn't.
I think is Petrino still there? No, he
no,
left.
Petrino left.
No, it was Steckel. And
No, the current coach though.
Oh, the current. No, Petrino's gone. But it was Steckel, and I wouldn't have let him run my fantasy team.
Did you see that video where women,
coach I've ever
where the
seen.
wives pick the fantasy teams, and then the husbands can't give them any help, and then the husbands have to manage them? Probably a lot of waiver wire deals going down there. But Arkansas and Ole Miss. How about this? Ole Miss is just 6.5 at home against Arkansas. Is Arkansas kind of salty this year? I mean, both of them are 2-0, but 6.5 feels like. I mean, it feels like a legit SEC line, but I don't know. It feels like there's some respect there for Arkansas. Over under 62.5, so should be a high scoring game. LSU, Florida.
Arkansas might have the best quarterback in the SEC. Do you see this kid?
Mm-mm.
Oh, he's good. He's really good. I could see. Well, there's a reason that it's 62.5.
Taylon Green.
Yeah, he's really
man,
good.
The numbers look good.
Yeah. Really good.
Oh, so he's been there forever. Is this that really fast one that they had from a couple years
He's
ago?
tall, number 10,
Skinny?
angular. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was, I think, 23. Yeah, it was in 23 where I saw him, and I was like, man. And then he didn't do anything last year, but he's off to a quick start now.
He's looking good. Yeah, well, sometimes it clicks. Clicks a little bit later.
6'6", 224. Good Lord. And you know what? Oh, he was at Boise before, so that's not the one I was thinking of. He was at Boise for 3 years. And then he came over to Arkansas last year, was just okay. He's already run for 192 yards on 18 carries. Ooh, John, you may be onto something here. This may be the little sneaky-deaky play. We may like, I don't know, we may like Arkansas on this one, kids.
Yeah.
Ole Miss may not have their starting quarterback. Simmons got hurt early in the Kentucky game, and the ankles are in question. Lane Kiffin's being a little coy about his availability. I think people won't really know until game time, till warm-up or something. And so that might be something else to take into consideration.
LSU, Florida, I think that's going to be a dogfight. LSU's a 7.5-point favorite. I don't either. I think that one's a 3-point game.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a real
Florida's going to
fight.
Billy Napier's fighting for his job right now.
Yeah, he is. A&M and Notre Dame. A&M's going to try to control the clock, run the football. They can't stop the run. Aggies suck against the run.
Go under.
And, under's 50.5. That's too much. Notre Dame's got a young quarterback still, but A&M knows they need to keep their defense off the field. Notre Dame can really run it. They can really run it. They're laying 6.5.
A&M always keeps the score down offensively.
On themselves?
Yeah.
I like that under 50.5, but Notre Dame has two really, really good running backs.
Yeah.
And Texas A&M, did you see last week UTSA ran for over 200 on them? That ain't good. And they don't have – remember, they lost 3 defensive linemen that all went to the pros, and A&M's trying to regroup and replenish, and they're going up against a Notre Dame team with 2. We talked to Mike Elko, earlier in the week, and he talked about these might be the best combination of running backs he's ever coached against in college football. I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
Man.
Mike and his brother Steve both love
Mike and Steve Elko. And then Vanderbilt, South Carolina. Everyone, the nation cheers for South Carolina as we're trying to get some losses for Vandy because one of our callers if he's right about them, we'll never hear the end of it. And we already don't hear the end of it just when they beat teams they're supposed to. And it looked like they were buried at halftime, and then they came back like a house of – like my son, Alec, who's in the SEC with Alabama, he's like, oh, Vanderbilt's going to beat – he goes, South Carolina can't figure anything out offensively. He goes, Vandy's got a good shot at winning that one.
Huh?
I was like,
I hate
all right,
that.
it's 3.5.
Now I hate rooting against Vandy, but we got to. All right, we got a break. Justin's at the bottom of the hour, and he will play Beat the Warehouse. We'll beat the Warehouse guy at the bottom of the hour.
Is anyone getting double banged this week?
Listening all week long, so that maybe you could be a contestant against
Beside
Justin.
that model.
All right. Texas Card House is what we're talking about now. Going to play a little poker myself today. Going to go play. Going to go get my poker on. Unfortunately, I can't play at Texas Card House because I'm not in Texas. If I was in Texas, you know where I'd be? Texas Card House. You're damn right I would be. How about today, in one of my favorite tournaments, today, Westheimer and Greenridge is the senior event at noon. I mean, it's a low buy-in, and you can rebuy if you not rebuy, but you can re-enter if you get knocked out. And it's just so much fun. You're against other seniors, 50 or older, and it's just a great, great game. Saturdays, they got big events, especially at Spring Cypress and 45. They've always got a big tournament. Coming up on the 17th on Wednesday, you've got a $100,000 guarantee at Westheimer and Greenridge. And you got, on the same day, 17th, a PLO $40,000 guarantee at Spring Cypress and 45. It's just the best poker in the city. Clean, a bar open till 2, open 24 hours. You can always find a game there. Parking lot that's safe, security on hand. I mean, I just can't say enough about what the poker room is at Texas Card House. You're looking for the best way to play in the city of Houston. There's one place to go, TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com.
Hey, Watchtoberfest is coming to Houston October 3rd and 4th. That's around the corner. You can shop the newest releases and global novelties exclusively at Zadok. All you got to do is go to the website and learn more. This is going to be a great way to celebrate the art of watchmaking at Zadok Jewelers Watchtoberfest. It's a 2-day showcase. It's the newest debuts, and you want to check it out. Explore collections from over 25 of the world's most prestigious brands. It's all going to be in one place, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. They've got bites, they've got craft beer, specialty coffee, and Saturday Supercar Showcase presented by Indigo Auto Group. So a lot of fun stuff, a lot of cool things going on October 3rd and 4th. Get on over there. It's between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. You can RSVP online. You got food, you got drinks, you got coffee, you got some incredible debut watches and global novelties, and you got some awesome cars, all available in one spot, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, 28,000 square feet of great jewelry at Zadok Jewelers.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Hey, I know we got a break and then Justin's coming up. There's two things I want to get to real quick. Have you seen this? I know a lot of us aren't really paying as much attention to WNBA. Have you seen this Nafisa Collier, John? Dell? Are you familiar with her work from the Minnesota Lynx? I know you're a big Lynx guy, John.
I am a big Lynx guy.
Well, she hit the vaunted 50-40-90 mark. 50% from the field, 40% from three, and 90% from the free throw line. She's averaging 22.9 points a game. In just yesterday's game, she was I think she was 3 of 4 from the three-point line. But she can shoot the eyes out of the ball. Really, really shoots it well. And that's a mark that is just a vaunted mark in NBA, is when you get to Steve Nash has done it, I think, a couple of times. Steph Curry has done it before. But 50, 40, 90, I don't care who you are in what league, that is tremendous. And that is really shooting the ball effectively. So, former UConn player. And I guess, I don't know, is she in the, is it her and Aja Wilson? I don't know who's in the mix for MVP. I know Aja Wilson's back in the mix for MVP, but just wanted to mention that because that's rare by even NBA standards. It's never happened in the WNBA. There's never been a person who shot this effectively.
I just Googled her. She's engaged to a white guy.
It's like John has Asperger's sometimes. He just says, I just Googled her. She's engaged to a white guy. That's right, John.
Right.
Look at that.
Now put this cork back on your fork so you don't stab your own eye. I mean, you got to tell us more now. Who's the white guy?
Alex Basil.
What does he do?
What does he? He does something with money or sports.
Is she too good for him?
I don't know. No, but wait. It says Nafisa Collier is pregnant. But it must have been a while. It was 2021. Oh, they got a baby together.
Already?
Yeah, that's 2021.
Good for the couple.
And she can shoot like that after bearing children.
Wait,
he is a basketball player himself. Well, he was at least.
He was?
Yes, he is the president of Unrivaled Basketball, that women's league that wanted to.
That thing did you see that it just got a valuation of like $200 million? They had a major financial win. It just got some huge valuation.
I just saw. Yeah, I did. I didn't know what Unrivaled was.
This guy looks like somebody who would have played at Wisconsin.
He played at the University of Missouri, Kansas City.
Yeah, same.
Missouri, Kansas City. Yeah, no, he looks like a Missouri, Kansas City guy. He don't look at Wisconsin.
Alex Basil. Wow.
He is the president of Unrivaled.
Oh, good on him.
Yeah.
I mean, but is he appropriating? Shouldn't a woman be the president of that?
I don't know. I don't know
Well,
who
if
should
he's
be.
married to a woman's player, that's kind of like you being an LSU fan.
Yeah,
he's
but
kind of married into the WNBA.
Yeah, but I'm not valued at $200 million.
Well, Wendy wishes you were.
I know she wishes. You can wish in one hand.
Crap in the other. See which one gets full first.
Right. All right. Was there anything else that you...
Chief Executive Officer of Through the Lens. He was a WNBA and NBA skills coach for Basil basketball.
And
she
if
did
you see-
okay.
And
She
if
did all right.
And if Alex Basil came to Houston, where would you send him if you wanted taquitos?
Taqueria Sarandas.
That's right.
Thank you.
That's where I would send him. And by the way, Kawhi Leonard, more trouble. Well, we talked about that yesterday.
Yes,
Not
we
only
did.
that, what about the Tigers and their employees?
I don't know that
Talk
one.
about
What is that?
Do you two think I just randomly mentioned
Yeah,
taquitos
I know,
for
I
some
know.
reason?
We got to go to break.
Oh, yeah, well,
Justin
I'm
is
getting
next.
hungry. No, let's talk about Taqueria Sarandas. Taqueria Sarandas, they have every Thursday, I give you a chance to win a $50 gift card. You just have to pick the right side in the Thursday night game. We tell you it's going to be randomly. I won't tell you. It's not a specific time. You just have to be listening. And you have a chance to win, and that's what happened yesterday. The guy yesterday won. He had the Green Bay. I even put a hook on it. Green Bay 3.5, and he knew the right side. He was on the right side. Green Bay minus the points. And Taqueria Sarandas says, great. We want to give him a $50 gift card. Take that money. You know, this is the great thing about Taqueria Sarandas. Authentic Mexican food, absolutely. Sizzling fajitas. You've got your enchiladas. You've got your taquitos. You've got a lot of different things to choose from. But the great thing is so many Mexican restaurants now, they have taken their prices and they have skyrocketed. At Taqueria Sarandas, they don't want to break the bank. They want you to get the most bang for your buck. They want you to have great food, have a good time, have beer flowing, and do it at a reasonable price. And they are helping you out in that regard. There's a lot of locations around Houston. Go to the website at taqueriasarandas.com and find a location nearest you. Stop in and enjoy food. And you know what? Next Thursday, be listening and try to win your $50 gift card to Taqueria Sarandas. But if you don't win, don't worry. They got you covered for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, and even for your favorite sporting events. It's Taqueria Sarandas.
Got to talk about my man Kent Jones over at Dream Rate right now. I wish I knew that you have to have an agent. Now, normally agents are middlemen, and they're going to take and they cost you. It's just the opposite in the mortgage game. They are going to save you. Well, this one in particular, he has saved our listeners so much money. It is. I get these texts and emails from him about the different names. I don't want to mention, but it is incredible how much Kent is saving our people. He doesn't have a glass tower office. He doesn't put his name on golf tournaments. He is a mortgage broker that is going to save thousands. He knows all the hacks. He's been doing it for 30 years. He's done over 1,400 different mortgages. If you need the survey, you need an insurance agent, you need a title you don't know any of this stuff. He knows it all, and he knows all the hacks. I'm telling you, if you're going to buy a house, you got to call Kent Jones, okay? Because he is going to save. He's been saving people thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to play Beat the Warehouse Live Guy. Warehouse Live Guy brought to you by the Warehouse Live, where you get your music on, okay? Warehouse Live Guy joining us once again, Justin from Warehouse Live, and won again last week. I mean, I'd never root for you, but I was rooting for you against a Cowboy fan, that's for sure.
Well, he was a Ranger fan, but nonetheless.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Ranger fan. Yeah, how can you be a Ranger fan? That's so gross. Anyway.
A grave-digging Ranger fan.
Grave-digging Ranger fan, yeah. He's digging his own grave. He digged his own grave on this show. No one likes him anymore. So you still got some Astros. We only got one homestand left. Is the prize going to be for this?
Yeah, I mean it's our last chance for Astros. We'll give the same tickets away that we were going to give away last week at Tuesday night. Third row, third base, Rangers. Let's see if I can get rid of them.
Well, let's hope we're still in the race by then, and the game actually means something, because by then. The Astros, the way that they're playing, could be out of it. So that's what we're going to play for. But we got to talk first about what's going on over at Warehouse Live. You got some good shows coming up?
We got a few. Tonight we got Liliac, which is a rock show. Tomorrow actually got canceled. Sunday we got a Sunday Fun Day with tributes to Fleetwood Mac and Cheap Trick. It's always free, so come on down.
Oh, that's my show.
That is your show.
That's my show.
Wednesday, we got a little free party. It's called St. Practice Day. It's exactly halfway to St. Patrick's Day, so we're having a little get-together Wednesday night. And then if you're an EDM fan, we got a huge one on Thursday night. It's actually sold out, kind of an older EDM band, Above and Beyond, but it's going to be a banger.
I love them. Yeah, that's my favorite band. So there it is. Go to warehouselive.com, warehouselive.com to find the show that you want desperately, warehouselive.com. That's a Sunday Fun Day for me, okay? Right there.
Your mama's all right. Your daddy's all right.
That's right. They just seem
You're the original Mike Damone selling tickets at high school.
That's right.
No kidding.
Like a Fast Time.
That's what Justin is, okay?
That's
Damone.
right. He is Damone. Hey, the strudel's great here.
All right. It's just make sure you don't impregnate anybody. Like Damone.
We're too deep into that movie now.
All right. So Paul is our contestant. Is Paul, you there?
I'm here.
Hey, Paul. How you doing, man? Thanks for listening to the show. We appreciate it. What do you do for a living?
What's going on, guys? I'm a driver. I drive around Houston.
Oh, so you listen to the show all the time?
Oh, all the time. I got my butt kicked last year. I'm going to get him this year.
We
Justin
keep having
beat you last year.
rematches. Justin keeps catching rematches with people.
I know.
Yeah.
And Justin, well, he was hot last year. He sucked before that, but he's hot. Well, so are you okay? Tell me you're not a Rangers fan. Tell me you're an Astros fan, a Texan fan.
I'm all Houston fan.
All right,
all
then we're rooting for you. We're rooting for Paul this week. Sorry, Justin.
That's all right.
Yep. We're rooting for Paul. I'm a man of the people. That's all I care about is the
You
people.
usually root for the books.
That's right. No.
It's true.
No, I root for the casino and the bookies. All right, so here we go.
The man roots for the IRS and disputes as well. I don't know.
I hope you end up with a big tax bill.
Well, because we need the tax money. We definitely.
Yes.
Yeah,
There it is.
We definitely need that for roads and schools.
Yeah.
So we're gonna play beat the Warehouse Live guy, and you got to win. You can't tie him. You got to beat him. Because it was a tie last week. That was a tough match last week, but you ended up with a tie, and so Justin keeps the title. And let's play our game. Let's play Beat the Warehouse Live guy. As always, Justin is first. Justin, who you got?
I'm going to be a homer, and I'm going to go ahead and take the Texans -2.5.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Our Houston Texans -2.5 on Monday Night Football against the Tampa Bay Football Buccaneers. All right, that's a good start. Paul?
I'm going to go with Detroit. I think the line moved to 6.5.
Detroit at
What's
this
that number?
present time is 6. It's just 6. At this
I'll
point in our lives, the Detroit Lions are 6-point favorites against the Chicago Bears. Justin?
All right, I'm sticking to the Monday night theme. I hate that I lost this half point here, but I'm going to take the Chargers -3.5.
Chargers are minus.
Bolts up, boys. Bolts up.
Chargers are -3.5 at the Las Vegas Raiders.
Charge.
I don't think that's what they said.
-3.5
That's what they do.
at
Charge.
the Las Vegas Raiders. Paul?
I'm going to take the under on the 49ers and Saints.
The 49ers and the Saints are playing a football game in New Orleans.
Okay.
And the under-over is 41. 41. And he wants the under. Under. Smart play. Smart play, too. Mac Jones versus Spencer Rattler.
What an awful quarterback matchup.
Wow.
Woo, that's
It'll
a
probably
winner.
be a 60-59 game.
No. Good luck getting it that high.
Justin?
Bunch of interceptions for touchdowns, I guess.
Yeah.
You know what? It doesn't look very appetizing, but I can't pass up the Chiefs getting points at home. Must take the Chiefs +1.
The Chiefs are at home against Philadelphia, getting 1 point in their football contest. At this point, it is at exactly 1 point. Chiefs +1 at home. That's not really getting points per se, but okay.
It's getting point.
It's getting point. They're getting point at home. Paul?
John, you know what time it is?
Uh-oh.
I'm going to go with the Eagles.
The Eagles are a double banger! Banger.
Hey, that's don't put
it's
it
funny
there.
to hear a female talk about
Double banger. The Eagles and the Chiefs worth it all. Doesn't get any. Now that's a big game.
Now it's on.
Now it's a big game.
Now I care about that Super Bowl rematch.
That's right. Now, two great teams. Now it means something. It just
Real
means more.
nice, Paul. That's what I'm talking about.
All right, Justin.
All right, let's go with the Seahawks +3.
The Seahawks at this point in our lives are +3 at the Pittsburgh Steelers. +3 at the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Paul?
Let's go with you know what? Let's do it. Let's go with the double banger with the Steelers.
What?
The Steelers on double.
Well, dirty, filthy.
Dirty, filthy. That was a dirty, filthy double banger. As if they all aren't. Pat, is that it, or we got one more?
One more for each.
One more for each. Now, I've been so enthralled by double bangers, I don't even know where we are.
No, I don't even know what is today.
I don't even know.
We've been banged up so hard.
All right.
Oh,
Thank you.
That's what you call it. You get banged up.
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's what it's called.
No, it's not.
Well, dirty, filthy.
Yeah, that is dirty, filthy. Justin, your last pick.
I got to be honest, I'm feeling a little disrespected. Back-to-back bangers.
No.
You feel a little
all right.
Feel a little dirty.
He's just fading all of your picks.
All right, let's go back to Monday night. It's going to be a huge Monday night for me, I guess. We're going to take the under in the Chargers. I believe it's 46.5.
The under 46 right now. 46. Under 46 right now in our lives. Vegas and Chargers under 46. And finally, Paul.
Well, I don't want to do this one, but I'm going to have to do it. I'm going to go ahead and take the Cowboys
Oh. Yeah, you know what? I like them. I do. Cowboys minus 5.5 against the New York Football Giants. Cowboys minus 5.5. You got to root for them. That's the only problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Or go 4-0 up to that game and then say, man, I don't care. They can lose.
Yeah, right.
That's the dream.
Well, listen, you win your double bangers this week, and holy crap. Just doesn't get any bigger. We got 2 double
Jason.
bangers going this week.
Hey,
All right?
Jason, put some Coors Light in that limo.
Ooh, making demands.
Damn.
And I'm pretty. Did he
And
call
Justin does like Justin, you are a Coors Light guy.
He's
That's
a
on the
Coors Light
record.
guy.
That's on the record.
So I'm not sure.
It could probably be arranged.
There might be some already in there.
Is it more disrespectful that
I guarantee there is.
he called him Jason?
Oh, much more.
Oh my gosh! The slap. He pulled his white gloves off and slapped his face multiple
Jason,
times.
put the Coors Lights in there.
Damn, man, get your pistols
Total
in duel.
disrespect for you. I mean, double banged you twice.
Good day, sir.
And he called you Jason. All right.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
He did. Way to go. I like it, Paul. That's all right. Gamesmanship. I like it. All right. He threw the gauntlet down. All right, Jason. Let's go.
Oh, here we go. Here are the picks for Justin. He's got the Texans minus 2.5, Chargers minus 3.5, +1 for KC at home, +3 for Seattle, and he's got the under 46 Chargers and Raiders. Paul, he's got Lions -6, the under, which is 41 for the Saints and Niners. He's got the Eagles -1, the Steelers -3, and the Cowboys -5.5.
There it is.
All right, you guys
Paul.
are set. Paul and Justin
Good.
going at it starting tomorrow.
Paul,
Excuse me, Sunday.
Best of luck, Paul. We're rooting for you.
I appreciate it.
All right, man. That's our guy, Paul and Jason, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Justin, as always, man, we appreciate it. WarehouseLive.com, WarehouseLive.com. Any of those shows you want to get to, get over there to WarehouseLive.com. We appreciate it. Justin, make sure you got them Coors Lights in that limo.
Will do. Have a good weekend, guys.
All right, there's
Thanks,
Justin.
Jason.
He's a Coors Light enthusiast. Okay,
I know.
That's my guy. We have thrown down a few Coors Lights in our time. Me and Jason. That's fun. That is good, clean fun. I mean, Paul did disrespect him a little bit.
A little bit.
A little bit.
No, he's feeling some type of way after last year's loss.
He is. Like,
This reminds me of a UFC or a boxing press conference before the fight where they're,
This is number 2.
Squaring up?
Yeah, where all of a sudden somebody's got to jump in between. I'm like, man, he's like, you better beat Justin the way you're talking and and make sure you have my Coors Lights in there, by the way, too.
Let's do it. Be it. Do it, Justin. Do it.
And if you got a girlfriend, leave her in there, too.
Oh, wow.
That's what it seemed like he was doing.
That was. Paul was like, I'm a driver, too.
He was
I
on
know how this goes.
Mm-hmm.
Warehouse Live guy. Time to talk about selling your home, Lance.
Well, let's talk about my friends over at Greenlight Offer. My guy, Sean. And I met Sean. Sean's got another famous brother here in Houston. And both of them really successful. This is a very successful business because it's a smart model. It's very smart. People in Houston who, and the surrounding areas, if you can hear my voice, they work with you. Actually, throughout Texas. What they do is they help you. If you want to just sell a home, you don't want the hassle of getting it ready, doing showings. You don't want any of that stuff. Maybe you you inherited a home and you're like, oh, my gosh, this house is in disrepair. I don't even want to mess with it. Just get your money. Just do that. They make you a fair offer at Greenlight Offer. You can go to greenlightoffer.com and get your offer, start the process. They have no fees. There's no repairs for you. You get your money very quickly. They can do closings in as few as 3 days for you. I mean, be done with it and turn that house into money. If you've got a house that you're renting, you got difficult renters and tenants, you got squatters, they get rid of those people all the time. They handle all the heavy lifting for any problems. They make it hassle-free for you. And the main thing is it gets done quickly, it gets done the right way, and you get taken care of financially. That's the way you want to do it. No obligation cash offer in 24 hours or less. Just go online, at greenlightoffer.com. That's greenlightoffer.com.
All right. Apparently, I'm looking at a house in England. It has a 4-foot gorilla statue attached to the house. He's on a platform up by the windows. Do you want, and she's been forced to remove it, should you be able to put a statue of a gorilla, on the side of your house, in the front of your house?
That's got to be against the HOA.
Listen, if I want to have a gorilla on my house, I'm going to have a damn gorilla on my house. Don't tell me I can't have a gorilla.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the HOA will come for you, though.
The HOA came after her and made her remove it. Mm-hmm. Screw your HOA. Okay? I want a gorilla. Now, listen, I'm 2 doors down from the gorilla. You can always tell. You don't even have to give your address, right?
I'm a person who can't give directions by street names. I do it by landmarks.
Right.
So the gorilla thing would I guess, help me. But so was there an animal or something in particular they would have been fine with? Because the gorilla doesn't just pop up one day. They're building it. And so someone had to see the process of this. And then when they saw a gorilla, not that one. If you had gone with the dolphin, we'd have been fine.
I don't know. I don't know. It's like it's got like a platform jutting out from the wall. It's up high.
So they're seeing this thing being built. So was it the fact that they put anything there?
Well, they might have put the platform first and then just put the gorilla on top of it.
This is what I'm saying. They saw the platform, so they saw construction was going.
Right.
And then when they saw that it was a gorilla, that was too much?
I guess.
Like, what if it was like a little chihuahua? Is that fine?
Yeah, well, maybe.
Or any animal would have been out of bounds.
I don't know. A chihuahua is really small, so I don't know if anybody even noticed. 2 men are wanted after the Humpty Dumpty statue at the Jersey Shore golf course was stolen. I want a Humpty Dumpty statue? Damn. How great would it be to have a Humpty Dumpty statue?
I imagine the eggshell is cracked. How else would you know it's Humpty Dumpty unless part of the statue is cracked?
Right.
Where would you put a Humpty Dumpty statue? Where are you putting that?
Oh, my God. How great would that be?
Are you putting it in the backyard?
Or, no, you got to put it up like next to the gorilla.
No, then the HOA comes after you.
Yeah, I know, right?
Then you have to take it down. You have to put that in a spot where people can see it, but then your local snitches don't come and ruin it for you. It's probably not in the backyard.
Would you rather have a gorilla, a Humpty Dumpty, or Bob's Big Boy statue?
I don't know. The Big Boy thing is iconic. I think I'm going with Bob's Big Boy.
Oh, Bob's Big Boy for sure. The kid with the swirl hair. Are you kidding me? Holding a burger? No question. A Florida man wakes a woman up by mumbling next to her bed, and then deputies catch him. He was sleeping in her car. Do you think that you should mumble to a sleeping woman? Why didn't he just sleep next to her? If he was going to sleep,
well, because
he had a bed right there.
Well, he wasn't there. He wasn't supposed to be there in the first place, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, then why is he in there mumbling?
Which would you rather have? Would you rather be the butt sniffer from yesterday or the mumbler from today?
Mumbler.
You'd rather be the mumbler.
Mumbler.
You did break into a woman's house, though.
No.
Well, I don't like that part. Just mumbling.
Which would I rather? I'd rather have the butt sniffer. He's out in public. I don't want mumbler in my bedroom.
No, I would take the butt sniffer as well.
Butt sniffer, for sure. If he came up and sniffed your butt, you'd be like, hey, how does it smell?
I wouldn't ask. I'd have a different reaction, but I certainly don't want to wake up to him mumbling in my ear, and then he's sleeping in the car outside. Nah, butt sniffer.
Nah. Elijah Spencer. I mean, no, that dude that's weird. That's way too weird. Way too weird. All right. We are done, and we got the weekend coming up. This is a big weekend. Braves, Astros, pretty damn big. We'll be with you before the Texans play again, but we got a whole weekend of college and pro football that we will talk about on Monday morning.
Do the Astros no longer have possession, either tie or sole, of first place when we come back?
They will have possession of first.
Okay. Lance?
But by the way,
we'll have a new first place team. It won't be the Astros.
It won't be the Astros. Do you see the guy that they're facing tonight? He pitched 7 games. They won the first 6. He's got a 1-something ERA.
Oh, he's their hero, huh?
Yeah. And it looks like we're throwing Jaden Murray tonight.
Yes,
awesome, Jaden.
Girl, stop.
Jaden's on the mound
tonight.
Girl,
stop.
We got a
Murray
Jaden pitching tonight
against their hero.
Shouldn't you be catching passes from CJ Stroud?
No, that's Jalen's.
Or
Jaden Higgins.
We got a Jaden.
Yeah, that's true.
We got a Jaden. I mean, can we stop with the Jalen's and the Jadens for a minute? That we have to root for all these Jadens.
I love a Jason.
All right. We are done. Mopey and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us.
Here come them lies.
But
Sling Blade thinks we're just going to tell lies
Here
from 10 to 12?
them lies coming from 10 to 12.
Well, this ain't no lie. Brinkman Quality Roofing. This is another family-owned business. I love that. Love that. You don't stay in business for 50 years in the city unless you do it right. And those the reason that Jason is here is because of his dad and his granddad and how good they were and the business philosophy that they had, how awesome they were. You should see, if you get a chance, go to their warehouse. It's incredible how big and everything that they've got. And you talk to Jason, there's nothing that he hasn't seen in the roofing business, and there's nothing he can't do. And he says, listen, they're not solar panels anymore, okay? It looks just like your roof, only it's solar now. It's awesome. And if you can do it, I mean, this is the way to do it. If you're going to be in that home long term, you're going to save so much money on your electricity, it pays for the roof. So think about that. But if you haven't checked on your roof in a while, call Jason. Let Jason come and give you a bill of health or tell you, hey, you got to do something about this. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble. As soon as it rains or hails or whatever, your roof needs work. He's going to be honest with you. He's been in business. There's quality is in the name, and honesty should be in the name as well. Brinkman, BRINKMANN, quality.com. BrinkmanQuality.com. Tell him you heard it right here.
Yesterday we asked the Astros to do really one thing. Let's have a stress-free afternoon. They had a afternoon start. They're trying to win the series against the Blue Jays. All we asked for was for them to provide us with an easy afternoon because the previous two games had a lot of stress. They're blowing leads. One goes to extra innings. They have a clutch home run for Yiner. We weren't looking for that yesterday. And you know what? They came through, but not in the way we wanted. They get beat 6-0. Gossman shuts them down. They had one rally where they tried to make it interesting. I think it might have been the fourth inning, maybe the third inning. And after that, it was a no-go. They were completely overmatched, and they lose the game and the series and their lead, at least their sole possession lead of the AL West. So it started early. Christian Walker couldn't make a scoop as there was a tapper, and Javier made a play, got off the mound, threw the ball to Walker. He couldn't make the scoop. George Springer beat it out. And then Jesus Sanchez was like, you know what? Oh, we're doing this today? We're going to misplay balls? We're gonna screw up defensive opportunities? All right, I'm all in. He had his part to play early and late. The later one, big deal anyway. The game was over. The Astros weren't scoring. So it was an all-around failure, offensively, defensively, and you lose 6-0 in a game where it was more about the vibes. Hey, you wanted to win. You wanted to win the series against one of the top teams in the AL, but a series win against them would have been more for the vibes than any real consequence as far as the season is concerned. Because you got a 15-game run up until a potential playoff berth, and hell, it was going to go down to the wire. You got destiny in your own hands because you play your AL West rivals. This one was to get everyone to feel good. Despite all the issues, you could go take 2 or 3 from one of the best teams in baseball. And instead, you go out rather meekly, and then you wait around. I'm sure the Astros may have been back by the time the Mariners game ended. And the Mariners, after jumping out to a 4-0 lead, were down 4, tied the game, but the Angels tied the game at 4, and then we go in extra innings. The Angels score, the Mariners answer. Then the Angels score again, and the Mariners answer. And their final answer leads them to tying the AL West. And you know it's a big deal for them because you're going to hear it in the play-by-play guy's voice once it gets done. So here's the Mariners last night coming back and beating the Angels and tying the Astros for first place in the AL West.
Give me a sack, Harry. What did you ask for? Is it deep enough? Polanco is on his way home. Here it comes. He's safe. Harry Ford. Harry Ford. Welcome to the big leagues. The Mariners are in first place. Ford did not waste any time.
I believe
jumps on that very first pitch.
The guy asking for another man's sack is Aaron Goldsmith. Or at least a sack from Harry. He give me a sack, Harry. That's what he said.
So he wanted Harry's sack.
Yes, at least he wanted
a Harry sack.
I don't know. I didn't even think of that, actually. That wasn't even part of my my
some
thought.
Would call it.
Yes, some would call it. He asked for Harry's sack, at least a sack from Harry, and Aaron Goldsmith got it. So there it is. We're tied with the Mariners. And I asked the guys as we were ending the show, by the time this weekend is over, do the Astros even have a tie for first place? I'm not sure. They got a guy named Jaden going today. If that was a football player, I'd be like, oh, cool. Jaden's can be successful. Not so much last night for Jaden Daniels, but Jaden's generally have put on good performances in football. Don't know that about baseball, though. Don't know many Jadens who've gone out there and got it done when we needed it the most. We're gonna see.
No. If it's football, basketball, karate, I think, I think I'll go with the Jaden.
And one of the many offshoots of Karate Kid.
Yes.
The Jaden Smith edition.
Just a kid. Got moved to China, I think.
Something like that. But Jaden Murray, he appears in line to start for the Astros.
The Murray era.
Don't feel great about it.
Jaden Sanity?
Nope. I don't think he'll get enough starts for that to be a thing. Unless he comes out tonight.
There's an open spot for him. If he wants to take it, there's an open spot.
If he wants to take a spot in the rotation, there are certainly available spots for him if he shows out tonight. So it'll be Jaden Murray starting for your Astros tonight against Atlanta. And he does have 2 scoreless relief appearances for the Astros.
Sweet.
Since he got called up. He got called up earlier this month. So he is a former starter, but he's only been in relief this year. So he probably won't be a guy who gives you 4 or 5. He may be an opener of sorts.
Okay.
And then blue ball you might see as well today. So there we are. Murray and blue ball.
Attorneys at law.
Yeah, just fills you with confidence, right? Blue ball actually I like. I don't know much about Murray as far as, a pennant race, and now he's depended on to get you through a couple of innings.
I'll be interested in blue ball because, talking about there's an open spot in the rotation if someone wants to snatch it. Blue ball would be the favorite I'd put right now. If I had to put odds on it, I think I was like, blue ball has at least shown me something as an Astro going, and especially I think it was like 5 innings. Like, okay, that's at least something. The rest of these guys, I'm less sure of, but it does feel like you're gonna need the random Astros offense avalanche night, where they score like 8, and then for the rest of the series they score 2. I feel like that's the recipe for success, at least for Friday.
So it'll be Jaden Murray tonight, Hunter Brown on Saturday, and Fromber on Sunday.
Okay.
This weekend. So you would think.
Got to get Saturday.
You would see. If Fromber wasn't what he has been, I would say you feel pretty good about Saturday and Sunday, but I don't feel good about Sunday. I don't at all.
Have to get Saturday.
You have to get Saturday, and hopefully Murray surprises all of us.
Or one of these other guys just implodes.
Yeah,
the Braves guys.
Yeah, let's root for a Braves disaster more than Astros excellence, I guess we would say.
The whole question of will the Astros be at least tied in the AL West by the time the morning show starts on Monday? I mean, to me, that's like just a question of, do you think you can win 2 out of 3 against these guys?
And you would think with your top 2, at least a name, at least in
reputation.
In reputation, you would think your top 2 can go get you, or at least put you in a spot to win against the Braves. But
can we get Jason Alexander on short rest or something?
We got him for the Rangers series. So,
okay.
So he's we actually want him there.
Battle for second place. Okay.
Yeah. So I would love to have him in this series because all the games matter, but we do have him against the Rangers to start off that series. So we will hope that our hero continues to show up. But we got to get to him in a spot where the other guys have done their job, and then he can just add on. I don't want him to be the stopper again. I don't want him to come off a loss from the previous night and then have him be out there to shut down a potential losing streak. I would like maybe for him to extend a winning streak.
Yeah, can we get to 4 straight wins with Jason Alexander on the hill?
Yeah,
that'd be a nice spot and unexpected.
And as far as your random Astros offensive outbreak, the last time it happened was against Texas almost a week ago. Last Saturday, they scored 11. Since that point, 2, 3, 3, and 0.
Yeah, I think they can win with like 3 on Saturday. So if we can get 11 on the board, I feel good.
I would, if you want to split them up between tonight and Sunday,
read back the last week of Astros results. And splitting them up, yes, it'd be nice if they could just score 6 every day.
Yeah, I don't need. Because I got Hunter Brown. Just give me 4 on Saturday.
We'll see. We'll see what we can do.
Yeah, they haven't scored more than 4s or 4 or more since
11.
Since 11, and before that. It went back to the 3rd where they scored 8 against the Yankees. Yeah, it's very random.
It is just one night of avalanche offense,
and then go back to nonsense.
Putrid for the next week, and then here we go. They all hit the home runs in the same game. Cool.
And I'm looking at it. Even in their wins against Colorado, going back to late August, it was 4 runs, and then they lost the first game of the series when they only scored 1. So, yep. Let's hope for a random event for one of these games, and then maybe you get a great pitching performance in the other game, so you can win a game like 2-1 or something.
Yeah, that's their path to victory. For really, it's not anything specific about the Braves, who are pretty disappointing. Actually, very disappointing this year for the by Brave standards. It is just an Astros thing. If you could, like you said, you can put the Rockies in front of them, you can put the Yankees in front of them, you can put the Blue Jays in front of them. You are going to get the same thing of maybe there's one game where they score 1 million runs, and then they won't be able to score more than 4 for the other games of the series. That's just who they are, and that's how they've given up this lead, is because they don't have a skill that they can hang their hat on. They don't have an aspect of the game where they're like, boom, we know every night going into the ballpark we have elite starting pitching. You don't know that. You know that two nights out of the week, Hunter Brown and Jason Alexander starts. You don't know that you have an awesome bullpen where you just need to get a lead and the bullpen will hold on to it, because before, Wednesday's game, Brian Abreu had been a very unreliable closer. And then you also, as we've outlined with the offense, every day walking into the ballpark, you don't know what you're going to get from your offense. Maybe it is the 11-run game, but chances are the other 6 days of the week, it's going to be 4 or less. So there's no hang your hat skill on that this Astros team has. That's hard to win games when you don't have one consistent aspect of your team that you can depend on.
I was trying to figure out the comp for what Jesus Sanchez was doing out there yesterday in the outfield. Like, what's the cross-sport comparison? Because certain mistakes get you benched. Like, if you commit a couple personal foul penalties, the coach will pull you off the field. In college, sometimes it's maybe automatic. You commit a personal foul penalty, you get yanked off the field for at least a play. I'm trying to think, what's a benchable offense in baseball? Like, if you don't run out a grounder, they may sit you the next, or pull you out of the game, or sit you the next game. If you botch 2 plays as badly as he did, although there's some confusion with the first one, who called off who, whatever, but the play didn't get made. There was no confusion on the second one where he was terrible. What's it gonna take? What would it take for him to get benched? I can't think of anything comparable. Like a center can botch a couple snaps, but they'll keep their job because the backup center is probably much worse.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but that can't happen.
Is it like Wizards era JaVale McGee nonsense you have to do, where you're like running back on defense even though your team still has the ball?
Something like that. I don't know. But that's how bad it was from Jesus Sanchez yesterday. It was a comedy of errors, and it started early and it kept going. But hell, you didn't score a run, so it wasn't going to matter either way. So the disappointing Braves tonight. Let's hope that the Astros can take advantage of the Braves being in town, because I think the Mariners had their way with the Braves. So it would be good for the Astros to do the same thing. Yeah, the Mariners took 2 out of 3 from the Braves, scoring 18 and 10. So you will see how random the Astros' lack of scoring is, and also when they do score in comparison to what the Mariners did to the Braves. The 2 games they won against the Braves, they scored 18 and 10 runs. They won 18-2 and 10-2 in the last week or so. I don't expect the Astros to combine for 28 runs over the course of 2 games, but it would speak to how one lineup is doing against the other if the Astros go out there and can't top out over about 4. If they can't top or go over 4 runs in a game this series, it just speaks to how the Mariners are playing as their winning streak continues and how the Astros are playing. But momentum is only as strong as the next pitcher, and our next starting pitcher is Jaden Murray.
Jaden Momentum Murray.
Let's let him earn that nickname. Let's have him earn that nickname.
I'm trying to scroll back to see how far I have to go before the Astros have scored 28 runs
over
combined.
the course of 2 days.
No,
combined. Period. Okay.
Is it 7 days where and there's an 11 mixed in there? Thank God for the 11. That saves him a lot of embarrassment.
Sean will have his answer, or your answer, for that particular question he posed himself How long did it take for the Astros to score 28 runs?
How far back do I have to go?
Yeah, how many days
so
back?
I can count up 28.
Yeah, and the Mariners did it over 2 games against the Braves, who are now in town, as the Astros are tied for first with those suddenly hot Mariners, and the Rangers not that far behind. We're talking about winning the division. We are in real danger of watching this team not make the playoffs.
That's the Ranger series
is giant.
I don't want to say it's more important than the Mariner series.
They're equally important,
but you got to get the Rangers one. You have to not fall out of the playoffs.
Yeah, and they felt like a near certainty, and now we're actually questioning it with 15 games to go. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll hear from the Texans when we come back. There is a lot of sound from them. They were back on the practice field yesterday and also available to the media. And the tone is kind of interesting because the Texans are being asked questions they probably really haven't been asked since D'Amico Ryans took over. Questions about whether they're still together, questions about confidence going forward. It's year 3, and you lose the first game of the season, and now those questions are starting to be asked. So we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on whether his team is together or still together or not, and how they plan to respond from their Week 1 loss. We'll do that when we come back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
Couple updates. Well, at least particularly one. Christian Kirk did not practice again yesterday. He looks like he's on track to miss his second game of the season. So we will see kind of what we saw on Sunday against the Rams as far as the lineup. You'll see Higgins and Noel will certainly be out there, and of course Hutchinson as well. But Christian Kirk, your big acquisition in the wide receiver room, looks like he won't be available for the second week in a row. So the Texans were practicing yesterday, and after practice, they spoke to the media. And one of the questions was about whether they had to come together again after the loss to the Rams. I mean, they lost the game by 9 points on the road to the Rams. Did we think that they really were going to get pulled apart at the seams after losing one game? Did they need a moment in a players only meeting? I mean, the Dolphins did that, but they got beat by 25, and Daniel Jones was the quarterback. So if they want to have a players only meeting to say, hey guys, we got to pick it up, fine. But the Texans, they lost by 5 points to the Rams, a playoff team last year. And I think D'Amico Ryans kind of echoes that, like, we didn't need to come together. We're already together. Here's D'Amico Ryans.
Our team is together. It's not, the building isn't burning down. We're together. We didn't execute right on some plays. It didn't turn out good for us. We ended up losing the game. But our team is together. Our team has never not been together. We're together. We're ready to go play on Monday night. That's what it's about for us.
If you couldn't tell, they're together.
I do kind of share D'Amico Ryan's, like, what is this question?
Yeah, what kind of question is
that? Did I fall asleep for what, 2 months and wake up and they're 2-6
and they're 1-7 or something?
Yeah, like what are you talking about? I wish D'Amico Ryan's was a little bit more like what the hell are you guys talking about?
What impression was given that this team was one misstep away from falling apart?
Even like the general like vibe of the team of like, man, CJ Stroud, Jeremy Branham on Twitter being like, is the honeymoon over for CJ Stroud? Can I raise my hand and go, can he have a year where he doesn't win the division first? Like, can we ask that before 0-1? Like instead of when they're 0-1?
They weren't the favorite.
That too.
They were not the favorite to win the game.
When we were doing the like going through the schedule, wins and losses, we all marked that as a loss.
Yeah.
Everyone did.
A close game that they would probably lose on the road to a playoff team.
No. On Friday, I don't think I listened to every show. And I think John probably did the Homer thing where he picked the Texans. But I think everyone on Friday was pretty unanimous on the like, it'll be a tough one. I'm not sure if they come out of LA with the win.
And it went kind of the way we thought.
Yeah.
Both defenses were the best units on the field, and a big turnover. Both sides almost decided the game. Like the Texans made a big stop as the Rams were driving to put it away. Aziz Ashir made his play, and then Landman made his play.
Yeah, Landman. Billy Bob. I think that this is just like, I think when it's 14-9, people are just way more upset than
if it was like 27-24
or just like 24-19.
Yeah.
Like you just add 10 points to the score
because you don't score a touchdown.
Yeah, it just like feels worse.
Yeah.
It just like people do not like defensive football. They just don't. They don't like a team being carried by their defense.
It makes it seem like there's a problem.
Yeah.
If you, particularly when you like the quarterback, you have high expectations for the quarterback, and you have a big time wide receiver who we expect to get a lot of targets on Monday. The assumption is, or at least the feeling is, that there's something really wrong when you only score 9 points. It's week one.
I don't know, dude. Can we play a team that didn't give the Super Bowl champions their best game
challenge in the playoffs?
In like the last like month of the season? Like not even the playoffs. Like in the last part of the regular season. Like what are we talking about? Is this team falling apart at the seams? What?
I wouldn't have thought that was a line of questioning about are they sticking together after week 1?
I'm trying to think of what team like could have lost or did lose week 1, and like that would be like
I told you, the Dolphins.
I guess, yeah.
The narrative about them was they were in real trouble, and they did everything they could to further that narrative. And in fact, the players got together just to say, "Hey guys, we're good, we're fine. Let's just go." Because they asked one of their leaders, "Hey, what the players only meeting? What was that about?" Hey, we just wanted to let everyone know we're good.
Yeah,
don't panic. That was kind of the extent of the meeting. But other than a team that people were actually bearing before the year started, I don't think anyone looks at week 1 for the most part and goes, "Man, are we still together after lose?" Particularly if you lose a game by 5 points on the road. I didn't get that sentiment, but that's apparently
you had the ball at the 20-yard line
with the chance to win the game. You had a chance to win the game.
Again, hats off to Landman. Can't wait for the new season.
Landman.
They were saying it Landman on the broadcast.
Okay.
On the CBS broadcast, giving a little wink to Paramount Plus.
Yeah, the connection to Paramount, of course.
They should just do that, by the way, where it's like they just mispronounce people's names, so it sounds like a show on their network.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah, no, it would be hard to think of another one, but
they would go out of their way, like Braden Lioness.
Yeah, I was trying to think of it in NCIS.
yeah, I don't know.
There's a new NCIS show apparently.
I don't know how you get there.
We're here in New Orleans, home of NCIS New Orleans.
Yeah, that's at least a smoother transition than just butchering last names to try to make a point that you have a particular show.
Two blue bloods of the NFL face off.
Speaking of blue bloods, Tom Selleck and stuff like that. All right, so this show's not panicking. Look, if you go 0-2, I would still think the team is together. Then you start to question because the percentages say you're not going to make the playoffs if you go 0-2. But that's a different conversation than is the team still together. I think they are. I didn't see it fraying after the game.
That too. Like this wasn't some team on the brink that like it's a veteran group ready to like make or break, and if this year doesn't go like the Dolphins, like I guess the Dolphins, it felt too easy of like a punching bag because everyone's taking shots at them, but it is like a coach that is on the hot seat before the season.
Manager's been there a very long time.
Yes,
yeah. A quarterback
receiver that's rumored to want to be traded.
Yeah, a quarterback that's very polarizing. All those things. The Texans don't have any of that. It's not even comparable at all. Now, I would like them to win on Monday. That'd be great. Let's not go 0-2.
No, because the tenor, like again, I still like wouldn't be full on panic mode because I can look at the division they play.
Of course.
But it does become like it gets really serious for week 3. Like that's when it's like you have to win.
If you drop 0-2 and you're going to Jacksonville, you got to win that game.
Yeah, but I don't know. Going into this game, like there's a chance that like Mike Evans, Baker Mayfield, Ime Udoka, like that's a good passing attack.
Vita Vea could wreck shop.
Yeah, well, this team can't run the ball anyway.
True.
They can't run the ball.
True,
so having him to go get Vita Vea, one of the best run stoppers in the league, is tough. I don't know. These guys can't run the ball anyway.
Big deal.
Yeah, big deal.
It doesn't matter who it is, I guess.
Oh, okay. So they get 3.2 yards per carry. Sick. No, but you look at Baker, Evans, and Udoka. That's not better than Stafford, Adams, Nakua.
No, and you have them at home.
Yeah.
As opposed to on the road. Yeah.
I just don't like. I don't know. It's another good team, but it's not like some impossible task. Like if the Chiefs lose to the Eagles and they drop to 0-2, even then you have to actually become 0-2. 0-1, no one is falling apart at the seams.
No, even the teams that you think are in real trouble don't believe they're in trouble.
No,
because it's
one game.
It's week 1 of the season. There's a stat that they have to reverse. I'll give it to you when we come back, and there's sound attached to that stat, and the Texans are aware of it. CJ Stroud in particular. So we'll play some sound from him when we get back, and I'll give you that stat that they would need to avoid if they want to be efficient offensively in week 2. So we'll hear from CJ. I'll give you that stat. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app and the official daily fantasy sports app of the Houston Astros. Maybe there's a couple squares for Jaden Murray if you want to get involved in that. I don't, because I think this is a big weekend in the state of Texas when it comes to college football. You got the Cougs taking on Coach Prime. Here tonight, you got A&M going to Ann Arbor, or not Ann Arbor, to South Bend to play Notre Dame. And then I guess this isn't in the state, but it's close enough. They're a semi-local team, the LSU facing off against the Florida Gators. So in these 3 games, give me Dean Connors to run for more than 60.5 yards tonight against Colorado. I like that. I think this is a team that wants to run the ball. I think Colorado is a team that I want to have them prove that they can stop the run before we get Wigman involved, before we get anyone else involved. Prove to me that you can stop the run. I really like Dean Connors, and I think he can rush for 61 yards. Moving on to A&M, Marcel Reed, 33.5 rushing yards. I think Notre Dame's a really good defense. I think that the Aggies will need to fire every bullet they have to move the ball against this defense, and I think using Marcel Reed's legs as a weapon is a way to do that. They haven't really had to do that so far, but looking at who they faced, it makes sense why you would want to save those hits on Reed until this big game. So give me more than 33.5 rushing yards for Marcel Reed. And Garrett Nussmeier taking on the Florida Gators. Give me 1.5 give me more than 1.5 passing touchdowns. I think that this has a possibility to get pretty ugly in Baton Rouge, depending on what the Gators, what energy the Gators bring coming off that loss. So whatever college game you want, whatever pro game you want, whatever basketball when basketball comes back, whenever baseball, whatever sport really you want, you can find it on Prize Picks, and you can make a little bit of money watching sports. All you have to do is download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olalea.
Okay, so the Texans were in plenty of excuse me, let's start that again. They're in plenty of situations down a distance against the Rams that wasn't advantageous. If you noticed that and felt like they were in a lot of third and longs, you were right. They averaged over 10.7, they averaged 10.7 yards per third down against the Rams, which would have been 30th in football through week 1. So you can't win that way. You can't be productive offensively that way. CJ Stroud knows it. That entire offense knows it. Here's CJ Stroud on the third and longs and what they need to do to avoid them.
Well, we got to help Kels out, man. I think that's my biggest thing personally, and I think for the guys is not giving what play are you going to call on 2nd and 15, 2nd and 25, and we've had these problems for years, so 3rd and 14, 3rd and 12, like you can't live in that. And we do our coaches discourtesy of that and that's controllable by us. So I think that's a start. Personally, I got to be better, just pocket movements and checking the ball down when I need to check it down, and at the same time staying aggressive. So I think we just need to build a rhythm early on better, and I think we'll be better.
If they could run the ball effectively, that would help, but I imagine the short passing game and throwing the ball a lot to Nico Collins will be the thing they try to do to solve their problems. Look, we talked about it earlier in the week. DeMeco Ryans' teams commit penalties. He has called it unacceptable, but it keeps happening through 2+ years. They're just a highly penalized team. Top 5 in penalties per game the first 2 years, and it didn't stop in week 1 with 11. So DeMeco Ryans asked about these penalties. He was asked about them yesterday, and what's contributing to them. He has an answer for him, and he says all penalties are different.
There's so many different penalties happen in that game, so it's like, which penalty you want to talk about? It's you have some penalties where you're being a little too overly aggressive at times. Some penalties are technical where you're trying to be aggressive, hands come up a little bit, so things like that happen in the game, right? But the things you can't control for me are the pre-snap penalties, right? Making sure we're in the right formation, no illegal shifts, no jumping off sides when we know. So it's just the pre-snap things. Those are the ones that are unacceptable to me because those we fully control those. So let's get those out of the way, and then let's see how we are. But aggressive penalties are going to happen. We're not losing our mind over that.
Yeah, the penalties are happening to the side of the ball, less likely to overcome them. They are a more talented defensive unit, clearly, than offensively. So, if they get hit with a 15-yard aggressive penalty, whether it be a personal foul or they get hit with a pass interference penalty, I have more faith in their defense figuring out a way to get out of that situation without giving up points than I do the offense overcoming something and scoring. And yet the offense is the one consistently putting themselves in bad spots. So I don't know if there's any real answer or really any real explanation for why a team commits penalties more than on average. It has just been consistent under DeMeco Ryans. His team's going to get hit with a lot of flags. It at some point could have been put at the feet of one particular offensive lineman, but he was playing in Green Bay last night and handled Micah Parsons pretty well. Micah Parsons against everyone else for the Commanders, not the same story. Josh Connerly, it's your second game as an NFL player. It's a tough matchup, Micah Parsons. Watching that game last night, maybe it's because I never took the Cowboys seriously. And, of course, Micah Parsons was always a great player. But watching him on a team that I actually will take seriously, it's scary, man. Watching him dominate a game by his mere presence and messing up plays because no one can handle him. And then I think to myself, the Packers are coached well. I got a good roster. There isn't the level of, I don't know what else to say, but laughter that I have when I watch the Cowboys and think about the Cowboys. I didn't really consider it in the abstract because I hadn't seen it on the field, but considering the Micah Parsons trade. But I look at it and go, yep, that looks like a team.
Yeah.
And he looks like the missing piece. And I never thought that with the Cowboys because
why?
There's
Why?
so many other pieces missing.
Yeah,
that's
there's so many
what
other
it was.
problems, whether it be McCarthy or Dak's health always in question. And there are certainly issues across that defense beyond Micah Parsons. This team last night, that Packers team, maybe it's the all-white. That look cool. Whatever it is, they just look like they're real.
Yeah.
And Micah might just be their version, this century's version of Reggie White when it comes to changing the complexion of a roster and making them a real Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, because it's not just Michael Parsons. Like the Michael Parsons effect on
What it
the
does
other
for
pass
everyone
rushers
else.
who are also, Lucas Van Ness. And, there's another one who's just giving a fit. I think 95 on
Is
the
it
Packers.
Wyatt?
Yeah. And all the other Georgia guys they have. Another team that's like, hey, just give us Georgia guys. That'd be cool. Quay Walker, yeah, bring him on down. I think that you watch a game last night and you're just like, oh. It also makes you feel a little bit better about the Lions, where it's like, oh, they might have just gotten a dose of the best team in the NFL right now, which it's week 1 and 1 game. So, we're not handing them the trophy or anything, but they look like a really just filthy team. And there's a couple Jordan Love either bad throws or just mix-ups with his receivers where it could have been worse.
Yeah.
Like it was on the border of me turning it off for a little while. And then right as I was like, okay, this drive will decide whether I turn it off. Of course, that was the touchdown drive by the first touchdown drive by the Commanders. I was like, okay, I guess I'll just watch the rest of this. And it did feel like whenever the Packers wanted to, they could just turn on the will score on this drive button.
Yeah, the people who own stock in Matthew Golden probably a little upset with Jordan Love last night. He cost him 2 long touchdowns, one that could have been a 90-plus yarder because of either an overthrow or an underthrow. But Matthew Golden's loss is Tucker Kraft's game. And by that, I mean my game as far as our fantasy football stuff. So, yeah.
Oh, well, I also had Jaden Reed.
Oh, no.
That was a tough one.
That was a tough one.
That touchdown, actually, never mind. Called back. Yeah. By the way, broken collarbone.
See you in 2 months.
It's like, oh, okay, sweet. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks for that. Thank you, Jordan Love.
Yeah, so.
Jordan Love. Everyone talks about hospital balls. He literally threw a hospital ball.
He literally put someone in the hospital. So, is Jordan Love the one question mark for the Packers? Can he play at a consistent level?
If that's your question mark,
that's a good
it's
one. Champagne problems.
Good problem to have.
Real champagne problems.
Because
for the Packers.
Like someone who has gotten kind of grouped in or compared to him is CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud's not the question mark on the Texans. There's question marks. There's 5 of them right in front of him every play. Then there's one more behind him who he hands the ball off to, who looked good in week 1, but we'll see with Nick Chubb. There's another question mark on the other side of number 12 on the field. There's a lot more question marks on the Texans than on the Packers, and you see that in these primetime games. You saw that with the Bills and Ravens. You saw that last night with the Packers. We'll see with the Eagles and Chiefs, because both teams, they both played pretty well. Chiefs obviously has lost. Eagles won on opening night. But that's another one where you start adding up teams. You're like, oh, man, there's probably 5 right now ahead of the Texans just off how they look right now. And obviously it's early, but it's also 5 teams that you would have had above them to start the season.
If this was college football, the Packers would be the number 1 team in the country. They beat up on the Lions and the Commanders, 2 playoff
Although,
games.
do it on the road.
Yeah, they're both home games.
Do it on the road.
Yep, that's
Danny
true.
Cannell has he 5th. I don't know. I just picked a guy who has a controversial. He'll do a controversial ballot every once in a while.
Well,
Josh Pate has he 5th.
No, he doesn't have you 5th. He
has South Florida 5th. Actually,
no, it's not him. It's the model has you 5th.
Oh, okay.
That's what he says. It's not me. It's
yeah,
my model.
Yeah,
you can't blame me. Blame the numbers. I don't know if Danny Cannell feels the same about NFC North teams that he feels about SEC teams. But if he did, then he would certainly take shots at the Packers for not punishing the Commanders more than they did. It was only a 9-point win.
There was a second where get a touchdown, get a onside kick, get a field goal, boom, Commanders win.
Yeah, getting an onside kick.
Just do that.
Yeah, just get an onside kick.
Like 2% play now.
No one does that. I still am in favor of doing the whole treat it like 4th and 15. Hey, the onside kick is improbable, but I would like an improbable play that has a better chance of happening. Just make it. Hey, treat it. You gotta start at your 25 or 30, and you gotta gain 15 yards.
Because they changed the onside rule like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And it like fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
It was like 10 or 12% success rate, which like feels about right. And now it's like 2%.
For the sake of player safety, that's why they did it. So you don't get that longer run. Thumbs down from Sean. So for the sake of player safety.
Thank God football's now safe.
They've made,
that one play that happens every like 5th game.
Yeah, tell it to Dietrich Wise and Jaden Reed.
Yeah.
Man, both. But Dietrich Wise and Austin Eckler. Forgot about him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Austin Eckler. I think. Do we get Achilles?
They said Achilles injury, feared to be torn, which probably means it's torn. But they have not said officially. But you saw him, non-contact. All the
we've seen like 25 Achilles in the last
and they
2
all
years.
look the same.
Yeah.
We just didn't see the ripple, mostly because they had the socks on. But it all appeared to be something where Austin Eckler is going to be gone for the year. He certainly looked like he thought that as he was being helped to the locker room on a cart. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll start hour 2 when we come back. We'll get into the weekend that is in college football because we got big games. And other than our biases, because we have teams we root for, there are other big games. And I'll ask Sean, other than watching Texas play, what's he excited about this weekend? Because there's a lot to be, whether you are a fan of the SEC or maybe you're a giant fan of Notre Dame. They've certainly got a test, and much different going 0-2 in college football than it is going 0-1 or 0-2 in the NFL, even as far as your chances. As far as Notre Dame's real goal is to win a national championship, gets tougher if you go 0-2. So we'll talk about that when we come back. But before we get to the second hour of the show, I want to tell you a little bit about Monument Chevrolet. As always, when you're looking for a great car, there is really a great place in Pasadena to shop. Monument Chevrolet. They're off of Beltway 8 and 225. But if you want to do a little research, you can go to the website, monumentchevrolet.com, and see what they have to offer. Some things like this. If you're looking for an EV, you are really into EV vehicles and you're looking for something pretty cool, the EV Blazers are in stock now at Monument Chevrolet, and you can get up to $7,500 federal tax credit from Monument Chevrolet. Just look into it when you buy that EV. And they do have more. If you are looking for a Silverado 1500, it is truck month there. That means 2.9% APR for 72 months when you look to buy that Silverado 1500. All those vehicles, great prices, great people are at Monument Chevrolet. So check out the entire inventory at monumentchevrolet.com and then head on out there in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. You're going to see these great people. They're going to make sure the car buying process is one that's cool, normal. They're not going to rush you. They're going to go at your own pace, but also get you into the best car or truck for you. That's Monument Chevrolet. And as always, remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive. So last week we got the surprise of USF beating Florida. We talked about it on Friday. Going into the weekend's games, there weren't the high-profile matchups, but we expected a surprise, and the big surprise is what happened in Gainesville. This week we got more top 25 matchups to look at. Georgia versus Tennessee. Trying to figure out who Georgia is interesting because I think college football is the only sport where you hold back things in games that matter. Like in the preseason in the NFL, of course, you're not showing everything you got. I don't know that in college basketball against, let's say, not so stellar competition, a top 25 team is holding things back. They're holding sets back because everyone's seen your sets for the most part. Your sets aren't that unique or plays aren't that unique. You may have an out-of-bounds thing that you're holding off on. But for the most part, Spain is Spain. Yeah, we know what you're running.
Yeah.
So when we talk about Georgia, they have not looked that impressive. They beat up on Marshall and Austin Peay. How good are they really? We know their defense is great. That at least we assume because, once again, they only played Marshall and Austin Peay. Tennessee had to play a team and prep for a team in a real way when they dismantled Syracuse, and then they played another opponent that wasn't going to challenge them. So for the extent of Josh Heupel's time at Tennessee, he does not score against that Georgia defense. Even when he first got there and people were very excited about hitting Hooker and all the things that offense was doing, he met up against Kirby in Georgia, and that got shut down pretty quickly. So the question is, for me, is that Georgia offense as stagnant as it appears, or are they going to unleash, no pun intended, the dogs on Tennessee now that they have a real opponent to care about? I don't think that defense is gonna hold back. Of course, I think they are going to be just fine against Tennessee. But can Gunnar Stockton, who apparently fits very well into that Georgia locker room, that was the dichotomy between him and Beck. Stockton's the locker room guy. He drives a truck and all that stuff. And Beck's, I guess,
drives a Lambo.
Well, he did until it got stolen. Very early in his Miami tenure, it got stolen.
Good. Helps him in the locker room.
Now he's focused. I don't know. Driving a Lambo in Miami might help you more, as opposed to Athens. Who knows?
From what I've never been to Miami. For what it looks like, I think it helps.
Yeah. Who knows? But we can assume. So I like Georgia here just on institutional belief that Georgia's going to find a way to shut down that offense, and they'll get enough out of their own offense to beat Tennessee, even if it is in Knoxville. Right now, Georgia's like a 6.5-point favorite. I don't believe in Tennessee as much as others. I would guess. I don't give that Syracuse game much credence. Yeah, beat Syracuse, and then a week later they're running sprints because the coach can't stand their performance against UConn at home.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we look back at that Syracuse game. We're like, cool. It's not. It is a Power 5 opponent they beat like that, but it's not an impressive Power 5 opponent. And I agree with you. I'm going with the Dogs as well, just because in the Josh Heupel era, 17, 10, 13, 17.
So what exactly would have changed? They run the same stuff. I mean, you would say their quarterback is less talented. Now, Nico had issues hitting the deep ball, hitting Hooker not so much. But either way, Kirby seems to have that offense locked down.
Yeah.
I don't think that's changing this week.
No, and some injuries in the defensive backfield for Tennessee.
Yep.
That might, at least help the Georgia offense get more explosive in the passing game. And like you said, there could be a little bit of playing possum of like against Austin Peay. You can just hand the ball off and throw screens and beat Austin Peay if you're Georgia. To me, this is Dogs all the way. The only reservation I have is Gunnar Stockton just being capital in not that guy.
Yeah,
just being
that's very possible.
Not built for it. Going to Knoxville.
Yeah,
that's it.
He has not started a true road game, correct?
No, he played. He came in the second half of the SEC title game in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Played in New Orleans in the Sugar Bowl against the Irish, and 2 home games against nobodies.
So we don't know what he will be like
in that type of environment. As much as we are talking down Tennessee's chances, it is in Knoxville, which means something. And Gunnar Stockton is experienced as far as his time at Georgia, but he's not played a lot of football. This will be his most meaningful and toughest environment he's played in.
And they have a good pass rush, so they can get him uncomfortable and help out their secondary.
Yeah.
Overall, I'm thinking Dogs.
I think the Dog. If it's low scoring, I wouldn't be surprised if Georgia just guts out like a 24-17 or 21-13, whatever.
27-13, perhaps.
Yeah, something along those lines.
That's what they won in 2022.
Yeah, it would not surprise me if Tennessee doesn't break 20 and Georgia has enough to kind of just grind them down and win that game and make enough plays. Because Tennessee's offense we're talking about, their defense hasn't been tested very much. Now, it's very few data points, but if we go by what Syracuse did against UConn, there wasn't a lot of juice there. And Syracuse ain't the team they were last year, the team who finished the year strong, had the big upset over Miami late. They don't have Kyle McCord. They are a different unit. They have Steve Angeli, the transfer from Notre Dame, so maybe it'll take some time for that offense to gel, but they're not the same team that ended the year, so maybe the expectations of Syracuse are too high to start. So that game's 2:30 ABC, and that'll be the SEC game of the week there. Of course, you have later in the day, in fact, the night game, Notre Dame's back in action after their week off. They lost to Miami in week 1 on a Sunday. They
had to lick their wounds.
Yeah, and they bring the Aggies to town. You'll be able to hear that game right here on ESPN 97.5. We are the home of the Texas A&M Aggies. So I like the Irish here. They can't start 0-2. Look, their schedule is not great the rest of the way. So because they're Notre Dame, they could possibly go 10-2 and still make the playoff. But if all we're talking about is the two teams that should have given you a challenge beat you, that's going to hurt their resume as far as making the playoff. We'll see if Jeremiah Love we talk about Nico Collins here getting targets. We'll see if Jeremiah Love gets more touches and that running back duo, period, gets more touches.
Yeah, they're saving them for a big game.
Thanks, Sean. Yes, the A&M game, as opposed to their hated rival of the last 4 years.
Yeah, no, who cares? With Lou Holtz in the house?
Yeah,
no.
None of that matters.
And in your starting quarterback's first game in a road environment that was at least mostly stout, I would say. It wasn't wasn't the swamp or anything. Or it wasn't, Death Valley.
Tell it to USF. It's the swamp. Boom, boom, swamp.
So scary. It wasn't Death Valley.
Tell it which Death Valley. LSU went in there and won.
LSU won.
Was Troy scared? Was Troy scared of Clemson's Death Valley? Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know if you've heard, Sean, but on specific nights when Notre Dame comes to town.
And Notre Dame's one of them.
Hard Rock. Scary place to play. Ask Notre Dame. They didn't get out of there alive the last 2 times we played Miami there. This one, closer only because Mario Cristobal's the head coach.
Yeah, CJ Carr seemed to find his footing despite never giving the ball to Jeremiah Love, the best player on their team.
It's true, but he lost.
He did lose. And
I don't think that's happening this week, though.
Really?
I think they'll beat A&M.
6.5-point favorites at home.
I don't know if it'll be by that margin, but it just feels like a game where you've had the week off, you figured out some things about yourself after week 1, and you know what you should or shouldn't be doing. And frankly, A&M, they haven't been tested. There's some questions. I still have some questions about Marcel Reed on the road. That'll be a test for him. He is despite being a part-time starter last year, he is the more experienced quarterback. I think we're looking at a game very similar to last year.
Yeah.
When these two teams played. Don't see a lot of points being scored. I do think Notre Dame will lean on the run game and test that Aggie front, who lost a number of guys to the NFL. And now, of course, the Aggies recruit, and they've done what they can to shore up that defensive front, and they've gone and gotten receivers out of the portal. Most notably, I would say Casey Concepcion, the transfer from North Carolina State. So the Aggies are a good football team. I think the intangibles beyond being at home, beyond having the week off, this is a game Notre Dame is looking at as we cannot lose. So I will take Notre Dame and their desperation to get their season back on track over the Aggies who, look, we want to win this game. It'd be very, very good to beat Notre Dame on the road, but you go through the SEC
Yeah.
and win it or suffer one loss, your season is right in line with what you wanted it to be.
I was going to say only one coach can come in after a loss on the Monday press conference and say, hey, all of our goals are still ahead of us.
Very true.
And that's Mike Elko who can say that. I just kind of want to see it one more time from CJ Carr before.
I got you.
Yeah, but it is a home game. It is not the hardest of all the rocks in Coral Gable or no Miami
Gardens.
Miami Gardens, full of a passionate student body walking in from class,
taking buses from campus. On a Sunday, probably
35 minutes.
In fact, it was a Sunday, so on a Labor Day weekend, so probably from their homes or whatever.
Yeah, flying in from New Jersey or wherever they're from.
It does get a lot of Northerners. That's true.
But yeah, I think CJ Carr I need to see it from you, especially going up against Mike Elko in a revenge game. Not really a revenge game. He has no reason to be upset at Notre Dame, but I think there's a little bit of, like we saw with some of these defensive coordinators against first-time starters, either pro or college. We've seen it early this season where they can throw some looks at these young quarterbacks and have their head spinning. I think Miami did a pretty good job of that, and they did kind of turtle up, it felt like, at the end of the game. I think Elko might have a little something for CJ Carr. Hopefully Notre Dame remembers that Jordan Love's the best player on their team. Or not Jordan Love, Jeremiah Love.
Yes, that would make some sense. And CJ Carr admitted that
lights were too bright?
No, not that. He's
Jalen Carr?
No, what he said was there are some times where the read was for me to throw it out to the perimeter, but I should have just handed it off to Jeremiah Love because he's Jeremiah Love.
The tie goes to Jeremiah.
So I would expect even in those RPO situations that Jeremiah Love will get more carries, and maybe they remove some of the RPO decisions from CJ Carr and says, hey, we'll make it look like that, but you just hand the football off to maybe the top back in the country, although the Penn State guys maybe would beg to differ. Okay, Karen, we see you. We'll get to you right now. You want to talk about Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons was surprisingly very effective against the Commanders in the rookie tackle. It's just Josh Connolly did not envy him in that matchup. The Packers moved Micah Parsons around, but when he got matched up against Connolly, Jaden Daniels, Karen just hung up. So be it. And Karen is Candy or Jesse or whoever Eric tells her to be. I'm not surprised that Karen hung up. If you want to not be Karen and stay on and get to talk, the number is 713-780-3776. Michael Carroll joins us at 11:30. He went to see a movie that's getting good reviews, so good that I think even Lance Zierlein is going to see The Long Walk this weekend, or maybe even today, since he can certainly go to a matinee. The Long Walk, Stephen King adaptation. I read the book, enjoyed it. I will see that movie probably at some point this weekend. Michael Carroll is going to give us a review, and then of course he will talk about what you should or shouldn't watch beyond The Long Walk with us in about 15 minutes. So you want to get in before that, or you're saving your call for Michael. The number still remains 713-780-3776. We'll come back with more college football because there are certainly more games to get to. We'll do that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleya.
Revisiting a couple of Astro notes before we get back to the college football. Jaden Murray will start for the Astros in what will be a bullpen game. If they can get 2 innings out of him, great. He will be the Astros starter in Atlanta as the Astros try to get back on track after losing the series to the Jays and getting shut out against Gossman and those Blue Jays 6-0. Started out poorly. Javier got off the mound, tried to make a play. Walker couldn't scoop it or pick it. And then Jesus Sanchez was like, I'll do you one better. I will, or you can blame it on a couple of guys. Whoever called off who, whatever happened, it didn't work out. Sanchez did not make the play. It always looks bad when it looks like you're dodging a fly ball because you think you're going to get hit by it. You kind of duck, and then you realize, oh, I'm supposed to actually try to catch this thing. And he didn't. He misplayed a ball later in the game as well. It was just a disaster defensively. Well, all around. Defensively, offensively, the Astros stunk yesterday, and that's why they're now tied with the Mariners atop the AL West. So let's see if a change in venue flips it. And they are bringing someone else up, Zach Cole, a prospect who was at Sugarland with the Space Cowboys, played 15 games with them. Sean, if you had to guess, when I say prospect for the Astros, how old do you think he is?
Well, this isn't fair because I know Astros prospects have a little bit more age on them.
Mm-hmm.
They're a little bit old. I'll go 25.
You're right. Zach Cole, 25 years old.
That's a young pup for a Space Cowboy.
Yeah, we get some of the Hummels of the world, and understood. Yeah,
Ronel Blanco.
Jason Alexander.
Yeah, Jason Alexander, 32 years old.
Our hero. 32-year-old. He is our hero. So Zach Cole is up.
Superman's also 32. I think. I don't know. I don't think they actually put an age on him.
I don't know that they've aged Superman at any point.
They did say 3 decades.
Yeah, so he's always around his 30s. They never want to age Superman specifically, but he's always about 30 years old, unless he's a high school quarterback.
And our superhero
in Smallville,
we know his age. He's 32.
Yes,
and his name is Jason Alexander.
That is correct, and he will start the first game of the Rangers series. Hopefully, the Astros have a lead when they go against the Rangers. That'll be part of Jaden Murray's responsibility. Go out there, don't put us behind the 8-ball tonight, because I don't think the Astros are going to score in the first inning. So I don't think he's going to enter the game with the lead. Let's just hope he can get through a couple of innings without giving up some runs.
A save situation.
Yeah. So we'll see what Jaden Murray has. He'll be your starter as they are going with likely an opener tonight, and we'll see the rest of the bullpen try to get you through 9. Hopefully the Astros give them enough runs so it's not a stressful night for the bullpen.
This one's in Atlanta.
Yeah, in Atlanta, yeah. I think I might have misspoken earlier, but yeah, it's in Atlanta. I was reading a couple of McTaggart tweets. So Jaden Murray starting in Atlanta tonight for the Houston Astros. All right,
Cole, show me what you got.
Sure.
Who's he? Who cares?
Look,
let's talk about talk about something important.
But a question you did ask. I did ask earlier. What would it take for you to get benched? Zach Cole's an outfielder. The way Jesus Sanchez played yesterday. If you're going to take a guy out of the lineup and take a guy out of right field, it would be him.
Take a seat next to me, Jesus.
Have a day to decompress next to me, and let's see what Zach Cole has. All right, as you said, let's get to other things.
Duke Tulane, way more important.
It's the Mensa revenge game, depending on which side of the
society,
which side you're on. It's Mensa, the Darian Mensa, the transfer from Tulane, got paid a lot of money. In fact, he was like the first guy we heard of very early in the transfer portal window at the end of the season to go for big money. He went to Duke, and Tulane was like, you know what, we'll be fine. And they have been fine this year, so we'll see how that game goes. Duke's coming off a blowout loss at home to Illinois. They turned the ball over 6 times. That's not great. You can't win really any games doing that, particularly against a top 15 team. Illinois took advantage of that, so that's a game to pay attention to. While Sean was a bit joking about it, it is interesting to see.
No, it is.
Tulane, who's got a real shot in the American to win that conference.
Yeah,
we'll see if
this out-of-conference game against a Power 4 team with their former quarterback kind of gets them going as they try to make a run in the American.
Yeah, it is I guess is the least sexy game that we'll talk about.
Yeah, $4 million Duke allegedly gave to Darian Mensah for him to join them. And so he'll be the $4 million quarterback facing his old team, and we'll see how that plays out. As far as ranked games, we mentioned Notre Dame and A&M. We mentioned Georgia, Tennessee. We have not mentioned the game played in the stadium that Sean has jokingly said is a hard place to play. USF faces Miami down in Miami Gardens, Hard Rock Stadium. USF, maybe not the darling of college football. Maybe not that many people care if things go well in Tampa, but they've won 2 games where they were the underdog against ranked opponents, and now they're a ranked team themselves, number 18 in the country. They head to Miami to face the Canes in a game on the CW. CW never in their wildest dreams thought they were going to have a matchup like that. In fact, they might have thought they were going to get a 1-1 team against an 0-2 team, considering Miami was not the favorite against Notre Dame, and certainly USF, as I said, wasn't the favorite against the Boise State in Florida. So instead of maybe 1-1 versus 0-2, they get 2 undefeated teams, both in the top 20. And last year the game had Cam Ward, so Miami was able to put up a 50 spot, doing whatever they wanted offensively. But Miami's defense is supposed to be better. They've had multiple transfers come in the secondary. They got a new DC. They didn't give up many points to USF in that game, but USF had their opportunities. They just couldn't take advantage of it. Miami's more solid defensively, worse offensively, you imagine. All the different receivers that have actually played well, but they are less experienced in the unit that USF saw last year in Tampa.
It's so funny you said they're worse offensively than they were last year, and just the impression that I had from the Notre Dame game, I was like, I don't know, they're pretty good. It took me a second to be like, oh wait, they had Cam Ward last year. Oh yeah. They were way better last year.
No matter
on offense,
no matter what all the changes were, Cam Ward to Carson Beck means they are worse offensively. Cam Ward and Carson Beck play the position completely differently. Carson Beck is willing to take your 7-yard check down because you left the guy open. Cam Ward was hunting for the big play.
Cam Ward, you need a Cam Ward when you have a defense like the 24 Canes.
That's
the
correct.
hope is that the 25 Hurricanes have a better defense where you can Carson Beck your way to ACC title and playoff. And I think it will be on the defense to stop the big plays from Byron Brown. That's really how South Florida has won these games, is they just pop off a couple big plays and then for the most part kind of hang in there. And keeping the South Florida Bulls out of explosive plays, whether that's Byron Brown with his arm or leg, or legs, both of them. I think that's going to be the key to. I don't even know if it'll be the key to this game. I kind of think Miami wins this no matter what, but I think to win this in a way that they probably should.
Yeah.
I think you need to watch out for the big plays there. You also need to give yourself a little bit of a cushion just in case fourth quarter Mario.
Yeah. And, Mario has a big game against Florida the next week, so
might pack it in.
So if you are looking at the line, it's a big number in Miami's favor. If you're looking at the line,
17.5. I'll take the Bulls.
There could be a backdoor situation cover where Miami's called off the dogs and maybe there's a late touchdown. Miami's going to likely play a cover 2 shell, much like they did against Notre Dame. Keep everything in front of them. Give South Florida, at least early, their horizontal passing game where they just throw it out and hope to make a guy miss. So Miami's going to have to tackle. That secondary that they revamped is going to have to tackle. And, of course, if they can get them into obvious passing situations where they actually have to throw the ball downfield, you can unleash Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor.
Pin your ears back.
Against a South Florida O-line that I don't think can block Miami on a consistent basis. That's why I think the short passing game for USF has to be part of their game plan. And, of course, if you get Miami in a situation where you're picking them apart 6 or 7 yards at a time, then you can get your explosives as they kind of creep up. So that's a game where I don't think USF can block Miami or really get much pressure on Miami considering their O-line.
You can just call them Florida. They won the belt to just call them Florida.
If they beat
North Florida is the ones that's playing LSU.
Okay, sure.
Northeast Florida? Right?
Yeah, Gainesville. Yeah. East side of Florida. So
because the FSU is also Northwest Florida.
Yes, almost
state.
Practically Alabama or Georgia.
I'm making them directional.
They're pretty much Georgia at that point. Tallahassee.
Panhandle you.
Yeah, certainly the panhandle. So I don't think USF is going to be able to block them, so that perimeter short passing game is going to have to be effective. And can they make Miami secondary players miss to gain some explosives that way? I think that'll be how that game is told. And of course, if Brown can get loose, because CJ Carr had his moments run the football and design runs. I imagine that'll be part of the USF game plan. I think Miami's just going to try to grind them down, run the football, and then hit Malachi Tony and CJ Daniels for opportunities when they decide to throw the football. You mentioned North Florida, East, I guess you want to call them.
Northeast Florida.
Northeast Florida. Gators at LSU. LSU, no one really paid attention to their game against La Tech.
Yep.
The only impression we have of them is being good defensively against a Clemson team. We're not actually sure it's good offensively.
Yep. So
what do we think? Florida's going to play with more urgency than they did against USF for multiple reasons. They're going to have to unless they want to get embarrassed. They've already been embarrassed once this year, so you would just expect the human nature is they're going to come out trying to tell the world we are not the team that lost to USF. The question is, can DJ Lagway be at least one of the questions? Can DJ Lagway be the one? And by the one, I mean the guy everyone thought he could be coming into this year, because so far he has been pedestrian at best, and that won't fly. LSU, even with the jokes about Clemson's offense, is at least improved defensively enough where they're not a disaster. They're in the right place. They tackle, and sometimes that's half the battle when it comes to defense. Of course, I like LSU in this game. I don't think it will be a blowout, though. I think we'll get a performance from Florida where LSU people who might be expecting a party may be a little more worried than they think they should be about this game in the third and the fourth quarter.
Yeah, especially the embarrassment factor that you talked about coming off the South Florida loss for the Gators. I think that in the first half, like if this team has any
pride,
any mettle whatsoever, like this can't be the game where you pack it in. Like this just can't be the quit factor watch. It can't be this one, considering they have Miami next week, considering they have a bye week and then Texas, considering the rest of their schedule where they have Georgia, they have Tennessee, they have all these teams. This has to be a get back on the horse moment for them. I just don't know if that's enough to actually win these games. When you go in, or when you have a home game against South Florida and you come out with 16 points, you might be a worse offense than Clemson's. No matter how bad we feel about Clemson's
and one of the
offense,
touchdowns
you might be worse.
Was a short field.
Yes. So I think that this is another LSU. I wouldn't even say it's a test. I think it's it's another kind of checkpoint game for the LSU defense of are you sure that you're different than the previous year's defense for the Tigers? Are you sure? You should be. You should be. This is not I'm not changing my grade on you, but it's just like a check-in of all right, still good. Still, like you said, in the right spot. And honestly, the athletes that LSU has every year, just get them in the right spot and they can make a play against 90% of teams. That I think is going to be the thing. And yeah, can DJ Lagway put on his cape? Because I think he might have to.
Yeah, Florida hasn't won in Gainesville since 2016. Now, obviously 9 years, but of course they alternate.
Yeah.
So it's not as big of a stretch.
It's
but
4
I think
games.
as I look at it, yeah,
3 games, maybe.
They've lost 3 straight in Baton Rouge. They won last year. In fact, it's one of the reasons they saved how they saved Billy Napier's job. They beat LSU, a ranked LSU team in Gainesville. They got to go to Baton Rouge for this one. So show some effort. That's a win, of course, but don't embarrass yourself, Florida. Yeah. I mean, I would love to see you get embarrassed.
Embarrass yourself next week.
Yeah. Put all the effort in. In fact, part of it is my own bias. as far as how I want the next week's game
Yeah.
to go. Put all your effort into this one.
This is the last stand.
Yeah, lose by 3 and it crushes your soul, and then come down to Miami and have nothing in the tank and get blown out. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, no, I again, talking about the fan logic of the Gators, because I'm also looking at the Gators being like, I'm not sure if I want them to completely. I want them to have their come to Jesus moment after the bye week against Texas.
You want their souls to be crushed.
Yes, I need that to be the like they're walking in, Billy Napier's already fired game.
Yeah.
I need that.
The season's
Please.
already in the tank is what you're looking for. Eric, you're holding for Michael Carroll. We'll get to you when we come back. We just want to get into some college football. It's a pretty good weekend. Of course, we talked about some of the marquee games, but there's a lot to look at. We got the Cougs tonight against Colorado. The Cougs undefeated so far. Their defense has played really well. We'll see if playing a Power 4 school and their athletes will change how the defense looks. Dion and the Colorado Buffaloes in town. I think it's 6:30 tonight on ESPN. We gave away tickets earlier in the weekend last week as well. So if you still want to get out there, 713-GO-COUGS, I believe, is the number to go get your tickets. Nice test for the Cougs. A lot of eyes on them tonight. Let's see what they got. All right, we'll get to Michael Carroll, the host of ComicCast, when we come back. That guy is here with us. He is the host of ComicCast. He normally does it with John Lee, but John was ill, so you had a guest host on the show. the most recent episode of ComicCast. They talked about Alien Earth, episode 5, and Peacemaker 3. Sean Mapes let us know that he is caught up on Peacemaker.
Good job.
Next time Jong's out.
That guy?
Yeah.
That guy over
no,
there?
actually, I don't. I'll leave that to the experts. But if Venom 4 comes out,
you know who to call.
I thought when he was going, never mind. Don't ask me. That's what I thought he was going.
well, that's kind of what I said.
Yeah, I mean,
there's some self-awareness in that room.
Yeah.
You know, he's got specific things he's strong on. If one of those topics comes up,
Sonyverse.
Call him in. He'll talk about the Sonyverse. So you can find that.
I don't know that I'll like the way he talks about it, though.
Well, that's
Fair and balanced.
Great debate.
Fair and all your listeners that want a non-hater's opinion.
Yeah, when they're yelling at you through their phone because you are ripping the Sonyverse, now they have a champion in Sean.
It's true.
Madam Web 2.
Shout out Dakota. Imagine Dakota Johnson agreeing to that. Like, I've seen some of her interviews, and she rightfully has a pretty nonchalant,
I would say dismissive
approach to that particular movie. Yes, I don't believe you could get her back unless the bag is big enough, and you never know.
Unless they trick her again.
Yeah,
that too.
To sign in to something like that.
Trust us, it'll be good. All right, so you can hear ComicCast from 9 to 10 right now. Is it 9 to 10?
No,
back day to 9.
No, it's now it's Wednesdays at 7.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wednesdays at 7.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't make the decisions. It just happened.
Okay, right now, for now, ComicCast you can hear on ESPN 97.5 at 7 on Wednesday.
Will we change again? Maybe tune in and find out.
Next Wednesday at 7.
Next Wednesday at 7. I think I can guarantee that.
The only show on the radio that will leave you guessing when we'll air.
Yeah.
We like to keep it spicy there.
But if you don't want to guess, you just want to know that something's available, you can listen to it in podcast form wherever you listen to your podcast. The most recent episode, issue 611, is out right now. Okay, Michael, so I've talked about it quite a bit. I let the people know you saw a movie at a screening. You saw The Long Walk, a Stephen King adaptation. We've talked about it off and on. Me and Sean talked about it when the trailer came out because I read the book, and the movie looked like it was a good representative, at least the trailer did, of the book. You went to see it. To set it up, well, you saw it, and I've talked about it, but set up the plot. Of course, you're not a spoiler. You don't spoil things, but set up the plot and then kind of give us what you thought was good, not so good, or maybe you thought everything was good, considering your review about The Longest Walk.
The Long Walk is...
The Long Walk,
The Long Walk is I didn't realize it was like the first book that Stephen King wrote way back in 1966, I believe. But it's set in a post-war, the film at least is set in a post-war setting of America where there is a lottery done and 50 young people, I think it's specifically young men, are chosen at random to participate in this, I think it's a yearly competition, to see who can walk the farthest. You have to maintain a speed of 3 miles per hour, which is a slight difference from the book version. And if you don't maintain that speed after 3 warnings, you are, as they say, your ticket gets punched. And that is absolutely brutal. And they just walk until the last one is standing by the end of it. I wrote it on my little card that they give you when you leave the review. I wrote, walking has never been more captivating. And it's really something that I'm not familiar with this story until this film, and it's one of the best of the year. I think it's a strong cast. It's propelled by Cooper Hoffman and David Johnson. They are phenomenal.
And David Johnson's
he's in Alien Romulus.
He's also in that HBO show. It's about kind of finance. It's set in London. I forgot what it's called now. I'll look it up. Yeah. But yeah, he plays the android in Alien
Romulus.
Yes.
He's got a bright future. I mean, that dude he's eating in this movie. Same with Cooper Hoffman. I mean, just phenomenal performances all around. The cast itself is a really great cast. Also Ben Wang, who was in Karate Kid, the newer Karate Kid earlier this year. It is absolutely emotional. Like it's interesting the way they structure it in that, this is the director from the Hunger Games films, right? So it's kind of a similar concept in sense of like a battle royale or a last one standing sort of situation. but where this one, it feels like something like that at first because it's a little jokey, it's a little lighthearted, and then one thing happens and it's like, yeah, this is not anything like that. This is a more grim depiction of, you could say, life. You could say of how it is for us to send troops overseas, young men overseas. There's a lot of allegories here as it's updated the messaging for this time. I think the original book was allegory for the Vietnam War. This one, you could update it to just current society. So, there's a lot of ways to look at this film, but it's dramatic, and you wouldn't think just walking would be so dramatic, but it is, and it's a fantastic cast, really well shot, I would say, and score-wise, just all around, it's one of the better films of the year.
So unless the answer to my question is giving too much away, do they tell you at the beginning what the prize or why they're doing the walk?
Yeah, it's a cash prize, okay. And it's all because it's not a spoiler, but it's a cash prize, and whoever wins it gets a wish at the end of it. And they kind of that's one of the things as the kids are walking through, the young men are walking through, is what are they going to wish for at the end of it. This is not a spoiler. This one guy's like, yeah, one guy wished for an elephant. And they just brought it to him, and he just wrote it off. It's like
a past winner.
Yeah, it's a past winner, and they talk about their wishes, and it's so well done in that it'll make you cry 1 second and then laugh the next. And I'll say mile 286 had me tears.
Okay.
Had me tears. It was, it's really emotional. I was not prepared for the emotionality of it.
So if I do not cry at mile 286, I know I'm dead inside.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, well, I'll find out if I'm dead inside or not. Let's get to Eric here before we go to break, and we'll come back, and Michael will tell you about other things you should watch or maybe not watch. Eric, what's up?
Hey, guys. Yeah, Michael has a great show. I listen to it religiously.
Thank you.
Yeah, Michael, I was wondering if you had a chance to watch that new HBO series, Task. The first episode started all pretty slow, but it kind of picks up. It looks pretty promising. Also, what's your take on Aztec Batman, Clash of Empires? Have you heard any good things about that? I'll hang up and listen.
So for people who don't know, Task, as he said, is an HBO show. Premiered on Sunday, has Mark Ruffalo in it, and he is right. Now, I knew going in it'd be a bit of a slow burn, and then the inciting incident at the very end sets off what the season will be. Did you get to see it?
I haven't had a chance to watch it yet.
So
everyone that's seen it has spoken highly.
I enjoyed it. It fits because it's made by the guy who behind Mayor of Easttown. Yeah. So it's going to be grim. Not going to be a lot of great moments. You're just going to sit and watch Mark Ruffalo, I guess, go from sad sack FBI agent who has some family trauma and see how the case he's involved in changes. And we see, I guess we'll find out. But it appears we'll find out what made him what he was and what he can be again with this case. And it has Tom Pelphrey in it. You'll recognize him. He was the brother who had a mental illness from Ozark. He played the brother of Marty's wife. I forgot her name and the character's name. He plays her brother. So he's in this as well. They're like two sides of the same coin, pretty much, these two guys, as they use the thing that happens at the very end of the episode 1, and that puts them on opposite ends of what's going to happen throughout the season. So I liked it. It looks like we got some real prestige television back on HBO. So I would recommend checking it out. As far as that other thing he said, I don't remember. Was it Aztec Batman?
Yeah, the Aztec Batman. I've heard of it, but I haven't necessarily. I know, Eric, you've asked about this before, and I don't know too much about Aztec Batman. I think it's gotten solid reviews, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, its release date is next Thursday.
Oh, so I'll find out more next Thursday.
Yeah, the trailer is out. Aztec Batman Clash of Empires. That is out. The trailer is out currently if you want to see
I'll let you know next week.
About. Yeah, we don't have an answer for it as of yet. It's at 11:59, so we'll just go and then Sean will tell us when we got to go to break.
55.
All right, so Michael, we had our review of The Long Walk. We got the call, our customary call from Eric.
Mm-hmm.
What else is out there that we should or shouldn't watch?
It's actually a pretty good weekend in terms of, maybe not in terms of range of genres, but this is definitely some of the highest rated movies I think I've had or seen on my list before. But of course, Long Walk, 93% with critics, 88% with audiences. Not something that I'm particularly interested in. Downtown Abbey, the grand finale, that premieres this weekend. 89% with critics, 96% with audiences. Are y'all anime fans at all? I don't know if we've talked
I'm not
about
flocking to it, but if I see something interesting, I'll watch it.
You watch it?
No.
Sean, you're not.
I wouldn't say I'm.
Okay. Well, maybe not for you all, but Demon Slayer, I'm just going to say Infinity Castle. I don't know how to say these other words in between. That one is getting rave reviews, 96% with critics, 99% with audiences. So those are available this weekend in terms of theater releases if folks want to go check those out. And then re-releases of Toy Story, which is almost 30 years now since
I like
the
that
original one.
That one's good.
Yeah, that one's good. Sound of Music, 60th anniversary for that. When it comes to streaming, I mean, number one, because I'm wearing the shirt, Colorado, U of H tonight.
Streaming?
Yeah, streaming. Yeah. Okay.
I guess if you have the ESPN app, it's considered
I
streaming.
got the ESPN, or, you know.
Yeah.
You know, or YouTube TV, something like that. That's
Yeah.
how I squeezed it in tonight, 6:30
It
on
is
ESPN.
on TV.
Yeah. All right. Semantics. Calm down. Go Cougs. That's all I want to say.
Okay.
There also Only Murders in the Building season 5 just premiered earlier this week on Hulu. Of course, yet again, rave reviews, 97% with critics, 91% with audiences.
My parents asked for my Hulu login to watch the show. I'll report back with their findings.
Got it.
Okay. Yeah, let us know.
I'll let them know.
Yeah. It's again, it's
They seem to love the show.
It's a show that I did not expect to go this long or have the amount of people casted in it or, you know, how do they keep having murders at this building? Maybe move out of this building. I don't know.
Just rent controlled, man.
Just saying.
It's New York and rent control.
It's a good deal for
Yeah,
Steve Martin. and
So what if you
Steve
get
Martin
murdered?
Short.
Yeah, so what? Kind of under the radar one that just popped up. Tempest season 1 on Hulu. It's a K-drama about a former diplomat who uncovers a conspiracy that threatens the stability of the Korean Peninsula.
For people who don't know, a K-drama is a Korean
drama.
Korean drama, yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I am a fan of a good Korean drama, so I saw the trailer for it earlier, and I was like, I'll give that one a try. So season 1, the first 3 episodes are available now on Hulu and technically Disney Plus. That's a whole thing. And then there's really, I wouldn't recommend The Wrong Paris or The Girlfriend. I mean, you know.
I have started watching The Girlfriend.
Is it good?
Because we have Olivia Cook. She is in House of the
That's
Dragon.
true.
She plays Queen Alicent, so I decided to give it a chance. Also, trying to avoid being disrespectful because I can't remember her name. I don't want to say she's the ex-wife of what's her name?
Robin Wright.
Robin Wright. There it is. I
There
don't
you
want to
go.
say she's the ex-wife of Sean Penn. Robin Wright's in it. You know, I'm through an episode and another 35
It's
minutes
getting
of
good
episode
reviews.
2. It's pretty enjoyable. It's
Yeah.
fun. It's not you don't have to be really locked in it. It's kind of fantastical, some of the things that are going on as far as this kind of competition over the boyfriend between the girlfriend and his hovering mother. It's fun. I mean, you can binge it. You can watch an episode at a time. It's fine.
Yeah.
If it's something you just want to throw something on and watch and be entertained a little bit, that's what that's for.
It's short too. It's only 6 episodes,
Yeah, it's not,
I believe.
It's
and
not a long investment.
All 6 episodes are available right now.
Yeah.
Also, Warfare hits HBO Max, so I missed it when it first came out, and I'm gonna watch it so Brian McDonald can get off my back. You know, that man hates me for not having seen it. Take that, Brian McDonald. And then Screamboat, a movie I talked about earlier this year, is available on Peacock. What, Sean?
What was the reviews on Screamboat?
It was pretty solid, if I remember correctly.
Do you want to?
This was another one you try to put on me.
Do you want to re-explain what Screamboat is?
So, how much time do we have?
We got 2 minutes.
We got 2 minutes.
Actually,
Okay.
better than I thought.
So remember the old cartoon of Steamboat Willie and Mickey Mouse and
Sure
everything?
do.
Of course.
So, of course, new age people, it hits public domain. And, you know, what are you going to do with that? You make it a scary movie, a horror movie. So
Just like Winnie the Pooh when he was murdering people.
Exactly. So imagine a man dressed up as a mouse who's murdering people on this boat. But the mouse he's dressed as a mouse, but he's mouse height. So I don't really know how that works.
So it isn't like a 6-foot guy in a
No.
mouse costume. He's actually
There are moments where he is like however small.
So he's
It's like
always
Stuart Little?
So he's
Yeah.
always mouse size?
I don't know. That's where the trailer got me confused. Where I was like, is he just 6 inches the whole time, or what is happening?
Check out Peacock and find out. Or what was it?
It is on Peacock.
Peacock, yeah.
I'm just saying the height, man. I don't know what to tell you.
He called Screamboat a grower, not a shower.
That's all.
I
don't know.
hope he is always that height and murdering individuals. Just because I would like to
What's so absurd?
show them explain that.
How's the tiny mouse man going to kill people? I don't understand.
Well, I guess we got to watch it.
Yeah. Well, it's a
Sean?
Peacock exclusive.
Only
Sean?
52% on Rotten
I
Tomatoes,
know.
Sean.
That's higher than I thought. I'll be honest.
Certainly.
52? Better than 50.
Yeah, 2.1 on Letterboxd.
That's
the people not a big fan.
Yeah.
It's better than War of the Worlds, I'll tell you that.
It is better than that.
Just
a lot of things.
50 almost falls into the zone of like, meh, not that interested.
There's a zone of
Yeah,
Sean Mapes
like
fair.
50 to 70. I'm like, okay, sure.
It's got to
like
be either
mostly-
higher,
Yeah.
which means it's good, very good, or
Yes.
lower, which means it's
Yes.
hilariously
Home runs
bad.
or strikeouts. That's what I
That's
want.
right. That's right. Swinging for the fences at all times.
Respect, yeah,
All right,
I
we're
get it.
done for the day. You can listen to Michael's full review on the latest episodes, at least episode 5 of Alien Earth, and also Peacemaker episode 3, correct?
Correct.
Correct. He's throwing up a hand signal, which means go Cougs.
Go
the
Cougs.
Cougs got Colorado tonight. If you're watching it on YouTube TV, I guess that's streaming.
It counts.
And he gave us a review, or just told us to watch it. All right. Rich Eisen is up next, but since we're done for the week, Sean, what does that mean?
Flip me over, Mike.
I will.
Michael Carroll, host of Comicast. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you guys on Monday.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Jordan Love's performance, how would you rate it?
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
On a beautiful play fake by Jordan Love.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Love takes, looks, throws slant right side, touchdown.
Today's guests. Steelers defensive tackle Cam Heyward. NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Actor Michael Chiklis. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this Friday edition of the Rich Eisen Show. One game already into week 2 of the NFL campaign. College football beckons all of us, along with a full in bulk Sunday schedule of the NFL over the weekend, getting you ready for all of that, reviewing what we saw on Thursday Night Football. We say hello to everybody out there streaming us live on Disney Plus and ESPN, the app available everywhere, and also saying hello to everybody listening to us on Sirius XM Channel 80 and, of course, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We say hello to our newest affiliate down there in Houston, Texas, 97.5 and 92.5 FM. And just me being a Yankee fan, proving George Costanza's wrong, that a Yankee can be sent to Houston. So
you
we're
didn't say
happy.
it the right way.
I'm cleaning it up for the audience.
Okay.
We're trying to make a good first impression, Christopher.
I understand.
Cam Heyward beckons on our rundown. Tom Pelissero to give us all the information that we require. And then Michael Chiklis will be in studio in hour number 3. He's in a new film called The Senior, available nationwide next Friday, September 19th. And guess what? He plays a 59-year-old college football player based on a true story. So it's great when Michael Chiklis joins us, and I'm on pins and needles because the last time he was here, he brought his pug with him because his pug is named Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
So it's going to be great. I hope he brings the dog. It's so much fun.
Did you put it in the request?
I did.
Well, okay, good.
I said, are you please bring TB12? And he wrote, I'll let you know. And I'm like, I meant the dog. And he wrote back, I know what you meant. So that's hour 3. Good to see you over there, Christopher.
Hey,
how are you?
But I'm Rich. I'm feeling great.
Jason Feller, Jay Felly, good to see
what's
you.
up, Rich?
You got your feet up, ready for your Raiders to play the final game of the week, the Chargers and the Raiders. The final game of a Monday night doubleheader on the ESPN family of networks. Candles not lit. What's going on? John Wick 5 needs. What's happening? When are you going to light the candles?
Clearly.
Okay.
But give a shout out to Houston.
Good, yeah, there you go.
Not from Houston, but I rap it live. Got a lot.
Fantastic. Good to see everybody where they are. Let's get into it.
Rich?
Let's go. I'm great. Thank you. Let's go. I'm great, but not as great as the Green Bay Packers. 5 days into the season, 2 games into the season. And I'll call it the way I'm seeing it. The Green Bay Packers look like the best team in football. And that's what they look like. I'll be honest. They play in every phase. I know McManus, every single time he gets up there, I think of the usual suspects. And they play lights out defense, and their offense is being run by a quarterback who's a kid no more. They've got wide receivers that probably aren't on your fantasy team for days. And now they got, Rob Gronkowski or Kittle in Wisconsin, right? And Tucker Kraft. And he was the main weapon. Josh Jacobs keeps scoring touchdowns. He now has a rushing touchdown in 11 straight games, tying Jonathan Taylor and Priest Holmes for the second most all-time. Should Josh Jacobs, crease the end zone in Cleveland in Week 3, he would tie LaDainian Tomlinson for the most such consecutive games since 2000, including the playoffs. Those are the active streaks we're talking about. And so they run it effectively, they throw it effectively, and boy, do they play defense. And they have now taken out the division winner in their own division last year in week 1, and the team that eliminated them, and then the aforementioned division winner in last year's season in the Lions, the Commanders, took care of business by taking out the Packers and then took out the Lions. And the Packers, in the first 5 days of this season, first 2 weeks of this campaign, took them both out and made them look pedestrian in the process, made them look mediocre in the process, left the Lions to go back to Detroit, wondering if they've lost their 2 coordinators and thus their mojo. And now, with the Commanders, it's amazing that we're talking about it this way, but making the Commanders look like the oldest roster in the league. And it is, again, Jordan Love in a quarterback-driven league. Jordan Love with the performance on Wednesday night, getting this team to 2-0, and in so doing, took care of business to a considerable tune with his 14th career start with 2 or more passing touchdowns and no interceptions. Only in the first 35 career starts out of active players, Patrick Mahomes and Brock Purdy have had more. And when you look at his numbers now, similar to Aaron Rodgers through his first 35 career starts.
That's funny.
He's 20-15 through his first 35 career starts. Rodgers was 19-16. His passing completion percentage, Rodgers through his first 35 career starts, 64.6. Love is 63.6. The yards per attempt, Rodgers 7.8, Love 7.5. Passing touchdowns to interceptions, Rodgers 63 touchdowns to 23 interceptions. Love 62 touchdowns to 23 interceptions. The passer rating of Rodgers of 98.1, Love 96.6. I mean, right there. And what did Rodgers do when he was 27 years old? Won his championship in Green Bay. Love turns 27 in November. As the Packers have started 2-0 for the first time since 2020, when they made the NFC Championship game and got bounced by Tom Brady and the Bucs. And Tom Brady's not walking through that door except to call their games, which I imagine he will be calling a bunch of because the Packers look like the best team in football, and Fox has the NFC package and will be no doubt showing a ton of Packer games because, again, I just gave you Love's excellence, but the defense is balling out. This was the head coach about his defense after the game last night.
Relentless. Just physical, aggressive, attacking. The play style is exactly what we want from these guys, and it always starts with the energy and effort. That's gonna get you through and can overcome for some of the mistakes. So I just thought, I think our front is extremely disruptive, getting after the quarterback. It didn't seem like they ran the ball very effectively at all either. So, I think Half's done a hell of a job. I think our players are doing a great job feeding off one another, and it's definitely exciting to watch our defense go out there and perform because I think they allow us to get up on somebody.
Half being Jeff Hafley, the coordinator he brought from college football, and he's coordinated it up. I mean, after holding the Lions to the fewest yards per play in a game in 4 years, and Jared Goff throwing his first red zone interception in 3 years, and holding the Lions to their fewest rush yards in a game in 2 years, they go ahead and snuff out Jaden Daniels, and the Commanders with just 18 points. It's tied for the fewest points scored in any of Jaden Daniels' 22 career starts, while also in all of Jaden Daniels' 22 career starts, this was the fewest total yards, yards per play, rush yards, and first downs. That's what they did. And again, we're talking about the Commanders having the oldest roster in the league, and boy, do they look old. And they have maybe the best young quarterback in the league in the unicorn.
Right.
That's what the defense did. That's what the Packers are up to, and major reasons why are all over the place. I've given you all. But the thing that makes them feel that much more special is because they field Micah Parsons.
Jeez.
Dude,
I don't want to talk about it.
29 snaps is what he played 5 days ago, and they got him up to 44 last night. And in his 44 snaps, he led the team in 8 quarterback pressures. 8. Okay? He played 2/3 of the snaps on Thursday night and just dominated.
Yeah.
He was everywhere.
Everywhere.
It was funny. That was what happened because Coop went out to dinner, came back in. We're watching the fourth quarter, and the Packers are on defense. And he says, "Where's Micah Parsons?" And I responded, "Everywhere."
What was that movie? Everywhere, All at Once?
Yeah,
or whatever that
everything,
movie was?
everywhere, all at once.
Yeah, that was Micah last night.
And like that movie, Micah is award-winning.
Yeah. Well, he's now the betting favorite for Defensive Player of the Year.
Well, I mean, because he's hardly played, 29 snaps, 44 snaps they did in 5 days, and he's ready to play more. I mean, he sounded upset about playing on a snap count. I do believe we have that soundbite from Micah Parsons, if I'm not mistaken, after the game, after he hung out with the Amazon Prime Video postgame.
Yeah, that was fun.
Had this to say.
Man, I just hope I'm a full go. Honestly, it's pissing me off. I tell them it's just more worse than good. I get tight and stuff. Like, hopefully they just let me off, man. They can't hold a dog back forever, man.
Well, 10 days from now, 10 days from now is when he'll be out there again and on the same field as Myles Garrett. And he wants to start proving a little bit more. And again, it's a team effort. I understand Rashawn Gary had a sack. Van Ness looks like he's found himself. The rest of the team, boy, that back end of the defense was shutting things down. Daniels had nowhere to find anybody. And they were rushing for and keeping him in the pocket and didn't let him out to run the football. As a matter of fact, his 17 rush yards, second fewest rush yards in a game in his career. Yeah, and this is what the Packers defense is doing right now. And, who is the one whose soundbite are we throwing to right now? Mike Hoskins, if you don't mind me pointing him. Okay, Sean Nixon. He was very direct as to
Yes,
to why things are working for the Packers defense now in a way that we didn't see last year and previous years.
Is there a different swagger or excitement with the defense that you feel when you're on the team, on the defense?
Swagger than last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Micah Parsons.
Okay. There you go. It's as plain as day. I am directing my comments at you, TJ, because I'm telling you, I told you earlier in the week the way this is going to work. It's every Packer game through week 4 when they play the Cowboys, then pages will be turned, okay? Pages will be turned until the end of the year. And if the Packers go on this run that a lot of people are seeing for them, rightfully so, through 5 days, I don't believe this is an overreaction, that they can go deep based on what we've seen, what they've done to 2 of the best playoff teams from last year, or at least regular season teams going into the playoffs, and one of the best playoff teams from last year, Final Four team last year. Yeah. They beat last night and handily. It's going to then return that Micah was the missing piece, ingredient, accelerant on the flame that was already burning in Green Bay. And I tweeted out last night, evergreen tweet, I can't believe the Cowboys traded Micah Parsons. How do you do such a thing? With all due respect to Kenny Clark, you cannot dominate a game from his position unless you're as good as Aaron or Donald or Miles. Dexter Lawrence or Myles Garrett when he wants to line up in there. How do you do that? And how do you keep him? How do you send him in conference? How do you send him to a hated non-divisional rival? How do you do such a thing just because you couldn't figure something out? And you could see him, he's inflamed by it. He's outraged by it. You saw him dapping up his teammates, doing the leadership thing the Cowboys were trying to get from him. And I guess, I don't know if he was an immature guy in Dallas, this whole business over business is personal crucible that he just went through over the last few months might have aged him up. And now he's a grown-ass man. We'll see how it goes. We'll see when he starts podcasting, what he says, what he does. I don't know. Am I great against his teammates? Or I have no idea. But right now, the Packers look like the best team in football, and for good reason. They're doing it in every phase, and they're doing it to teams that were terrific last year. We're assuming will be good this year. We might look back on weeks 1 and 2 and say, well, those weren't all that impressive based on the way that they've come out of the game. But I think we can all assume in terms of rosters, the Lions and the Commanders are in the top third of the league, and they played with them like a cat does with a ball and catnip. I mean, they just toyed with them. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We'll talk about the Commanders later on this program. It's a What's More Likely Friday. My top 5 list of other games that I'm looking forward to seeing in week number 2. Tom Pelissero with information. You with phone calls at 844-204-RICH. And Michael Chiklis with a movie clip and maybe his dog.
What's more likely?
I don't know what's more likely. A movie clip.
Yeah, movie clip.
Because he didn't jump at the opportunity to bring his dog.
Nah, it seemed like he was like,
I know. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on this busy Friday on Disney Plus, ESPN, everywhere, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Cameron Heyward coming up.
That leaf pile is 100 feet tall. Your dad can't handle this. Not without the right equipment.
Yard work piling up? Gear up for fall with John Deere. Get $750 off select mowers, $2,000 off select Gator UVs, and $3,000 off select compact tractors.
Did I hear your dad got a John Deere? Yep, bad day to be a leaf pile.
Gear up for fall at an authorized John Deere dealer, now through September 30th. Learn more at johndeere.com/gearupforfall.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. I think commercials suck for the most part, so I want to make sure that this commercial is awesome. We make documentary films like you see on Netflix, but for sort of regular folks like your dad or maybe you for your kids. Now, I know that bats and ancient Rome and like penguins are all cool documentary subjects, but one on your mom would be way better. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Hey, it's John Granado. If you've been waiting for the right time to buy a truck, this is it. Right now at Chastang Ford, get 0.9% APR financing on select 2025 F-150 XLT models or lease from just $397 a month. No dealer add-ons, just great deals and transparent pricing. How truck buying should be. Visit them on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Chastang Ford, your Ford truck experts.
Offers available with approved credit. Terms and conditions apply. See dealer for full details.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix
Hey,
it up
Texans
without a
fans,
trace.
Sean Mapes here. You know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Houston Stars and Battle Red all season long. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. And don't worry about injuries because Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Some folks think hot sauce is enough. Round here, that's just a warm-up. Real spice means hot sausage, boudin balls, and Cajun flavor that hits harder than a kickoff return. The Best Stop Cajun Market in Katy and Baytown have everything you need to keep game day hot, bold, and plenty spicy. Don't bring no weak sauce to the party. Bring the fire. Visit Best Stop Katy or Best Stop Baytown before your tailgate or watch party and stay true to the flavor.
DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles is your best bet this football season. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order some of your favorite bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook, at the Golden Nugget Casino Lake Charles, a 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
John Granado here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
On our Disney Plus ESPN live stream and also ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. It's one of our favorites. He's joining us now fresh off a big-time Week 1 win. Year 15 for this guy. One of the best in the business, Cameron Heyward of the Pittsburgh Steelers. How you doing, Cam?
I'm great. I'm glad I get to be on your show. Now you're just doing big things now.
You know what, Cam? We're just only know one speed around here. You know what I mean? I just want to match you in longevity and excellence and all that good stuff. But it's good to see you.
Sir, you have the longevity. Don't ever take that away.
Okay, that's true. That's true. I guess you're the OG. I'm just old.
You're the senior, as they would put it.
Okay. That's a little offensive, but I understand. It's good to see you, man. Okay, so are you happy Rodgers took his time, because it kind of worked out? You know what I mean? Like kind of worked out for you right now, Cam. Game 1, one game in.
Hey, a little reverse psychology there. Kind of poked the bear, and then he found his way to the Steelers.
Oh my gosh! I mean, that's what you're talking about, right? 4 touchdown passes, using whatever chip he had on his shoulder to his and your advantage. And off you go. What was that like from your perspective, Cam?
Man, it was like watching a conductor compose or composer compose an offense, or an orchestra, and it was just amazing. Like, he would communicate, he would get guys lined up. But the thing I was hearing from the offense was he was never rattled. And when you have a guy who's very seasoned and has been doing it a long time, he's gonna make everybody, he's going to show out and make sure everybody shows out with him. And how does that permeate a team and a sideline in a game throughout a week? I think it just allows you to, keep battling on defense. I know we didn't have our best game, but to have an offense that was just even keel and, match points for points, sometimes get us for lead, and then keep battling back throughout the entire game. We just knew we had to get stops late. And when you do that and have that confidence in your offense, that just makes you a complete team. And, in this game, it's not always going to be the defense dominating. It's not always going to be the offense dominating. It's a mixture of both and having each other's backs in those moments.
And what can you tell us inside here, Cam, that about narratives, man? You have a podcast of your own. You've been in the league for a decade and a half. That Rodgers doesn't work well with others. That it's his way or other. I know you just furrowed your brow, but listen, honestly, that he needs it to be his way alone. And now he's joined a Steelers system that looks like he's very comfortable in. So what do you say to anybody that says, well, it's just a matter of time till it's the other way around? What do you say about that?
You look at his way, and it's the Steeler way. It's about being accountable. It's about doing things on and off the field that prepares you for the game. If you can't roll with that, you shouldn't be on the field. I think I've really enjoyed watching him, the way he prepares, the way he challenges guys, and then he challenges himself. There's no lack of accountability there. And so when you look at that side of the ball, having that all the way through, I can respect that. Every one of our teammates can respect that. And it breeds competition. It breeds getting better. And it breeds a better team.
Cam Heyward here on the Rich Eisen Show. You referenced it yourself about not the defense's best day. What can you tell Steeler fans about that day and how you're coming out of that day?
Hopefully it's a hiccup. We can move past it. I think as a defense, we're just raring to get back on the field. A lot to answer for, but hey, I'd rather have a win last week and be able to talk about our problems than have a loss and just say we played okay. So more ball we played. We got 17 games. We've already played one, so we're at 16. So there's more room to let our work speak for itself.
And Jalen Ramsey was lowering booms, man. He was hitting people, and it caused a little bit of a moment, to say the least. But I think
it was the best moment. The end of the half, he gets chippy, and I think it kind of galvanized the defense a little bit.
Yeah.
We love when we're chippy, and sometimes you need to just, break it open a little bit. And after that, I felt like we played a lot of better ball in the second half. And then I just love football in its poetic ways that led to Jalen Ramsey making a game-winning tackle that, dislodged the ball out of Garrett Wilson's hands.
And again, I learned from my guy Sapp all those years on game day morning, front and back end of the defense must play together. And it's all one big organism on defense. What did you get out of game one from that with Jalen Ramsey now policing back there with the rest of the crew, Cam?
I think, you can't just pass the ball quick and think it's an easy, way to get some yards. Whether it's you take your time and we get a chance to rush, or, Jalen or Slay making some big plays. One play that's not talked about enough, Darius Slay, I think it was on the 2-point conversion. He came off of his coverage and knocked that out of bounds, saved 2 points on the board. So you look at our score, we win 34-32. That's one of those big moments we don't talk about enough, but having guys like that on the back end that, help our front end is going to go a long way in the future.
And then one last one on week one. What was it like in the locker room afterwards for that one?
It was special, because it wasn't a perfect game, especially on defense, but having a kicker who kicks a 60-yarder to win it, that's special. Having an offense continue to just go through a shootout and put up points, and then a defense that made plays late. We appreciate these moments because they're far from few, and when you have guys that do it in different ways and are able to bounce each other out and overcome bad mistakes, that makes for a great win.
Cam Heyward here on the Rich Eisen Show, fresh off of a Week 1 victory, prior to which you worked something out with the Steelers on a contract. I know that you were looking for one, and I know it's year 15. It's a business. Are you copacetic here? Are your page turned? You're happy? What do you term yourself right now?
Page is turned. Okay. I'm glad I can put this to bed a little bit. The opportunity is there to earn some more money, but I got to play my game. I got to be, at the top of my game, and I like it that way. And anyone who has a problem with that, and you don't have a problem with me getting more sacks and make it to the playoff, that's a problem. So I'm looking forward to hitting those incentives.
Well, I mean, can you give voice to I think you kind of just alluded to that right there, is how it's viewed by fans outside looking in for some people. How money equals respect, certainly for somebody who's done it for as long as you. Do you want to give voice to that concept? Yeah. After we saw Micah balling out last night for Green Bay again in just 2 games, and what he was standing firm in his beliefs and things like that, contractual situations, Cam?
Yeah, just, we have a limited time to do it. And when you're at the top of your game and you're respected around the league, you want to be respected by your franchise. And looking at the Micah situation, I think everybody's kicking themselves that they couldn't come to an agreement, because that dude has been balling since he's gotten in Green Bay. And it's going to make a lot of people scratch their heads like, dang, we couldn't just get this done earlier. I'm happy to say I'm still a one helmet guy. I have the benefit of working with an organization that, takes care of their players.
And then, what did you think of, you want to put your podcaster's hat on, Micah, and what he adds to Green Bay? Because I'm sure, you're keeping an eye on that game. You're going to see Green Bay, and obviously that is going to be a massive game for your quarterback that makes whatever chip he may have had on his shoulder in MetLife look like a very, very, very small pebble. So what do you see when you're looking at the Green Bay Packers on Thursday night and Micah's addition to that defense, Cam?
Well, first, I have to make sure I get Aaron booked for that week. So going into the podcast, I can show that.
Very good. I mean, McAfee might elbow you out of the way. You know what I mean, Cam? I mean, you might be in the second position there. You never know. But hey,
I don't know. I might have to beat you to it.
Okay, very good. No, you got McAfee there standing there too. But all good, man. So you have the floor. Go for it.
Yeah, I just think when you look at Green Bay, they are a sound football team. They got wide receivers for days. You have the matchup Aaron Rodgers versus Love, and so that's going to be a duel there. But man, I'm going to have my questions ready for that podcast. I'm going to make sure Aaron's well in tuned and ready to talk a lot of stuff.
I bet. And what'd you think of when you heard Jerry say, Micah is great. We loved having him, but we needed to stop the run. What did you, as somebody who can stop the run on the way to the quarterback, think of something like that, Cam?
I love Kenny Clark, and I think he's going to be a big value to their team. But the one thing I worry about, you say you got to stop the run. Did they stop the run? So that's my only concern with that. You could. I wouldn't just say Micah Parsons is the reason we couldn't stop the run. So if you think a trade is going to do that, I think that's a little incomplete.
Do you talk to DK Metcalf this week about his reunion? Is that something that you go up, you address, you don't, you just know? What about that, Cam?
Oh, DK is raring at the bit. He already told me he's got like 20 tickets for this game. So he's got people coming. He was a little booked this week, so I'm planning on having him on next week. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure my guest booker gets on top of that. But
somebody just got pointed out. Okay, all right, I got it. Hey, and sometimes it's better to have the guest on after to react to what happened than just to preview. You know
my
what I mean?
Guy,
you know
talking the game. I love it.
Yeah, it's not my first rodeo. But do you say something to DK? Does he wear it on his sleeve at all this week? It goes unsaid. What is it like around his parts for this week?
It doesn't go unsaid, but the way DK works, you don't have to worry about that. He is very relentless when he steps on the field, and the way he prepares. He's added a lot to our wide receiver group of how to work. I put him in that same category of like an Antonio Brown, where they would work relentlessly, and you'd be like, man, does this dude ever get tired? So he's just chomping at the bit. But, we want to make sure we play the petty ball. And so we want to make sure we reward our guy.
And how's Derek Harmon doing? Not to turn you into an information individual in the NFL, but obviously this is a rookie that was drafted to be right there with you on the line, and he got hurt in the preseason. Is he close to coming back? You going to get him soon?
We'll see. I am not a doctor, so I cannot say for sure, but I'm excited about his future. That's a kid that I think is going to have a really successful career. He works extremely hard. He plays with good pad level. He's strong. and he wants to be great. And so when you have a kid like that, you want to make sure you give him every opportunity. And I keep telling him, once you get on that field, it's going to happen. So once he's healthy, he'll be out there. He'll be able to ball. Okay. So I guess the end of November, your guests on your pod, Jack Sawyer, Will Howard, you're going to have those guys? Who else are you going to have? Or should we get you back? Oh, please. Please. That might be fun to talk about. Do you really want a piece of me that week, Cam? Hey, man, we just want a pound of flesh. That's all we want. Well, I mean, it's been a while. You did personally hang on the same field and try to stop the last quarterback wide receiver combination to beat Michigan. You saw them first right there in front of you in week 1. And that was 2019. Well, I did mess with Jack, though. I told Jack, I said, we come from the same cloth, but I never had someone plant a flag on my field. So. Yeah, I know. But I saw him on your pod, Cam. I saw him on your pod talking about some play that they'd never run, and it's really odd. Connor Stallions got offended by that, too. That was hilarious. By the way, he could go away, and I would never miss anything about him, okay? But I'm like, I didn't understand, though. Maybe you can help me here. So Jack's saying we had never run that play before, and they stopped it because we never run it on the, was he saying they'd never run the play before or just not in that part of the field at that down and distance before? And it was really odd that Michigan was able to stop a play that they had never run before. And I'm like wondering if this was all about shooting someone's sidelines and get the signals to match up with the film of a play that was put on film. How would we have been able to stop a play that they'd never run before? I don't understand. That didn't compute, I think it's a combination of that and then the fact that there was a check to that play. Okay. And so but a play that never run before and you have a check for it, that's interesting. But they never run it before. So why would there be a check for something they hadn't seen or hadn't hired somebody to sit in a seat to shoot someone else's sideline to correspond with that play, the hand signal, so you'd know what to check to? I don't understand. All I know is you should have been on the documentary for Netflix when they were exploring Connor Stallion's point of view. Oh, my God. I'm happy to push back on any point of view on this front, Cam. So I'm happy to come on. How about you bring Jack on and I'll be there, too? You know what I mean? Like, let's do this sort of stuff. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm with it. Yeah. I'm all for stoking fire. Right now I'm wearing the color pants he doesn't have. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I've got on right now. Because those are the pants. Are pants. Well, it's as gold pants as I've got. So I'm just pointing this stuff out. Okay. I always love chatting with you, Cam. I always love chatting with you. I love you too, buddy. Hey, buddy, congrats on year 15. You're feeling good? Like, feeling great. Cold tubs? You're good? We're good? Coming out of... We got to do a cold tub together. How about that? Whoa. This is an offline conversation. But say hi to everybody out there for me in Steeler country. Good to see. I will. I wish I had that game in Ireland, man, but it's going to be Joe Davis and Greg Olson for the Fox crew on NFL Network. I'll be there. I'll be there as a studio holder in Los Angeles. That's going to be great. That scene's going to be awesome. I know that's down the road, and you got one at a time right now, but enjoy that, and we'll chat down the line. Sounds good. I'll take pictures for you. Please do. I'd love it. Send it to us. Cam Heyward, everybody, fresh off of a 1-0 start in New Jersey, getting ready for the Seattle Seahawks right here on the Rich Eisen Show. There goes Cam. All right. There goes Cam. Hopefully he'll be able to focus against Seattle after the results of Saturday's Buckeyes game against Ohio. Hopefully Grambling didn't take a lot out of him.
I mean, are we slagging on the schedule? It's week 2.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully they'll fight through it. But, hey, we're taking on Central Michigan at home. And we'll see if Connor Stallions is dressed up on their sidelines like back in the day. See, I'm taking a shot at myself.
You think they'll let him come out for the coin toss?
Dude, I never want to see him again. Ever.
Too bad. You're wearing that forever.
Yeah. You guys have a lot in common. You're both Michigan men.
Oh, is that right? Very good. Let's take a break. We've got, how we keep talking about the scale of pettiness?
Yeah, you and Ohio State belongs on this scale.
That's true. We could put that on the scale of petty. On the petty scale. There is a game that few people are talking about on the week 2 schedule that is going up the petty scale chart. that we're about to unveil. Finally, we keep talking about it. We finally made a chart of where things stand on a scale of pettiness.
Nice.
That's next. This is the Rich Eisen Show on a Friday.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro. Like it never even happened.
Hey everyone, it's VMAC. Have you tried Old Humble Distilling Company yet? If not, you're missing out because their award-winning small batch Texas whiskeys are the real deal and unique to the Gulf Coast. You can grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their Humble Tasting Room, open Tuesday through Saturday till 6 and Fridays till 9 for date night. Where every Friday from 5 to 9, you can get 2 whiskey flights, 2 premium cocktails, and a charcuterie board, all for just $50. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, I'm your guy. Call me at 832-779-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the Houston area. I'm a local real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? That's fantastic because I love buying junk houses too. Skip all the hassle and headache of listing, dealing with agents, showings, and who knows what else. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. All right, Houston, are you ready for a party? We're live at Nick's Place today, broadcasting from 3 to 7 p.m. Come join us for cold beers, cocktails, and great food from Houston's favorite neighborhood Italian sports bar, Nick's Place. Enjoy your sports on their great wall of TVs, play some pool, or just sit out on the patio and enjoy this great weather. So come join us as we broadcast live today from 3 to 7 p.m. at Nick's Place on Rocky Ridge at Westheimer.
Hey Houston, it's Giovanni Marquez, your undefeated boxer. When I'm not training for my big fight on September 20th, I'm at Taquerias Arandas, fueling up with authentic Mexican flavor. Think sizzling fajitas, tacos packed with bold taste, and chilaquiles that hit like a knockout. Fast service, big portions, and margaritas that bring the heat. Visit Taquerias Arandas across Texas or order at taqueriasarandas.com. Representing Houston.
For our radio audience back on ESPN Radio, we just showed a Ken Tulo special of the Ball Brotherhood video from back in that was our DirecTV days, right? That's how far that was.
That's right, yeah.
All right, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on this program.
A lot of ball guys.
This is a game. This is a game that a lot of people have not been talking about, and it's a nasty rivalry. A nasty rivalry. It's the Ravens and the Cleveland Browns. And part of the reason why it's nasty, I think we all know. 30 years ago, the Ravens came into being. After 30-plus years ago, they used to be the Cleveland Browns. Mm-hmm. Art Modell moves the team to Cleveland and tells the Browns, you keep the records, we're just starting from scratch. But we're no longer in Cleveland, Ohio anymore. And the Ravens are celebrating their 30th anniversary in Baltimore. And they're doing it Sunday. And guess who their opponent is?
Who could it be?
The Cleveland Browns.
Hey.
Now then, we have a scale on this program that we've been talking about that we now have graphic support for. It's the petty scale.
Yeah.
Okay. If we have that device, there it is. It's the petty scale.
That's amazing.
And the way it works is the most petty is Richard Petty. Mm-hmm. And then slightly down from the most petty is Tom Petty.
Because Richard's the king.
Right.
King Petty.
Richard's the king. Then right in the middle is Richard's son, Kyle. Right? Yep. And then actress Lori Petty.
That's who that
is. All right. That's Lori Petty. I think Lori would prefer a better
I thought that was
description of her. And then the least petty is good old Bryce Petty. Jets fans may remember Bryce Petty back in the day. That's the petty scale. Before we get to the petty scale on this, there's the players who really weren't born at all when the Cleveland-Baltimore thing flipped.
When the Mayflower trucks came in through in the middle of the night?
Well, that's Indianapolis, sir.
Oh, that was okay.
Yeah, that was Baltimore losing its team to Indianapolis.
That's where okay.
And leaving a void in Baltimore that the city filled with Cleveland's franchise, and the league decided to give Cleveland its franchise back, yada, yada, yada.
You're also a teacher, Rich. You're
Here we are, 30 years later, celebrating. Mm-hmm. In a game that the players just don't like each other at all. It's division rivals. We see that's always nasty. Jerry Jeudy was asked the challenges that he should face as a wide receiver with the Baltimore secondary. Here's his response.
Baltimore secondary line, no one names back there. Just what are the challenges that group presents to you guys on receiving?
No challenges.
How do you feel about the fact that you're going into Baltimore as 10.5-point underdogs?
You know, that's disrespectful. By the end of the day, if they think Baltimore could beat us like that, we're gonna have to prove them another thing. We got to do our job and do our best to win the game.
Okay, and one last soundbite to submit about just how petty this game might get on Sunday. Grant Delpit. Let's ask Grant what it's going to take to tackle Derrick Henry. Roll it.
How hard is he to bring down?
Not hard.
Graham, going back now, we saw it last year. You obviously were afraid in that first matchup to take him on.
Yeah.
So where does that come from? Is that a mindset?
We're playing football, man. It's tackle football. Somebody got the ball, you got to bring him down.
All right, so somebody brought this to Derrick Henry's attention.
Oh. By the way, not hard to tackle Derrick
Apparently
Henry?
not.
Derrick Henry?
That guy?
Interesting.
Derrick Henry, your thoughts?
Derrick, did you get a chance to see Grant Delpit? You said that you're not hard to tackle on. Do you have a reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, I saw that. I saw his coach had a tweet, a quote, and, he had a quote. We'll see on Sunday.
We'll see on Sunday. Oh.
It'll get handled when it gets handled.
Yeah, right?
It'll get handled
when it gets handled.
When it gets handled.
It'll get handled when it gets handled.
Oh, the Raiders felt the wrath of that.
Oh, man. Why would you poke Derrick Henry?
How tough is it to tackle Derrick? Well, okay, let's take this one at a time. On the petty scale, first item up for bids is the Ravens holding their 30th anniversary celebration of moving to Baltimore from Cleveland, with Cleveland in their house. Interestingly enough, with Joe Flacco making his first start for the Ravens in Baltimore since he was a Raven. Okay. Now, before you answer, Mary Kay Cabot asked the Ravens about all this stuff.
Okay.
And she covers the Browns. And they responded saying that planning for the 30th season began last year. They pegged the home opener as the official kickoff of the anniversary celebration. Just so happened the schedule makers are the ones who put the Browns in their house on the day they had planned to celebrate.
So the league did this.
Yeah. I mean, no, they were making their plans, and then the league decided to, it was just at random.
Sure. Yeah, okay. Sure it was.
Just random. Random.
Cool.
Just want to let you know.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
All the information. Now, where does this stand on the petty scale? Is it the biggest petty? Is it the Richard petty? Is it the king of petty?
The Ravens don't make the schedule, and if we are to take them at their word that they were planning this over a year ago before the 2025 schedule was out.
Got to go Tom, right? Tom Petty?
No.
I go lower.
I don't think this has anything to do. I'm going bottom. I'm going Bryce.
Bryce Petty. This is Bryce Petty.
Yeah, the Ravens had nothing to do with this.
Okay. David, no fingerprints on it. Would you agree?
I'm going to believe them.
RES Consulting is coming up with Bryce Petty.
I'm going to go Lori Petty.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can't take the petty out of this.
Yeah, I mean, because here's the deal. They knew that they wanted to have a celebration, but somewhere deep into their mind, they probably knew that, we're going to get this shit.
I mean, it was a 1 in 9 chance.
Yeah, so I'm going to put it on.
Okay. So Steve Bisciotti called the league like, hey, give us the Browns.
I don't think it went that far up the chain of command.
Well, I think we're going to have a Richard Petty if we keep going with this, because someone's going to get the Petty, and that's the league.
Where does Jerry Judy's comment that there's no challenges?
Now that's funny. That's Tom.
That's Tom?
That's
not
Tom.
Full Richard King Petty?
Not full, but it's pretty disrespectful.
See, I don't think that he was being petty, so I'm going to give him Kyle on the petty. So I don't think
that's right in the middle, huh? No, I'm going with you with Tom.
Yeah, it's pretty petty. It's pretty I watched the tape.
Okay.
Like, no
challenge. Grant Delpit poking the bear. I don't think it is. I'm going to go Bryce Petty on that. I don't think it's
really?
petty. I don't think it's petty. I think it's just petty. Like it's football.
Stuff.
I'm a man. He's a man. We're two men trying to meet at the same.
He knew what he was saying, so I'll go Lori.
Okay.
Now, guys, if we had a is this a smart thing to say skill? Then that would be high.
That would be off the chart. I don't think there's a rating for that.
That wasn't smart.
We're off that chart.
I don't think that was petty. I'm with you, Rich.
Lori Petty from Point Break fame, obviously.
But Ravens versus Browns is Richard Petty, right?
Oh,
just in general. All of it together.
In general.
Every
time they face off, boom, the king.
That matchup was petty by the league.
Okay. Derrick Henry's response?
Oh, no, that's not petty at all. That's just like...
I'm Derrick Henry, and who the hell is this guy?
It is essentially what, you read about. Somebody walks into a situation, they try to get out of it, and they say, don't you know who I am?
Right.
Which is embarrassing when you're trying to be above the fray. But I think in this case, Derrick Henry reminding everyone of his credentials is valid in his response, to be straight up,
Yeah.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than
Hey, Texans
other
fans,
firm.
Sean Mapes here. You know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Houston Stars and Battle Red all season long. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. And don't worry about injuries because Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles is your best bet this football season. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order some of your favorite bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook, at the Golden Nugget Casino Lake Charles, a 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Hey, Houston, John Granato here. Chastang Ford is teaming up with the local Houston Food Bank for a local food drive happening September 15th through the 25th. They're collecting non-perishable items right at the dealership at 610 Loop East at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. It's all about giving back, and they're proud to be here for the community. So swing by, drop off your donations, and help them make a difference. That's Chastang Ford, where community comes first. ChastangFord.com.
John Granato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys are expanding as well.
Yes, we are branching into San Antonio and Austin. So if you have a second house over there, we can come and pick up your items, bring them back to Houston Powder Coaters, and then deliver them back to your second home.
How about that? And your delivery?
It's free in the Houston area. It's going to be $125 for Austin and San Antonio.
That's not bad at all. Call Robin. You'll probably deal with Robin when you call Houston Powder Coaters. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Football fans, listen up. Game Day just got an upgrade with Bites and Brews Tailgate Classics from Crawfish Cafe and Carbach Brewery. Load up with the Game Day pack. Spicy wings, Cajun fries, sausage, corn, and more. Ice cold Carbach beer. Of course, buckets for $10, singles for $2. Plus, catch ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 as we broadcast live this Monday at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. Find your flavor at crawfishcafe.com or follow on socials at Crawfish Cafe.
The 12th man lives here.
Feels nice. Winning in this conference feels nice. So you got to earn them.
This is who we are.
Dig 'em, baby!
Touchdown, Aggies!
Battling that they're getting better, and they got another big game next week.
Join us Saturday. The Aggies travel to South Bend to battle Notre Dame. Our coverage begins at 5:30 on your home for Aggie football.
Texas A&M versus Notre Dame, Saturday at 5:30 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Guess who?
ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Jordan Love's performance, how would you rate it?
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
On a beautiful play fake by Jordan Love.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Love takes, looks, throws slant right side, touchdown.
Earlier on the show, Steelers defensive tackle Cam Heyward. Coming up, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Actor Michael Chiklis. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show on this busy Friday is on the air on Disney Plus, on ESPN. The app can be seen everywhere. And, of course, ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Tom Pelissero, my colleague from NFL Network, will be joining us in 20 minutes' time. Lots to talk about with him. Jaden Reed broke his collarbone last night on a play that was a touchdown if it wasn't for a hold way back in the pocket. How long might he be out? Xavier Worthy, what's the scoop with him as we're getting set for a Super Bowl rematch Sunday late afternoon on Fox? So there's those are just 2 items up for bids when Tom Pelissero joins us. Michael Chiklis will be joining us in studio in hour number 3. The Senior is available in theaters nationwide next Friday. He plays a 59-year-old college football playing senior, getting one last year of eligibility before he turns 60. And he's a diehard Patriot fan, so you and our guest, Christopher Brockman, will have lots to talk about.
Excited to see him.
The Miami Dolphins, by the way, had a players-only meeting on Tuesday. Did you hear about that one?
Week 2 players-only meetings.
Oh, it's week 1 and week 2.
Well, yeah, not great.
Players-only meeting.
All right. Not great.
Unless this is the turning point, Chris.
Can you turn a point in week 1 between 1 and 2? It's a little early for turning points.
A September 9th.
Wow.
September 9th players-only meeting. I mean, the only one who was, did anything too early so far in the NFL campaign, you'd say, is Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
That was fast.
He's your clubhouse.
I mean, September 9th players-only meeting. It was that bad.
Yeah, it was that
bad.
It was pretty bad.
And you could make the case out of any 0-1 team that needs the dub. Ooh. Every 0-1 team needs the dub.
In week 2?
If there's, and I mean, it's not a must-win because it's still week 2. But of all the 0-1 teams, no one wants to be 0-2. Period. Atlanta, Baltimore, Carolina, Chicago, Cleveland, Dallas, Detroit. That's up there too, right? Houston taking on Tampa on a Monday night.
Houston might be in
Kansas City. Haven't been 0-2 since Andy Reid's second year there, and he's in year 13 as their coach. But if they
lose, you're not going to feel, that their season's over.
New England, New Orleans, Giants, Jets, Seattle, Tennessee. Out of all of them, does Miami need it the most?
Well, it just feels like...
Just to be dumb, I guess,
sure.
Because everybody just said it needs it.
But it just feels like...
Man, players-only meeting.
The coach's seat is hot. Their players might be... they're making calls for Tyreek already.
We're assuming it's hot. We have no idea what Stephen Ross is thinking wherever he's sitting.
We are assuming.
Counting his money. But
he should do what another team owner does and, get on a microphone
get on the radio
week and then
just
let us know
every week.
what is on his mind.
Yeah,
and that way you won't have to speculate what he could or could not be thinking.
That's right.
I'm just saying they could do that.
That's one way to approach it.
Stephen Ross can get on 106.3 ESPN Radio West Palm.
Let's go. Hey, listen. The Washington Commanders went from didn't look impressive, but they still got it done type of win on Sunday to 5 days later. Man, they have the oldest roster in the league. What do you expect for a quick turnaround week? That's what they looked like. They looked old, even though they've got one of the best young quarterbacks we've seen in recent memory. A unicorn. But I'll tell you what, man.
Tell you what, man.
The Washington Commanders on Thursday night did, in fact, look undermanned and old. And now with Austin Eckler with a non-contact Achilles injury that we're expecting to be the absolute worst, you're sitting here wondering, why did they trade Brian Robinson away before the season?
Yeah.
Probably.
They love their rookie, Jacory, don't call me Jacory, call me Bill.
Yeah, Bill Krosky.
Bill Krosky Merritt. Damn glad to see you.
Yeah.
Who's going to run the ball for him? And if Jaden Daniels is being held to his second fewest rushing yards of his career in 22 career starts, and he and Terry McLaurin clearly needed more time, I guess, in the summer, that's why Jaden Daniels showed up at the podium last night and counseled calm. That's what the Packers just did to the Commanders. Hit it.
We got 10 days to our next game, so there's nothing to dwell about it. It's early in the season. I wouldn't expect anybody in this locker room to hit a panic button. We faced a really good team, and we came up short. So we'll move on to the next game.
At some point, Jaden Daniels' halftime stats mirrored J.J. McCarthy's from the other night. It was brutal. And then, poor execution. Prior to halftime, well, they got the ball in the second half first. So they had the opportunity at the 2-minute warning, the 1:55 mark. They're on the plus side of the field. They're on the Packers' territory. And that commercial break on Prime Video, coming back, had an opportunity, score on either side of halftime, the old Patriot method, turning a game around. 14-3, you can turn a game around, score a touchdown here and a touchdown in your next possession, flip the table. Mm-hmm. And instead, they wound up letting the clock drip down all the way with their timeouts remaining to send their field goal kicker out for a 50-something yarder that was way further out than you're sitting there thinking, coming back from the 2-minute break, that they're going to get an opportunity. And then you had left enough time on the clock. The Packers almost were the team to walk away with 3 in that situation, but McManus missed. And then they got the ball on a great return to kick off the second half from Debo. And they got the ball on the plus side of the field again and came away with no points again. They had that opportunity to close the gap. And they got full Blutarski, 0, halftime 0. So they weren't executing it all. The run game, you got to wonder, who's going to be the guy? Do they still have the receipt from the deal to the Niners? Can they
take backsies?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Can we get a refund on this?
Jaden Daniels is right. There's 10 days until they welcome in Vegas. And we'll see on Monday night what Vegas looks like in a follow-up from their Week 1 win at New England before they visit Atlanta. And then the Chargers out here. They got to wind up, as we know, playing in division and playing the AFC West.
That front half of the schedule suddenly looks a little tougher.
And then they play the NFC North. They better run the ball, and they better get that connection going with McLaurin. And
well, it seems like you're going to see a lot of Debo maybe in the backfield now. He only has one rushing attempt in the 2 games. It did go for a touchdown in Week 1.
Yeah.
But, that's a guy he looks really good in his first 2 games.
Right.
I have him in fantasy. I know. You can put him back there and let him run the ball.
Well, I have Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin connected in fantasy. I'm about to go 0-2.
By the way, that hit Jaden Daniels took, there was one sack in particular where he landed on his head.
Oh, and ankle too, late in the game.
Well, that one just kind of turned on its own, tweaked it. But he said, I'm good afterwards, and there is 10 days, so I'm not concerned about that. But I'm just concerned about the offense missing a running attack and then missing another gear. If you can rush 4 and keep this guy in the pocket, did the Packers just offer a blueprint? Now, I don't know how good. Or is
Green Bay that good?
Or is Green Bay that good?
Yeah.
We're going to find that one out because they just did it to the Lions and then the Commanders within 5 days. The it being make him look totally pedestrian and wondering if there's any there.
Also, a blueprint only works if you have comparable
Micah.
Yeah, and unless you have, a Rashawn Gary or a
guys. Go ahead. I mean, or you have this guy and you got Micah. Oh my God! Hey. What are we doing? Some dance mix over there? All right.
I thought we got a new board.
I thought Del Tufo was off today.
Del Tufo with me there.
We got a new board. It's okay.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. It's a Friday, which means it's time for What's More Likely for a Friday. Go ahead and hit it, Mike. Del Tufo's not here.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never.
All right. What do you got over there, Christopher?
This is very Del Tufian, what went on right there. Hey, everybody. Happy Friday.
Hey, what's up, Chris?
What's up, TJ? We saw it last night, guys. Who's more likely to win the NFC, the Packers or the field?
Oh, man.
Well, Rich, you and I both picked the same team to go to the Super Bowl.
No, I chose the Lions, which I'm wondering, and again, what the Packers chose. The Packers just did to the Lions in Week 1 makes me think when I get my mulligan on the Thanksgiving NFL game day morning, am I going to take it? But, I mean, this is kind of mixing overreaction Monday with what's more likely Friday.
A little bit.
And just the mere fact that I'll just take the field at this point in time. Just because. Because you're giving me 15 other teams against one.
I'm giving you like 3 other teams.
You may say that.
Yeah.
You're giving me probably the Eagles.
Yeah.
An NFC West team and the Bucs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe the Lions. I don't know.
So
we'll see.
And I chose the Lions, so I'm just going to take the field at this point in time. But it sure looks like as I said off the top, Packers through 5 days of the NFL season look like the best team in football.
Yeah, they got the second best odds right now.
What else, Chris?
Pretty fun. All right, big matchup in Kansas City. Is it more likely Saquon Barkley has more rushing yards or any 2 Chiefs pass catchers have more receiving yards?
Well, 2 combined passing yard leaders for the Chiefs better have more rushing yards than Saquon. They better.
Better and more likely are 2 different things.
No, so I'll go Chiefs receiving yards. Dory Jackson better have his head on a swivel because Andy Reid's going to go find him and baptize him on a Sunday.
With who?
Exactly why I picked up Hollywood Brown.
Who's going to catch the ball?
Hollywood Brown had 10 catches against a Chargers team that was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So
that's why I picked him.
And is Xavier Worthy going to play?
Oh, I don't think so.
I would say probably not.
I don't know.
Might be a couple weeks.
Well, ask Tom, who's got. I mean, I don't know.
Tom will know, obviously.
I mean, Andy Reid's not ruled him out. Has he been out? Has he been ruled out as of this taping?
He has
Recording?
not. He has not been ruled out.
The way he crumbled and went down.
Dude, I don't know.
But, Rich, if an injury like that, wouldn't you want to sit him a week just to make sure he's a little bit more healthy?
I don't know. I mean, if he's feeling good and he's put him in a brace and give him some aspirin. That's what Mooch would say.
Pour some Robitussin on it?
I hope not.
Put some tussin
doesn't have a cough.
Water, shake it up, Robitussin. More likely to be the higher number in Tennessee. Jared versus sacks or Cam Ward TD passes?
Jared Ward sacks, Cam Ward TD passes.
I'll go Jared versus sacks.
Rams D is feisty.
They are indeed, sir. They are indeed.
That's a scary picture on the left, too.
It is indeed. I know. I'll go Jared versus sacks. How about them apples? Florida State versus Miami.
Oh, good call.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Rivalry.
Could be a fun one in this AFC East matchup. AFC East QB with more rushing touchdowns on Sunday.
Oh, Allen or
Josh
or
Allen or Justin Fields.
Ah.
I believe they both had, 2 last week?
AFC East quarterback with more rushing touchdowns Sunday. Josh Allen or Justin Fields. I'll go Justin Fields. Ed Oliver's out.
Ed Oliver.
Ed Oliver. Right. So I'll go Justin Fields here, man.
You're going to take the Jets? You're going to lone wolf?
Definitely not.
Gangrene on that one?
Absolutely not. I don't know. We're not picking Jets or Broncos or Rams or Jaguars games before we call the game.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It's the 2 guys on half the set on game day morning is the booth for those 2 games. But
that makes sense.
There you go. What else you got?
Both these guys were a bit of a bummer last week. Wide receiver 1 to have the best bounce back game in a win. Brian Thomas Jr. or Jamar Chase?
Oh, gosh. I'll take Jamar Chase, brother. That's what I'll do. Good stuff, man.
It's a fun matchup. That could be a really fun game.
Travis Etienne did after what he just did, and then Chase Brown.
A lot of fantasy players.
7 yards. Brian Thomas's uniform number, the exact number of total yards the Bengals offense had in the second half in Cleveland.
That's really bad.
7. So,
really bad.
So I have a feeling Jamar Chase's first catch of the game will be, how about this? First snap of the game, more than 7 yards to Jamar Chase. I'll just throw that one out there.
Think we'll get Travis Hunter.
Maybe Travis Hunter will be on the field then, right?
Yeah, lined up against Chase.
Maybe so. What's more likely? Travis Hunter is lined up against Jamar Chase, or the Jaguars coach returns home from Cincinnati on the team plane?
See. Now, folks, that is Richard the King pay.
No, it's not.
That's about a fourth
reference.
reference.
About the last time Jacksonville was in Cincinnati. What happened?
Top of the petty.
Everything got flipped upside down for that organization. So, but Liam Cohen, just eyes on Liam Cohen as he's going through the airport there in Kentucky on the charter home.
Saying he should have a
keep your eyes peeled. Should I ask Tom Pelissero?
Does Liam Cohen own any bars in the greater
Columbus area? All right, what else you got, Chris?
Got AFC, more likely AFC contender who will have their hand most hovering over the panic button after a home loss on Sunday. Ooh. Chiefs or Ravens?
Oh, I'd go Chiefs. I don't think the Ravens losing to Cleveland is more likely than the Chiefs losing at home to the defending Super Bowl champs.
I'm saying, but whoever loses, if one of these teams do lose, say they both lose, who's panicking more?
Neither. And I refuse to endeavor that I must choose one to panic. Neither team will panic.
I mean, that's the idea of the game.
I understand what you're saying.
This game only works if you play along.
Not me. It's more likely the Chiefs lose at home to the Eagles than the Ravens lose at home to the Browns. Neither will hit a panic button. Neither will do so. Didn't the Ravens start 0-2 last year?
They did.
Because they followed up that Isaiah Likely toe out of bounds loss with a loss to the Raiders.
To the Raiders, yeah.
Because Devontae Adams went nuts. Yes, folks, that happened last year. And the Ravens wound up winning their division, making the playoffs. Yeah, bud, there's no panic on either side. What else you got?
What if the Browns score 40? I'd be pretty panicked if I was the Ravens then.
I wouldn't panic.
More likely NFC team to get got by a division foe at home to fall to 0-2, Lions or Cowboys?
Oh, I would go. I'll go Lions because the Cowboys haven't lost to the Giants in forever and a day.
Yeah, we're like
9
and 1 last 10.
Right. By the way, excellent choice of photographs. Neither quarterback looks happy in this picture.
No, well, they both might be 0-2.
I'd go Lions, although I think both win.
Okay.
What else?
All right, last one. Unexpected Week 1 AFC QB darling to keep the hot hand. Aaron Rodgers or Daniel Jones?
Indianapolis is home against Denver. I'll go Rodgers. I mean, come on.
Seattle's defense?
Pretty good. I'm aware of it.
Pretty good last week.
I'm aware of it. And I know the Denver defense is pretty stout as well. I'll just go with Aaron Rodgers' track record. I just go track record. So, I mean, of all the things, Daniel Jones didn't finish the season in New York last year. It's just everyone else around Rodgers didn't finish in New York last year. Coach, GM, I'll just go Aaron Rodgers. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would.
Very good.
Okay.
And that's what's more likely on a Friday. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew, the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's 600-plus miles of range. Or is it the driver behind the wheel? It's all that and more. We know it. It's the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603 for more details. Tom Pelissero, when we come back right here on The Rich Eisen Show. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Oh,
Could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. Call me today at 832-779-4000. I'll buy your house for cash and pay you cash up front. I buy houses in any price range and any location in the Houston area. Do you own a house that needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-upper houses. Do you have a tenant living in your property? Not a problem. I'll buy your house with the tenant in it. Do you think your property would be difficult to sell? Easy. We provide assistance for any situation for houses in any condition. Do you want the best price for your house? Done. I'll beat any offer you have on the table. Remember, if you need cash fast, I'll pay you cash up front. Give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Whooping the Irish in the Cotton Bowl required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux. Your table is waiting.
All right, Houston, are you ready for a party? We're live at Nick's Place today, broadcasting from 3 to 7 p.m. Come join us for cold beers, cocktails, and great food from Houston's favorite neighborhood Italian sports bar, Nick's Place. Enjoy your sports on their great wall of TVs, play some pool, or just sit out on the patio and enjoy this great weather. So come join us as we broadcast live today from 3 to 7 p.m. at Nick's Place on Rocky Ridge at Westheimer.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Bunch of home games backloaded. You know, their schedule is challenging even once you get past the bye here. But I mean, you look at who they've got upcoming here. You know, you don't sneeze at any of those matchups, but there's no reason the Vikings, you know, pending how they handle the international travel in the first ever 2-game international swing in NFL history, they could be sitting in a pretty good spot as they come back from that bye and get set to take on the champs and everyone else.
My colleague from NFL Network and NFL Plus, one of the co-hosts of The Insiders, Tom Pelissero, joining us here. Our ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance audience returned in the middle of you talking about what the Minnesota Vikings schedule is like moving on from this Sunday night against the Atlanta Falcons. Let's move to other matters at hand here in the National Football League. And, you know, obviously one first up, the San Francisco 49ers are going to be the first team to start a backup quarterback because of Brock Purdy's injuries. George Kittle already out on short-term injured reserve. What's going on there, and how quickly can everyone get back, do you think? Ayuk included, Tom?
Well, first of all, the 49ers have been in this spot before. You know, it's not every year, but there are certainly too many years where the 49ers were a week or two in the season and they've got one or more calamities that they're having to deal with from a health perspective, a roster perspective, or everything else. I mean, they lose their quarterback for somewhere, it's going to be multiple weeks. Doesn't sound like Brock Purdy goes on injured reserve, but you're talking about turf toe or a turf toe-like injury, which is where, and you can see the play where it happens, you know, his foot gets way overextended where it's supposed to actually bend with that big toe. You know, that can damage ligaments and tendons and all sorts of things. And so it's going to be a matter of how quickly can he get past the pain portion and get back to functionality. They'll go week to week on this thing. We're not going to see him on Sunday against the Saints. Doesn't sound like we'll see him next week either, but they're hoping sooner than later he's able to get back out there. So you've got Mac Jones now filling in a quarterback. You lose your starting tight end, George Kittle, for 4 games. They hope it's only 4. You know, part of the reason they IR him is because that 4th game falls on a Thursday night, so they've got 4 games in like a 23-day span. It just makes sense. Give him the time to rest. But also, Juwan Jennings got banged up. We already know Brandon Ayuk is not out there. He's going to be back sometime October, November, but it's still going to be a bit for him. And then, you had to cut your kicker who you've stood by through thick and thin for 2 seasons plus 1 game. You know, here we are all of a sudden, and they're making a kicker change as well. That's a lot on the plate of Kyle Shanahan, who unfortunately is used to dealing with these things. We'll see exactly how they handle it as they go into a toughened environment, but in a really winnable game against the Saints.
And then we're always in our world of media and talking about it, Tom, looking for a spot where a quarterback could be the first to be benched due to inefficiency or their performance. And a lot of folks looking at New Jersey on that front in Dallas with the Giants and Russell Wilson. What's your tea leaf reading there with Jackson Dart being just 1 snap away from getting into the game right now, Tom?
I would say the Giants coaching staff knows, and this goes all the way to the front office. This goes to ownership. I mean, this is an organizational decision, but they've got one move that they can make this season. The one move that they can make to potentially change how things are going is to bench Russell Wilson and put in Jackson Dart. And you want to be careful about how you approach that, making sure that you're setting Jackson Dart up for success. And when you looked at the Giants' schedule going into this season, you'd say, this was pretty difficult out of the gate, so put the veteran quarterback in there. I mean, you never want to be on a list with a stat like the Giants are the first team to not score a touchdown in their first in their opener 3 years in a row since the Lions in the 1940s. That's bad company to be in. And for whatever reason, from just an offensive competency perspective, they've been perpetual slow starters going all the way back to Brian Daboll's first year when, they kind of had some things together. They won a ton of one-score games. They went into the playoffs and even won a game. I don't get the sense that this is imminent. I know that Brian Daboll kind of was non-specific after the game. It sounds like that was more the frustration of how that game went and just wanting to make sure they went back and reviewed the tape. We all know this. Every time that the offense stumbles, anytime Russell Wilson doesn't play well, the heat's only going to rise in New York. And so Jackson Dart is there. It's hard to say for certain exactly how close to ready they feel he is. He looked really good in the preseason. But Russell Wilson in the first-string offense looked pretty good in the preseason too, and they couldn't move the ball at all against the Commanders here. If they keep losing games, there's no question we could see Jackson Dart sooner than later. But I don't get the sense that this is hey, if we come out, we have a bad quarter on Sunday, we're going to throw the rookie in there against Dallas.
Speaking of not wanting to be on a list, Tom, you don't want to be atop the list of first team to hold a players-only meeting in a season. And you certainly don't want that to be on a date like, say, September 9th. But that is apparently what happened in Miami on Tuesday, Tom. What is happening with the Dolphins as you know it at present?
Well, that was about as bad of an opener as you could possibly imagine. You've got the entire summer to draw things up and figure out how you're going to attack this specific opponent. Granted, with some level of unknown because Lou Anarumo's, a new defensive coordinator in Indianapolis, but you've got years of tape on him in Cincinnati. You know what the personnel is. There were definitely some things that Lou, who's really good at his job, threw at the Dolphins, and it threw him off. But you got to be able to function at a higher level than they did. They had, miscues pre and post snap. As Mike McDaniel put it, the guys got caught up a little bit in the bells and whistles of week one. The fact that they had a players-only meeting, I think more so speaks back to the emphasis through the offseason about mutual accountability. It was everybody staying together and being on the same page. And when I've talked to people in Miami coming off that, obviously nobody wants to see week one go like that, but the insistence I get is it's better than it was a year ago. We're still on course here. This is not absolute panic mode, but they got to come on and show it this week because you've got a Sunday game at home against the Patriots team that I was there in Foxborough. They really struggled. There were good moments on defense. There were not a lot of good moments on offense. If you can't beat the Patriots, who historically, by the way, have struggled in Miami, if you can't beat them on your home field, then you're turning around and playing a Thursday night game in Buffalo. You potentially could be 0-3, and that would be the first time that you're going to have people saying, oh, boy, are they going to make a change if the Dolphins, get blasted in this game? I don't know that we're anywhere close to that point. I know how that organization feels about Mike McDaniel. There's no doubt that they have had fairly unique challenges through the course of this offseason in terms of making multiple big trades, signing starting corners in August, trading for Darren Waller, who is yet to play a snap, and he's ruled out again this week. And, Jalen Waddle's banged up with the shoulder now this week. Devon Achane may not have been 100%. Jalen Wright hasn't been healthy. There's a lot of stuff going around that team, and that's not to make excuses for them. They also lost 2 starting offensive linemen in the game last week. Austin Jackson's going to be out this week, and James Daniels is headed to injured reserve. That's a lot of moving parts that the Dolphins have. There's no doubt. There is not a bigger game on the schedule than week 2 right now for the Patriots, because if you go into Buffalo 0-2 national TV and that game could get as ugly as games against Buffalo sometimes do, you're only going to, feel the pressure ratcheted up that much around that program. So it makes sense. Players get together and say, hey, that was awful, but we're not going to allow this to be the product again this Sunday.
Can Tyreek Hill being a part that's moving elsewhere? That's one of the red-hot rumors of this week is that if the Dolphins go any further south, then Tyreek could be had for the right price and within the conference. Teams like the Steelers and Chiefs have been associated with that rumor. Your thoughts on that, Tom? Is there a market for this? Is it happening?
I don't foresee Tyreek Hill being traded in the near term by the Dolphins, barring some type of a blow-up, which we've seen those happen surrounding Tyreek in the past or post-game comments. I don't get the sense we're there because, Rich, the moment that they would trade Tyreek Hill, That's Miami waving the white flag. Go back to the end of last season, the conversations that they had through January, February, March. They made a conscious decision. We need to change things in this locker room. We're going to move on from Jalen Ramsey. They end up trading him to the Steelers in June, but that was a deal that was, going to happen. He was not going to be a member of the Dolphins for months. They made a simultaneous decision to keep Tyreek Hill because they believed that this part of it was salvageable, that Tyreek would come back with a greater sense of responsibility and would come back more dialed in. And we know Tyreek's made comments about he finally knows the offense, finally knows the playbook, feels like he's in a better spot. Well, you get into week one, it doesn't look good. And if it continues to not look good, then certainly there's a scenario where Tyreek Hill could be traded. They also converted a large chunk. It's built into the contract, but they converted a large chunk of his compensation this year into a bonus. It's an option bonus structure. And so the team, if there were a team trading for Tyreek Hill, would get him at a pretty low rate too. But you also have to factor in here, bringing in Tyreek Hill would change certain dynamics potentially in your locker room. I don't see a team like the Steelers bringing in Tyreek Hill, period. To be quite frank, Rich, never say never. But if any team is going to have inside information on where things went sideways with Tyreek last year, it would be from a team that traded for multiple other Dolphins veterans within the past couple of months.
Right.
It just seems like it would be a difficult fit there. You have the NFL review into allegations of domestic violence raised by his now ex-wife. That's a lot for teams to bite off. So where does that leave them? You mentioned the Chiefs. It sounds like Xavier Worthy avoided, the worst of it here. He potentially even could play this week. We'll see what his participation is in practice today. But you don't necessarily have an acute need in Kansas City. But you know this. They're willing to take calculated risks on guys who might come with trouble, whether that's off the field, whether that's in the locker room. They know Tyreek Hill. They didn't trade him because they didn't think he could play anymore a few years ago, Rich, when they traded in Miami. They traded him because Tyreek wanted to make $30 million a year, and they could get a first and a third round pick and use that $30 million a year to rebuild their offensive line and their defense. They did that. Now this would be Tyreek Hill coming back at a different price point for less cash. It would make sense. But again, we're not there yet. No trade is down the road. If the Dolphins lose these next couple, then we're going to be talking about all kinds of different things that could happen in Miami.
A few minutes left with Tom Pelissero, my colleague from NFL Network and the NFL Media Group, NFL Plus. You kind of touched on Xavier Worthy after he collided with Travis Kelce in Brazil. 3 snaps into the game, everything got flipped over in their world as well as their game plan for that day and evening in Sao Paulo. What's the latest? Is he going to wear a brace? Is it really possible? Is surgery feasible? Walk me through what's going on with Xavier Worthy and the Chiefs, best you can tell right now.
Well, it sounds like with this particular shoulder injury, it's not a surgical necessary thing at this time. It is an injury that, and I heard this, all the way back to from the night of the game, was they were hopeful once the x-rays were negative, this would be something where maybe he could wear a harness and be able to get back on the field. But you got to get comfortable with the harness. You got to feel like you've got full range of motion. You got to feel like you can protect yourself, whether that's from defensive backs or Travis Kelce running his route slightly not the correct depth out there. I mean, those are real things. Things happen in football games. What you don't want to do is set Xavier Worthy back. But you said it, and you were there, Rich. Their game plan was built so much around Xavier Worthy that however many snaps into the game that was, and he goes down, all of a sudden what they had to do is they had 2 other receivers who were running routes in the game that they had never repped in practice because those were Xavier Worthy plays and because the offense was supposed to run through Worthy. So I would add that caveat too on anybody sitting here and writing off the Chiefs. Now, if you watch the Bills-Ravens game on Sunday night, I certainly walked away going, these 2 teams look more dangerous right now than the Chiefs. But take into account when you have a game plan that's built through really the entire offseason in the week of the game, and then you lose one of your core players, it does have a ripple effect. And so let's see what they can come out and do against another really tough defense on Sunday against the Eagles.
So Worthy might play, can play. We just need to keep an eye on the injury report for Sunday?
He practiced yesterday. So the fact that he was out there on a limited basis, again, this is one that might sometimes, game time decisions are kind of phony. This is one that they truly might take up at least until Saturday just because, again, there's an experimentation with the harness. There's, hey, how's he feeling after a day of practice? They could also have looked at him yesterday and just decide to shut him down. My understanding has been going into practice yesterday, they thought, all right, let's go and test this thing out. Let's see how his body responds to it. Let's see how he works on the practice field. We'll get clearer answers later today, but he may well be listed as questionable, Rich.
Ed Oliver ruled out for the Bills. That's significant, one would say. What other significant injuries do you want to throw out there before I let you go into the weekend, sir?
Well, Ed Oliver got stepped on in practice on Wednesday, and it just seemed like he couldn't really shake it. He was in a walking boot. I mean, he was the one guy in a game where both teams scored 40-plus points, Rich. Ed Oliver was the defensive player who was absolutely everywhere on the field, so a little bit of extra challenge for Buffalo going into this week. Sounds like good news on Drake London. He's practiced the past couple of days. I know Raheem Morris has been optimistic that he's going to be able to go this week. Denzel Ward being off the injury report. Anytime a guy pops up on Thursday with an Achilles, you get a little bit worried about it, but he's going to be good to go this week. It'll be interesting to see, too, whether or not the Browns put Quinshon Judkins onto the field. Had his meeting with the NFL this week. He's only practiced basically 2 days since back in the spring. That would certainly tell you he's not going to get a full boat, but do they get him out there and get his feet wet? This is amidst the ongoing NFL investigation that could yield discipline, even though legal charges, criminal charges were dropped based upon an allegation of assault. So there's a lot of moving parts there. But for the Browns, this guy, again, setting aside those things, this guy was supposed to be a huge part of their rushing game going into 2025. So let's see as we go through these next 48 hours if they feel like, hey, let's at least get this guy a few carries and get him going.
Last one for you in the 90 seconds I have left. And I might ask this every single week with you, Tom, like the team or the scenario or the issue that other folks around the league are hitting you up about the most on your phone over the last week is...
Yeah, it's some of the things we just talked about. It's what's going on in Miami, what's going on with the Giants. This is like I never want to say there's a low, Rich, right? We had the highest rated week 1 of all time. Yep. There's news galore. But the first 2, 3, 4 weeks, it's pretty rare for people to want to massively change course. You might see a kicker get cut. You got like the Jaguars trading their backup running back because it didn't work out for them in Jacksonville. But the first 4 weeks, everybody kind of good or bad tempers the expectations in terms of, September, there's a lot of experimentation, particularly in week 1. You get surprised by certain things. Nobody wants to make drastic moves over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. But I would say the teams that we all came into the season talking about and thinking about whether or not they were going to potentially have problems. Some of those teams had problems in week 1. And so a close eye on how teams like the Dolphins and Giants navigate this early portion of the season.
I don't like this answer. I don't like this answer. I don't like it at all. It's not juicy enough for me. Like, nobody's blowing your phone up last night saying, why did the Cowboys trade Micah? Nobody's blowing your phone up saying that while he's blowing up the Commanders last night. Nobody. Is that what you're saying?
I think everybody got bored for 6 months of saying, what are the Cowboys doing with Micah Parsons? And eventually, once he got traded, they're all just like, all right, whatever.
Resolution. Okay, I got it. Resolution.
Kenny Clark.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really it. So, right. The trade stuff, there's still, listen, the first starting quarterback who goes down for an extended stretch, it'll be, will Kirk Cousins go there? Will the Falcons trade him? What else do they do? The Commanders lose Austin Eckler last night to what is, in all likelihood, pending MRI, a ruptured Achilles tendon. I know they got Bill. Everyone's excited about Bill. But did they go out after trading Brian Robinson? Did they go out and sign or trade for a backup running back? Those are kind of the little things that people begin to look at here, because the moment the injuries start, there's only so many places you can go. There's not a lot of veterans on the street. We're not to the point where teams want to punt on their season yet and start trading key players, but we're also not that far away from teams potentially making some tough decisions if they can get value.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Next week, I want a juicier answer to that question. Okay.
I will think about that answer for the next 7 days.
Bring the juice. Bring the juice next time. Tom Pelissero, everybody, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. There he goes.
I'll send you the video, Tom.
Okay. We take a break, come back, your phone calls, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. I got my top 5 other games that I'm looking forward to seeing this week, and Michael Chiklis making his way to our third-hour studio.
The Post-Career Day press conference. Brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed. And I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Hey, it's John Granato. If you've been waiting for the right time to buy a truck, this is it. Right now at Chastang Ford, get 0.9% APR financing on select 2025 F-150 XLT models or lease from just $397 a month. No dealer add-ons, just great deals and transparent pricing. How truck buying should be. Visit them on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Chastang Ford, your Ford truck experts.
Offers available with approved credit. Terms and conditions apply. See dealer for full details.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. Hey Texans fans, Sean Mapes here. You know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Houston Stars and Battle Red all season long. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. And don't worry about injuries because Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
When the storms show up, so do all those pesky storm-chasing roofers trying to get you to file an insurance claim. The group of professionals at Brinkman Quality Roofing are not the guys that will be knocking on your door. Call them today at 281-480-7663. That's 281-480-ROOF. They will evaluate your roof and determine what is the best course of action for you and your home. There's no substitute for Brinkman Quality. That's BrinkmanQuality.com, BrinkmanQuality.com.
Football fans, listen up. Game day just got an upgrade with Bites and Brews Tailgate Classics from Crawfish Cafe and Carbach Brewery. Load up with the Game Day Pack. Spicy wings, Cajun fries, sausage, corn, and more. Ice cold Carbach beer. Of course, buckets for $10, singles for $2. Plus, catch ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 as we broadcast live this Monday at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. Find your flavor at crawfishcafe.com or follow on socials at Crawfish Cafe.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance, everybody. Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Jeff in Detroit wants to chime in, one of our favorites and longtime listeners and many-time callers. What's up, Jeffrey?
What up, Today's my birthday, feeling good.
Hey, happy birthday.
My cousin. Hey, listen, it was so funny. I called into the show, and me and Adam, the call screener, who's a Bears fan.
That's right, it's on.
Me and him always kind of josh back and forth.
Right.
When we got off our call today, he always tells me, you have a great weekend, good luck, or whatever.
That's nice.
He got off the phone today. He said, have a great weekend, no luck. And I thought about it.
Well, Jeff, I don't know if you saw earlier this week when Adam...
flex to be able to open up a Disney app and see my guy Rich Eisen right there. It's like,
happy.
you know, I know your kids love it. Like, well, here's my father right here. You know what I'm saying? They
don't care.
On the Disney app, which is great. I love the new platform. You guys have been doing great so far. I've been loving it. I had a ride with one Detroit Lion.
Yep.
TJ refers to him as the sun god, and he told me to just take it easy, calm down. What was Detroit when he got there? And I thought about that, and that's one of those things where today, I mean, this weekend is going to be a must-win situation because whoever loses is going to be 0-2 in division. But us Detroit Lions fans here, we know what it is to lose, and we feel like Jared Goff and our Lions are going to get back in the race. I honestly believe so.
So, Jeff, first of all, happy birthday.
Yes. Thank you, my brother.
Secondly, did you say you were driving Amon-Ra St. Brown around? Is that what you're saying?
I drove him, had him a couple of days ago, and we were we actually had somewhat of a conversation.
Okay.
And, you know, he's of the mindset that everybody else is. We lose one game, we're falling off the cliff. My question is, and I just hated it, and as soon as it happened, why the hell did Jerry have to send Micah to the north?
Yeah, I know. That's
goodness,
a problem.
Man, that guy has something to deal with.
I know. Last question for you. St. Brown wears 14. Was the percentage of his tip higher or lower than his uniform number, Jeff?
Whoa.
See?
Pretty good. He did me well. Okay,
ladies and gentlemen, Jeff of Detroit giving us the update from Detroit saying everything's fine here. No panic. Maybe he was saying that to him because he was behind the wheel of a car, but he truly does believe it. Thank you, Jeff in Detroit, for calling in on the program. We love Jeff.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to him.
He's usually in the barber shop. He DMs me all the stuff that the guys say in the shop. They're loving us there.
And he always gives us something to talk about. And this one is just Adam, our call screener, is just, and he's really sensitive these days.
He's also kind of spiraling after the way Monday night went.
I couldn't tell when he came on the program with a full sheet of paper of notes. And I told him, I'm like, just put that away and speak from the heart, man. And then he says, bring in Tyson Bagent. And I'm like, okay.
He wants Bagent.
He wants Bagent.
He's going to owe
calling
me money
for Bagent.
soon.
He's like, if the Bears are 0-4, they better start Bagent.
Rich, right after Warner Wednesdays, ding, I went back to Adam, and I said, no, look, Adam, Kurt Warner, Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champion, he told you Caleb's going to be all right. Are you okay? And Adam still was not okay.
You know what, man? I don't know, man. But Kurt Warner came on this program on Wednesday, and he said, I don't know. I looked at the film, and DJ Moore was open, but and Caleb didn't connect with him. I don't know if he ran the right route. Sure enough, confirmed by the offensive coordinator. Didn't run the right route. Remember he said that J.J. McCarthy's pick six, he needs to look at the film because it looks like Justin Jefferson might have broke his route too early. Yeah. And he says, but we won't know because, I don't know if Justin Jefferson is going to talk about it. You know what Justin Jefferson said in his media availability yesterday?
He admitted he ran the route.
He did.
Yep.
So,
Kurt Warner
Wednesdays on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody. Make sure you watch it.
Yes, indeed.
And also go check out Kurt's QB Confidential page because he sees things and he talks about things that other ones don't. And then the coordinators and players confirm it.
It'll be all right, Adam.
We, through Kurt, make you smarter.
Relax.
And a lot of these guys around here make you dumber.
Oh, wait, what?
Lowe's knows that free makes everything better. That's why our rewards members get free standard shipping on the things they need and want, starting at Silver Key status every day. Savings for rewards members add up fast, so why wait? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, sports fans. Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you looking for a place to watch your sports, eat like a boss, and chill with your friends? Well, since 1993, Nick's Place has been that place. Yeah, I know we're kind of a dive bar, but you won't find any other place like it. We have every sports package and a menu that's to die for. Cheap beer, craft cocktails, and 27 different bottles of wine. This is not your typical dive bar. Come check us out. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer, it's Nick's Place.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, a lot of people will tailgate mostly Texans or University of Houston or Texas A&M. Hey, if you've got a favorite team, you guys will color code them that color of your team.
Even if you like the Saints and you need some sun gold in your life, we got you.
What about the Cougs?
I'm a Coug. Of course we got to have Cougar colors.
They're the biggest. They're the best. They're expanding. Houston Powder Coaters. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Houston, have you tried Portillo's yet? Portillo's brings authentic Chicago-style flavor with their slow-roasted Italian beef, Chicago-style hot dogs, char-broiled burgers, and crinkle-cut fries with cheese sauce. Save room for their famous chocolate cake and cake shake. Eat in, drive-thru, or order online. Now with 5 Houston locations. Find yours at Portillos.com. That's Portillos.com.
Suit up and save during Suit-Timber at Suit Mart. September 11th through the 14th only. Buy one suit, get your second for just $35 and your third suit for only $25. Complete the look with an array of shoes, 2 for $30. Don't miss homecoming styles with Giorgio Dante suit separates and Marquis slim fit dress shirts. Perfect for the season. Suit-Timber. September 11th through the 14th at Suit Mart. Don't wait. These savings end Sunday. Suit Mart, where Houston suits up.
McGrath Pest Control kills pests so you don't have to. Right now, their vigilance is directed at termites and mosquitoes. It's termite swarming season. These little fellows can cause big problems. Let McGrath bring their wrath to would-be termites around your home, especially if you're buying or selling a home. And when it comes to mosquitoes, their mosquito murdering system keeps your outdoor living space skeeter-free. It's completely safe for you, but not for mosquitoes. Rest in peace. Keep your home pest-free. Get started. McGrathPestControl.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 96.9.
1079 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Jordan Love's performance, how would you rate it?
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
On a beautiful play fake by Jordan Love.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Love takes, looks, throws slant right side, touchdown.
Earlier on the show, Steelers defensive tackle Cam Heyward, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Coming up, actor Michael Chiklis. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Going back to school.
Pretty much.
Is there a triple Indy at the end? We'll ask him.
Let's hope.
He's all excited about that. His family's doing well, and we'll talk about the Patriots. Show's over. You can go right to our page, click the tile with today's show on it, and you can watch it whenever you want. Same thing throughout the entire weekend. There's our podcast version of the show, all 3 hours, the way you can take in any podcast. And also there's our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show for a lot of our videos. And then our friends at ESPN, I mean, they're putting our videos everywhere, which we see and we appreciate.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We definitely appreciate all that. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. Let's take a quick phone call from Milwaukee, where we're on the air there in ESPN Radio. ESPN Radio, by the way, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Yeah.
Mike in Milwaukee. What's going on, Mike?
Mike. Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for making it.
I just wanted to make a quick comment to make sure that in all the very deserved hype of Micah Parsons arriving in Green Bay and causing all the commotion that he's caused and just been such a spectacular addition that we don't lose sight of a couple other things. One, it was expected that giving away Kenny Clark was like a one step backwards in the rush D for 2 steps forward in the pass rush. And the truth is the rush defense has been totally lights out. Like, Van Ness has moved inside. He's looked amazing. I don't think anybody thought he would be even in the discussion for a replacement for what Kenny Clark was doing, but he has been, and he's been fantastic. And the other piece is people late last season and coming into this season had predicted a potential all-pro caliber breakout for Edgerrin Cooper, and I think it's absolutely been happening in the first 2 weeks. But I think a couple of those things have kind of gotten washed out, like I said, in the much-deserved hoopla over at Micah Parsons.
No doubt. Hanging with Mr. Cooper. That's what you're doing right now. And and the defense has been terrific. Jeff Hafley already getting, a lot of folks in my world are basically saying, hey, Packers fans, enjoy your defensive coordinator. He's going to be a head coach somewhere next year. You're going to lose him, which is a sign of an excellent team. Just look, in your division at the team that's won it the last few years in Detroit. But the bottom line is, coming into the season, we always look at teams through the prism of the previous season. And the Lions were the 1 seed in the NFC. They got one and done by the Commanders, who made it to the NFC Championship game, and the Packers dominated both at home to start the season within 5 days.
With Daniels unable to really get away, take off with the ball.
Mike, thanks for the time, and congrats on your Packers starting off 2-0 and looking like the best team in football. We'll see what the Eagles look like against the Chiefs.
Yep.
And, obviously they're going to kick back and watch the Vikings play on Sunday night against Atlanta, which is going to be in desperation mode, if you will, coming into that game. They'll watch the Bears and the Lions beat each other up. Hope that maybe somehow, some way, the Titans knock off the Rams. The Niners are all banged up. The Bucs are taking on the Texans. And they're going to just sit back and watch television. Already 2-0, taking care of business, holding serve in division, holding serve in conference at home in Lambeau, and looking the part and looking the role, and not even having Micah play a full game.
Rich, you said that after the Week 4 game, the page is going to get turned. The page isn't getting turned.
It's going to, because at some point we're going to get bored of talking about it.
Are we?
Yeah, we are.
Because let's just say the Packers do what Chris and I think they do, or we predicted, and they go in the role, and the Cowboys really, really fall off, especially defensively. That's going to keep we're not going to forget about this.
At this point in time, it's still so new, and Micah still is raw about it. He's raw about it, and then he's going to return in week 4, and then at that point in time, it's like, all right, it's all out of everybody's system. The media's done, other than just saying, man, Micah's incredible, Dallas shouldn't have traded him. It's just obvious. It's asked and answered. And then as things begin to ramp up getting into the playoffs, and if they go deep, let's just say he plays in an NFC championship game. Of course it's going to be brought up. You got to go somewhere else to get to the spot that Dallas hasn't been in 31 years now. And then he goes to the Super Bowl in the spot where, the Niners play. And here he is in the Super Bowl. And that's all it's going to be talked about all week. That's the way it's going to go. That's my tea leaves for you. Just hang on for dear life through week 4. And in the meantime, Jerry Jones was asked about it today as well. We don't have that soundbite just yet, but we're getting it later. That's the way our show is going to end. And I believe it or not, I believe the subject of the matter is
Maca.
Yeah, right, so.
By the way, Rich, I have a little beef with you.
Uh-oh.
Well, you posted something on Instagram, on Twitter. I didn't like it. And,
it wasn't Twitter. It's Threads. Catch
Threads.
me on Threads.
Threads, and then but then it got repurposed onto Instagram.
Yes, because Jay Culp is an Eagles fan, and he handles my and the show's social media accounts.
I didn't like it.
He likes it when I have takes like that, and he wants to put it on Instagram for what's called engagement.
Well, I gave you some engagement. If I could...
I did see it. Okay. You said, delete this. Delete this. Absurd the Cowboys traded Micah. Evergreen post. That's the way it's going to be at this point in time. Next game, he's taking on Cleveland. We'll see what happens there. Joe Flacco is 40. This kid's damn near half his age, going for him in a game where Myles Garrett is standing out there. Compare and contrast, all of that stuff. See how it works. And then the big one on Sunday night at Dallas. They're on a bye the next week. Honestly, man, at that point in time, it's going to be like asked, answered, evergreen.
Rich, I respect you, right?
Oh, boy.
Oh, God. Is that a different version of with all due respect?
It is not. I truly do, obviously, and I hold you in high regard in your opinion, but I got to vehemently disagree that a page will be turned because there's going to be members of the media, some of them we now are, I guess, channel mates with, who every Sunday when the Cowboys don't do well will make sure that they put the spotlight on that.
Are you talking about Stephen A. Smith?
I don't want to drop any names.
Yes,
it's like Beetlejuice. If I don't say it, then maybe it won't come out.
One of my favorite moments of your early days on this program, being on every day, being an everyday player for the Rich Eisen Show, was when Stephen A. Smith called in and you started talking Cowboy stuff, and he basically said, I don't know who you are. You seem like a nice guy, but boy, are you basically delusional. And he started going in on Dallas Cowboys fans. I'm telling you, at week 5, week 6, week 7, we'll have already been through all this.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have been through all this.
But
now, how about this? The next time it might come up is if he makes Aaron Rodgers' night miserable, and it'll be one of those things. Well, Cowboys couldn't get past Rodgers, but he wins the day for Green Bay against Rodgers in a way that Cowboys fans would have loved for him to do. Blah blah blah.
I would also like to point out
Green Bay is successful with him against other opponents that have eviscerated or had a history of beating Dallas. That's another one.
Yeah. I also like to point out when Stephen A. did come in and we actually met, he did say, I like that brother. So,
you're a likable guy.
That is true.
When we meet. But from afar, that's the Stephen A. you're going to get. And my entire family, from Sue's, Coop, yours, it's like every other. See, he'll be going back and forth to the hospital where his bride is giving birth to their first child. Could you imagine? He's 22. All of this stuff is happening. So he's got a kid in Huggies while he's dropping his against the Atlanta Falcons, who need this game, gents.
Big time.
0-2 in conference to start their season. 0-2, period. 0-2 in conference. The toughest loss you can have is a home loss in division. That was what they suffered on Sunday against the Bucs. And then there's the Vikings on Sunday Night Football. That's a big one. And, of course, a rematch of the national championship game that I replay in my head every day between Michigan and Washington. Back in the day, J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix Jr. renew acquaintances. Number 4 on the list is the DK Metcalf revenge game, if you will. We had Cam Heyward on in the show before, in hour number one. He said DK Metcalf told him he's had at least 20 tickets for this game, with Seattle coming to the Steelers' home opener and DK Metcalf's home opener as a Steeler. Seahawks and Pittsburgh, and the Seahawks need this one too. I mean, they lost just like Atlanta at home in division, and the Seahawks need to get a good game out of Sam Darnold, who reportedly the Steelers were kicking tires on before they landed on Rodgers, and so this is an interesting game to say the least. And the Pittsburgh Steelers can go to 2-0 before taking a visit to New England for yet another Rodgers sort of spin around the league tour, places that he has been unwelcome. And then the Seattle Seahawks after this game are home against New Orleans, so they can get some sort of a momentum going. How will this look? Will the Steelers' run defense and running game be any stouter against the Seahawks defense that Mina Kimes came on Thursday's show and called a top 5 defense? So we'll see how this one plays out. Early window on Fox. Number 3 is one of the 2 Monday night games. The NFC South favorite, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, opening up a Week 2 game on the road again, going into Houston, licking its wounds from a dreadful Week 1 Sunday in SoFi against the Rams. I mean, is it possible the Texans start the season 0-2 and look at the Colts or Jaguars 2-0? Now suddenly they're 2 games out of first. I mean, that would be a surprise.
Big possibility.
Can the Texans protect CJ Stroud? Is there a run game anywhere? Nico Collins, line 1 is yours. Let's see what's going on here. This is the early window Monday Night Football game on the ESPN family of networks. Can't wait for this one. Number 2, Ben Johnson returning to Detroit, where all national eyes and local eyes are on the Lions, wondering, do they miss Ben Johnson? Can Ben Johnson get things more on the same page with Caleb Williams in time for his return and leave the Lions 0-2, suffering both losses in division to start the season, coming up with a win on the road in division? This is just massive. Early window on Fox. Can the Lions turn the page from the narrative that the Packers salted, that they missed their coordinators and they're not the same team? What are we going to see when the Chicago Bears and Ben Johnson return to the spot where the Lions apparently miss him? And number 1 is the obvious. It's the rematch of the Super Bowl. Did keep Saquon Barkley to just 60 yards rushing, or we're going to see that started 1-0 in the AFC West. The Chargers at the Raiders. The Raiders, can they follow up that creeper deal bro matchup that we all saw? Stanford and USC back in the day, and then Seattle, San Francisco in Jim Harbaugh's first go-around as an HC in the NFL. And Pete Carroll was asked about seeing Jim Harbaugh once again in this big Monday nighter.
I remember Jim. No, I don't. I have no fond memories. I'm not going to go there. They're great games. They've been great games. That's all.
He said that
been a bunch of them.
You guys in a different life could have been great teammates. When he says something like that, what is that?
Well, I think that would come from he's seen my game, and so he would like me to help him win, if I could. And so he's a great competitor.
Pete, the fun double love back. Can't wait to see our fun double love back. Can't wait to see our friend Michael Chiklis back here, and can't wait for you to see The Senior in theaters near you nationwide next Friday, September 19th.
This is Joe Budden. You and I make decisions every day, but on Prize Picks, being right can get you paid. So I'm here to make sure you don't miss any of the daily fantasy action this football season with Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. That's code PLAYNOW to get $50 in site credits after you play your first $5. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
As a scientist, I can tell you that Sundays are only 24 hours long. But with NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, you get every game every Sunday all in one place. That's upwards of 30 hours of NFL in one day. How can there be 30 hours in 24 hours, you ask? I have a theory. Magic. New users get NFL Sunday Ticket for 8 payments of $34.50 per month. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Local and national games on YouTube TV. NFL Sunday Ticket for out-of-market games excludes digital-only games and commercial use. Terms and embargoes apply. Availability varies.
Hey, Houston, John Granato here. Chastang Ford is teaming up with the local Houston Food Bank for a local food drive happening September 15th through the 25th. They're collecting non-perishable items right at the dealership at 610 Loop East at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. It's all about giving back, and they're proud to be here for the community. So swing by, drop off your donations, and help them make a difference. That's Chastang Ford, where community comes first. ChastangFord.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. Hey guys, Lance Erline here. Football is so back and Underdog is ready for you. It's the best place to make picks, and of course, it's available for you right here in the state of Texas. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You can play with as little as $1. This year, there are 2 new opportunities for you, ladders and streaks. Make 3 to 5 picks and progressively win more based on how well each pick performs. Win a little on a different night and a lot on a great night, up to 250 times your money. That's a ladder. For streaks, each streak starts by making 2 picks. If both picks are correct, the next pick for the streak becomes available. Get all 11 correct and the prize is yours. Download the app today and sign up with promo code Lance. You are going to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code Lance. Millions of fans are winning with Underdog Fantasy.
Must be 18 plus, present Texas terms apply. See website for complete details. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncbgambling.org.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granato, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granato.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Hey, sports fans, Nick of Nick's Place here. Are you looking for a place to watch your sports, eat like a boss, and chill with your friends? Well, since 1993, Nick's Place has been that place. Yeah, I know we're kind of a dive bar, but you won't find any other place like it. We have every sports package and a menu that's to die for. Cheap beer, craft cocktails, and 27 different bottles of wine. This is not your typical dive bar. Come check us out. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer, it's Nick's Place.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zierlein here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Chickless here on the Rich Eisen Show. Our radio audience on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, just returned. We just saw a clip of the movie that I'll give you the floor on again. The Senior, available in theaters nationwide next Friday, 1 week from today. You play a guy named Mike Flint, based on a true story.
It's a true story. No, you know what? I got to correct you, because most movies say based on a true story. Yeah. This one should say this is a true story.
Bingo.
Because Mike Flint was right there off camera the whole time.
On the set of this movie.
Set.
And Mike Flint is who? Explain to people.
Mike Flint is a guy from Texas who went to Odessa Permian. Is that how you pronounce
Permian,
it?
I think so.
Permian, sorry.
Right. And Friday Night Lights.
Yeah, Friday Night Lights. He was the captain of that team, won that championship, went over to this big feeder of the Lobos, this team that he played for at Sol Ross State University. West Texas football is like a religion, right? So he went there, and he was the captain of the team in the first week of his senior year. They were supposed to go undefeated. And he saw a freshman outside of the dorm after curfew, told the kid to go in. The kid told him to F himself. He threw down with him, broke his nose. Next day, he not only gets thrown off the team, but thrown out of school. And he left with his tail between his legs. Like 35 years later, he receives a reunion invitation. He thought it was an error. His wife's like, no, I want you to go get this monkey off your back. You got to exorcise these demons.
Right.
And he went to do that, to apologize. And he gets there, and the boys, it's like no time passed. And they're like, hey, man, you look like you could, because he was a strength trainer, you know, and he looked good. And they were like, hey, man, you look like you could still run with him. And joking, he was like, yeah, I probably could. And they were like, well, you're eligible. And he was like, I'm what? So he got it in his head. And right then they were doing trials for the new team. He calls his wife, and he's like, honey, I'm having a great time with the boys down here. I'm going to just stay for the weekend. And she didn't know. And he tried out for the team, and he made it. And he played, you know, and she lost her mind. She was like, what are you doing?
Age 59.
59, you're gonna kill yourself. So they made a deal. She's like, if you're going to do this, then you're going to go back to school and get your degree. You're going to make good on it, you know? And the thing is, look, it's like any great sports film, this is a redemption tale.
Sure.
Yeah, football is the backdrop for this movie, and it is a football movie. And so I got to tell you what, this looks like a $40 million movie. It doesn't look like the small independent that it is. It has scale, and we got it on the screen. And the great Mary Stuart Masterson plays my wife, and she's brilliant. But those boys, they're fantastic, and they all played football. So they knew what they were doing. You know, I got to tell you, to play football and slam into these 20-something-year-olds again after all these years, I was just terrified something was going to break, that I was going to hear a snap and that would be it. You know, so the fact that the second to last shot of the movie, I was finishing, I was sprinting.
Yeah.
I pull up, and just as I'm pulling up, pow, my right calf pops.
No.
And I had one shot left. But fortunately, it was a close-up in here, and we were all panicking. I said, I know what to do. Sit me on a dolly and push me fast, and I'm gonna make like I'm running. And that's how we got that last shot at 4:30 in the morning, just before the sun rose.
With your calf just throbbing,
just ripped, just you know.
Did you say to any of these kids, "I'm Vic Mackey, man. You got to be kidding me. I got this. Come on,
that's
man."
why I was so psyched about that scene, the Rubber Band Man scene, because when they first met me, they were all afraid of me. The boys, they were like, oh, yes, Mr. Chickless, yes. And I'm like, relax, you know. So it was a great scene where they got to mock me, and I sort of tossed myself up for it. I was like, go ahead, mock, you know. And then that was it. We were a team at that point. We had a blast.
I love it, man. The Senior is available in theaters nationwide next Friday. September 19th, right here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, man, TB12 is a TB12 pug is fine. He's 11. He's
awesome.
He's like me. He's old, but he's a stud.
Oh, I thought you were saying he's like the
actual TV.
The actual TV.
That guy.
Yeah, I mean, that guy, is great deep into his dotage, football
By the
dotage
way,
too, man.
Speaking of deep into your age, just so you know, LeBron James wrote the foreword to the book of the same title, The Senior.
Okay.
Because he saw this story, on ESPN in the early odds, when he did this. He did this in like 2002 or 2004.
Right.
When I met Mike, he was 74 years old. And I shook his hand and I went, oh, okay, you did this.
That's
what I mean?
You could feel it.
I went, oh, man.
Yeah.
He had that deep strength, like guy that benches 370 at 70 years old.
That he could give you 5 snaps right now in the game at age 74.
I wouldn't mess with him on a bet, Rich. I'm not kidding you. Not on a bet.
Oh, my gosh. I love it. Great fun. And again, some of the best sports movies are exactly what you're talking about. Redemption, The Rookie, obviously, in baseball.
Mark Ciardi produced that movie. This guy who produced this movie, by the way, it took 18 years to make this movie.
No kidding.
And talk about, you hear about independent movies. Oh, it took 5 years to make. It took 7 years to make. This took him 18 years till now. And the guy was so emotional when it opened the other night because that's an odyssey, man. And that's perseverance. And, this guy, he did the Rookie. He did Secretariat. He did, how about Miracle?
Heard of it?
One of my favorite sports films. So he knew what he was doing. Yeah. And the great Rod Lurie, what a wonderful director. We had such an incredible rapport. I can't, I'm sorry to go on and on about the movie.
You're proud of it, man.
I'm really proud of it. And it's one of these movies you want to see in the theater. The fact that we're opening in 2,000 theaters speaks volumes about the quality of the picture, because right now you don't get in 2,000 theaters countrywide unless you're a Marvel movie or a horror movie. Really, you just don't. But another mixed sports metaphor, it sticks the landing. The movie, it really gets you there emotionally, and it's fun and funny and emotional, and then you leave feeling like the world isn't ending, and we need that right now.
You're right, sir. On that one, and I think that's what you're watching some NFL games as well right now. This weekend would do that sort of thing.
And you don't want to see a football game by yourself. You got to go to the theater and see this with a group of people, because you find yourself going like, "Go, man, go!" It's really exciting.
You feel the same way about Drake May? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, you saw Bill Burr here the other day, right?
I did.
Do you want to chime in on Bill in North Carolina, or what do you want to talk about?
I don't. Bill.
But your Patriots right now, 0-1. Vrabel's back. You kind of feel like...
I love Vrabel. I do. When I first met him, they were backstage at the ESPYs. Here they come, right? And here's TB12. And he's the small guy. TB, and he's with his lineman next to him. Yeah. And here comes Vrabel, looking like what Superman should look like, because he's in a tuxedo and his hair slicked back, black at that time, and he looked like he could literally go like this and like fly away. I mean, so I chose him because I like to offer myself up for comedy, and I literally went to chest bump him, and I ended up sort of lower bumping him because I'm 5'9" on my birthday, and this guy's like 6'7", 230 and ripped. Yeah. And I go, the harder you fall, and he cracks up laughing, and he pats me on the top of the head. Wait, I have a big head, and his thumb hit my ear, and his pinky hit my other ear. And I thought, he palmed my head like a basketball, and I thought, oh, he could crush my skull. I could be dead right now. And they laughed. It was great.
I saw him last. I saw him was at in Lake Tahoe at the American Century Championship, the celebrity golf tournament that I had.
I want to play that.
Oh, by the way, I could tell you all about it. It was one of the it is the greatest weekend. It's incredible.
Invite me.
Okay, very good.
Get those guys to invite me.
How's your golf game?
Pretty good now. I'm back. I left it for a long time, but I'm back.
Another guy's going to finish in front of me.
Let's go.
But the reason why I bring it up is Vrabel's there. I'm there, and I hadn't seen him yet. I'm sitting at one table. He's sitting at a table just right where Chris is, over there. And we look at each other. He's sitting and looking at me. I'm looking at him. And he's got a glass of red wine in his hand, and he just goes like this to me. He waved his pinky at me.
Which was
just like
you're waving my arm.
I'm like,
the guy's just such a beast.
I'm like, okay, we'll work up to the full hand next time.
He just did this.
He was palming the glass like your head, you know. And he's just an interesting cat, but the fact that he's back there, I
believe in him. I do.
Exactly. Like you're like in Vrabel, we trust.
I do.
And
I
McDaniels is there to help.
Chris, you feel good?
OC
I feel great.
Drake May.
I feel great. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more out of the offense last week, but let's just chalk it up to week one.
I wasn't panicked by that game. I was like, all right, look, you guys get ahead of yourselves. It's game one. I mean, like it's a long season. You said earlier someone was the best team in football. I'm like, wait, how do you know that?
I said the Packers looked like the best team in football.
Oh, okay.
I just need to point that out because you're right. I mean, to come out and say 5 days in, this is the best team in football, and make such a declarative statement. You're running the opportunity of not aging well on that front, unlike you in your movie. So
health is everything, too.
I do want to back off on. I'm not calling them that. I'm just saying they certainly look that way.
They look good,
and
they look good.
They could go if they go down to Miami.
Speaking of health is everything, Roman, you just broke my heart, man.
Yeah,
because you've been on a press tour.
Yeah, I didn't know that I heard it was 10 days and he was back.
He's probably out for the season, barring a run to the ALCS.
And this is a tough run going in.
Yeah.
Got the Yankees Red Sox tonight.
Let's go.
Let's go.
It has not gone well for the Yankees this year.
It has not.
That's so great.
Have they won 2 games against the Red Sox this year? That's
is it 8-1 or something?
No, the Yankees won one the last time. They won 2, I believe.
No, they did not. They won 1.
That's it?
Just
only the one? That's it? They swept the Yankees every other time we've seen them this year?
I don't even know if they won one. I think that the last game they won.
They did.
8-2 this year.
8-2.
Oh, it's 8-2.
They've won it. Yeah, it's 8-2.
Maybe I'm just wishful.
Yeah. So that's a bit. This is maybe going to decide who plays where in the wild card.
But
Red Sox, Yankees in a 3-game, I think without a doubt. Yeah. I don't think either one of our teams are going to catch the Blue Jays. It's possible you can because you play them again. So you can catch up quickly by actually beating them head-to-head. The Yankees have lost the season series to them decisively, so there's a they
Can
do
I ask
tie
about
break
the Blue
was there.
Jays?
Please.
What happened?
They're a good team. They
really are, but I mean they're really good.
They rake. They rake and they pitch well. They don't.
Yeah, they got a legit ace. Kevin Gausman, legit ace.
Their bullpen is susceptible, unlike yours. I don't. You want to walk. You want to ask like, where the hell did this come from?
October, you need pitching, right?
Where the hell did Aroldis Chapman come from? He finally got touched this week.
Hadn't given up a hit in 50 batters.
50 batters. Well, you were going on your entire press tour. 50, like he threw a no-hitter for 50 batters.
I think some of these guys are, Giolito, people are stepping up in a way that I think is surprising, but they're deep. And, and I love that kid's on the Red Sox because he went to school with my daughter. Harvard Westlake.
Yeah.
They got some guns over there, man.
Max Fried.
Yeah. It's great seeing these kids.
Yeah, I know, right?
And they're good kids. Now they're men,
Yes.
Just totally studs on the circuit.
I know.
It's great to see it.
It's good to see you here too, bud. So what do you get the most when people come up and see you?
That's what I love about my career. I get such a mixed bag.
I bet you do.
But deliberately, Vic Mackey a lot.
Still to this day.
Yeah.
I know. I just referenced it earlier in the conversation.
The Thing, it's clobbering time constantly.
Like people yell that out at you?
Yeah, but I love it when someone will go like, woo, 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 because I played Curly in the Three Stooges. And, true fans, people like reference things that aren't as well known. And, in the commish, people still come up to me. That's from the 90s, man. But you know what's kind of upsetting is when like a grown-ass 40-something-year-old, middle-aged man comes up to me with his children and goes, Mr. Chiklis, I grew up watching you. And I'm like, thank you.
Oh, I know. I get that all the time with SportsCenter. Yeah. I get grown men and women with their children.
Yes.
Coming up and saying that Stuart Scott and I either put them on a school bus to start the day or kept them up at night when they were in college.
I used to sit with my parents on Saturday night, and I got to sit up late and watch you on the commission. I'm like, how old are you? Like, I'm 48. Hey, I'm like,
I remember, I always got a kick out of Keith Jackson during a college football game on ABC, reading what's coming up tonight on an all-new commish.
Yeah.
He would always
That's
read,
fun.
the same way that Pat Summerall would say, coming up later, 60 Minutes followed by murder, she wrote, because he would always pronounce the comma by pausing. And Keith Jackson would all go, an all-new commish.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Tonight. And I would always
That's fantastic.
I was getting a big
that's fantastic.
What's your favorite Vic Mackey scene? Like, which one are you most proud of?
That's like picking your children.
I know.
I mean,
I understand
honestly,
that, but
7 years, honestly, my two favorite episodes of The Shield, my three, are the first one and the last two.
Why is that?
Well, they're just, there's just things that happen in them that just don't happen in television. The last moment of the first episode of The Shield is not something that happens where your protagonist, becomes a murderer, and you sort of go like, okay, where are we going? And that's another thing, in a silly world that we live in, where you have these action pictures where guys, kill 15 people in the first act, and it sort of trivializes it, and there's no weight to it. Mm-hmm. What I loved about what Sean Ryan did was that original sin from the first episode is the thing that goes to, like, I'll ask people, how many people do you suppose Vic Mackey killed in the course of the 7 years of the Shield? And they'll be like 50? 3. And because that original sin, when someone kills someone, it's a huge thing, and it shouldn't be trivialized like that. And we gave it the weight and import that it deserved. Sorry to get heavy. It's a morning show.
No, it's great. I asked you. It's not real. Like you were doing a comedy.
Right.
So the last two episodes
were... Well, that's the confession scene. When he confesses all of his sins, but he has immunity. In the second to last episode, and then the last episode, family meeting.
You look like you're getting emotional just talking about it right now.
Well, listen, that was a incredible odyssey in my life, and to see my friend Walton Goggins crushing it, killing it. I've been preaching his name for a million years, and finally to see him getting his due, it's like, hey, you feel, it's right. That's my boy, he's crushing it. Everybody's doing really well from that show. It's great to see. We're all flourishing, and you just want health, and you want your kids to do well, and that's it.
Beautiful, man. You're one of my favorites. And good to hear
Richie.
Good to hear.
You're one of my favorites.
I appreciate that. Until tonight.
Even though you're a Yankee fan.
I know, until tonight.
Yeah, right.
Until the first pitch tonight.
His only flaw, really.
This guy over
Every
there.
once in a while I do it to him. I'll text him like,
I get it. I see it. I see you.
Yeah.
And you'll see this man in theaters. The Senior, available in theaters nationwide next Friday, September 19th. Make a note of going to the movie theaters and seeing this one. Great to see you, my friend. Come back anytime. Anytime, man.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, it's Michael Chiklis right here on the Rich Eisen Show. We will be back to wrap things up with Jerry Jones's latest. Hang on to your hat, TJ, that's coming up.
Paying extra for tire care is BS. Bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care.
PrizePicks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. PrizePicks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in. And don't worry about injuries, because PrizePicks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks won't count it as a loss. Download the PrizePicks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Has your roof started to experience leaks or been damaged from recent storms? When it comes to roofing in Houston and surrounding areas, Brinkman is the only name to trust with your roofing needs. Brinkman's team of professionals will work with you, and only if necessary, your insurance company, to get your roof repaired or replaced with as little inconvenience to you as possible. There's no substitute for Brinkman quality. Visit them at brinkmanquality.com. That's BRINKMANN quality.com.
Chill out with Inside the Icebox, your go-to Astros podcast for deep dives, hot takes, and bold predictions. Join Joe George and Jeremy Branham Fridays at 7 on ESPN 97.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston, powered by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready. Football fans, listen up. Game day just got an upgrade with Bites and Brews Tailgate Classics from Crawfish Cafe and Carbach Brewery. Load up with the Game Day Pack. Spicy wings, Cajun fries, sausage, corn, and more. Ice-cold Carbach beer. Of course, buckets for $10, singles for $2. Plus, catch ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 as we broadcast live this Monday at Crawfish Cafe in the Heights. Find your flavor at crawfishcafe.com or follow on socials at Crawfish Cafe.
From them. Back on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. As always, ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance, Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Good stuff over here, everybody, on a Friday. As I mentioned, TJ, on this program.
Yes, Richard.
At some point, Micah's been traded from Dallas to Green Bay. He's balling out there, and I can't believe the Cowboys traded Micah to Green Bay. Stuff is going to die down. Mm-hmm. Today, however, is not that day.
Not that day. Got it.
So not there yet.
Didn't think it would be.
Well, I mean, Micah balled out on Thursday night.
Sure did.
And despite the back, played 29 snaps and 44 snaps. What is that? 78 snaps in the span of 5 days. Right? Did I get that right? No, I didn't.
What was it? 55 and what?
29 and
84. 84.
Whatever. He balled out. Yada, yada, yada. He looks spry. And we're all wondering what I wondered on Instagram. And you said for me to delete this, and I'm not going to.
I know you're.
It's absurd that the Cowboys traded Micah Parsons' evergreen tweet. Mm-hmm. That's one reason why 2 weeks they're playing the Cowboys on Sunday night. So the whole country's going to be talking about that then. And as I said, at some point it's going to die out.
So we'll delete the Micah soundbite then?
Well, because again,
the page will be turned.
At some point, Jerry Jones on his radio show sometimes would be like telling the guys who are interviewing, he'd lose patience with them, right? Like he was the one who didn't want to jack around with you today or something like that.
I don't have the patience to jack with you today.
Okay. So at some point, keeping on asking him about what's the name of that guy?
Micah.
Okay. He's not going to want to talk about it. But at this point in time, we could still kind of pepper him with it. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if you saw, did you watch the Amazon post game?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did you hear what the fans were chanting as Micah showed up?
Oh, yeah, Rich, I did.
Chanting, thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry.
So Jerry Jones today, is this on 105.3 The Fan? Okay. So he's talking Tuesdays and Fridays? Twice a week?
It seems like it's Monday through the next Monday, to be honest with you.
All right. He came on today and he was asked, did you hear the thank you, Jerry chants?
The way they're playing, the way Green Bay is playing, then I'm all for them. Enjoying and chanting anything that they really want to play. And I understand that. This is such a laydown to me with back when we traded Herschel Walker. And I just can't tell you the kinds of really not criticism, but naysay when we took what arguably then was by many the best player in the NFL. And we got, of course, future picks, got players and future picks at the same time. And so if you make a move on a top player, this shouldn't surprise anybody that we would have that kind of reaction from their fan base, the other team's fan base, or for that matter, our fan base in general. And I knew this was coming. Almost the day I walked into training camp, I knew that if I got to make this trade, that this would be there and coming.
Oh, walking into training camp because didn't you say for you to sleep well?
Yeah, I was lied to. I feel like because I was told to
conditional picks.
And then we cut all the players.
But what he's saying, because obviously this is one player and 2 firsts, which is vastly different from yada 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 18 players in all. What he's saying is, at the time, people thought they were crazy for trading their best player. And what ended up happening was a dynasty. So his way of saying is that what's similar, it's not the draft compensation. It's the people think we're nuts. Just sit back and see what happens to us. And we shall. We shall. It's just that this fella, what's his name again?
Micah.
Is coming to town in 2 weeks.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much.
It's coming. But one day, as I said, this will not be the incessant topic of conversation. It's just today's not that day.
You don't believe that.
Next week will not be that week. The week after certainly won't be that week.
Mm-hmm. Delicious. Seriously.
And so when it's all said and done, Green Bay looks to be the one poised to be super this year, Dallas not. But his point is like, hey, judge us when it's all said and done.
Yeah. When we get the 32nd pick in the draft next year?
That's the issue.
Right.
Is that it's damn near a second-round pick, but it's just that comes with a fifth-year contractual control. Unless he trades that first for other picks and then starts to spread this thing out in the same way that the Herschel Walker trade did. But there's a long way to wait for that.
Yeah, I know.
There you go.
Oh, my goodness. This is
that's
so
the
long.
fence in Green Bay to wrap up this show.
Micah.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Hey, it's John Granato. If you've been waiting for the right time to buy a truck, this is it. Right now at Chastang Ford, get 0.9% APR financing on select 2025 F-150 XLT models or lease from just $397 a month. No dealer add-ons, just great deals and transparent pricing. How truck buying should be. Visit them on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Chastang Ford, your Ford truck experts.
Offers available with approved credit. Terms and conditions apply. See dealer for full details.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Allstate Windows and Siding knows what matters to Houstonians. That's why they're dedicated to earning your trust and giving you great value and service. Allstate Windows and Siding offers top quality products that are in the state of Texas. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You can play with as little as $1. This year, there are 2 new opportunities for you, ladders and streaks. Make 3 to 5 picks and progressively win more based on how well each pick performs. Win a little on a different night and a lot on a great night, up to 250 times your money. That's a ladder. For streaks, each streak starts by making 2 picks. If both picks are correct, the next pick for the streak becomes available. Get all 11 correct and the prize is yours. Download the app today and sign up with promo code Lance. You are going to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code Lance. Millions of fans are winning with Underdog Fantasy.
Must be 18 plus, present in Texas. Terms apply. See website for complete details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncbgambling.com.
Lance Zerline here. I'm with Giovanni Marquez, undefeated fighter right here in Houston. You got a big fight coming up on September 20th. After you win, what is going to be your first order at Taqueria Serranos?
My first order is going to be 5 taquitos with a large horchata.
Everyone loves horchata. What do you love about Taqueria Serranos? A lot of locations in Houston. What do you love?
I love the great flavors and the excellent service.
And after your meal, make sure you satisfy that sweet tooth like I do by going to Aranda's Bakery. There's 6 locations in Houston. Find the nearest one at arandasbakery.com.
All right, Houston, are you ready for a party? We're live at Nick's Place today, broadcasting from 3 to 7 p.m. Come join us for cold beers, cocktails, and great food from Houston's favorite neighborhood Italian sports bar, Nick's Place. Enjoy your sports on their great wall of TVs, play some pool, or just sit out on the patio and enjoy this great weather. So come join us as we broadcast live today from 3 to 7 p.m. at Nick's Place on Rocky Ridge at Westheimer.
John Granato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, what about bikes?
Bring us your bike frames, your forks, your handles. We got you.
So if you see a beautiful bike out there, chances are Houston Powder Coaters did that.
We probably signed off on that.
What do I need to do with trailers?
We need you to bring us the bare bones of that trailer, and we will make it like new for you. We can even do welding repair if needed.
How do you get an entire trailer to get Houston Powder Coaters?
We have the largest ovens in the region. That's Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas. So bring us your big trailers, and we have you covered.
We talked before about boat parts. Tell me what's going on there.
Summer's coming up. We like to be on the water here in the Houston area, so bring us your boat parts. We do have marine coating that will help protect it from all the elements that you have in the Gulf and all these lakes.
One thing is anchors, for sure. What else on a boat?
Ton of railings, ladders, the T-tops. We do have accessories that you put around the edges of the boat, so if it's metal, we got you.
Call Robin and get your stuff Houston Powder Coater. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He is Joe. I am Jeremy. We are Jeremy and Joe. Brian's here too. Rhino is here as well today. We're at Nick's Place. Most of us are at Nick's Place. Loves Nick's Place. Just really to start off with Nick. Nick's my favorite thing about Nick's Place. Handsome, charismatic. He's a heck of a guy. Love me some Nick. How is it out there? Of course, I'm on campus.
Nick's okay.
No.
he's the best. He was walking by.
No, he's handsome and charismatic.
It's great. It's always a great time out here. I've watched some of my favorite UFC fights out here at Nick's Place. They got a big fight coming up, obviously, this weekend with Canelo and
UFC,
and Jeremy, we've got some big news here for the audience. Okay, while John Granado is not here, he is here in spirit. AKA, if you arrive in the next hour, our boss Todd has some Coors Light. He's got a bucket of it sitting right in front of him at the table. So come on by for the next hour and come get a Coors Light on John Granado.
Look at that, man of the people. Whenever he's not even there,
always.
He's a man of the people, even whenever he's not there. So get over there. Nick's place. Next hour, you get a Coors Light on, not on us, not on the station, not on Todd, on Granado. On Granado. So get on over there. Nick's place. Drink specials all the time, though. Happy hour until 6 if you can't make it out there in the next hour. $4 beers, well drinks, $5 margaritas and frozen orange crush, $6 wine, $8 electric lemonade. Fantastic spot for your sports viewing. Like tonight, Astros Critical Series. They begin at 6:15. Jaden Murray on the mound. Where can you watch it? You can watch it at Nick's place. Houston, Colorado. If you can't make it out to the stadium, where can you watch it? You can watch it at Nick's place. They also have karaoke party tonight. They'll open up tomorrow from some Premier League soccer as well. So Nick's place, always doing it right. Fantastic food, fantastic sports viewing area. And then, of course, Nick is just handsome and charismatic. So that's very, very good. Lots to get to today. Greg Auman will join us at 3:30. Who is that? Yeah, I know what you're saying. But he covers the Buccaneers. And we're going to talk to him, go beyond enemy lines like we like to do ahead of Texans, whenever they play. So get Auman's perspective of the game, get his perspective of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Will be joined by the TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis, a little bit later as well, and Bad Take Boulevard. How much of this Thursday night game did you get to watch last night, Joe George?
I watched all of it. It made me sad because the Packers are good, Jeremy. They were very, very good. I'm really just curious about Jaden Daniels this year, like what he looks like in year 2. So I was locked in last night on this game.
Yeah, they look very, very good. They look. The Packers, I heard Eisen talking about this a little bit earlier, too, that he says that they look better than anybody else in the NFL, but he kind of doesn't want to say that because we're one game into week 2, which I get. You don't want to make these hot, outrageous takes 1 week and one game into the NFL season, but I will say they do look legit. They look like a contender in the NFC. They're to the point where if they win the NFC, would it surprise me? Absolutely not. They look the part. Their defense is good. And I wonder how much of the injuries that Love had last Stroud.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a bit spicy.
I would say yes, too.
Stroud wasn't good in the first game of the season. Jordan Love's got 2 games versus Stroud's 1, and he was awesome in both of them. He's looked much better. Now, he's got Josh Jacobs. He's got a good offensive line. He's got good weapons, it seems like. Tucker Kraft looked great last night. You're not going to get any level of tight end production like that here in Houston, no matter what Dalton Schultz does. He can't beat Tucker Kraft this season, or it'd be a miracle if he was. So yeah. I think for now it's fair to say Jordan Love's above CJ Stroud.
This is kind of the drum I've been banging lately, though. I think that Stroud is a better quarterback than Jordan Love. If I'm starting a team tomorrow, whether it's for one season, whether it's for the next 10 seasons, there's no way that I'm taking Jordan Love ahead of CJ Stroud. I think Stroud's more talented, all of that. I'd rather have him as my quarterback, all things being equal, than Jordan Love. But this is what we've been talking about, where a lot of times the quarterback, the name, gets the blame, gets the compliments, gets the flowers, gets the criticism, all of it because of what else is surrounding him. The quarterback position for the Packers is way easier to play at this point in time than the quarterback position for the Houston Texans, and you alluded to it. Better offensive line. Playmakers, receivers, I think it's – Packers just have more depth there, I guess. Nico Collins is better than any receiver Green Bay has. But sure. Tucker Kraft is far better than Dalton Schultz. Josh Jacobs is far better than anything the Houston Texans have at running back. And then their play caller's better. I think that we underrate a lot of times LaFleur when we talk about these great offensive minds. I think LaFleur is top 7-ish best offensive play callers in the NFL, where Nick Caley's a one-game play caller in his NFL career. So to me, it's more about the position. The quarterback position in Green Bay right now is more optimal than the quarterback position in Houston right now. But I would take Stroud over Love if I'm starting a team, from scratch.
I still totally agree with that. I would still prefer to have CJ as well, but they're just it's just easier to be Jordan Love than it is to be CJ Stroud. Yeah. Everything about the Packers is just. They've been building this for a while. He's been there longer. They've been having the same consistent play caller over the time. The defense looks really good. You have impact players for the Packers, just like the Texans do as well. But I mean, I think Micah Parsons said it well last night, and I think this rule should apply to the Texans as well, is that all you should have to do is score 20 points. If the Packers can score 20 points, they look like they can win any game this season. The same rule should apply for the Texans, just they have to score 20 points to be able to achieve that. So, and look, and what you're saying about the Packers earlier too, I mean, if you look at the odds, it's always reactionary early in the season, but the Packers are plus 600 to win the Super Bowl right now. They are the second best odds, tied for the second best odds in the NFL. It's Bills plus 500, Packers plus 600, Ravens plus 600, and then the Eagles plus 750. Those are the 4 teams that are below plus 1,000 right now in the NFL.
Interesting. Yeah. I wish I could short that Buffalo bet. I wish you could do that in sports, short the odds like you can short the market. I would love to do that. Texture Love looks comfortable. That's the bottom line. Because Stone Cold said so. Stroud does not look comfortable. Absolutely. And I think it goes to the take that the quarterback position can be easier to play some places versus other places. The Texans, I think, have done a poor job of making the quarterback position easy to play for Stroud, which stinks because I think Stroud is a really good talent. I think he has top 5 potential talent. Conversation that has been lingering around in this city. Speaking of the other quarterback, I saw Aqib Talib on with Kay Adams. I saw their 2-minute clip that they posted on their social media, and Aqib Talib was like, look, the blueprint is out on the Commanders. The Eagles showed the rest of the NFL how you can beat Daniels, how you can beat the Commanders. We saw this last year where we, sophomore slump. I don't like saying that because I thought Stroud was actually pretty good last year, considering. But second-year woes, whatever. I'm wondering if we might get a revision of that with Jaden Daniels in Washington like we saw Stroud in Houston.
I think it's very fair to ask that question, not just because of Jaden Daniels, because of his offensive coordinator. We would see Cliff Kingsbury and the Arizona Cardinals start strong a lot of times while he was the head coach and the play caller there, and then throughout the season, the Cardinals would just get a little bit worse and a little bit worse as the season was going on, and people would figure out their offense. And I think that's why the sophomore slump is about figuring out how to, really adjust to these guys. So if he has a slump, I don't think anyone should be shocked. Like, if he's not the quote-unquote best quarterback from his draft class by the end of the season, I don't think anyone should be surprised. Now, he might be by default, but a sophomore slump is on the table. We all were so against it last year with CJ Stroud. No way he's going to slump. No way he's going to fall victim to that. No way. The Texans' offense is only going to get better, and all it did was get worse. So, yeah, it's totally on the table that Daniels has a slump.
Why do you think that's the case with Cliff? Why does he have a second-year struggle? It's weird to me.
I don't think his offense is as creative as people.
Simple.
I think, B-Mac. It's simple. It's college. It's one read. Like Terry McLaurin last year. Like Adam Rona said it, I think, perfectly yesterday when he was on with us. He wasn't any better last year than he's ever been. He just got more touchdowns. Now, I think Deebo can open things up for them a little bit and be creative, but I just don't think Cliff's offense is that hard to break down, and that's why I was surprised it worked as well as it did last year, the whole season.
Yeah, I'm going to pump the brakes there. I still think they're going to figure it out and be fine. Like, I don't really believe the year 1, year 2 thing. Like, if you could stop it so easily in his second year, why does he have success second half of his first year? Like, I think it's more of a coincidence than anything else. But worth watching. Eckler is like the perfect example, by the way, of why injury proneness is a thing. There's some people that think it's just random, like players get hurt randomly and they have bad luck and it's coincidence and all that. I do not believe that. I think players have bad bodies. We've seen it over the course of history that players who get hurt a lot of times get hurt consistently. They're injury-prone players. And then you have like these Iron Men who never, ever get hurt. Eckler always seems to be hurt, and I feel bad for him, though, because he tore his Achilles in a game that was really out of hand. It was pretty much over by the time that he tore his Achilles, but all of a sudden that running back room is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Bill, we'll see what he can do. He obviously wasn't, great last night. I know he's everyone's fantasy darling, but he wasn't very good, and they chose to trade away Brian Robinson Jr. It's like, and that's why I thought that trade was kind of strange at the time because of everything you just said, Jeremy. Like, Eckler's not a guy who's out there for every single game ever in his career. And now at this age, now you've lost him. You don't have Brian Robinson Jr. Like, you're in a tough spot. And I do think that really matters for a second-year quarterback. And really any quarterback. Like, you need a good running game or you're not going to be successful. It doesn't have to be Derrick Henry, but you got to have a threat out there. And that's a huge red flag for them. Like, if the Commanders were to be the team that misses the playoffs this year out of the NFC that made it last year, I don't think anyone should be shocked. I think they still will right now, and I'm not trying to be like overemphasize what happened last night, but there's a lot of things that are just working against them. Sophomore slump, injuries, Cliff Kingsbury, in my opinion, like it's not all great for them right now.
Do you have a lot of Packer or Commander stock? Do you have any of these, like Jaden Reed, broken collarbone, who's going to be out a while too? Did you have stock on any of these guys?
No, the only thing from last night is I got McLaurin in the Dynasty League I'm in with you, but like in terms of betting or fantasy, no, I'm pretty clean, honestly, with this game last night. I
was pretty light. If anything, I'm the heaviest on Love and Kraft, which that works out pretty good. I was pretty heavy on Kraft, so I like the way that played out. The running backs, I really didn't get in on a whole lot with the Commanders. Like by the time that JCM started to skyrocket, I felt like he got priced too quickly. So I got a little bit of him, a little bit of Eckler, but not enough to really do any damage. But that was pretty fascinating to watch that game yesterday. A couple of what you would consider NFC playoff teams. Rhino says, salaries aside, in all cap letters, Love is better. Texter, y'all would take Stroud over Love based on what? Joe said Love. Your eyes and the numbers tell you otherwise. That's a homer pick. Yeah, I'm a homer, massive homer. I never make the fan base mad ever. I think Stroud's a more talented quarterback. Simple as that. My eyes tell me he's more talented. The numbers are irrelevant to me. Like when I'm breaking down whether or not I think a quarterback's better than another quarterback, I don't care what the numbers are. I care would I want this guy, yes or no. Now, I also like Levis, so maybe I don't have a whole lot of credibility.
You do lose that a little bit.
Yeah.
We're going to hold it against you forever at this point.
That's okay. I would expect that. I think that he was ruined by Brian Callahan because he doesn't know ball. Brian Callahan famously doesn't know that one elbow equals two feet. So I'm blaming Callahan for the failures of Will. It wasn't my fault. I scouted him perfectly. I knew what I was doing. I didn't ruin him. Somebody else ruined him. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Plenty to get to today. I will be dipping out early here at 5. Go watch some football. Some Houston Cougar, Colorado Buffs. Tickets still available. UHCougars.com. 713. Go Cougs. But plenty to get to. Greg Allman at 3:30. Break down the Buccaneers. We'll go across enemy lines. Todd Callis at 4:30. Some bad take boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? Joe and I are going to, and Brian as well, are going to give you chances to follow our bets and win some money. Or if you think we're idiots, you can fade it too. We're going to debut 2 favorites and a dog a little bit later. So I was listening to D'Amico yesterday, Joe, and I think he might have tipped his hand on Joe Mixon. I'll explain in a minute. 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Joe is at Joe George Radio. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Killer Jeremy and Joe at Nick's Place on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
St. Arnold, a beer for everyone. Their beer garden is a place for everyone. And for private events, they've got a space for everyone. Last Friday, we had 250 people. Our staff, our listeners, our clients, all hanging out at the St. Arnold Beer Hall for the Listener Appreciation Party. It was a fantastic night. It was smooth and easy. Honestly, from my perspective, setting it up with them was awesome. They had great people there, like Joseph, who made all the process of getting the event ready, making sure our vendors were ready to go. Super easy, a great place to have an event. They've got spaces for groups of 20 to 300 people. They offer full in-house catering menus, and you can bring in restaurants, and you can bring in wine. But they also have their beer, their wine, their ciders all available for you. And since you're a listener to this fine station, mention ESPN or my name, Joe, and receive their brewery game package free for your event. The game package gets you a combo of dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and as a bonus, the photo booth. Get started at starnold.com. Click on private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events.
ESPN 97.5.
The 12th man lives here.
Feels nice. Winning in this conference feels nice, though you got to earn them.
This is who we are.
Giggle, baby!
Touchdown, Aggies!
Battling that they're getting better, and they got another big game next week.
Join us Saturday. The Aggies travel to South Bend to battle Notre Dame. Our coverage begins at 5:30 on your home for Aggie football.
Texas A&M versus Notre Dame, Saturday at 5:30 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Suit up and save during Suit Timber at Suit Mart. September 11th through the 14th only. Buy one suit, get your second for just $35, and your third suit for only $25. Complete the look with an array of shoes, 2 for $30. Don't miss homecoming styles with Giorgio Dante suit separates and Marquis slim fit dress shirts, perfect for the season. Suit-tember, September 11th through the 14th at Suit Mart. Don't wait. These savings end Sunday. Suit Mart, where Houston suits up.
Why sit on the bench when you can step up to the plate and start earning now? At Pipefitters Local 211, our free state-of-the-art apprenticeship program trains the next generation of pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs, and we're recruiting across the Texas coast from Houston to Beaumont. No experience? No problem. We'll coach you up, pay while you train, and set you up for a career that knocks it out of the park. Swing for success. Apply today at pipefitters211.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 24824773, Equal Housing Lender.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day we are doing 000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Nick's Place, always the place to be, especially for the next 43 minutes. You get a Coors Light on John Granado. If you get over there, I guess yell at you, Joe, yell at Brian, hurl insults at you guys.
Todd's right up here when you walk in.
Yeah, yell at Todd.
He's got a bucket.
I want them to yell at y'all, really.
Well, yeah, you can yell at me, too.
Well, you can yell at all three of us.
Yeah, that's fine.
No,
you can
I don't want Todd to be yelled at. I want y'all to be yelled at.
Just you want me?
Soft.
Just me and Brian?
I don't think that's soft. Fine. I think it's you soft trying to deflect the yelling.
It's soft for you trying to gatekeep who they can yell at.
That's a decent counter. 27-13 Rocky Ridge. Get on out there, 27-13 Rocky Ridge. Coors Light from the man of the people, John Granado. But Nick's Place, always the place to be. They open Saturday at 9 for the Premier League football, if you're into that sort of thing. They also have a pool tournament on Saturday at 10. You any good at pool, Joe?
No. I like to play, but I'm not good at it.
Yeah, probably the same for me. Also, big boxing match tomorrow night, Canelo, Crawford. Oh. They'll have that at Nick's Place, $20 cover. Every NFL game Sunday. The Monday night special with the Texans playing, they got a Texan special for $4. They got $4 beer, $4 nachos, $4 margaritas, $4 Jaeger. So get on over there. He's also giving out a $50 gift certificate sometime this week, I suppose, for the best rendition of John Granado. So get over there.
What do you got to say? Nick. Forget about it?
Yeah, and you can't miss Nick. He's the handsome and charismatic one. So
I mean, it is karaoke night tonight. So as we learned at the listener appreciation party, that means maybe you should sing the national anthem.
Yeah. Are you a good singer, Joe?
I used to be. I don't know if I am anymore.
What do you mean you used to be?
I don't sing anymore.
How can you become a poor singer if you were once a good singer?
I don't know. I mean, I guess
I don't buy that, Jeremy.
I'm okay, I guess.
Yeah, I was in choir in middle school, and I got suspended 3 days for my actions in that class.
What'd you do?
It's not for air.
In middle school, it's not for air?
3776.
Were you throwing rocks at teachers? What were you doing?
No, I took a bump off the fiberglass wall and broke it in half.
Well, did you try to go Mick Foley during school?
Yeah, we had a permanent substitute teacher, and we did so many things in that choir.
My God!
We went nuts. You never let a little bunch of choir boys act out. 713-780-3776. I think D'Amico tipped Joe Mixon's hand on whether or not he's going to play football again this year. We'll get to that in a second. But first, Nick Caserio was on with Rock and Roll and John Harris yesterday on their YouTube channel, and this caught my attention. Nick Caserio sounds like a guy who was pretty good and okay with how his team pass protected against the Rams last Sunday. Take a listen.
Some other plays where it was blocked properly, other plays it wasn't blocked. We didn't really have a hat on a hat, and kind of led to a 1 yard gain or a 1 yard loss. So if we can kind of limit some of those things, improving those areas is going to help the overall operation offensively.
Nick, it feels like every year that I've been in the building, there's always up.
Okay, All right, so That's not what we were asking for. But he said Nick Caserio said that he felt like they pass protected pretty well. So if they pass protected pretty well, but still there was a pressure rate of 41%, who do you pin that on?
That's nice GM speak, I think. Because he can't be being honest, right?
Well,
like
he was asked a question about the physicalness, and he went out of his way to say, we pass protected pretty good, blah, 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 blah. Like, he went out of his way to say the pass protection was okay. So either the Rams were really good at getting to Stroud, which led to the 41% pressure rate, or Stroud was hanging on to the ball too long.
I mean, I think that's a fair jump to conclusion that based on that's what he's saying, because if it's not the offensive line, I mean, you could look at Nick Caley for the type of play calls that they were doing, not adjusting, having deeper dropbacks and things like that. But, yeah, I mean, if he's confident in how they pass protected, then the only other person to identify as the issue is CJ Stroud.
Yeah. Just caught my attention. Something like to just store away in our minds. Like, let's just put that out there. Not jump into any conclusions. Just, okay, we have that information. We're storing it in our minds, and we may go back to that at some point in time. That's all I'm doing here. All right, let's get to the I read too much into things at times. I can get a little paranoid. I can get a little bit, on edge. I can be a bit dramatic at times. And I was listening to D'Amico Ryan's Meet with the Media yesterday. And Will Kunkel, actually, your favorite podcast host you ever had, the only one that you've never fired. And
You weren't fired.
D'Amico Ryan's was talking about he was asked by Will Kunkel, basically, like, what are you guys missing from Joe Mixon? And D'Amico Ryan's talks about Mixon in the past tense. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, we're rolling with the guys that are here. That's the main thing. We miss Joe, miss his energy and his enthusiasm and everything that he brought to our team. But we continue to press forward. Hope he's doing well.
All right. So two things that jump out to me there, Joe, and then I'll just tell you where I'm coming from here, and y'all tell me if I'm losing my mind. 713-780-3776. One, he said what he brought. Mm-hmm. That is talking about Joe Mixon in the past tense. Oh, you're reaching, Branham. That's way too big of a reach. Blah, 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 blah. Just what I heard. He mentioned Joe Mixon in the past tense. But I think the biggest clue is actually something he doesn't say at all. Because whenever you get asked about players that are missing or injured, but you expect them to come back, usually you answer that question with, like, we're excited to get him back. Like, we can't wait till he's back. There was zero chatter about that. He omitted that completely. Take another listen, Rhino, if you can run it again. D'Amico says brought, what he brought, using Mixon in the past tense. And then secondly, there is zero conversation, total omission of any idea that he'll return. Here's D'Amico again.
Yeah, we're rolling with the guys that are here. That's the main thing. We miss Joe, miss his energy and his enthusiasm and everything that he brought to our team. But we continue to press forward. Hope he's doing well.
Zero mention of his return, what he brought. I would be surprised if Joe Mixon plays football again this year.
The end doesn't stick out to you either of hope he's doing well?
Maybe.
Like,
he doesn't know.
Does he
unsure.
not know? Yeah, does he not know? Or they? Because that to me means Joe's not in the building, right? Which I think is obvious at this point. Like, Joe Mixon's not there. He's not rehabbing with the team. The Joe Mixon thing, I don't think you're reading too much into this. I don't think Joe Mixon's I don't think he's going to play this season. The way to me that they handled this offseason with getting mad about player injuries, and I know there was obviously a very bad report on C.J. Gardner-Johnson that was wrong, but the way that they were defending Joe Mixon, it was a non-football injury, or at least an off-season football injury. They're being weird with it. The whole process is strange. So I don't know, Jeremy. Like, I'm with you. I don't think we're going to see Joe Mixon this year. I don't think you bring in Nick Chubb if he's out for 3 weeks.
All of the actions have not been great for the idea of Joe Mixon playing football this year. They signed Chubb pretty late in free agency. Maybe that's just because no one wanted him. They gave him a decent contract if he hits his incentives for, like, RB2 or whatever. They traded up in the draft for Woody Marks. They gave up a third rounder next year. They traded, a fourth and a future third to get Woody Marks. So, okay, there's a running back that you're bringing in that you're counting on, like you're trading up for him. Joe Mixon was not around during training camp at all. Like, the only sighting we had of Joe Mixon was on that the social media. I think it was Tank Dell's Instagram. Like, they were singing somebody happy birthday. Maybe it was even Joe. Like, that's the only time we've seen him. We saw him at some podiatrist on Facebook at some point over the summer. D'Amico's mentioning him in the past tense. He was mad at reports for putting a specific timeline because Aaron Wilson was saying he should be back by week 1. And then D'Amico, after that and the Ian Rappaport thing, who knows, week 1 could be in question, is when D'Amico sounded off to the media. So this is, it's a mystery. I don't think we're ever going to truly know the full scope of it. I'm just telling you my stance right now, and everybody can disagree with it if they choose to. My stance is I would be stunned if Joe Mixon plays football for the Houston Texans in 2025.
I think at a minimum we have to expect he's not going to, and if he does, it's a really nice surprise. I think you can't, as a fan base, fantasy football player, be expecting to see Joe Mixon walk through the door in week 8 or week 9. Because even when this was all starting to go down, my initial hope was maybe he'll come back after the bye week. It's early in the season. It's after the 4-week IR. Now he is only on the 4-week IR, so I don't know if that tells a little bit of a different story than this. That maybe they wanted to.
I think it's irrelevant based on that it was they put him on the non-football injury list.
But it appears to be something else. But, he did miss time last year for 2 separate horse collar tackles that hurt him early on in the season against the Bears, and then there was another one later in the year as well. But, it could be a variety of things. And because it didn't happen at camp, it leaves these questions. And honestly, I think I think the way the Texans are approaching this makes it weirder than it needs to be. I don't get the need, unless something happened that, they don't want us to know.
Yeah.
I don't get the need to not be honest and just say what happened. We even know Najee Harris was going to miss. Thought he was going to miss time because he blew off his eye with a firework. So whatever's happening, it doesn't really make sense to me. But yeah, I don't think we have to assume Joe Mixon will not play for the Texans this year, and that puts them in a really challenging spot because I think Nick Chubb and Woody Marks and Dameon Pierce can get you through a couple games, but can they get you through a season and get you to where you want to go for the first time? My initial thought on that is absolutely not.
It's probably a bottom 5 running back room in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
If we're being completely truthful about it, it's probably a bottom 5 running back in the entire NFL.
Yeah, we probably should be focusing on not stories about could the Texans trade for Tyreek Hill and more could they trade for Alvin Kamara if the Saints blow it up? Things like that if they're going to add to this team.
I think guards.
Guards would help, too.
Apollo says, I told y'all about 2 weeks ago that Mixon wasn't coming. Y'all laughed me off. If you said it 2 weeks ago, I didn't laugh you off. Because the thought of Mixon missing the entire year I was probably taking serious about a month ago. About a month ago was the first time that I allowed myself to get to the point where he could miss the year. So maybe you said it 2 months ago and I laughed you off. Definitely not 2 weeks ago. I didn't draft Joe Mixon for the last month of the fantasy season because I was spooked that he might miss the year. So that's not entirely accurate, Apollo, unless you're talking about somebody else. Israel says Chubb's about to get the 1,000 so I can laugh at you. We'll see. God. Nick Chubb still has 940 yards to go, Israel. He's still got a bit to go before we can start flexing the I told you so on the Nick Chubb 1,000-yard thing, which, by the way, Israel, you were too coward to bet. You wouldn't bet it. We set it all up. We could call the stakes. We could put it in escrow, Israel, and you didn't want to play it. You didn't want to bet it, and you're flexing a 60-yard performance after week 1, saying he's on his way to 1,000 when he has 940 yards to go, Israel.
He's got an extra game, though. That'll help Israel. That'll help him get there. Just that extra game. 60 yards at a time.
What is the pace nowadays? I think it might be close.
60 yards is just over. If he hits 60 yards every game, he hit 1,020. But he'd have to play all 17.
And also, if he hits,
he's not going to play all 17.
And if he hits 1,000 yards and he rushes for 60 games a year, then congratulations for being correct, Israel. That doesn't do anything for the Texans. That's not an efficient running game.
No, you're never excited about a 60-yard game.
No.
Efficient or not, you're never excited about it. It's not all that helpful. It's a misleading stat.
I kind of love it, though. I love he's the countdown for Nick Chubb, 1,000-yard season. Here we go.
That he's barely on pace for it. If he had run for 125, that is the moment you send that in. Okay, he's it. He's got it.
He's texting countdown. I need Israel's every game. Make sure every Monday 3 o'clock.
Should we get Michael to make some imaging for the Nick Chubb countdown?
The Nick Chubb countdown.
That's a good idea. Nick
Well, he's
Chubb.
a little busy, but maybe for like week 3 or 4.
Like the Jericho countdown to Y2K.
Yes, exactly.
We got the Nick Chubb 1,000-yard countdown.
Chubb 1K.
Texter said Chubb on pace for 1,020. You're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, that's what I said.
On pace guy.
Now, to be fair, like to the other side of the argument, it does sound like D'Amico wants to give him more carries. Like
Well, he
It
should.
does sound that way. So, like, hey, I think there is some more momentum building for the Nick Chubb countdown to 1,000. I love this idea.
He has to run the ball more. I mean, it would be great for them to be correct about Nick Chubb. You have to get a run game going. Like whether it's Chubb, Pierce, or Mark, someone has to be able to run the ball.
Can they though? We saw their
great
question.
Great question.
I don't remember if this was which day of the show this was, but we went over like their distance to go on third downs in that game, and like they only had one third down where it was less than 5 yards. Like you're really not in a position to run the ball more because they're behind the chains the entire game.
They got to be better third and down and distance situations. They alluded to that. I saw a stat too where the Texans were like bottom 7 or so in the NFL after week 1 in third and yard to go situations. Well, wasn't great. Cebu on YouTube.
Yeah, they were bottom 3.
Yeah, okay, it was even worse than I remembered. Cebu Texans also admitted Mixon from the 25 hype video released about a week ago. They know he's not coming back. That's a good catch. Like. If they knew he was coming back in week 5, I think he would have been on that hype video. That's a good point there. That's a good catch, Cebu. All right, 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live at Nick's Place. Get on out there. Have a drink on Granado for the next 28 minutes. If you can't make it out there, they have happy hour specials. They'll be showing the Astro games at 6:15. They'll be showing the Cougs taking on Colorado coming up at 6:30 as well. 713-780-3776. Coming up next, Greg Auman covers the NFL, covers the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We go behind enemy lines with him. Coming up next, it is Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Isn't football great? Isn't it so wonderful to have back in our lives? Week 3 college, week 2 pro. It is fantastic. And look, Underdog's going to make your football life better. Underdog is the place to make football picks and win money all season long. Playing on Underdog is fantastic. It's my favorite app. I always get these app usages on Sunday, and Underdog is always leading the way by a mile. But that's okay. I love Underdog, and I'm good with that. So download Underdog and have it leading all of your apps as well. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and much, much more. Also new to Underdog, you can pick teams. That's right. I'm looking at it right now. Tampa Bay to win, plus 122. Texans to win, minus 150. You like one side of that? Get in on it now and download the app. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. Lamont was flexing to me on Twitter today. He downloaded Underdog, used my promo code KillerB. He was flexing that he won his bet yesterday. If Lamont can win, you can win. We all know that. But a couple of the picks to choose from coming up on Monday between Tampa Bay and Houston. How about Baker Mayfield 1.5 passing touchdowns? You like the higher or do you like the lower there? Mike Evans, half a rushing or receiving touchdown. Which side do you like there? Nick Chubb, maybe Israel wants to play higher, 49.5 yards. Maybe you like the lower on that. CJ Stroud, 1.5 passing touchdowns. You higher or lower on that. So much to play, as I just mentioned. So much fun to be had, and so much money to win. That's what really matters. Also with Underdog, you have the originals. You have their legendary drafts, the ladders, the streaks. Awesome to play. So download the app today. Sign up with promo code KillerB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code KillerB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog, make picks, win money.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Nick's Place, the setting. Israel said he's on his way to catch one of those free Coors Lights and to giggle with you, Brian. So be on the lookout for Israel. And if he wants to play that Nick Chubb bet, be on the lookout for that, too. Let's go out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by Greg Ahman, covering the NFL for Fox Sports. Been on the Bucs since 2013. Greg, what were your takeaways? The win against Atlanta, Week 1, back-and-forth game. What were your takeaways of the Week 1 win for the Bucs?
I thought they were fortunate. I mean, that's a big win in terms of having the tiebreaker. You know, they won the South last year, but they did it, you know, when Atlanta had swept them, so they had kind of an uphill climb the whole way. So, tight game, and kind of just got fortunate and got a missed kick as time expired there. You know, didn't necessarily play a great game on either side, but if your quarterback throws 3 touchdowns and no picks, that usually helps go a long way toward a win.
Greg, obviously, you know, they're going through an offensive coordinator change just like we are here in Houston. What's the early return and feedback been like with the OC change there for Baker Mayfield and company?
Yeah, it's weird. It's kind of the norm here in Tampa. This is 4 OCs in 4 years here. And Baker's had it even worse. Baker's had like a new OC pretty much every year his whole career. So, no, as the first game, I mean, Josh Grizzard is somebody they're really excited about. He's only 34, super smart. Probably took a little while to kind of get into a rhythm and get comfortable on Sunday against Atlanta, but you know, the go-ahead touchdown, the winning touchdown they had to Ibuka down the middle was a really smart play. I mean, they'd run that twice before and kind of seen how the safety was reacting to it, and it was there like they thought it was. So no, I think it's one of those where, you know, it's kind of not necessarily ideal for an OC in that he's down a left tackle and he's down their number 2 receiver, and they switched their offensive line around quite a bit for this game just to kind of get through this early part of the season when Tristan was out. But, no, it's one of those where everything they did works to the extent that they won. So you have to, you know, if you're a Bucs fan, I think you have to be pleased with that.
Greg Ahman, covering the NFL for Fox Sports, has been on Tampa Bay since 2013, resides there in the Tampa area, joining us on the HR&P guest line. I was listening to Todd Bowles yesterday's press conference. It was pretty vague with injuries. D'Amico, the same way most NFL coaches are. I see you just posted the injury report. Godwin didn't practice. Wirf's limited, though. What are the chances that those two guys play? Bowles said it's possible.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I guess he's kind of leaving the door open. We talked to Tristan Wirfs maybe 20 minutes after Bowles said that, and Wirfs said that they haven't talked about anything but a Week 5 return. I mean, he's had 2 practices. He's coming off, you know, July knee surgery. So I think he, you know, if there were like a playoff berth on the line or something, he might be able to go Sunday or Monday, I should say. But I don't expect him to play. And again, Godwin's the same way. Godwin had a single practice, was off today. They're trying to ramp these guys up for Week 4, Week 5. You know, Godwin's probably looking at an October return. So to talk about him playing on Monday is a little bit pie in the sky, I think.
I saw some speculation that because of the other tackle being hurt too, that former Houston Texan Charlie Heck might be out there this weekend or on Monday night for Tampa Bay. What's going on with this offensive line?
They're just dealing with a lot of injuries. You know, Wirfs is an injury they've known about for 3 months. Their right tackle, Luke Gedeke, played every snap in the win on Sunday against Atlanta, but hasn't practiced the last 2 days. So this could be one of those foot injuries where they just want to take him off his feet and give him as much rest as possible as we can go on Monday. Or it could be one where he can't go. And, I mean, they kind of went out of their way last week to not have to play Charlie Heck at tackle. I mean, they moved their center to left tackle. They moved their left guard to center. They plugged in a practice squad player at left guard and kind of got by. But if Gedeke can't go, Heck will be the right tackle. I mean, he's somebody they talked about a lot as their swing tackle, as somebody they, you know, want to trust being able to step in for injuries. That's why you sign a swing tackle. But, you know, for them to be down potentially both their starting tackles against Hunter, against Will Anderson, that's not ideal.
Yeah, it sounds like the state of both teams' offensive lines will not be in great shape going into that Monday game. Greg, something we've discussed a lot this week, you know, the state of the quarterback position in the NFL, where Stroud relates to his peers, his cohorts at the position. How good is Baker Mayfield? Where does he stack up relative to the rest of the NFL? Top 10, top 20 in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I think probably better than most give him credit for. I mean, you know, you think about what he did last year, 4,500 yards, 41 touchdowns. It's probably the best non-Tom Brady quarterback season in Bucs history. So, I mean, I think for what he's done the last 2 years, for them to, it's not an easy thing to come in and take over a team from Tom Brady, but to be able to kind of keep them at the top of a bad division, have some sustained success. They won 8 games Brady's last year. They've won 9 and 10 in the 2 years under Baker. So, no, I think you'll start to see him get in the conversation for top 10, and at the bottom of that, if he can repeat what he did last year. I mean, again, you're talking about 40 touchdowns in a season. That usually puts you pretty high on the list. The Bucs have a year left on his contract right now. They got him for 3 years and $100 million after his first year here, but he'll be in line for another big raise if he has another season like he had this past year.
Greg, how do you think it plays out Monday night here in Houston between the Texans and the Buccaneers?
I'm curious to see. I mean, that game 2 years ago in 2023 was about as low point there is for the Bucs defense. I mean, CJ Stroud just could do whatever he wanted that day. I think it's 470 yards, 5 touchdowns, no picks. Like, as good a game a rookie quarterback has ever had in NFL history. So they can't let it be anything close to that. I mean, this is a chance for them to show they're a much better pass defense than they were in a bad spot there in 2023. So, no, I think it's a closer game. I can't get much closer than 2 lead changes in the final minute 2 years ago, but a similar type game where it's going to come down to a kick. It's going to come down to a late score. And I don't know. It honestly, once you accept that, it can go either way. I think on air earlier, I picked the Bucs by like a 20, like a 31-28, 31-27 type margin. And it's that easy. It's a single missed kick away from flipping in the other direction.
Yeah. Flip of the coin game for sure, Greg. Appreciate the insight. Very appreciative of the time, and hope to catch up again down the road.
Oh, no problem. Thanks again. Enjoy the game.
That's Greg Auman, covers the NFL for Fox Sports. Yeah, both of these offensive lines are going to be extremely, extremely banged up. Maybe the Texans will add Ingram into the starting 5, but Tampa Bay's in a world of hurt. Both their tackles potentially being out.
Charlie Heck versus Will Anderson or Daniel Hunter does not sound like a particularly good matchup for them.
It's funny. He's like, they try to do everything possible not to play him. So, the Texans are used to that, too.
We've been there.
It feels like that's what they just did with Blake Fisher, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. Yeah, he's the new Charlie Heck. All right, 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, minus Jeremy, but Brian's out there. Sean Mapes going to be out there in a little bit, broadcasting live from Nick's Place, where you can enjoy some fantastic drinks, happy hour, really good food, too. The food there is phenomenal. So if you're in the area, stop by Nick's Place and catch the boys. Coming up next, 2 favorites and a dog. We're going to hand out winners. We're picking games against the spread with a dog in play, too. Jeremy and Joe going to hand out some winners when we come back. 713-780-3776. Are you looking to escape the rat race? Maybe you've had a long week, and you just want to get away for the weekend. I get it. You want to get out from the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, whatever's causing you stress. Well, I have the best idea for you. It's Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. It's so good. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay right now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. The open green spaces are awesome. Wildlife you don't see in the city, if that's your thing. I love it. Beautiful, majestic trees. I'm a sucker for beautiful, majestic trees. You can hike their 92 acres of property. Kayak on their 2 creeks, play some pickleball on their pickleball courts, swim in their pools, or hang out outside of their pools next to their pool with a drink in your hand. That's awesome, too. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can get out there before the sun goes down if you leave now. Escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You're not looking at a 4-hour road trip. You don't even have to stop to use the bathroom or fill up the tank. Don't have to worry about TSA. None of that. It's 90 minutes from downtown Houston. The glamping, phenomenal. The cabins right up against the creeks, they're terrific. We stayed in the treehouse when we went there at the beginning of the summer. The boys loved it. Or just pull up the RV if you have one of those too. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book your stay, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Now back to Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place.
Get on to Nick's Place. Astro 6:15, Colorado U of H at 6:30. Of course, the marquee should have Nick, a picture of Nick on it. Handsome, charismatic owner. He's fantastic. But your spot to watch your sports tonight, tomorrow, some Premier League soccer, the Canelo fight, and then, of course, you have your NFL all-day Sunday, Monday Night Football with some great specials for Monday night on Monday as well. There's some Astro news. Colton Gordon has been recalled. Luis Garcia, 60-day. He's already been placed on the IL. But, of course, they brought up Zach Cole today, the outfielder, which is surprising to me. Sent down Cesar Salazar. We'll talk to TK about this, get our thoughts on this a little bit later. But the Colton Gordon thing is interesting because he is up. There's a picture of the lineup card going around from all the 3 beat writers, Matt Kawahara, Chandler Rome, Brian McTaggart. It does not have Lance McCullers on it. So one of two things is happening. Lance McCullers is being placed on the injured list, or Lance McCullers is being DFA'd. I don't think it's the latter. But it has to be one of the two.
Yeah, I mean, him being DFA'd, it wouldn't be the craziest thing. There's some real logic behind it, but it probably is just the injured list at this point, and that dude just cannot catch a break at all.
Yeah. I think it's probably the IL, but that's the only way to call up a guy and not have McCullers in the lineup. And if McCullers not on the lineup, that means he's not available. It means he's not on the 26-man roster. They just haven't announced it yet. So we're awaiting an announcement of the likeliness and the likelihood of Lance McCullers being placed on the injured list. That's like 98%. There is a 2% chance here that he could have been DFA'd. We'll see when the news comes out. We'll get to our picks in a moment. 2 favorites and a dog. But let's go out to the HRMP listener line real quick. 713-780-3776. Keith, you're in with the Jays. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Excited for the new show, Jeremy and Joe. I do think Joe brings a lot of good insight. You guys should be able to work well together. My question is fantasy football related. Hopefully you're okay with it. Brock Purdy's out for me, so I panicked a little bit, and I traded away Stephon Diggs, coming off an ACL, and Jake Ferguson, my tight end, to acquire Geno Smith, and I was able to pick up Kyle Pitts off the scrap heap to fill the Ferguson hole. But with Purdy out 2 to 5 weeks, I just made a move. I didn't want to go to the waiver wire for Trevor Lawrence, so I got Geno Smith for Diggs, Purdy's, and Jake Ferguson, but I was able to fill Pitts. Did I win or lose this deal?
I think you'll want it by just getting Kyle Pitts. Like, he looked good in week 1. I can't quit Kyle Pitts yet. Jeremy, have you quit Kyle Pitts?
No, I think he looked really good in week 1. We're not going to make a habit of answering your fantasy football questions. No one cares about your fantasy football team. Now, 500 of them we might care about. We don't care about your fantasy football team, Keith. We're not going to.
Especially since he already asked this question to people on the internet today.
We're not taking. Keith did.
Yeah. I saw this tweet early in the morning. The exact same question. He sent it to somebody named Jeff Bell.
I got you. No, we're not going to take fantasy foot. We're not going to go a minute on your fantasy football team. Sorry, Keith. We're just not going to do it.
What about my team?
I do think no. Our team's maybe.
Less 30
Our
seconds.
Team's maybe nobody else. No. I do think you got the good end of that, though. It's weird to me, though, that Kyle Pitts was on the waiver wire, which makes me think you might be playing in a 10-team league or you're playing in a league with a bunch of idiots. One of the two.
Yeah. If you need anyone,
is Kyle Pitts unrostered.
Yeah, if you got any open spots in the future, Keith, and it's a money league, hit me up. I might be interested.
Absolutely. All right, let's get to we don't have imaging for this, huh?
Not yet.
2 favorites and a dog. What we're going to do is we're going to keep standings on this. What kind of bet do we want to make with this, attached to this?
A little dinner bet?
I don't want to really hang out with you guys after the show.
That's a lie. You love me.
That's fair, though. Do we want to hang out with Jeremy?
I like Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't really want to hang. I don't want to.
I went to his wedding.
Time. We're going to be spending 15 hours.
I went to your wedding.
He went to mine.
I know. Yeah. There's one missing here, though.
It's true.
Why didn't you go to either one of your weddings, what you're saying?
No, you went to mine. Oh, did you go to my wedding? Actually, I don't know if you did.
No,
I think you were busy.
I
think you had a U of H game.
Yeah, I didn't go to your wedding. I didn't go to Brian's wedding either.
Well, I didn't know you to be. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't have won anyways.
Unnecessary shot.
Two favorites and a dog. Let's do a drink. Actually, dinner's fine. Dinner's fine. But is
All
the
right.
winner? Is the loser paying the winner? Paying the winner?
The
Yeah.
loser pays for just for the winner. How about
Yeah.
that?
And then
We'll
the-
make it
the
nice and
middleman?
simple.
The
Middleman
you wanna
gets
do
nothing.
Dinner or you want to do drink?
Let's do dinner.
Could do a bottle.
Oh, am I breaking the tie? I'll go with dinner.
All right, dinner it is.
Opposed to a bottle. You guys are lame. All right, anyways, 2 favorites and a dog. What we're going to do is we're going to go around the horn on these. And, so basically it's kind of like a draft, too, as we do this because we're taking games off the board. What we'll do is we'll go reverse order of standing to who goes first, normal weeks. But since it's the first time we're doing it, we'll just go Joe, Brian, me. Does this sound
Okay.
good? All right,
Yep,
sure.
that works for me.
Go ahead, Joe.
I'll take the Chargers minus 3.5 on Monday Night Football. I think they're going to cover that one. I like the Chargers in that matchup, so I'll go Chargers minus 3.5.
So that's Joe's. Joe's got a little Chargers minus 3.5. I don't think I played this one. Nope, I didn't play this one. This was a no play for me.
What did Brandon Analytics say about this game?
Brand Analytics has the Chargers winning by 4. So I do like Joe's side of the bet, but the margin was not great enough for me to touch. Is where Brand Analytics was on that one. All right, Brian,
my first one, I'll stick with the NFL for this one. I'll take the Cowboys at home against the Giants. As long as Russell Wilson's making that start, the game's at home. Cowboys looked pretty good on offense until, obviously Lamb got the drop season and the rain delay happened. So I'll take the Cowboys to cover 5.5 at home against the Giants.
Yeah, Brand Analytics. I actually played this one too. I have Dallas minus 5.5 in this one and the under. Brand Analytics has the Cowboys winning by 10. The Bland injury I don't love. Like the fact that he's not playing, I don't love that. But I still think that they easily cover. I think the Giants are waiting for an appropriate time to make the decision to go with Dart. I think they're waiting for their offensive line to get healthy, and I don't think they're going to win a game until they bench Russell Wilson. So I like this side of it too. I'm gonna go with the dog right out of the gate because I don't want you guys to steal my dog. I'm going to take as my underdog. Now, when we go underdog, we're getting the points in this, or are we picking it straight up?
No, you get the points.
Yeah, you get the points.
Okay. Well, give me the Indianapolis
Colts,
baby.
damn it.
Give me the Colts plus 1.5. They're the home team. They're the better team. The Broncos are moving a time zone or two. I'm not really sure how many time zones. I think it's just the one.
It's just
but
one.
the wrong team's favored.
Yeah, that was my
Good
top
one for
underdog
Big
pick
Jim.
as well.
I got the. I forgot to look for the Colts fan on his song today. But give me the Colts, baby.
yeah.
I got the Colts plus 1.5.
Good pick.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to pick what's going to be the number one team in the country, or it should be, because they're going to have 3 top 25 wins. Give me the University of South Florida plus 17.5 against the Miami Hurricanes.
I don't look
this
at college
weekend.
lines for obvious reasons.
Yes.
They're underdog by 17.5.
Yes.
Yeah, game's in Miami, but still.
But give me Florida. Give me the Bulls.
Yeah, the Bulls.
Yeah, give me the Bulls plus
You didn't know
17.5.
that? You're unsure?
I couldn't
Casual.
remember.
You were to
Casual.
Bulls as I was to blokes.
Yes.
Do you hear Portnoy's whole argument here that if USF wins, they should be the number 1 team in the country?
Yeah, they have 3 top 25 wins.
I couldn't put them ahead of Ohio State.
They got more top 25 wins than Ohio State.
This is why top 25 wins is a stupid metric. It should not matter when you played them, if they're ranked or not. It should matter when you're having the conversation. Because they do not have 3 top 25 wins if we're talking about it today, as we should, with more information and data points. Just because Boise State was a fluke top 25 team doesn't mean it should be a feather in USF's hat. That is dumb. Just like
Well, I'm putting
top
the feather
25
there,
is
so.
dumb. Yeah, it's dumb. All right,
Yeah, rankings
Brian.
before October, I'm with you there, is dumb. I'm going to go to college football as well. I can't believe the line on this game is this small. But the Oregon Ducks, looking at 27.5-point favorites going to Joe City, Chicago, Northwestern. Northwestern is not a football team. They're not a football school. I'm surprised, frankly, they're even fielding a squad still. Oregon just put 69 on Oklahoma State last week. They're going to dog walk Northwestern. I'm really surprised the line is as low as 27.5.
I had a buddy who watched a lot of football at Northwestern. He was on a football scholarship but never played, so he watched a lot of Northwestern football.
Yeah, well, maybe if they didn't fire Pat Fitzgerald from being totally wrong about it, then they'd be better.
You know, I got to say this 2 favorites and a dog kind of loses its luster whenever you're getting the points for the underdog. It doesn't really, add anything.
That's the dog.
That's the whole point. You're picking him.
Yeah, I just don't know if it really.
Because we're not just picking the favorite just to win outright.
Just picking 3 games. But anyways, moving on.
It's a good name, though.
What?
It's a good segment name.
It's a good segment name, but I thought we were picking the dogs to win outright. I thought that's what we were doing. Like getting the points for an underdog is kind of soft. Like
we can
pick
renegotiate
2 favorites against the spread, and you can also take a dog and get the points. That's not really going out on a limb for a dog. That's just taking the points, which should be half of the bets that you make.
This is a classic Branham rant.
Agree to disagree, I guess.
It's an appropriate Branham rant. It's a correct Branham rant.
It's not called 2 favorites and an upset. It's called 2 favorites and a dog.
Yeah.
But why are we picking 2 favorites and just 1 dog as opposed to 3 games?
It was just a segment idea. You agreed to it.
Yeah, we had this meeting on Tuesday
or
Wednesday.
Misunderstood. I thought the dog was an outright winner.
We can renegotiate if you'd like after the show.
Yeah, I think that's the whole point of picking a dog. It's not because you gain the points. That's ridiculous.
Brian, do you like your dog to win outright?
I haven't picked my dog yet.
I'm sure
but I did. My dog was going to be the Colts, and I would have picked them to win outright.
All right, Jeremy, pick your next game.
I'm a little bothered by this.
Soft.
It's not soft. Being soft is the dog plus the points. Give me the Rams. Give me the Rams. I know they're going cross country, but I don't think the Titans are good. I like to take advantage of rookie quarterbacks early in their career. I think the Rams defense is really good. I hope the Texans defense is really good, which means the Rams should score more points this week. The number in that one, the Rams are giving 5.5 points, even on the road. Don't care. Give the points. Give me the Rams minus 5.5.
I'll be quick on this one just because I'm a homer.
Oh, boy.
Well, I appreciate
Todd's right there when you're about to pick this.
I can see Todd right there.
He's about to pick Notre Dame, Todd.
But give me the Irish minus 6.5 to
Homer.
cover the spread. Texas A&M pregame show starts at 5:30 on Saturday. Checked all the boxes.
What's your last one, Brian?
I'm sticking in the college world. Joey Aguilar's looked really good for Tennessee. They're a home dog against the Bulldogs this weekend. I'll take Tennessee +4. Georgia just last week played Austin Peay, a Division II school at home. We're favored by over 40 and just won by about half of that, 20. So I think the Vols cover the 4 at home against Georgia.
All right, I'll go Buffalo minus 6.5. I think the Jets are atrocious. They give up tons of points to Aaron Rodgers. The Bills are going to score 75 points. Maybe not that many. But the Bills give up 6.5. They went on the road against the Jets, and they go that way. All right, so that's 2 favorites and a dog with the points. We might take this back to the
Who'd you pick?
Buffalo. Oh. All right, we got to go to break. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live from Nick's Place. Get on out there. Fantastic food, fantastic drink. All of that, you're going to want to get out there. All right, when we come back on Jeremy and Joe, who are the most influential sports media personalities? Who do you think belongs on this list? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You in the market for a new vehicle? If you should be. And if you're in the market for a new vehicle, as you should be shopping at Monument Chevrolet. I was walking over here on my spot on campus where I do the show from whenever I'm on campus. I saw a truck tailgating. They were having a great time. I was like, those people look very smart. And I walked by the truck. You know where they got it from? They got it from Monument Chevrolet. They're smart, as should you be, and I know that you are. So if you're in the market for a new vehicle, get over to Monument Chevrolet. They're the dealer that you can trust. They're transparent. They're not going to hassle you with pricing, and that's what makes it so easy to shop at Monument Chevrolet. It's why they've been around for 5 decades. It's why they're a pillar in the community. It's why they're a staple in the automotive game in the city of Houston. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families just keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. And they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet because they have a fantastic culture that you notice the moment you walk in. It hits you right when you walk in. It's a family feel there. They're very friendly. They hire great people. It's just a good spot to do your car shopping. And the vehicle of the week, the 2025 Silverado 1500. The 26 model is out, which means that you can get a great deal right now on the 25 Silverado 1500. The 25 models are what the smart shoppers are looking for. And right now, Monument Chevrolet is offering deep discounts plus 2.9% financing for 72 months on the 25 Silverado 1500. I bet you didn't think interest rates came that low anymore. They do at Monument Chevrolet. While everyone's rushing to get the new model, you can save big by purchasing a 25 Silverado 1500. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges at Monument Chevrolet. Check out their full inventory, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or go visit them if you're in the area. They're right there off 225 and Beltway 8. You can't miss it. Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Nick's Place, the place to be. Happy hour for another hour and 50-minute $4 beers, $4 well drinks, $5 margaritas and frozen orange crush, $6 wine, $8 electric lemonade. Astros at 6:15, U of H at 6:30. Karaoke from 9:30 until 1. You can sing your hearts out. And they open tomorrow at 9. Did this place ever close? They close it at 1 for karaoke, probably closing at 2. And then they have 9 a.m. Premier League soccer tomorrow, pool tournament at 10, Canelo versus Crawford at 8. Why would you even leave Nick's Place? Sunday, every game, $20 buckets of beers, $10 for a half-pound burger with fries, $5 Jaeger bombs. Monday Night Football, Texan special 4 for $4, $4 beer, $4 nachos, $4 margaritas, $4 Jaeger. Wednesday's paint and sip, free painting supplies, $6 wine, and a $50 gift certificate for the best rendition of John Granado. Next place is awesome. And
No,
of
it's the
course-
best.
and I
We got
forgot to
someone
mention
showing
Nick,
up.
handsome and
Someone just
charismatic.
came up here and got a Coors Light right now. So we still got a couple left. They're over at Rico's table now, so you can bother Samantha.
Texter says that Branham is actually right this time. One, backhanded compliment. Two, yeah, you're right. I am right about the whole underdog thing. It is lame to take
Veto.
underdog plus the points. You might as well sell your 3-pack. The whole point of the dog is that you're standing strong on a dog, that you're going to pick the dog to win outright.
That's your interpretation, though. Like, we never agreed to that.
We never agreed to that.
That's one. It's the way I understood it. Two, the reason I understood it that way is because it's the only thing that makes any sense.
I think you're wrong.
No.
We're going to pick an underdog plus the points.
That's how betting works.
That's how picking an underdog works.
But
when I go to LaBerge, I don't have to pick USF plus 17.5 and have them win
that's how
outright.
betting works,
Those are different
but
bets.
Why are we qualifying the dog as something less than? The whole it's 2 favorites and a dog. Why are we qualifying the dog as a less than when we're picking 2 favorites? It's not. It's the same. Whether you're taking a favorite or a dog against the points, with the points, is the same thing.
Disagree.
You are on the wrong side of history on this.
You're overthinking this.
Disagree.
You're overthinking this.
Disagree, JB.
What if I want
Just
2
making
dogs?
picks.
Well, I just take the point. Why am I being pigeonholed into 2 favorites if we get the points or lose the points?
To be fair, I did suggest when we were meeting that it could be 2 dogs and a favorite. Check.
Did you just check?
Checkmate.
I don't think you did.
You don't checkmate by checking in the air. There's an actual physical piece you move, Joe.
Another texture. Jeremy is right by a mile. Of course I am. Of course I am right by a mile here.
I thought you didn't like positive tweets and text.
I don't, but I like conviction. Texture says the disrespect to Austin P. They are a D1 FCS, not a D2 team, Brian.
Oh, whatever.
Did I put Brian on Bad Take Boulevard coming up here shortly? Y'all still want to go to dinner with Branham, LMAO? I'm a delight.
Feeling less like it now.
Texter. As long as these dudes are coming up with terrible ideas and terrible arguments. 2 favorites and a dog. Anyways, I digress.
We might just have to change it for my sanity, to be honest with you.
To not hear this every week? Yeah.
Why don't we do what the
But
title
that's such a bad
says,
standard.
2 favorites and a dog and go dog outright winner. That's what they do on game day. They have like their super dog.
We can negotiate this.
I think he's going to beat me into the ground over it. I'm just going to take a side.
Oh, we're just going to take a side?
Just because I'm tired of hearing about it.
It's right. It's the right side. Anyways, let's move on. We'll talk about it in post. The 25 most influential sports media personalities of the 2000s. So this is the entire century, really. At the top of this list, it's 1 through 25. They have Bill Simmons at number 1. I'm sorry, but no.
Really?
I don't look at Bill Simmons as the most influential sports media personality of this century. Not even
2
close.
different media companies he started, though.
Cool. What are they?
I mean,
Ringer and what was the one before it?
Page 2?
No, there was one. There was something else, but I forget what it's called before Ringer.
The Ringer is easily a 3rd-tier sports site. Easily.
It is now. It wasn't always that way. You're right about current day. Yes.
He was a talking head on ESPN that was like average at his job. Like I'm not even a Bill Simmons hater, although it does sound that way. No way he should be at the top of the most influential sports media personalities of the entire century.
Yeah, I wouldn't have him one. I do think his resume might be a little bit better than what you're saying, but I do agree he shouldn't be 1.
Stephen A. was number 2. And look, I'm not a Stephen A. guy, but influential, give me Stephen A. over Bill Simmons.
Yeah, he created a format.
Yeah.
It's a bad format, but it's a format.
And the entire company
format?
is
it's
like
a successful
built
format.
Yeah.
They have Barkley at 3, which I think he's probably the best sports media personality. I don't know what he influences, but I would think he's the best. I don't know about his influence, though.
Yeah, he influences television stations to hire former athletes that are usually bad at their jobs, but they all think they're going to be the next Charles Barkley. So
Kornheiser and Wilbon is 4. I like them. I like them a lot. I don't know.
Should also be ahead of Bill Simmons.
Yeah, are they influential though?
I think they. I mean, we gave credit to Stephen A. Smith for basically creating a whole new genre. I mean, the talking head format I mean, I know there was some like the Sunday. There was a Sunday morning show back in the day called like The Reporters or whatever at ESPN. But but PTI was really kind of the first show that started this talking head genre that's completely taken over sports television.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a good argument. Scott Van Pelt at 6. Again, like him, not sure his influence.
Yeah, I don't think he's influential. He's good. He's not influential.
I think he's great. I don't think he's influential. I think there's a lot of people on this list that should be ahead of him.
Doesn't influential to you guys mean like people are trying to copy what you do?
Yeah, or you started something. You're kind of a maverick.
Yeah, and I don't think Scott Van Pelt would have that claim.
No.
He's good, really good, influential. I would say no on that. Doris Burke.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Y'all hating. She's super influential. She's the first female color commentator to ever be the lead chair. That's incredible influence.
I think it's more about breaking through than being influential, though.
I could label her as one of the most top 10 most important or changing the game for women in sports, but influential.
That's what influence is.
She just got benched.
Sure, but this entire century. She has absolutely led to more women in broadcasting, whether you like it or not.
No, she has.
Absolutely happened.
No, that's true. She has.
Also, as a color analyst, like that is rare.
Yeah.
That is groundbreaking. That is the antithesis of being. Well, that's not the word I'm looking for. But that is the definition of maverick and influence. I think I would have her higher than anybody else on this list.
Really?
You would have her one?
I would. Yeah, I think she has been the most influential in this century. The best? No, not the best. But the most influential, yes. I think she's influenced the broadcasting game with women in broadcasting far more than anything Bill Simmons has done.
Yeah, Bill, I don't agree with Bill being the top. I think Stephen A. should be the top one, unfortunately. I don't really like his style and what he's brought to the business, but to me, Stephen A. should be number one. And then, I mean, my next top two who I would have on this list are in the 20s, according to this list. So I very much disagree with it.
They have Portnoy at 8. I think he deserves to be very high up here. He's absolutely changed the game. McAfee, I think, has absolutely changed the game. I would probably have him in my top 5. Aaron Andrews, okay. Like, I can listen to that. Skip Bayless, no thanks. Joe Buck, nah. Bob Castus, nah. Maybe last century.
Not.
Herb Street, no. Nance, hello, friends. Dan Patrick, no. Stuart Scott.
See, I think
Stuart Scott was last century too, really.
I think Stuart deserves to be at the top of this list. Like, when you hear about the people at SportsCenter, like when you've heard Scott Van Pelt and Rich Eisen and Dan Patrick and all these people talk about him, and like you talk about like bringing like style into something that's so boring. And Dan Patrick and Keith Olbermann, like they were great. But like Stuart Scott, like at least for people like my age, I feel like he's like the guy. Like the catchphrases, all of it.
Is it my pushback on that, Brian or Joe, would be that was in the 90s.
Yes.
I think it predates the turn of the century.
Yeah, but I agree. Okay, I agree
Especially
with
the
you.
catchphrases.
Yeah.
I agree with you, but like, and that's why like even like Dan Patrick on this list, like what he's done now is incredible. But like his heyday is in the 90s.
Agreed. I think that Patrick and Stuart Scott would be very high in the last century.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very good. And you're right. Everything you said about Stuart Scott was right. I just think that influence happened pre-turn of the century.
That's fair.
Mina Kimes, they have at 18. Again, I have no problem with this. She's pretty groundbreaking in what she does. Like, you don't see a whole lot of female football analysts, like very rarely, like at all. I actually do think that's pretty influential. Dan Le Batard, 19. I mean, he kind of broke off, did his own thing. I think that's pretty influential. Florio, I cannot stand. He might be my least favorite person on this list.
Agreed.
Pardon my take. I like them.
I think they should be top 5. Like you look at the podcasting space, they changed it. Like their podcast, like when Barstool went podcast and when they all moved to New York, like Pardon My Take is really what like blew that thing up. They were a good company and Dave got them, purchased, but what Dan Katz and what PFT have done, it's like they've had the number one sports podcast for 10 years. So I think they're the reason why everyone, unfortunately, has a podcast. So I think they should be in the top 5.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. Wrapping up this list, Romo, Strahan, Ernie, and Coward. I'm good with Romo. Like his just because of the money. Like the money to me was pretty influential, and he got other people paid. Like it's not influential other than the contract, but the contract definitely is influential.
He influences me to mute my television.
I'm not a Romo fan. I've never been. I wasn't a Romo fan whenever people were Romo fans.
Yeah, the screaming it's too much for me.
I also don't love whatever. Strahan 23. I like the Strahans on here too because he kind of does the crossover. Like he does the Good Morning whatever one he's on, and then the football stuff, which Burleson does that now too. So I'm good with Strahan there. 713-780-3776. The people have thoughts on this. Who do you think are the most influential people in sports media in this century, in the 2000s? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, Nick's Place on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to break, let me talk to you about Old Humble Distilling Company, Houston's finest micro distillery. The first thing I did when I got here to Nick's Place wasn't set up the equipment. Wasn't go and talk to Nick, make sure where he wants us to set up, everything's good, what he wants us to promote. No, let's find out if they had Old Humble Distilling or not, because that is the best drink out there right now. If you like whiskey, if you like bourbon, make sure you check out the line from Old Humble Distilling Company, especially the Boomtown Bourbon and the Special Reserve. Those two are my favorites. So there are hundreds of reasons to stop by their distillery, mainly because they're fantastic whiskeys and cocktails, like I just mentioned. But let me add a few more things to the list with the many new things going on at Old Humble Distilling Company. So, first off, they have some new hours. So, starting this week, more time each day to stop by and try their fantastic spirits. Right now, open Tuesday through Saturday from 3 to 9. So, stop by after work and try their Boomtown Bourbon or the Special Reserve or any other whiskey or bourbon that catches your eye. Plus, on Wednesdays, happy hour all night until 8 o'clock. All night until they close. $8 cocktails until they close, and trivia joins their lineup on Thursdays starting at 6:30. And many more new exciting things coming to the tasting room in the coming weeks as well, including us. ESPN 97.5 will be going out to Old Humble Distilling Company 3 times for live remotes before the end of the year. Old Humble Distilling Company, the official whiskey of campfires, cookouts, good stories, and great friends. Go visit their distillery and tasting room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960, and check out their selection of premium whiskeys at oldhumbledistilling.com. You can also grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or Finder Retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.
We go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by Todd Callis, TV voice of the Houston Astros. Lots going on in the last hour and a half, TK. I guess we'll start with today's starter. Jaden Murray makes his first start, his big league career. We've seen him pitch this year for the Astros pretty recently. Also, Colton Gordon has been activated, has been recalled. Lance McCullers lands on the IL. What are you expecting the pitching plan to be today against Atlanta?
I think, good to talk to you guys as usual. I think they're going to go with one time through the lineup with Jaden Murray. And Joe Espada wouldn't commit to how many pitches or how many innings, but I think, in a perfect world, one time through the lineup, if they could somehow squeeze 3 innings out of him, they would love that. Beyond that, it's probably either going to be Colton Gordon or J.P. France getting the bulk of the innings to try and lead them to the back end of the bullpen. I think A.J. Blueball is a potential option, but I think in a perfect world, they'd like to avoid Blueball just in case he might be that guy that eventually fills in for Luis Garcia. So kind of a stopgap start today to give Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez an extra day of rest. They're going to be both working on 6 days of rest. Hunter pitched last Saturday and will go tomorrow. Framber pitched last Sunday and will go Sunday. So this time of year, they're looking for their horses to get a little extra breather, and we'll see how it works out. But Jaden Murray in his 2 outings so far has looked good out of the pen, and we'll hope for the best tonight against the Braves team that hasn't been very good this year, but when you look at their lineup, there's a lot of the names that have done it for them in the past, so we'll see how it works out.
Looks like we're also seeing the debut of a Zach Cole tonight for the Houston Astros. What do you know? I mean, the numbers look great, TK, in Sugarland.
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise to see Zach here and then right in the lineup. Obviously, he's not going to come up unless they want to play him, but limited time at AAA this year, but he moved up there and won PCL Player of the Week last week. So he seems to have been okay with the move from AA to AAA. Dana Brown has always been a GM that's not been afraid to push guys. We've seen it before. We'll see it again in the future with Dana. He's a scout at heart, and he likes to keep challenging guys. So here's an opportunity for Zach Cole. He's going to start tonight against a pretty tough pitcher. And if he does well, maybe he'll get another start tomorrow against a righty. And if he struggles, maybe Joe will look at somebody else in tomorrow's lineup. It's a day-by-day thing. Dana mentioned the word spark a little bit when talking about Zach Cole. Maybe this offense needs a spark, and sometimes a young blood or a new kid can infuse some enthusiasm and a spark, and we'll see if Zach Cole is able to accomplish that today. He's put up great numbers. The one thing you're a little concerned about is the swing and miss. He has a lot of strikeouts this year at both levels, but that's something that hopefully the Astros feel comfortable enough for him to be up here and get a start against the Braves team tonight.
Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. 15 games left in the season. Seattle tied the division yesterday. Astros currently with a 2-game lead in the wild card. And they're going to see the lineup and not see Jeremy Pena. Is this one of those, no Jeremy Pena today, that way we can have him for the final 14, get him off his feet one game so we have him the rest of the way? You think that's what Espada's thinking?
Yeah, that was a surprise, too, because Joe said, the last 3 weeks it's go time, and you're really not going to see many off days. So he did say today to the media that Jeremy's played every day since coming off the IL with that rib injury, and he felt like he just needed a breather today. And he said he would be available at some point to come in and make a difference in this game. But Jeremy probably is dealing with a little bit of a lingering issue. They're not going to tell us what that is right now, but I can't imagine he's feeling 100%, or else I think Jeremy would probably be in the lineup today. But no specific injury, just a breather for him. And then he'll be ready to go tomorrow or even later on in the game today. So hopefully we'll see Jeremy for the final 14 and a third game the rest of the year.
What do you make of what you're seeing Jose Altuve go through right now and the struggles that he's facing at the plate?
Man, it's hard to realize that you've seen Altuve go through this for over a week now. I mean, 2 for 33 might be the worst stretch he's ever gone through in his career. So it's a battle. I think at times he's backwards. He's taking strikes and he's swinging pitches out of the zone. He's always been an aggressive hitter, but it's been very unusual to see him take some strikes more recently, trying to get into a hitter's count and then swing at pitches once he gets behind in the count off the plate. So hopefully, Altuve is a guy that you say you never worry about Jose, but this has been a prolonged stretch, and I think he's kind of frustrated with it. Obviously, the Astros are trying to figure it out and hope he gets going sooner than later because there's really not a lot of time. But I would have said if you would have picked any player on the team that wouldn't have a 2 for 33, it might be Altuve or Jordan, and unfortunately it is Altuve who's going through it right now.
Todd, what was it like just being around the club and the Luis Garcia news, a guy who hadn't pitched in 2 years, worked hard to get back, was looking good, and then makes it 5 outs into his outing and has to leave the game with the elbow, placed him on the 60-day today. What was the mood surrounding the club with that news?
Yeah, it's just really devastating. Everybody was so bummed out for Luis. He worked so hard, and he's been around the team so much during this rehab process. Everybody knows all the trials and tribulations he's dealt with. He's been there every month rehabbing. Last year he had the setback, couldn't pitch. This year finally comes back, and just 28 months away from the league. And then he finally gets back there, and you think, all right, this is his second lease on life. He's finally healthy. His velo wasn't there even in the minor league rehab starts in his first big league start, but you're thinking that's just a matter of building up strength. But maybe there's still something lingering in there that didn't show up in the imaging, because now he's going to go back he is on the 60-day IL. It's a real tough blow for Luis after all those years and only getting one major league start and an inning and a third or whatever it was in his second major league start. Now having to go through that whole rehab process. As happy a person as he is, and he's always optimistic and happy and smiling, I've got to think this is a really tough time for him to deal with this.
How do you view the back of the bullpen right now with all the injuries that have happened? Because, I mean, the injuries have obviously been the story, it feels like, this season, that everything's gone wrong. And Abreu's last appearance was obviously much better, but when the back of the bullpen has to step up, how do you view that and how that should play out?
Yeah, it's going to be guys that are in different roles now than they were earlier in the year. Brian King was a 7th-inning guy. Now he's an 8th-inning guy. Abreu was an 8th-inning guy. Now he's a 9th-inning guy. You're seeing other guys get a chance to step up, like Steven Okert getting later in the game, and De Los Santos the same. It's not the names they had earlier, but it's the guys that they are hoping are going to be able to carry them to the finish line. The key for Joe Espada, he knows all these guys have been used extensively. King especially, Okert especially, and Abreu especially, because they've been with the team from the jump. So he just has to figure out the right spots to get them in the games and figure out how they're going to get this team to the final 15 games of the postseason, because they're going to be key. Obviously, tonight's a situation where you're not going to get a whole lot of innings out of your starter, so you're hoping that your bullpen doesn't get completely taxed going into the next 2 days, but you do have a little bit of a safety net, and that you have Hunter tomorrow and Fromber on Sunday, and in theory, those guys should be able to give you the longest starts of anybody in that rotation, although Jason Alexander will make an argument for that lately. But, yeah, the back end of the bullpen, different faces, no Hader, no Ort, but they're hopefully going to be able to get it to guys in different roles.
It's Todd Callis on the HR&P guest line conversation presented by Pipefitters Local 211. They do it right. I guess good news on Isaac Paredes today.
Yeah, the fact that he's about to take live BP, and we still have 2 weeks to go plus the weekend in the season, means that if he can get out on a rehab assignment next week, then hopefully we'll see him before the end of the regular season, and if not before the end of the regular season, potentially in the playoffs. So, yeah, the fact that he's taking live BP is a big step. Everything is pointing in the right direction. I honestly didn't think he was going to be available at any point in 2025 after hearing about the severity of the injury, but to his credit, he wanted to try and play again this year. He felt like he was a big part of this team trying to get to the postseason before he got hurt, and he wants to be a part of it now trying to get into the playoffs. So I still don't think anybody in the Astros front office or in their clubhouse is saying it's 100% certain that Paredes is going to show up at any point this year, but at least he's trending in the right direction, and after tomorrow with live BP, we'll have a better idea of what the plan is.
Any guess on how that works? If Paredes comes back, is your DH, and I guess Altuve is at second base, is that the logical, plan for this if he's able to play this year?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. I think there's no – I would be surprised if Paredes is able to come back and play the field just because of the quick switch move you have on the infield. I don't think they're going to mess with that. So I imagine we saw the lineup in Arlington one night where Altuve was the second, Jordan was in left, and Caratini was the DH. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Yiner was batting 8th and Jake Myers was batting 9th. And I think you'll see something similar. Just plug in Paredes instead of Caratini, and you've got a very thick lineup if you have Jordan and Altuve both playing in the field. It's not your best defensive lineup, but it's your best offensive lineup possible. And I think that's the plan going forward. If Isak comes back, I doubt you'll see him other than as a pinch hitter or a DH.
Todd, great insight as always. Always enjoy the conversation. Call some winners this weekend, and we'll chat next week.
Yeah, it's getting to be crunch time, guys. Only 2 more of these, so hopefully we have some good news between now and next Friday.
That would be great. It's Todd Callis, TV voice of the Houston Astros. Our interview presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. Lot of moves today. I was stunned with the Zach Cole thing, Joe.
Yeah.
His numbers have been terrific in AAA. They've been better in AAA than AA, which a lot of times that's not sustainable. The strikeout numbers have been very, very high. I did not expect that news whenever we got it. Hopefully, Dana's right. Hopefully it's that spark and it can get the offense going. It's just a lot to put on a guy who never has been looked at as like this highly touted prospect.
Yeah, is it just as simple as he's red hot right now, so let's cross our fingers and hope he can do that for a couple days in the bigs? I mean, he hit in 15 games, he hit 353 with 3 home runs and 16 RBIs. Like, he's probably the hottest hitter on the team now besides Jordan Alvarez. But can he do it in the bigs? We'll see.
Yeah.
I was shocked. Jeremy, I know a lot about the Astros organization, I feel like. I'm be honest, I don't know if I knew who Zach Cole was 3 weeks ago.
Okay, well, then you don't know a whole lot about the Astros organization.
He's not a big league prospect, basically.
He's in the line of batting 8th today, Joe.
I know. He's here now.
He's a big league prospect.
Zach Cole has arrived.
No, I follow Astros Future, so Astros Future is really good with these prospects and stuff. He actually wrote Zach Cole as a long shot potential September call up before the turn of the calendar, so that kind of put him on my radar a little bit more, and his promotion from AA to AAA, so he was kind of on the radar there, but. I was stunned. I think you're right. It's kind of like one of those, he's red hot. Let's see if he can continue that red hotness with our big league team because we're not getting a whole lot of offensive production, so let's just see. It reeks like desperation to me a bit, though. I'm not sure he's going to do more than Trammell has done for you. I'm not sure he's going to do more than what Melton has done for you. I know those guys haven't done much, so it's whatever, let's try it. But I was very surprised. I was very surprised to see the Zach Cole thing. But it is what it is. Murray starts probably a bullpen game, like TK mentioned. Lance McCullers has been placed on the IL with a sore hand. That's why Colton Gordon is up. You buying this one, or is this another one of those mysterious injuries like the blister?
I mean, if they made him a one-inning guy like you were tweeting about yesterday, I think I'd open to Lance McCullers being on this roster. But if that's not what they want from him and they want him to go farther in games, then, yeah, this feels like a phantom injury.
Yeah, I think that they want the length, Gordon.
Yeah, they're just letting him be out there until the end of the season, and then they'll make a decision at this point.
They are carrying Hernandez, though. That's not a name that they're, banging the table to keep around, although go Cougs. I'm torn. Because it would have been very easy to call up. Well, they couldn't have called up Gordon for Hernandez, though. You know what I'm saying? Because whenever you're optioned down to the minor leagues, you have to spend, 15 days there? Unless there's an injury. So it couldn't have been Hernandez because he's not hurt. So that makes me think it's more phantom injury. They needed Gordon's length just in case. Hey, Lance, you're not pitching very well. You want to take the rest of the year off? How about a right hand soreness? How does that feel? I think it ends his season. I think he's done for the year.
Yeah, he's just another one of these Astros pitchers this is it. Arrighetti, Garcia, McCullers, they're all done for the year. I mean, we're not going to see these guys. I mean, I guess McCullers could come back in theory, but even when he'll be ready to come back in 15 days, he's not going to be a member of the playoff roster. So it has effectively ended his season. I'd be stunned if we see him on the playoff roster.
Yeah. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I think he's done. I think we've seen the end of Lance McCullers in 2025. I think it's a fair conversation about 2026. I think he'll be given a shot to pitch next year. He's got one. Yeah, I do. He's got one more year in his contract. What's the point of cutting him over the offseason? You're not saving any money by doing that because you have to pay him that money. It counts against the luxury tax and all that. I think he'll get a chance to report to camp, see what he's got. I think that was probably the message to him. Hey, you got a sore hand or whatever. Go get ready for February when pitchers and catchers report. I think he'll get a shot. I don't think that they'll move on in the offseason.
I'm fine if they give him a shot. Bullpen from day one. Let's get over the starter thing. Bring him in next year into camp, in the offseason. Prepare him to be a one-inning guy for an entire season. That's your role on this roster. Even though Fromber's going to walk out, you're not going to have Luis Garcia, it feels like. You have a ton of injuries in your rotation. Yes. But if you want Lance McCullers at his best, he's got to be a bullpen guy. So that should be the plan. If he's going to be here, put him in the pen.
I like that idea better than the starter idea. Your lowest leverage reliever. But if he's bad, then just DFA him. Like, it's sunk cost fallacy at that point.
For sure.
I don't think he'd be one of your best arms, though. So, like, that's the pushback I would have. But if he's not one of your best arms, I'd rather him be a lesser arm in the bullpen than in the rotation. So I think it's the lesser of two evils.
100%.
But it wouldn't shock me if he just doesn't make the team. Like, hey, he's back in February. Here's your chance. Pitches poorly. Cut ties. But I do think he'll get that chance in spring training. Texture at this point, I think they have to try anything because what they're doing hasn't been working. I think that's a fair point. That's a fair point. I was surprised to see it and, like, mad at it. No. Do I think it's a sign of desperation? Yeah. Is it time to get desperate? Also, yes. Yes, now is the time to get desperate, which TK mentioning Pena might be dealing with an injury wasn't great news, and he would know.
No, it was not good news in any way, shape, or form.
Dealing with a knock, dealing with a little bit of he's less than 100%. How's he been? He's been okay though lately. Like he had an on-base streak come to an end yesterday. It was like 20 games. So he's been playing well. Ooh, you don't think he got benched for that pop fly, do you?
I mean, if you think, you thought Altuve got benched. If you're going to do it with one, you got to do it with everyone.
Right, but I don't think that the pop-up was Pena's fault. Whereas, like, there's no doubt that Jose Altuve not getting a secondary lead was Jose Altuve's fault. I wish that was asked yesterday. I watched the Espada press conference, and they just kind of asked, like, what would you have liked to see there? Espada did say it was the outfielder's ball. So he wasn't mad at Pena, clearly, because he said it was the outfielder's ball. I was wondering if Sanchez called Pena off, though. Like, there's been zero. I think that's my theory. I think that Sanchez called Pena off.
But
I haven't heard anything to support that case.
It looked like it from afar.
Yeah, looked like it.
But no one asked. So
no one asked. Yeah, Pena's been fine though. Pena's been fine offensively. Like
he hasn't been what he was before, and I think that's what the frustration is a little bit. Is like you feel like you just need Jeremy Pena to step up and replace Altuve in the way that he's been struggling. And he's been fine, but you need a couple of these guys to be more than fine, Jeremy, with the way that they've been playing.
Jeremy Branham or Jeremy Pena?
Jeremy Branham.
No, okay. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, Brian. Mapes is coming in a little while, huh?
Yep, he's going to come hang out because you're leaving us. And then we're hanging out here until 7 o'clock. We got an extended edition of the show today, so we'll be here with you guys until 7 at Nick's place. It looks like there's like one Coors Light left. That you can
they have specials. Our listeners can purchase a beer.
The free ones. There's
Happy
one left.
hour until 6. $4 beers, $4 well drinks. If you're a wino, you get $6 wine. So look, there's lots to do. Astros at 6:15. Colorado, Houston at 6:30. Karaoke tonight, 9:30 to 1. And then you can meet Nick, who's very handsome and very charismatic. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get into Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The best take of the week, best take of the month, best take of the year, best take of the century is that Walmart is the place to do your online grocery shopping. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? That's why it's so great to do your shopping online with Walmart. You can find a huge selection online you can't even find in stores. We love to do it. My family loves it. Branham family, big fan of ordering online for Walmart for quite some time. In fact, the wife and the kiddos, they're out of town this weekend. They went up to Oklahoma to visit some family. So I'm going to be ordering all sorts of things on Walmart.com. I can't wait to place that order. I don't like to mess with the crowd, though. I don't like to miss ball. I don't want to leave the house, quite frankly. So when we order online, we don't have to do any of that stuff. We get all our groceries without having to leave the house, and it's fantastic. It's not expensive either. No, that's expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more. Bougie Branham. No, that's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. And because it's Walmart, you know that those prices are low. And what I love, they're fast. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. They're going to save you a tremendous amount of time. Use express delivery to get all of the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions even. Walmart is changing the game. So when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party, hanging around the house for 2 days with nothing to worry about, think Walmart for all of those grocery needs. Start an order today at walmart.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
I'm over on campus. Big one coming up a little bit later. Houston and Colorado. Big 12 opener. Still a few tickets left. Like if you're in the area, you're looking for something great to do, get on out here to TD ECU Stadium. Get out here to campus. Houston and Colorado. Big 12 opener. Going to be a great time. uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS to get those tickets. Or you can just pull up to the ticket office. That would work too. Going to be a fantastic night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, the pageantry, the roar of the crowd, like a Houston Cougar football game. I've been here, obviously, since 2, really. Tailgating has been phenomenal. I can see it around. There's a buzz around campus. Going to be electric tonight over at TD ECU. Also, a great Hispanic Heritage halftime show is in store. Spirit of Houston will perform songs from Selena. The UH Mariachi Pumas will take the field for a special performance. If you haven't seen them, they are fantastic. Tailgate has already started. Cougs on Parade begins in 30 minutes. So if you're looking for something to do tonight, Houston, Colorado, uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS. Just pull on up. Come early, be loud, and wear red. Joe, Brian, and Mapes here shortly. Have you at Nick's Place all the way until 7. Astros begin at 6:15. Colorado, Houston at 6:30. Plenty to do tonight. Karaoke from 9:30 to 1. Can't make it tonight? No problem. Get out there tomorrow. They open at 9 for some Premier League football. Brunch specials. They have a pool tournament tomorrow. They have Canelo and Crawford. 8 p.m. start there. $20 cover. If you can't make it tomorrow, how about Sunday? Every NFL game, drink specials, $10 half-pound burger. Can't make it on Sunday? How about Monday? Texans special 4 for $4. On Monday Night Football, $4 beer, $4 nachos, $4 margaritas, $4 Jaeger. You're not going to want to miss it. Nick's Place, always the place to be. All right. Bad Take Boulevard. Who made the list this week? The texter the other day that said CJ Stroud has had an average rookie season. Come on now. Hasn't been an average rookie season. You made the list, texter.
You just made the list.
Come on now. How could you say that? It was a great rookie season. One of the greatest rookie seasons a quarterback has ever had, quite frankly.
Yeah, pretty much it's one of the top 3 rookie seasons we've ever seen.
Yeah. Man, you made the list, texter.
I'm going to nominate the WWE, Jeremy, because for the first time they're taking WrestleMania overseas.
Hey,
2027.
No
what?
No spoilers.
What spoilers?
You're spoiling that news to me.
You didn't know that? It broke like 2 hours ago.
I saw something on the sidebar on Twitter, so I had an idea.
Yeah, but they're going to Saudi Arabia in 2027. I don't love it. I hate all these ideas, Jeremy. I hate the ideas about the Super Bowl being played in London. It's supposed to be in America. I'm gonna be selfish here. Keep it in the States, Jeremy. The farthest you can go is Alaska.
Super Bowl?
For that sport, it is.
Okay, I don't really care. Like that's a money where you're trying to. That's a sport or entertainment where you're trying to get paid. They're getting paid. You know they're getting paid.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like you're selling your soul a little bit there.
Oh, 100% they are. But I mean, it's wrestling.
That's true.
They sold their soul a long time ago. Here was Brian Callahan, coach of the Titans. There was the play, the rookie from Stanford, where he got an elbow down, but his feet weren't in, but the elbow hit first. Should have been a complete pass, was called incomplete on the field. Probably should have challenged it. Callahan later in the press conference asked why he did not.
Is there a challenge on the aisle manner play where they moved out of bounds on the sideline? It looked like his elbow hit inbounds first.
Yeah, you got to get a foot inbounds too, which we didn't have a clean look at whether his foot was down as well. An elbow doesn't equal 2 feet, so his foot would have had to come down as well. We didn't have a clean look, so the call from upstairs was that it wasn't more challenging.
Elbow does equal 2 feet there, Coach. You made the list.
You just made the list.
Not great that an NFL coach doesn't know the rules, by the way.
Yeah, that's worse, right? Like just not knowing the actual rules that are supposed to be out there and how it works.
I think so. I think it's worse. Travis Kelce did the bullhorn celly in Brazil.
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you think that was? He thought he was in Spain, or
yeah.
He thought that was also a Brazilian thing. Like he botched this, right? He botched it.
See, if Travis Kelce is smart, he's going to do it all the time now.
He better. He can play it off.
Yeah, exactly. Just like pretend like, oh, this is just the new celebration. This is just what we're doing for 2025.
He could play it off, but he's going to have to, because if he doesn't, then it's obvious that he got his countries wrong. Very obvious. Haley Sawyer, who is an AP poll voter, which we thought the AP poll is stupid for a long time. She gives us credence to that take. She bumped Florida up a couple of spots, didn't have USF in the top 25 after USF beat Florida. And then here was Haley's claim on, like, why she screwed this up.
But as far as what my votes are and what my process is, I wake up early in the morning after covering a game late in the night before. Don't want to go too much into my progress or process or logic, but I will say I appreciate everybody's interaction on social media and all of your feedback.
There, that's enough.
That's
enough from Haley. That's one of those.
I appreciate all your interactions and feedback.
I hope both teams have fun.
So
did you catch her excuse though? Did you like that? That might have been the thing that I was annoyed with the most, is like her excuse. She's like, "This is my process. I wake up early after covering a game the night before." So what she's claiming here is that she doesn't have time to do it. What do you think she's doing during the game? Like, she's obviously looking at other scores and stuff. Like, she can easily follow what else is going on while she's covering the game. Really, she doesn't have to do anything until after the game to go to the pressers and stuff. Obviously, you're paying attention, but you can look at scores while you're doing this. This is why the AP's so dumb, though. And she actually, I cut her off. I probably shouldn't have, because she goes in later and she says that the AP poll doesn't really matter. That's not true. The AP poll incorrectly conditions the College Football Playoff Committee on what their ranking should be. The AP poll actually does carry some weight when I agree with her that it shouldn't, and then you have one of their pollsters, yes, there's a lot of pollsters, but you have one of their pollsters that has no idea. I shouldn't say she has no idea what she's doing. She has zero interest to have any idea with what she's doing, and then that's indirectly influencing the committee. Like, just wipe this thing away once and for all.
Yeah, it needs to go away. I mean, I frankly at this point, I don't even like the way they're doing the College Football Playoff Committee, to be honest. I don't like how it changes, so the standards can change every single year. The AP poll is not good. To me, the coaches poll is not that much better, because it's not like these coaches are paying attention in that way. Same way she's not. They're not. They're worried about the game that they've got going on right now. They should have a smaller select committee and for the College Football Playoff that you trust, and let them do it all year long. Just let that same group, just from week one.
I don't want all year long. I want there to be like at least a 4-game body of work. Maybe
just start the rankings.
Maybe halfway
in like week 4.
Maybe even halfway.
I'd be fine with that.
The further you can get away from the start of the season, the better. Because what happens is, like, it works as like a grid. Like, our top 25 is going to be what we go off the rest of the year, and then like the 8th team in the country has a tough time jumping the 5th best team in the country when they have better wins. Like, I'm not a fan of it, but off my soapbox.
No, but like, what if it just when it debuts normally, which is like week 8, week 9, whenever
Something
it is,
like
it's late in the season. What if that's just the first time we see rankings?
I'm down.
It doesn't take anything away from it. Like, yeah, it takes away. ESPN can't say number 1 versus number 2. Texas versus Ohio State still sells. You don't need numbers in front of their names to sell the brands.
You're still going to have other people doing power rankings and stuff. You know, like, they're not going to like power rankings will not go away. You just get rid of this fake, arbitrary, unofficial poll. Is all you're doing, and they still might do it, but just I don't know. I'm just not a fan of it. I think it does impact the committee unjustly. All right, boys are going to take you the rest of the way. Appreciate you, boys. Brian Mays will be joining Joe until 7 at Nick's Place. Got to get out there tonight. Got to get out there. Just get out there every day. Astros U of H game. They're going to have that on the TVs tonight. Karaoke tomorrow. Some Premier League football. Canelo, Crawford fight tomorrow. Pool tournament going on as well. College football, of course. Sunday they have all the NFL games. Monday Night Football, and they have drink specials, food specials throughout. So make sure you get out to Nick's Place for all your sports watching over the next few days. Boys, take you the rest of the way. What happens if the Astros miss the playoffs? The boys will kick that around when they return. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Before I go, though, football is back. We love football. Football is so much fun. And you know what else is so much fun? Playing football picks on Underdog. Love me Underdog. Underdog's my favorite app. I spend so much time on Underdog. I talk about those 500 best ball drafts I do, where do you think I do it? I do them at Underdog. Underdog is the best, and it's the best place to make picks and win money all season long. We got Lamont making picks now too. Lamont's has been playing. He's been sending me his picks on Twitter too. He hit yesterday. He won nearly $100 yesterday. Won $95. He sent me his picks today. What do you think of Lamont's picks? Higher 5.5 receptions for Nico Collins on Monday. He likes Nick Chubb higher 12.5 rush attempts. He likes Mike Evans higher 5.5 receptions. He likes Baker Mayfield higher 1.5 touchdowns. You think Lamont's got it going on here? You can follow him. You can tell him. You can make your own picks. Make your own picks too. Playing an Underdog is so easy. You can pick whether your favorite players would go higher or lower on some of those stats we just mentioned, or touchdowns, yards, interceptions, much, much more. And you can now pick teams on Underdog too. You can pick whether or not your team will win or lose. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. So much to play, so much fun to be had, so much money to win. Underdog still has their originals too. They still have the drafts around the clock. Those are great. Ladders, fantastic. Streaks is terrific as well. Download the app today. Sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, Joe and B-Mac here with you till 7 o'clock, broadcasting live at Nick's Place. The Astros game coming up here shortly, 6:15, Colorado U of H at 6:30. At the karaoke party tonight from 9:30 to 1. Saturday mornings they open at 9 a.m. for Premier League games with their brunch specials. Pool tournament tomorrow at 10 p.m. Also, Canelo Crawford tomorrow night. $20 cover to get in, but absolutely worth it. Costs you way more money to watch it at home. Come on out here, watch. It's a great time. I love coming out to Nick's Place for fights. A lot of Conor McGregor fights. This was kind of like.
Oh, was this your go-to?
Yeah, this was my go-to. Especially when I lived like in the area. We came out for every McGregor fight.
Yeah, I was telling Nick I came out here for WrestleMania 32 because at the time they were one of the few sports bars that would actually show WrestleMania. I think Buffalo Wild Wings would, but I'd much rather be here. The food's way better. So
way better.
Yeah, me and a buddy came out and watched a disappointing main event with Triple H and Roman Reigns.
All right, we still got a lot to get to. We'll talk some Astros. We'll talk about the Texans a little bit. Obviously, not a game weekend. Game coming up on Monday. And then Monday will be just Jeremy and Mapes on Monday. We're ditching Jeremy like 4 days into the show. We're both taking vacation days.
Yeah.
I'll be back on Tuesday. You'll be back on Wednesday.
I'll be back on Wednesday, yeah.
All right. We teased it before we went to break. What happens if the Astros miss the playoffs? What's the fallout in the organization if this team who lost last year in 2 games in the wild card round and then misses the playoffs this year, and you could even say makes the playoffs but loses again in the same exact fashion? What's the fallout for this team?
I think those are 2 different questions because I think there's a conversation we can have about what should happen and then what will happen. Because to me, like, the worst place you can be in sports is the middle ground. Like, we saw this for years with the Rockets, like the Kevin Martin, Luis Scola era, where they were winning like 43 games, 44 games. Never had a high enough pick to change their fortunes. Never good enough to make the playoffs, or even if they got in, they were one and done. And it kind of feels like that's where the Astros are trending. They're always going to be – I mean, obviously the injuries have derailed this season, but it feels like they're in a spot now that the dynastic run is now trended more towards being kind of that tier of team that's barely squeaking into the playoffs but never really taken seriously as a threat. So to me, you either got to go all in, you got to spend the money to get there, you got to make the correct changes, which I think also would include firing Joe Espada if they miss the playoffs, or you got to back out and start over. Like maybe not go completely Miami Marlins after winning the World Series, but maybe take a Tampa Bay Rays approach where some of your older guys, your guys over 30, you're rethinking about how long you're hanging on to them and trying to restart the rebuilding process a little bit while you also try to at least stay, relevant on the field.
I think this part for me with Joe Espada, I think it feels a little fan servicey in a way, mainly because I don't think managers are that important.
I don't.
Now, I do think there's some questions about Joe Espada in the clubhouse. Honestly, I think he's just kind of weird. I think going back to Cam Smith making the roster, the way that was announced, some of the other stuff that Joe Espada does just seems it's a little cheesy, and that might not play well. But in the end of the day, like, does it matter? Is it the reason why the Astros are in the position they are in? No, it's absolutely not. But Dana Brown came in here, and they kept Joe Espada, who's been with the organization for years and years and years at this point. And if they're going to be heading in this direction, I think it is fair to say that Dana Brown would get the opportunity to bring in his own guy, his own manager. And I don't think Dana Brown's on the hot seat because I think he's put together a good roster with the exception of all the injuries that have happened. And that's not all his fault. And some of it, there's limitations.
Do you give him any blame for Christian Walker?
Yeah.
Because I agree with you for
Christian
the most
Walker's
part.
a
He's
problem.
put together a good roster, but, I mean, his big move was signing Christian Walker, and it's not been Jose Abreu disaster, but it's not been good.
No, and trading away Kyle Tucker I think was the right decision to make, and Cam
Yes.
Smith's obviously been struggling mightily. But I think there's still a really good player in there. Paredes was obviously very good, specifically at Dyken Park before he got hurt. Wisniewski, we'll see what he looks like next year if he can pitch at some point. Who knows with these guys. But I think with Joe Espada, if they were to miss the playoffs and if this thing were to go really in a bad way over the next 15 days, that it starts there. Just if Dana Brown wants to make a decision to change manager, he should be allowed to. The other part of this, and I just wonder, as a business owner for Jim Crane, I do wonder, and I heard Lance talking about this the other day, and Sean and I are going to be talking about this on Inside the Icebox coming up at 7 o'clock. I kicked Jeremy off the show.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sean's my new co-host on that. I couldn't deal with that much Jeremy.
Yeah, no, after how much he got bent out of shape about the underdog thing, I don't blame you.
I couldn't deal with it. But if I was Jim Crane, and I own this team that's worth like $2 billion probably, and I have millions of dollars in salary, and my fans still complain about how much money I don't spend, even though I spend a lot of money, I'm firing my medical staff. Let's start there. It's time.
Yeah, that'd be fair even if they made the playoffs and won the
Yes.
World Series. That would still be fair.
Yes, it's time. It's time to look at whatever's going wrong within this organization in terms of health. I know there are players who are injured who take time to come back. Players have setbacks. How Kyle Tucker is going through another setback right now with a calf injury that's been totally mismanaged. But the Astros, how long it's taken Luis Garcia to get back. And then for his velocity to be as low as it was in the minors, I think it was something like 87, 88. They pushed through it, and then he gets you a game and then an inning and 2/3, and he's out again, probably for next year. He's probably done as a Houston Astro. Like, the injury stuff, it seems extreme here in Houston. I'm trying not to be biased, and frankly, I don't think I am. Of anyone like you could listen to about this topic, I think I'm the least biased person about this because I watch another team every single day.
Right.
So, like, I see what
do
they
a
go
show
through.
about them.
Yeah, like, I see what they go through with players with Tommy John and injuries, and it's not this extreme. Like, heads got to roll, and I'm sorry for those nice people like Jeremiah Randall and other doctors.
No, you don't have to
this.
put nice people on them.
I'm sure they're nice people, but like, yeah, you gotta go. You gotta go.
I don't blame them for some of the stuff that we have talked about with Astros injuries. Like if it's a conversation of they're just not giving us the full extent, kind of like we have with the Texans, I don't necessarily blame them for that because they don't obviously owe us the full details of the injury. They just tell us when he's back, sort of thing. But where I do blame them, and I fall on your side of, like, let's make wholesale changes to the medical staff, is what we've seen of players who they've seemingly rushed back not being ready. Yordan Alvarez taking batting practice while he still had a broken bone in his hand that was only 60% healed. Obviously what happened with Jake Myers where, very shortly after he got injured in that Dodgers series back in early July, they put him back on the field, and then he was out for, over a month after that? Jeremy Pena had a broken rib. He stayed in the game and was like lifting weights or whatever after the game, even though we found out later he had a broken rib. And obviously you mentioned Kyle Tucker, the whole shin bruise that turned into a 3-month break, right? Like all of those things to me cannot be excused. Frankly, it's embarrassing to me that we've gone through as many of the things we've listed off, and that's not even all of them, with changes out not being made already. Mm-hmm. Like I
totally agree.
I don't know what because obviously Jim Crane is a brilliant businessman, or he wouldn't own a Major League Baseball franchise. You cannot get to that level without being a brilliant businessman. But I don't understand how a brilliant businessman could look at that many examples of one specific department failing without making a change.
Yep. We should hold them to the same standard we would hold anyone else within the Astros organization. That's why there should be change there. So they got to go. Joe Espada, I'm not anywhere near one way or the other of has to go, has to stay. I think I would just allow Dana Brown to make that decision as the general manager of this team. That if he wants to bring in someone that he knows from Washington or from Atlanta or even internally here in Houston that he thinks is a better fit for this clubhouse, I think that is where it starts. Beyond that, you said something earlier that I think is really important. It's like, how extreme do you want to go with this? Like, do you want to sell off your old guys? Do you want to do some Kyle Tucker 2.0 trades with younger guys on the roster that are eventually going to hit free agency?
Like
and
Pena, Yainer?
Yeah, like Pena, Yainer, Hunter Brown. I think it feels extreme to say that, and I think you'd have to miss the playoffs to even start that conversation. But if they're going to do it, my only thing is, and I don't really want them to, because I don't want to be like doing this with like the Sugarland Space Cowboys planned to be on the Major League Opening Day roster, not with just out there because of injuries.
Yes, of course.
But if you're going to do it, you can't half-ass it.
Yeah, it's the line from Breaking Bad. There's no half measures.
Yeah, you got to go all in.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, if you make the decision, all right, Pena's coming up in a few years. We know we're not going to pay the market price. He's put himself in a conversation where it's beyond our means, or we've made the decision that it's beyond our means. Let's rephrase it that way. That it's beyond our means to sign him. Then, like, you're already talking about at that point downgrading the roster by losing a player that important. So I'm with you. Like, no half measures. If you decide that you're going to sell on one, then sell on basically everybody. Because the Tampa Bay Rays have shown for 20 years, longer, that you could take, a half step back on a one-year basis and then be right back in the playoff push the next year. If the Astros go about this hard enough, sell off Hunter, sell off Yainer, sell off Pena, sell off these guys we've talked about, the amount of process, like if it's the Kyle Tucker return, not quite as much for those guys, but it's the Kyle Tucker-like return where you're getting a pretty good, starting caliber player plus a nice prospect, you could be back in it in just a couple years.
And I think on the flip side of that, if you want to go all in, on the other side of it,
I'm fine with that too. But you just can't do the middle.
Yeah, but push. That's
right.
So if I was Jim Crane, I'd be like, okay, do I want to sell these players? Do I want to move on from players that my fans are going to be pissed? That my fans have shown me they're not going to come to games, that they're not going to care about my team if we sell all these players while we rebuild? Or if you're Jim Crane, do you spend like the Dodgers? Do you be aggressive?
Well, they'll never
like the
spend
Padres?
like the Dodgers.
No, for sure, but that's why I think you can't. You got to get out of where you are, no matter what happens. Like a lot of the season is based on injury. But even if Jordan Alvarez was healthy for the entire season, as we sit here today and they are tied at the top of the AL West, if you have Jordan Alvarez from game one, maybe not playing at this level, but being a pretty good level.
Right.
Like, what are you at? Like 4 games above in the AL West? Like maybe 5, 6 games? Like it's not. There's
one
not
individual player doesn't make like
Yes.
a 20-game difference.
So that's why, like, you either gotta, if it's gonna stay like this, like, you gotta make some real changes, specifically within the pitching staff, because the lineup is set at this point. Like,
Should it be set though? I mean, we're talking about a team that got shut out. They go through 3-game series, scoring 3 runs.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know that it should be set.
No, I mean,
I hear what you're saying,
yeah.
but it shouldn't be.
I mean, I would move on from Walker if you can't, no matter what. Frankly, like, I would put Paredes at first base.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Paredes, Altuve, I guess.
Yeah.
Pena.
Wherever you put Altuve.
Correa, Jordan, Jake Myers, Cam Smith. So you have a DH second base catcher area where I think you can improve this lineup the most. Because I would really be disappointed if they moved on from Paredes and kept Walker.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I would rather pay as much of Walker's contract off as I could.
Especially since Paredes I believe has 2 years of team control left.
Yeah, so I wouldn't move on from Paredes, but so I think you have like 3 spots, but really again, so left field, DH, second base, catcher, like some combination of that you could improve. I just don't know how you do it. Like,
Well, you're not going to do it with the way they currently run the team. I mean, that's the the unfortunate honesty that sucks in the situation. Like, I think where they're going to land, unfortunately, is a place where we're not going to like it. Because Jim Crane, we've heard it. I mean, the window's always open. Or what was the tagline for this year? I forget the. Sean has a drop for. I forget the tagline for this year.
It's not Relentless, is it?
No, Relentless was a few years ago.
Okay.
Regardless, like Jim Crane's mindset, I don't think is ever going to allow him to take the full step back to do what the Tampa Bay Rays do. He's going to want to at least give off the perception of we're trying to compete and win. So he's never going to sell off, I think, enough to go the Tampa Bay route. But he's also shown an unwillingness to go the Dodgers route and spend enough to overcome the current kind of mid-tier that they've stuck themselves into. So if you're not willing to go Dodgers and spend, and you're not willing to go Rays, because if he was willing to go Rays, Fromber would have been traded in the offseason along with Kyle Tucker. If you're not willing to do either side, you're probably going to be stuck in this gross middle they currently reside in.
From the 8-2, anything to get rid of the hitting coaches. They've been on a downslide, offensively for years. I don't know. I mean,
what about Pena then? What about Jake Myers? Like
that's why I agree.
People, the point to Walker, the point to other guys like, the hitting coaches. Well, the same hitting coaches helped Pena have a career season, helped Jake Myers have a career season.
And I mean, I guess you could credit Carlos Correa, it seems, for Jeremy Pena's resurgence, because apparently that's.
Well, Correa was having kind of a mid-season. He came here, and I'm not crediting the hitting coaches for it, but I'm just making the point. Like, if we're going to talk about the guys having down years,
for sure,
we got to mention the guys having up years.
Cam Smith at the beginning versus the end. Now, look, to the Texans' point, I wouldn't just change Joe Espada if they missed the playoffs. I would make pretty big organizational changes, and that would include hitting coaches. Probably not pitching coaches, but you could go down that path if you wanted to. I think they should be safe at this point with what you constantly getting out of nobodies in the bullpen and in the rotation. Like, they do a pretty damn good job. It's not their fault that Fromber's a head case.
Yeah, Jason Alexander's 2025 stat page should be a pretty good resume for those guys.
But I do think the hitting coaches, like, there's an argument to move away from that. All right, we'll continue discussing this on the other side. Brian McDonald here with you until 7 o'clock. I'm Joe George, also here. Joe and Jeremy. See, Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy and Joe.
Jeremy and Joe.
I was trying to remember the order.
You tried to give yourself top billing. You played right into what Branham says about you.
You know what? We're going until 7.
Yeah.
And he left early.
So you're going to make it Joe and Jeremy
for the next 2 hours? You're listening to Joe and Jeremy here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place.
All right, back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, Jeremy and Joe.
No,
That's
that's
the
not
name
the
of the
show
show.
That's not the name of the show.
Vetoed. It is now Joe and Brian.
There we
Here
go.
With you until 7 o'clock. And,
well, we
I
thought
thought-
Mapes.
the official over-under, if he's listening, we're going to go, it's 5:23. Let's set it at
Okay, you're setting line? Okay.
5:32 and 35 seconds.
I was going to go 5:42, so I guess I'll have to take the over.
And I think we might be undershooting this because I think the over-under might be 10 a.m. on Monday.
Is the
3 p.m. on
I
Monday.
hope noon tomorrow because bullpen. Otherwise, I've done shows all summer with just me, Cam, and John. But I hope Mapes doesn't sleep in through the bullpen tomorrow. We'll see.
He probably just forgot about us. I'm sure.
Is napping the current favorite on the board as to why he's? I know it's not playing his dynasty game at our college football 26 because that hasn't been advanced yet.
No, Mapes is definitely.
Shout out to AJ.
Mapes is definitely napping. So is there the other? So going back just this Astros conversation for just a little bit. I do think. Do you think fans would take it okay if they?
Oh, Mapes is here.
The under is hit.
The under hit.
Joe
Joe set a line of 5:32, so you beat it. You beat it. Crushed it.
I do think.
More or less lingo.
More
or less lingo. My bad.
Welcome, Sean Mapes, to Nick's
Thank
Place.
you.
We'll have to turn the camera here in a minute.
First, it says, don't forget to mention the handsome and charismatic owner, Nick, of Nick's Place.
Yes.
Shout out to the handsome and charismatic owner, Nick, of Nick's Place.
Astros coming up here at 6:15, Colorado U of H at 6:30. Karaoke party tonight. You can obviously be here tomorrow morning. 9 a.m. they open up for Premier League Soccer, which is awesome. They've got Canelo versus Crawford tomorrow night, and then every Sunday, $20 buckets of beer, $10 half-pound burger with fries, $5 Jaeger bombs. It's been a while since I've done a Jaeger bomb, guys.
Really?
Oh, you're just.
I think that sandwich you ate earlier was about a half pound, if
it
not
was.
more.
I got the Italian sausage.
This
side.
thing was as big as his head, Sean.
It was awesome. It was very good. I had to eat it off camera because I didn't want people to make fun of me.
He didn't want to eat a sausage sandwich on camera.
Yeah, a lot of still shots would have been.
There's already a lot of people that don't like me right now. So I felt like I didn't want to give them more ammunition.
Yeah.
Do you think Astros fans would be okay if they sold players off this season?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think they would understand the way the team's playing?
No, I think I don't know. This is a gut feel because it's just been so long since the Astros have been in that situation. Like, it seems like the fan base was pretty okay with it in, 11, 12, and 13 because I think they understood that the final years of Drayton McClain signing old guys like Woody Williams and Carlos Lee and Miguel Tejada and Ivan Rodriguez for that 1 year, that had run its course to the point where they had a terrible farm system. They were losing picks because they were signing free agents, and their major league roster was terrible. So I think everyone was on board. But the Astros would be coming from the exact opposite of that, where fans accepted it because the team had bottomed out. This team hasn't bottomed out yet. It's bad, it's more mid than bad. But I don't think fans would accept the full sell Yiner, sell Pena, sell Hunter Brown experiment. I think they should because I think it'd be a better path than staying in the middle, but I don't think they would accept it.
The other thing I was just thinking about, as you mentioned McClain, and I was thinking about the TV issues that were happening.
Yeah.
I actually do think that has to factor into why Jim Crane wouldn't want to do this, because now that he owns and operates
good point.
Space City Home Network, which is already losing them money because they're not getting paid like they were before. If you were to blow up this team in any way, frankly for the Rockets as well, it's your own product in the field, on television, in the stadium, all of it that you're tanking. It makes it really challenging.
Yeah, the risk reward of the level of interest or how much interest you're sacrificing now versus versus having a full sell-off in 2026 is much different than the trade-off of fan interest that you had back in 2010 compared to 2011. That's a much lesser drop. The Astros for the last almost decade have been the number one team in the city of Houston, just as far as fan interest day to day. think about how much we talk about the Astros, how much they're at the top of our rundowns compared to any other city in America that has a football and basketball team. To turn in those chips to be like, I know we can compete for wild cards and compete for divisions for another couple years doing this. No thanks. Actually, we're going to trade away Jeremy Pena, one of the most marketable guys on the team who's in the commercials, on the billboards. Actually, we're trading him away. It is just going to be the guys that we can't get anything for and guys no one's ever heard of. So it's going to be the Christian Walker and maybe some Carlos Correa Twilight years and Twilight years of Altuve, and then AAA players. And we're sending all the young, exciting guys that are proven good MLB players. We're trading those guys away. That is a much harder thing to sell now as opposed to what it was in 2011.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting offseason. I don't think people are going to be impatient, and who knows how owners are going to react this offseason. Like I've been saying, Jeremy and I very much disagree with this, but like I really do believe that there's going to be some kind of lockout in 2027. And typically in the past, when there's been, if you look at transactions, that year before, teams are a little hesitant to spend money because they don't want to be locked into something and then have an offseason, see everything change. Like, we'll see what this offseason looks like. I mean, I think the best thing the Astros could do would be surprise us all and bring Kyle Tucker back.
Buy more.
Put him in left field.
So option 1 is buy more. Option 2, sell.
I think
we phrased it. I think we couched it before you got here as be the Rays or the Dodgers. But I think, or at least the place I'm at, is Jim Crane is willing to do neither, and so we're going to be basically where we are today.
Yeah, you'll do a little bit of both.
I think you'll see one guy get traded, and then you'll see a couple guys stick it out, and then you'll bring in a couple mid-level players, and they'll just kind of keep trying to, shuffle the deck and get this thing back on track, and who knows? Sean and I talked about this earlier today.
Yeah.
Maybe all these conversations that we're having right now is what sparks the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
You think the conversations on Inside the Icebox tonight will really light a fire in their belly?
We can be the motivators.
We can be the change we want to see in the world?
Once it reaches outside the icebox, they'll know. Speaking truth to power.
Joe George, Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes, we're hanging out with you at Nick's Place until 7 o'clock. Also on Monday Night Football, Texans special for $4. $4 beers, $4 nachos, $4 margaritas, and $4 Jaeger bombs. That's all coming up on Monday. All right, we'll take a quick break here. We'll get back into some NFL conversations because trade rumors, they're not rumors, but trade opinions are happening, and a lot of Texans fans are throwing around the name Tyreek Hill. We'll get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
All right, Joe, B-Mac, Sean, hanging out with you here at Nick's Place until 7 o'clock. Tonight, karaoke. B-Mac, you hanging around?
I will not. John, you missed this earlier. Joe tried to tell Jeremy and I that he used to be a great singer, but he's not anymore.
I didn't say great. I said good.
And my question to Joe was, if you're a good – okay, I'll drop down to good. If you're a good singer, how do you just not become one at a certain time?
You stop using your instrument.
Yeah, I haven't sung in front of an audience since I was 18 years old.
So were you in choir?
I was in musical theater and choir.
Okay.
I was the lead in a musical my final year.
Oh, okay. Now I've got questions. What's the musical? What's the role?
It was Bye Bye Birdie.
I don't know that one well enough to know the roles.
It's a movie based on Elvis Presley dodging
the draft.
Dodging the draft, yeah. But yeah, so I was
so timely.
So I was Elvis.
Okay. Oh, you were Elvis.
Essentially, yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Did you have to do fake sideburns, or were you able to grow them out?
I used to have hair, so I used to have I'll see if I can find photos.
No, I was talking because you're 18. I didn't know if you had.
No, but I had like long. I had like an awful mullet. It used to grow.
I want to see these pictures.
I think that's why my hair is all
gone.
Could
Dana
now.
send us these pictures?
I don't think she has them either.
Oh, that's
She's probably seen them, but I haven't. I try to keep them hidden at all costs at this point in my life.
So you're going to do Suspicious Minds here.
Yes.
I was hoping he was going to sing In the Ghetto. just try to make it as awkward as possible.
Yeah.
So did you buy this that he could sing but then lost the ability to?
I could still sing. It's just half of it might be really bad.
I can see where it's like there's some element. It's like playing basketball where I used to be good at basketball and then I didn't play for 4 years and now I'm bad.
Yeah,
you lose the jump shot.
Right, but by that same token, if you were to practice for a week, you get at least a free
couple
throw.
months. Yeah, I could get back
you
into
can get the
it.
free throw back.
I feel like if Sean played basketball for a week, he might end up like an Astro out for the season.
Oh,
wow!
I was actually talking about Ryan.
I don't know. This is the most elite athlete we have at the station. He did win the run up the stairs for the producer draft.
I talked to Ryan about this literally today.
Actually, Adrian's probably better athlete.
He's still recovering.
That's true.
I might have a couple more months. When I go to the gym and I feel something, literally the thought crosses my mind of I cannot get injured, catastrophically injured at the gym and have to tell Joe, hey, I'm going to be in an arm sling or and then the Lance McCullers.
Their comps will be real.
The weight room incident earlier this season, I was like, can't be having that. I stubbed my toe on a dumbbell a week after that happened. I was like, oh my God, I hope I didn't break a toe. I was
28 going on 41. I love it.
I do think.
Welcome to my world, brother.
29, brother.
I do think now that we're carrying the Rich Eisen Show, I do think we might need to do a
40,
a run 97.5.
Oh
run.
God.
I think we might need to.
Can I opt out of that one?
No.
Damn it. I'll be there for the comical relief. I
Bone
guess.
spurs.
Yeah.
Bone spurs. Yes.
I think we might do some kind of
shin splints.
some kind of 40-yard dash. Maybe we do
Well, did the station back in the day do a combine, or was that 15 or 15, 60
Probably.
days?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I might even be thinking of a different
station.
It's
not exactly reinventing the wheel.
No. Nothing in radio is.
Yeah.
I've thought about doing a beer combine this year. So during the NFL Combine.
Sponsored by St. Arnold?
I don't know. No, we can't do drinking competitions there, so probably not.
Okay.
We ran into some issues
planning
the listener part.
Yeah, we were going to do some drinking games.
I forgot about that. My bad.
And they're like, maybe binge drinking isn't what we're going for.
But they still invited Granado.
That's fair. Well, It
was a good call, though.
What can you do?
It was a lot of fun. All right, so there was a list. CBS Sports put out a list today. And they just put out teams that should trade for Tyreek Hill. I think everyone kind of feels at this point Tyreek Hill is going to be traded this season. He's already complaining on the sideline. He already was basically demanded a trade in the offseason. After one game, the Miami Dolphins have already had a players-only meeting, which is pathetic.
Is that the earliest players-only meeting of all time?
No,
one game?
It's not. Yes, but different. Yes and no. The Angels had one 2 years ago, literally the night of their first game.
Did they really?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
It was Ron Washington was their manager.
Oh, yeah.
That's the baseball.
Banter smokes cocaine, then I get it.
That's the football equivalent of like having one after the first series.
Yes.
Like going 3 and out,
Yes.
and then having a players only meeting.
But the Texans were on this list of teams that should trade for Tyreek Hill. Let's start with the player. We all know what the off-the-field stuff is. It's not great. The latest lawsuits from his ex-wife are very ugly to read. From just the player perspective, would you trade for Tyreek Hill?
Can he play left guard?
No. He cannot.
Okay, then my interest has diminished because to me, even with the question marks of Christian Kirk's hamstring before ever taking a snap for the Texans, the Iowa State boys getting ready for that jump-in competition from Big 12 to the NFL, and the Justin Watson, who's the other receiver? Braxton Berrios, Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah. Well, an Iowa State boy.
Yes, all those questions, I understand why you have questions about who's the wide receiver other than Nico Collins. That all pales in comparison to what they really need to fix this offense, which is offensive line help. And so Tyreek Hill, with the problems, the rap sheet as long as my arm, combined with the fact he can't do a pass pro set, I'm out. For that reason, I am out.
I think you're underselling the length of your arm. Like, it would need to be much.
I know, right?
Maybe both arms. Yeah, maybe both arms. I'm out, too, because, look, I think obviously Tyreek was once, if not the best wide receiver in the league. Obviously, he was top 2 or 3 for several years, especially while he was at KC in the first couple years in Miami. But I start with, I don't think he's that guy anymore. Mm-hmm. That's the first part. The second part of it is I don't want to pay what probably would be at least a 3rd or 4th round pick for Tyreek. Like, the Texans have needs down the line, especially with the guys they're about to have to pay, where that might cause some tough decisions elsewhere in the roster, that they may need those picks to, have starters at these places that we're talking about. And the other part of it is, just kind of to Sean's point, like, guard is their need, offensive line's their need, protection's their need. Even if you think Tyreek is, 90% of what he was before, his Superman ability is getting deep down the field. What is the last thing you want CJ Stroud doing right now? Hanging onto the ball long enough to throw the deep pass 40, 50 yards down the field. Like, I get the talent, but I'd rather not invite that into my locker room with the cost and the diminishing returns that he's shown over the last year and a half.
From the 832, it says if you can't get the receivers the ball, who cares what receiver you got? Everything you guys are just saying right now. I agree. And frankly, I think there could be more interesting options at the wide receiver position, honestly, available. I kind of starting to think DJ Moore is going to be on the table at some point this season.
I'd be interested in that, but the cost would be even more than Tyreek.
Yeah, and there's some salary issues. I would say with Tyreek.
Because they paid him 2 years ago?
Yeah, you'd have to move some money for Tyreek to happen as well. Like, it's not just a draft pick trade for him, honestly. But I just feel like there's something going on with DJ and Caleb Williams that I think is very strange. He's really not on the same page with him. So, I think DJ Moore could be an option. He's super pouty since he got with Caleb. I think he bought into the hype and has been slapped in the face with reality a little bit.
He's the embodiment of the psyche of Bears fans.
Yeah.
Where he's kind of like, ugh.
Yeah.
I keep thinking this next quarterback's going to be the guy that throws for 4,000. Like,
sold a false bill of goods.
Caleb. Yeah. But honestly, if after what we were talking about earlier, Brian, with Joe Mixon and what DeMeco Ryans is saying when he talked about Joe Mixon in the past tense, and he said, I hope he's doing well, which indicates he hasn't spoken to Joe Mixon. I think if they're going to make a trade for an impact player, I think running back is going to be more of a priority than wide receiver at this point. Same issues as what you guys are talking about with the offensive line. If you can't run block, it doesn't really help. But, could the Saints get to a point where Alvin Kamara is an option to get moved so they can give Kendry Miller the ball full time or something like that? I would be way more intrigued with a player of that in that style versus a player like Tyreek.
And that he gives you something that Nick Chubb gives you less of, which is the ability to receive, be a threat in the pass game as well. So, yeah, if we're talking about, 30-year-olds? Is Kamara 30 yet?
I think
he might
is.
be 28,
yeah, I can
which
look it up, but
for running backs is 30.
I think he's older than 28, but go ahead.
I think as far as, again, not addressing the elephant in the room, which, in fairness to the Texans, is the hardest position to
they addressed it.
but it's hardest to address in the
30.
regular season. Yeah. And so, if you're asking between 31-year-old Tyreek Hill and 30-year-old Alvin Kamara, I mean, Kamara has way less allegations on him. So that's a step in the right direction, but I think he can also at least give you a slight boost in two different places, in the run game and somewhere where Tyreek has less of an impact or not the same amount of impact, the short passing game, which is what you need more with Tomlinson and hopefully Ed Ingram. When you find yourself in the situation of hopefully Ed Ingram gets healthy,
that's gross, Sean.
Your guard situation's cooked.
Yeah, your guard situation's certainly cooked. Like I would definitely be more on the side of Kamara than Tyreek because I mean, I think one of the ways to help the CJ Stroud in this offensive line would be to get something they don't have in that with that position with the running game. Like I don't think Dameon Pierce hasn't seemed to get it. I mean, hasn't got it for a number of years. Nick Chubb is obviously seemingly washed after multiple injuries. I think Kamara could give you some of the speed, and even at 30, and the receiving ability. And even though they both have rap sheets, at least Kamara's fighting men and not women and children like Tyreek. So,
what about James Conner?
I'd be fine with that. I don't know what his contract is.
Is he on the block?
If Trey Benson, I was just really excited when I saw from Trey Benson this weekend. So I was like, okay, if the Cardinals,
he did get more carries than Connor.
If the Cardinals were to really lean into the Trey Benson route, like maybe they could be open to a move.
Well, the only problem with that, though, is you're probably not talking about anything anytime soon because right now the Cardinals have won. They're probably going to win again this week. They're favored again. They're not going to be in a position where they're thinking about selling assets.
And also, they might just be too good this entire season.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be in a position. At best case, you're talking trade deadline before they would make that move, and that's kind of too late for the Texans.
Not Santa asked us on Twitter, and we got a text about it as well. Maybe from the same person, I'm not sure. About who said it. Who said it will return.
At some point.
At some point. We're going to do it a little differently. We're not going to do it every week. We're going to give B-Mac the chance to find.
Maybe we will. I mean, we're not saying that it couldn't happen in back-to-back weeks. I just wouldn't plan on. Look, I got fewer people to pick from. It's a little more complicated now.
It's just a fact. So
maybe Rich Eisen makes it in. I don't know. We'll see.
For those that really love Who Said It will return. It probably won't be 5 quotes. It might be 3 quotes.
It might be 3. It might look a little different. And not today, but it will return.
But if Jeremy doesn't get over this underdog thing,
oh my God,
I might have to veto that.
Jeremy lost his mind on us earlier.
We did a betting segment.
It was a very Branham take.
It's called two favorites and a dog. We picked underdogs to cover the spread. He thinks it should be underdogs to win outright.
No.
And he died on that hill.
No,
he died on it that it was stupid to pick.
Well, are you
picking
picking the favorites against the spread?
Yes.
Then pick all 3 of them against the spread.
All right, Sean Mapes.
It's a different segment.
I already like having Sean on the show.
He's on our team. All right,
it's just a different segment.
Yes. What Joe did mention is we had the conversation about doing this segment on Wednesday, and it was approved by Branham. And then today,
all right.
Anyway, very much not approved.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back here on ESPN.
I think you've got a live freak.
97.5 and
St. Arnold.
92.5. St. Arnold, a beer for everyone. Their beer garden is a place for everyone. We had a great time there after the listener party. Also very fun. But they've got the space for groups that you can rent out for big birthday bashes, weddings, family reunion, company happy hours, trade shows, corporate meetings, holiday gatherings, whatever you want. The holidays are right around the corner. If you got a business and you're trying to figure out where you're going to be celebrating the holidays, having something going on for your employees, the St. Arnold Beer Hall is absolutely the best place to do it. They've got spaces for groups from 20 to 300 people. And since you're a listener of this fine station, mention ESPN or my name, Joe, and receive their brewery game package free for your event. That game package includes a combo of dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool tables, and as a bonus, the photo booth. Get started at starnold.com. Click on private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. I told you 30 seconds. He was in his other world.
I was on my email.
Welcome to Brian and Sean here on ESPN
Vito.
Radio 97.5
Vito.
and 92.5.
We've had enough changes this week. Vito. All right. Is there anyone else?
I reckon that ain't nominating.
Yep. Well,
your second one of
it's
the.
5:51. Are we doing that right now?
No, we're not doing that right now.
Okay.
We might not even do it. I don't know.
That's fine.
You had two this break.
Yeah, it happens. I dropped the headphones.
The good ones. Yeah, the good ones.
Jinx. Yeah, I was not my proudest moment.
Last 2 minutes were pretty rough.
No, they were pretty bad. Well, you know what? We all have those minutes in our lives that don't go great.
Live read was great, though.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Thanks, Todd. Is there – so in terms of trades, I feel like asking for the Texans to trade for a guard, though, is unrealistic.
Yeah, no, those kind of trades never happen.
It's always
in
skill
season.
position
Yeah,
players.
so it's skill position and defense. So I think unfortunately for the Texans, like there's no cavalry coming unless that cavalry, like I said, is Ed Ingram, which is a tough spot to find yourself. But there is an element of truth to it just in the fact that was their established starting group that they had established for the last few weeks of training camp. And to have that shuffled before the first game, I can give them the benefit of the doubt, especially with Ursary having to be the one that flips from being on the left side to the right side, back to the left side, back to the right side, especially when Cam Robinson got hurt in the middle of the game. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. The unit as a whole, though, like it's still going to be a bad unit. I'm just not sure if it was as bad as we saw on Sunday.
We talked about this the other day. So if Ingram comes back, Cam Robinson, based on Pro Football Focus and all the different nerdy sites and stuff, he was the best graded offensive tackle or offensive lineman for the Texans. Would you leave Cam Robinson at left tackle and bench Ariante in favor of putting Ed Ingram at right guard and Titus Howard at right tackle? Or would you then bench Cam Robinson and go back to your original plan?
Well, if you believe the reporting from Aaron Wilson, they're going back to what Sean said, like the offensive line that they were running out there towards the end of preseason and training camp, which would include Cam Robinson on the bench. It feels like a tough case to make, though, to put him on the bench, considering he was like you said, Joe, the only bright spot amongst the group, and he's a guy that you spit near the top of the market for. He's the best left tackle that left his team in free agency, and he's a guy with more of a track record than Ed Ingram, who was just as bad as Kenyon Green was last year in pressures allowed from the guard position. So it's tough to make that argument, but I do think I side with kind of what Sean was talking about. As bad as the offensive line was last week, aside from Cam Robinson, I would like to give the offensive line they settled on 1 week at least before I say they're trash.
That was going to be my rebuttal. It was like, you have to trust your evaluation before the season. Like, you can't be chasing the laser pointer that much of like, oh, this guy was good for 4 quarters in one sample size when, again, the rookie right tackle who was then the left tackle who had to be moved back to right tackle and then play a little bit of left tackle, but then back to right tackle. Like, that guy playing his first –
They set him up to fail.
Yeah, that guy playing his first game in the NFL against Jared Verse and Byron Young. Like, yeah, you're going to be bad. Like, it's going to be rough tape to look at, all things considered. I think – I mean, maybe if you want to tell me that Ed Ingram's going to be out Monday as well and you'll give this configuration another chance and it's just as bad – maybe the sample size then grows, but right now I think you got to trust what you thought, 2 weeks ago.
Quick text here about the trade conversation we're having for the 315. They suggest Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker could be trade candidates. Breece Hall, the way he ran this weekend, I think they're going to really be relying on that 1-2 punch with Braylon Allen to support Justin Fields. Like, Justin Fields threw just enough to make him look like a really good quarterback this weekend.
I thought you were going to say the 1-2 combination was Fields and Hall.
Yeah, I actually did too, yeah.
But, like, well, really, I mean, you have a three-headed
What
monster.
would be the Jets' motivation in this scenario?
I think it's that Braylon Allen is the dude.
Brees Hall,
he was the youngest player in the NFL last year.
Brees Hall was pretty mid last year, but it looked good in week one. It's a new coaching staff. It's a new quarterback. It's a new system. So I can't imagine the Jets bailing on a guy that was, top of the second-round pick for him this early in a new regime.
Yeah, I also think that it's a little premature because who's the other guy?
Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, it's two teams, or one team that's 1-0, another team that is at least a threat in their division. They obviously lost to the Niners on last-minute play. Like, it's very, very close to two 1-0 teams with the Seahawks and the Jets. Actually, no, the Jets lost.
Jets
too.
lost. They should have won, but yeah.
They definitely stuck up after the loss.
Sure. They scored
and
over
so
30.
You're back to the conversation of like you're talking about week 7 or 8 when this trade would go down, and it's just so long from now that it's like I'm willing to give just Woody Marks a chance to actually like develop a little bit. Like you're gonna have 6 more games of this backfield. Let's see a little bit more, especially because I think that most of the problems are the 5 guys in front of them.
I do think of the 2 though. I could see the Seahawks moving Kenneth Walker. He's
With
been
Charbonnet.
because they like Charbonnet, because Kenneth Walker's been so in and out of the lineup with injuries. He's had a very stop-start career. I could see the Seahawks, if they lost another game, maybe they start the year 1-3, let's say, saying like, you know what, we like Charbonnet. Let's go ahead and move on.
Pick up a 5th.
Yeah, exactly. I could see that happening. I can't see Brees Hall.
A little bit, and this is real quick, a little bit of the if they want to trade him, I'm a little less interested now that you want to trade him.
Yes.
If you want to give him up, I'm now worried.
All right. What are the games we're looking forward to the most this weekend? NFL, college. We'll talk a little Texans as well, even though that game's not till Monday night. That's all coming up next year on Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place.
All right, bonus hour. We're hanging out with you till 7 o'clock. One-time thing, I think.
You think? I think Sean and I are going to have to talk to our agent if you ask for this again.
Yeah.
First, we got to hire an agent.
I was like,
and then you'll have to talk to him.
You can find us all on Twitter at Sean A. Mapes, at
My
Joe
agent
George
is
Radio,
Sean, by the way.
at Sacked by BMAC. It goes the other way too.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. What games are you guys most excited about this weekend? But first, how do you feel about the Cougs and the Buffaloes tonight?
I think it's going to be an interesting measuring stick for U of H. I think that U of H right now is in a spot where I think you expect a bowl game right now, and the upward of that, like whether you're talking 6 to 7, honestly, you can talk me into 8. I think a lot of that will depend on this game. This is one of those Big 12 games where it's pretty coin flippy. You can talk me into either result. This is a little bit of a, if you're serious, if you're the Cougs and you're serious, I think you beat these guys. But ultimately, it's not like a must win, and it's not like Colorado is some juggernaut measuring stick. It's more of a, you're just cranking up the difficulty a little bit based off of obviously the first 2 games that they played.
Yeah, I think they're looking at UH's schedule. Even if they were to lose this game, they still have enough wins to me on the looking ahead the week after. Like Oregon State has been trash.
But that does lead me into this is a big spot, less so even for on the field wins and losses, more of a Willie Fritz thing of you can win a lot of points with their fan base by winning this game.
You can make a big dent in recruiting too.
Yes, Colorado is still it's less so now without Shadur and without Travis Hunter, but it's still a very public team. It is still a team where there's more interest in this game than another random pick a name out of the hat Big 12.
You would get more cachet from beating Colorado than Arizona.
Especially among your fan base, the more casual of your fan base, Colorado can really put you over in this spot. And I think that's a big spot, especially when you look at the Oregon State game next, and I think they have a bye week, and then they have Texas Tech, who is throwing money around, is a team with a big spotlight on them in the Big 12. You can really make that game an event-type game if you take care of business before then.
Yeah, looking at their schedule, I think they crushed Oregon State. They're really not showing up. But Texas Tech looks like it's, you would probably have Texas Tech.
They're solid.
Yeah, Texas Tech.
They'd be favored.
Texas Tech will be favored. I think Arizona State would probably be favored. Probably TCU be favored. But the rest of their schedule all looks pretty winnable. So I think they're in a bowl game unless they trip over their own feet, even if they lose this game. But to your point, Sean, even though Colorado is not what they were a year ago with the more higher profile players, it's still prime on the sideline.
Yeah.
You're still bringing Warren Sapp with them. It's still a name brand where if you were to – Houston 2 years ago won one conference game. If you were to show up, be 2-0, then beat Colorado 3-0, all of a sudden you're like, okay, I think the national college football fans that obviously don't follow U of H on a day-to-day basis would start to take notice.
It's just as easy as looking at – I saw a tweet from the U of H football account where they're opening up more seats for the student section. Mm-hmm. That, to me, you only do that for big games. Colorado isn't actually when Texas came to town or when some of these actual bigger, better schools come to town. Colorado is on U of H's level. They're just more famous than your random Big 12 team.
Yeah, and I think that's – and you guys mentioned recruiting. Dion himself said this is a big game, a big trip to Houston because they have a lot of recruits here.
Yeah.
They have a lot of guys that they're going after, and – as you look at where you stand in the Big 12 and as you try to, really establish yourself, and Willie Fritz has won everywhere he's gone.
Yep.
It feels like he's going to win. He can win here. We mentioned this yesterday. It's weird if you look at a power or the rivals rankings or whatever, you see U of H have a recruit in the top 3. This game does matter for the recruiting part of this. Dion's a fun story. It's the reason why yesterday they said there's already 30,000 tickets sold, and they're pretty sure they're going to get close to sell out for this one. It's not for a team that's going to roll out 3 quarterbacks tonight. It's for the coach that's on the other end of the field.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. You're playing 3 quarterbacks tonight. like it sounds like Staub might get the start, but Deion poo-pooed that a little bit. But it sounds like they're all three of them are going to be out there.
ESPN showed one quarterback warming up pregame. It was Staub. that tells me, and even in Prime's rebuttal to the report that Staub had been announced the starter, it was, I haven't announced the starter. You guys are just running with anything. But Staub has taken majority of the first team reps this week in practice.
I don't get it when coaches play that battle. Like,
you just got to fog award a little bit.
It'd be different if like one guy is basically a runner only, and one guy's a statue in the pocket. Maybe you gain a little bit of an edge by them preparing for a runner, and then they get a passer. But if the guys are all kind of the same tier, like what advantage are you really getting by keeping it? Yeah, exactly. I always think that game that coaches play is overrated.
Especially when, like, if you're a team like Colorado and you took two quarterbacks to Big 12 Media Day, you're starting quarterback number 3. You're starting the guy, or you're probably going to start the guy who you didn't bring.
Yeah.
You didn't bring. So things are already not going to plan for you in that way. The fog award, can't tell him anything. You kind of lose me a little bit on that.
All right, games you're most excited about this weekend. I'm not going to go Notre Dame and Texas A&M first. I am very excited.
So you did go first and say Notre Dame. You just said it.
South Florida, Miami. I can't wait for that game this
what's Dell's pick on this, Sean? How's he feeling about this game?
He was feeling pretty good about it. He's not going to come out and say, win, he's not
going to write the W on the board already.
Yeah, but as we talked about it, we both feel pretty good about Miami taking care of business here.
All I know is that if South Florida wins, I'm going to, on Tuesday, tell Jeremy they should be the number 1 team in the country a million times, because he keeps getting very annoyed with me.
He does not like that argument.
Well, it's the argument that they're making me have, because those are the way we do things in college football.
Yeah.
So if they win this weekend, USF for number 1. And then Notre Dame, A&M. That game's pretty cool.
Yeah, you said you were going to say it, and you said it twice. I'll go. The game I'm most excited about is right now on this middle TV here at Nick's Place, which, by the way, TV's everywhere here at Nick's Place. So make sure you come out and watch your games, whether it be college football, NFL, or the Canelo Crawford fight tomorrow. But Georgia going to Tennessee. Obviously, Georgia last year lost a couple games, still ended up winning the SEC title game. Obviously flamed out in the playoffs. But a lot is expected of Georgia, even replacing a quarterback, because I think people had a lot of hope for Gunnar Stockton. But that closest win against Austin Peay last week, I think, has a lot of people wondering, is it just the case of you didn't take your opponent seriously and you did just enough to skate by? But what was it, 20-6 against Austin Peay? I think it
Something
was.
Like that.
When the spread on that game was 45. I don't know. Going to Tennessee, Joey Aguilar's looked good, especially against Syracuse. Obviously, the next opponent wasn't of that same caliber, but I think I like Tennessee in this game.
I don't. I think Colorado, or I think Georgia. I think Georgia's gonna.
You think Georgia's gonna wake up?
Yeah. Just the Josh Heupel era against Georgia.
It's not great.
I think the most they scored is 21, and for a team like Tennessee, you're going to have to score more than 21. So whether it is, the offense for Georgia not showing their cards against two pretty walkover opponents where if you're Georgia football, you could just roll the ball out there and beat these guys. There also was a weather delay in the Austin Peay game, which kind of made it a little weird. And I think Kirby's defense just they kill Tennessee's offense every time they play. So, to me, it's interesting just with the Gunnar Stockton of it all. The other side of the ball is more interesting than when Tennessee has the ball, because it feels like I've seen that story before with better or at least more talented quarterbacks for Tennessee.
What games do you like this weekend you want to watch?
If I'm going to have it available, I guess I will. I think you just did this so I could talk about it and then you could talk about it. And you could get credit for not picking it. I gotta go with Irish versus the Aggies.
Yeah.
I gotta go A&M Notre Dame because it's an interesting spot. Last year's game was very interesting, and I'm not sure how much you can glean from last year's game because last year's game it was Wegman versus Riley Leonard. It was really before we knew about the talented running back Jeremiah Love. There's different pieces on that Aggie defense. There's a completely revamped Aggie wide receiver core. So part of me wants to say that it will be a low-scoring game like last year's game was. But I think there has been enough I've seen enough from the Aggie offense to be like, maybe they can throw the ball a little bit more, throw it around a little bit more. Now, it was against A&M and Utah State, or not A&M, UTSA and Utah State. So step up in competition. But I just want to see what we got in Marcel Reed against the Irish defense that I think is really good. And CJ Carr looked better in the second half, which is to be expected. First road start, now he's at home. I want to see what he does against an Aggie defense that, again, a little leaky against UTSA.
Yeah, I like C.J. Carr. I think he's going to do well in this game. But my only push – I hear what you're saying about Marcel Reed, but of all the times where we've seen Marcel Reed where we're like, hey, he looks pretty good, it's not against Texas. It's not against the upper-level defense. Like, I can't think – correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't think of him looking good against an upper-level defense. So that's my concern now going into Notre Dame and facing, obviously, the best defense he's faced this year.
So let me Aggie Sean reporting for duty.
All right, thank
you. Casey Concepcion, Mario Craver.
Yeah, new wide receivers.
Second year of Terry Bussey in that offense. So I think that
Concepcion's look good.
I think that's the sell job, is that instead of having to get in tight windows, you have guys that can create separation on the outside. And really, it's an Irish team that had trouble in week one against I forgot his first name, but Tony, the freshman receiver,
he was open all the time
for Miami. They had to adjust things. They had to move their cornerback matchups around to where they put their best corner on Tony, who was operating a lot out of the slot. And it's going to be a little bit of game of whack-a-mole with this talented Aggie core receivers if they can't get that right. If the other Irish corners can't pull their weight in the way that they couldn't against Miami.
Yeah, I think I haven't been impressed with the A&M rush defense so far. It's like
no, a 75-yard touchdown to the UTSA running back. I think that's fair.
Yeah, but unfortunately,
does Mike Dimbrock know he has a good running back?
I don't know the answer to that question because he didn't give the ball to Jeremiah Love or Jadarian Price, so basically that entire Miami game. So that's got to change. Frankly, I think it's the most important game of the weekend in terms of the college football playoff. Notre Dame gets a boost that I do agree that they shouldn't get, but I'm also glad they do.
Yep.
But their schedule sucks this year. It's not challenging.
If they lose it, are they out of the playoff?
I think there's a good chance they're going to be out.
So,
I mean, this is their schedule. They play Purdue, Arkansas, Boise State, North Carolina State, USC, Bill O'Brien, Navy, Pittsburgh, Syracuse, Stanford. The schedule is not challenging.
It's not challenging, but there's enough, I think, brand names on there to fool people into still voting for
and
them.
If they win 10
No, I'm talking about Arkansas. There's
and
an
if
SEC team there. Boise State was in the playoff last year.
If they win 10 straight games, too, it's hottest team in America, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
They figured something out. And
they'll be the 11th seeding.
Now, I will say, if they drop to 0-2, the certainty that I'm penciling in 10 straight wins, that goes down. Because I just don't think
it could be a Northern Illinois moment.
Yeah, I just don't think you're that good of a team if you start the season 0-2, especially in college football.
And coming off a bye.
Yes. 0-2 in 3 weeks.
Yes.
That wouldn't be good. So, yeah, I agree with you that Notre Dame does get, like, a boost, and that's just kind of, I don't know, it's the way things are. That schedule, though, is so bad that people would have a fit.
They'll be critical about it, for sure. The other one I'm really intrigued by is Alabama-Wisconsin. Like, if Kalen DeBoer loses,
well,
it's going to be a hot seat.
That part of it is intriguing. I'm not really intrigued about what happens in the 60 minutes that the game was actually played.
You know what? Same. But, the results, I'm very curious
that game was – it was kind of boring last year, too, and then Alabama pulled away late. But I don't expect much from that game.
Is Wisconsin's quarterback going to be healthy? Because
doesn't matter.
If he's not turning the channel over to it. If he is, maybe keep an eye on it. Another one of that ilk that we're monitoring the situation, Arkansas versus Ole Miss. Now, Arkansas, like A&M, hasn't played anybody. Hasn't played anybody. Ole Miss looked pretty shaky against Kentucky in a spot where you think that against a team that beat them last year, that Lane Kiffin and the Ole Miss team will come correct and really try to blow them off the field. It's also a Kentucky team that appears to be worse than last year's Kentucky team, which is already pretty bad.
Yeah.
Now they're playing another team that beat them last year, and Arkansas, who, at least, again, right now, haven't played anybody, looks really good. Taylor Green looks in complete control of that offense.
I liked him last year.
I think it's
Not
another
a great
one.
passer, but
It's another one where, hey, you got to come out ready, Rebels. Like, if you don't, it gets pretty scary pretty fast. So that's another one where it's not the clash of the Titans that, some of these other games at least appear to be or are ranked like they are. But it's one where it's like, I'm keeping my eye on this one. Can
I get one more that I'm keeping my eye on? I mean, I think both coaches, for different reasons, are in a must-win situation. But Florida and LSU, I think, is interesting because obviously Brian Kelly's kind of had the knack of not stepping on the necks when he's had a chance to have a really special year. And then if Billy Napier loses this game, which I think we all expect him to lose this game, I mean, isn't he inching pretty close to being replaced in Florida?
Yeah. Here comes John Gruden.
No, he's dead man walking if he loses because the rest of their schedule is also so hard that I think Florida, you're going to get their best shot. Like, if they're even somewhat of a respectable team, like, they got to come out in the first half and be good and really test this LSU defense that's been good for 8 quarters in the Brian Kelly era. The last 8 quarters of football.
Yes.
The previous couple years, it's been tough. Really, the reason they haven't done anything, despite having a Heisman-winning quarterback in Jaden Daniels, a guy who's awesome in the NFL, Brian Thomas Jr., and Malik Neighbors, all on the same offense. The reason that team didn't do anything, they couldn't play any defense. They looked like they could play defense against Clemson. Now we're eyebrow raised on Clemson. This is another test for them to, hey, can you put this team away that scored 19 points or 18 points against an American athletic team last week?
All right, we'll do a quick thought on – I want to just get their thoughts on the idea of John Gruden as the head coach at the University of Florida, but also the NFL games we're looking to this weekend. A little Texans and Buccaneers talk as well. We're broadcasting live from Nick's Place here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Nick's Place. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe George, Brian McDonald, Sean Mapes hanging out with you here till 7 o'clock, broadcasting live at Nick's Place, home of the most handsome and charismatic owner in all of bar history, Nick.
Of all bar history?
Undisputed. The
Maybe-
reigning,
maybe-
defending,
Maybe
undisputed.
John Taffer is in front.
He's not a bar owner, though. Well, I guess he probably
He's
is.
got
Yeah, he probably is.
Taffer's is opening, I think, in Atlanta. Are we
So
going?
have you guys been to a Taffer establishment?
No.
Not knowingly.
Not knowingly,
Yeah, I
yeah.
don't know.
Do you
Or
guys
if you
ever-
did, it was before he got there.
Yeah, exactly.
Before he fixed it.
Pre-rescue.
Pre-rescue. I've always wanted to go to one of his places, but that's.
Have you guys ever done that? Like, you've
No,
never
I've
gone to a
gone-
city and.
I've gone to.
Well, because he does
I've
a
gone
bunch
to-
in Chicago.
Yeah.
You've been to those.
I've done the ones in Chicago. I did all the bars in New Orleans the first time I went to Bourbon
Yeah.
Street. Like, I was like.
you went to the one with the
Yeah.
hand grenade one? I
Yeah,
remember that
yeah.
episode, yeah. They had the chair that you drank
Yeah.
out of.
My favorite one-
I've gone to some Guy Fieri, where, like, Guy Fieri's been. I've been to, you remember that show, Restaurant Impossible?
Confident. Oh, yeah.
Restaurant
Oh,
Impossible,
yeah.
Robert Irvine. I've gone to some places he's done, which have then closed down. But I've never been to a bar
Taffer.
rescue place.
No,
yeah.
my favorite one is there's an Irish bar in Chicago that I went to that was on his show.
Yeah.
On Bar Rescue. And then I remember going, and then, like, 3 weeks later, the Steve Bartman documentary came out. And the guy who was on the show was in the Steve Bartman documentary because he was sitting next to him.
Oh, wow.
And, like,
Did he also reach out?
yes, he was crushing Steve Bartman. And he was like, he's reaching just as much as everyone else. Mapes, how do you feel about the idea of John Gruden, head coach, University of Florida?
Not amazing.
Or any SEC school.
Okay, not amazing with Florida.
Alabama.
Even worse about Alabama. I feel like if there's a SEC team for Gruden to coach, it would be a little bit like the model that we see with Deion Sanders in Colorado, where Colorado was a bottom-dwelling power conference team that needed a jolt of lightning, needed some excitement, needed to sell some tickets, get some boosters interested, and bump up the money just by the sheer charisma that he can bring. Alabama and Florida aren't those jobs. Alabama and Florida just win. You can have the personality of a doorknob. It doesn't matter as long as you win. I think for a team that needs to, press the gas a little bit on the interest level, or like kind of, passing the hat. If it was like a Kentucky, if Kentucky got open, even like Arkansas.
Arkansas was the team I thought because of Jerry.
Yes. They have the pockets. They have the big money. So if they just want a coach's coach who, hey, listen, we'll throw the money around. You just coach the team. That's another one where I could see that working. But I think you need less of a carnival barker, especially at Alabama. Like, actually, it's probably a detriment if you're a carnival barker at Alabama, and Florida to the same thing.
Yeah, I'm with Sean. Like, I don't think it would work at the established five-star type of teams. Like, I think those are basically show up, don't rock the boat, get the recruits in, and get out of the way.
If you won a national championship in color TV era, you don't need them.
Yeah, like I would like if you're. I think I like your teams that you picked for the SEC, like Kentucky and Arkansas. I mean, NC State. If we're going to the ACC, like I think that's the kind of level of Colorado-esque team that I would think would like, because those teams aren't going anywhere if they don't make a major move. Maybe Gruden comes in, gets boosters to give more money, which brings in more players, and I think that could work for them. But a team like Alabama or Florida doesn't need an influx of boosters to survive. I think he'd be a detriment to those teams more than a help.
Yeah, because you look at Prime, like Prime can leave tomorrow after the Cougs beat his ass, but he can leave tomorrow, and
they're screwed.
The profile of Colorado has been risen. Like, they will have the next
Do you
coach.
think it's maintained though?
The next coach will have a better job than the one that Deion Sanders signed up for.
True, but is it sustainable?
If that next coach can win.
Okay,
yes.
all right.
What do you think? Like, do you think with Deion, do you think it's time where he could go to a bigger program? Has he done enough at Colorado?
It's more of like, does he want to? Because like beyond the like no longer coaching his sons, no longer coaching Travis Hunter, it's the health maladies that he's had to deal with. The obviously losing the toes a couple years ago. Now getting his bladder removed and needing a tent sponsored by Depends on the sideline and saying that he depends on Depends. Like it's physically tough for him to be there and put his all into the job. He missed out on a lot of recruiting this year because he can't travel as much with his health issues. So I think that, it sucks. It's not really a comment on him as like a coach or anything. It's just the actual toll.
Reality of it.
Yeah, it's the actual toll of like, I don't know if he can do another job.
Yeah, I do wonder if the Florida job being open because of the way
Florida State.
Well, because he was disrespected by Florida State.
Okay.
Like, would he really where he's like, I'm not an alum of Florida State, and like would he look at the Florida job if they called and take it? But honestly, of all the coaches, not Gruden, not Dion, the one coach who said he wants to come back to college football next year, I'm most intrigued by is Coach O. Like, I just want to,
does he work somewhere else other than LSU?
I don't know, but I think I just need him back in my life.
Louisiana
that
Monroe.
part's fair.
Yeah.
Louisiana Tech. Southeast Louisiana, Mud Dogs. He could go to the Mud Dogs tomorrow.
Mud Dogs, yeah. I don't know. They play too much foosball. I don't know if that'll work there.
I don't know. I feel like he looks like a foosball player. I feel like Coach O just like, oh, yeah.
He does seem like that character from the movie. He really is the real life embodiment of that character.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just wonder what if we could see him come back next year too.
It's definitely interesting.
Auburn might be open.
Yeah. Auburn's another one where it's like they don't really need Gruden. They're like on another level above that, but it's also one where it's like I could see him doing it.
Yeah.
I could see him doing it because Auburn is at like a certain level that it's like, Gus Malzahn, Gene Chizik went to and won a national championship there. But they have a little bit of they're always looking up because their in-state rival is literally Alabama. So they're always trying to strive for more. And that's something where you can see themselves talking themselves into a Gruden type in that type of scenario.
Any chance Saban comes back?
Nah, not really.
We'll run the table on all the coaches, but I think Saban's done.
That's another one where it's just the realities of that he's
74, 73.
I think they have to change the NIL stuff to where he's on board with it to really come back.
They where their actual contracts.
Yeah,
where
they're just paying their players. They can't leave.
Yeah.
I saw something the other day I thought was really interesting. We'll do the NFL games we like this weekend in the next segment, but the suggestion was you can either have the NIL or you can have the transfer portal as a player, but you can't pick both. So you can either go to a school and get paid, but you're locked into that school. Like you're under contract. You can't leave. Or you can go, just get paid what the school pays you, and you can transfer whenever you want.
Yeah, just the revenue share.
Just the revenue share.
I would still go NIL. I mean, especially if I'm a prominent player. Like if I'm Bryce Underwood, I'm going NIL.
Because he can leave.
Yeah.
If he doesn't like it, at Michigan, he can bounce as soon as the season's over. I'm almost waiting for now when we see the quarterback demand the coach get fired. Like when we see in the NFL where you get the reports, but it's at some point does Bryce Underwood have the cachet already to go to Michigan and be like, hey, this coach has all these sanctions.
I don't think he's going to have to convince him that hard.
I don't think you will either.
He's not going to have to work
so
hard for
I'm
that.
transferring to Alabama or Sherrone Moore is fired. I wonder if we'll see the college game get to that point at some time, which would be wild.
So you haven't really gotten that yet, or at least publicly.
Yeah.
The closest is in, 2016, 2017 range. Khalil Tate, the quarterback for Arizona, came out and said that he doesn't want to run the triple option after a report that the Navy coach, Ken Niumatalolo, was interested, or that there's interest in that job, him taking that job after someone got fired. And Khalil Tate literally tweeted, I don't want to run the triple option. And so, boom, Ken Niumatalolo never became the coach at Arizona.
I forgot about that. All right, that's Sean Mapes, Brian McDonald, Joe George here with you for another 30 minutes here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Astros are underway. Zach Cole
had a nice catch.
Nice catch.
Against the wall,
Yeah. pretty close to her. Like, I don't think it was a full home run robbery,
No,
but
it was close to it, though.
Very, very nice play for the young kid making his debut in the big leagues. All right, so when we get back, what NFL games are we looking forward to the most this weekend? That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at Nick's Place, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Jeremy and Joe here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, but Jeremy's not here. He's at the U of H game with Nick Caserio.
Go Cougs.
Oh.
Nick Casario's there on the sidelines.
Do you think Jeremy's going to ask him if he now believes in Windows or drafting for need?
I wonder what Nick Caserio thinks of Jeremy, because I know he knows who he is.
You know for a fact he knows who he is?
He has to.
Okay.
Because, I mean, the Texans are not as bad as they used to be, but I know, like, the media people used to literally tell Bill O'Brien everything. They would listen to all three stations. They would look at everyone's Twitter account.
Rabbit ears.
And they would, snitch to everyone to Bill O'Brien.
I think they still have rabbit ears.
I think, yeah,
Judging on how they answer questions, like, they do the thing where we don't know what you guys say.
But
like,
respond to
but they
yeah.
respond to specific criticisms.
Right. That's why I think the Joe Mixon stuff, like, I think it's beyond Aaron Wilson botching the C.J. Gardner-Johnson and then the flagship running with it without, and pretending like they had more sources on it, which they clearly didn't. I think it's like they knew the speculation was C.J. that was going around, and then whatever this Mixon thing is, that is still –
I
don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Do you care about him as a person, though, or do you just care about your fantasy team?
I just care about –
No one cares if you have a broken foot.
Well, here's the thing.
Yes, exactly.
Because of this stuff, I don't have Joe Mixon on my fantasy team. So now I literally only care about him as a Houston Texan. I don't have any interest.
I did take him on one team, like the 12th round.
Well, it made sense.
But it was a 14. It's a 14-team league. And I was like, at that point in the draft, it was like,
if I've heard of you, you're on my
team. My other option was like Xavier Hutchinson. It's like, I might as well just see what's happening with Joe Mixon.
I had one where I went double suspended players back to back. I went Addison Rice.
I also have Jordan Addison on that team.
I split those where one team I have Addison, one team I have Rice.
Yeah, I have one team where I was just like, there's not a lot here.
Yeah.
12-team league. I'll just take both.
I don't need a bunch of choir boys.
Yeah. Addison's back in 2 weeks, so we're almost there.
Yeah, we are almost there. What NFL games are you guys most excited about, intrigued by this week.
I mean, the obvious one is Chiefs-Eagles.
Yes.
I mean, not to pick the lowest hanging fruit, but
you did.
Yeah, but it's the Super Bowl matchup. It's a matchup where the Eagles basically ruined Mahomes' life because he was running and getting sacked at a rate higher than CJ Stroud was last year, which was near the top of the league. It's how bad the Eagles were chasing him around in the backfield in that Super Bowl. As there's a birthday now going on here at next place. Yeah, you keep singing, Sean.
Happy birthday.
I think everyone wants to see have the Chiefs adjusted. They obviously drafted Simmons in the first round to try to address some of their offensive line problems, but they lost one of their guards to the Chicago Bears. So, I think it's a bigger test for the Chiefs to see where they're at, especially coming off a Week 1 loss. We can't forget about that part of it. Like, if the Chiefs go 0-2 for the first time, I heard Rich Eisen say this 5,000 times today. If they go 0-2 for the first time since 2014, and it looks like it did in the Super Bowl where Mahomes is running for his life, there's going to be some serious questions.
Yeah, for the Chiefs' sake, it looks like the pass rush of the Eagles has taken slight step back.
But only because Jalen Carter got kicked out.
I was going to say, I'm judging off of the one game where Jalen Carter spit on someone before the first snap. So
I mean, maybe that's the most intriguing part of the game is does Jalen Carter make it to the first snap?
Spit watch.
Spit watch 2025.
More on half a snap before he spits on someone.
Is that on prospects?
Can you get that?
No. I'll call Drewski and Joe Budden, see what we can do.
Promo code SPIT.
Promo code HAWK.
No Tua?
Well, if he does it a second time.
Oh, those memes are great. Those memes are great.
Yeah, both teams are a little stocked down after Week 1. Obviously, the Eagles got the win. The Chiefs didn't. But, yeah, I think that's a super interesting matchup. I saw something. It's a very misleading stat where it was the first time that two quarterbacks that have won a Super Bowl against each other have played in the regular season. And I was like, whoa, so there's never been a Super Bowl rematch the next season? No, there's never been a Super Bowl rematch where both quarterbacks have a head-to-head win against each other.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, this is less impressive because that's actually never happened before anyway.
Yeah, like the
it's already historic. Now the fact they play each other does not really make it more historic.
Like the only other chance off the top of my head where it could even have happened was if Tom Brady would have beat Eli once.
Yeah.
Or if Jim Kelly had beat Aikman in the rematch.
Yeah, it's before my time.
Or
you've watched the documentary though, right? That's got to be top of mind.
But when was the last time they played in the Super Bowl?
93.
That was one.
You don't know what happened though? Then?
I do.
You just watched the documentary.
I'm just saying.
You're trying to flex on me.
I'm trying to make you feel like a dinosaur.
I'm going to drop your headphones again. Sean and I will finish.
Bills and Jets is mine. I'm very interested in this game. The line's 6.5, but the Jets looked very good against the Steelers, even though they lost. Justin Fields looked like he's supposed to have looked for years now. And the Bills, obviously, their defense, though, is a huge problem, it seems like. Like, they were getting worked by the Ravens throughout that entire game. Yes, they played much better in the second half and really were the reason why they were able to be in contention for a win. But I'm very interested by that game and how the Jets' offense look and how the Bills' defense looks.
Yeah, it's just the run defense that we saw on Sunday night with Lamar and Derrick Henry. You're like, that seems scary. But then you talk yourself into no other team has Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. But then you face the Jets, who they kind of have a junior varsity version. Yeah, they have a junior varsity version of at least Lamar. They don't really. I mean, Derrick Henry. No one has a Derrick Henry.
More like freshman team Lamar.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I could go junior varsity.
Just running wise.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole idea of that is like, okay, let's see the sliders turn down version of that rushing attack, and it's a Bills team for as much as it feels like they're awesome and they're playing a different sport than 29 other teams. Let's see it against the Jets.
Yeah, I think there's going to be – I mean, the other one is going to be obviously Texans, Buccaneers on Monday Night Football. It's going to be very interesting to see how that one plays out. We're on the radio right now, sir. So the Buccaneers, obviously 2 years ago, that game was awesome.
The
Texans able to get that victory. No idea.
Car wreck car wreck of the day.
Yeah, I
right
don't know.
If he drives, he will have a car wreck.
Yeah. So obviously,
if he walks much farther, a couple more steps, he might have a car wreck.
Are his eyes open yet? Sorry, we got sidetracked.
It's okay. Very. That was
bizarre.
I've seen a lot.
I've never seen that before. I think he's trying to touch you.
I was a little worried. Texans Buccaneers on Monday Night Football is probably the only other game of the week, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to pick that one because
Bears-Lions?
Bears-Lions,
We'll talk about it Monday. I didn't want to pick Bears-Lions because I already picked another one of your favorite teams earlier this show, so I didn't want to be pandering and only pick Joe's favorite teams, which he doesn't want to pick. So I'll go with that preamble of it's probably like the fourth or fifth game that I'm most interested in.
Yeah.
Jags-Bengals is interesting just in
agree.
Jags or the Bengals. They exercised their demons of starting 0-1, but
it's still September.
Winning by 1 against the Browns in a game the Browns 100% should have won if they were even 5% more confident
did the
of a
Bengals
team.
only have 30 yards of offense in the second half?
Lower, 7.
God.
7?
God. Oh.
So I think.
Why are the Bengals so bad in September? It's every year. They lost to the Patriots in week 1
And what's
last
funny
year.
is they went and they played their starters
because of that,
in
yeah.
the preseason, and then it doesn't matter.
Oh.
Yes. So Bengals, show me what you got. There's probably one team in the league. I don't know. 2 teams in the league that you could have had that performance in week 1 and still won. You faced one of them in the Browns. The other one, the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the Saints.
I thought you were going to say
Three
the
teams.
Texans.
I think the Saints beat them. I think the Texans beat them.
The Saints. You think Spencer Rattler gets it down in that game?
I think that the Jags have a chance, especially with the Texans having a pretty tough Monday night game, to have a commanding 2-game lead over the preseason favorite in that division. Obviously, they will then play in week 3. But I think seeing what the Jags can do and starting 2-0, even less about what they can do to impress me, because at the end of the day, they are facing the Bengals defense. Not impressive what you do against the Bengals defense until proven otherwise. Until we get some confirmation of improvement from the Bengals defense, I don't care that you look better against the Bengals defense. I think that just the mere act of starting 1-0 or starting 2-0 will at least give the Jags the appearance of having the ability to compete with the Texans throughout the season in the AFC South.
I think we're missing one, though, because you're right. If the Jaguars are 2-0, certainly that maybe changes the way we talk about the AFC South. As the rookie goes yard, he makes a catch-up against the wall. Now Cole has gone deep.
Zach Cole.
Have a day.
1-0 Astros? I didn't see if anyone was on base. Wow. Zach Cole, have yourself
2-0 Astros.
2-0 Astros. Wow. Break up the Astros.
Dana Brown, genius.
But, I mean, yeah, so Jaguars obviously with the chance to take care of the sleepy Bengals who don't show up until October could put themselves in a spot where it changes how we talk about the AFC South. But let's not forget how good the Colts looked last week. I mean, I know it was against the Dolphins, who were one of the teams who could have also lost to the Bengals.
One of the 2 teams.
One of the 2 teams that could have also
they're
lost.
favored this weekend?
I know.
By 1.5 points?
I'm taking the Colts.
No, against the Patriots.
Sorry, I'm talking about.
I'm saying the Dolphins. The
Dolphins.
The
Dolphins
are
the
the
favorite. Okay, I got you say. But we're talking about with Colts Broncos, 2 1-0 teams. The Broncos you expect to be there, although they didn't play all that well against Tennessee. And the Colts obviously surprised everyone with Vanilla Vic running wild in their win over the Dolphins last week. I mean, I think the Colts are going to win that game at home. And if the Texans start off 0-2, the Colts are 2-0. I'm not saying be worried, but you're going to be chasing a little bit because the Texans' schedule. You got the Ravens coming up in Week 5. You're going to go into the bye trailing someone at that point.
You said that you think the Colts are going to start 2-0.
I do.
I'm not handing Daniel Jones a win.
I think they're going to win at home.
No,
the Broncos looked awful last week.
So bad.
No, who looked worse? The Miami Dolphins.
I know.
The Miami Dolphins look like they quit. The rare they quit at 1 p.m. Central Time in Week 1.
Yeah, but the Broncos were at home against the Titans. Bo Nix those 2 picks. They barely squeaked by. I think also a 1-point win. I think it was also 17-16, like the Bengals and the Browns. I don't know, man.
No.
I think the Colts. I think the Colts get this one. Colts
Do it. They did the NFL equivalent.
Do we got a side bet here?
Yes, we
okay.
did. They
All
did
right,
the
we got a
equivalent.
bet, Joe.
They did the equivalent of playing UTSA and Utah State, where it is like
fair.
I don't know what I can extrapolate.
But the Broncos were too. That's my point. They were also playing UTSA.
No.
They're playing a rookie quarterback in his first ever game on the road. Well, for the rookie, he was on the road.
The Titans are.
All right, I think
much,
we got a
much more confident.
vending machine bet.
Sure.
All right, it's on.
How do you guys do a vending machine bet when it doesn't work half the time?
It's working currently.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's working
yeah,
currently.
We'll have to cash it on Monday, but
because we won't be able to after that.
Yeah. All right, Sean Mapes, Brian McDonald, Joe George here with you for another 15 minutes. Zach Cole has hit a home run in his Astros and Major League debut. Jaden Murray doing good so far as well. And the Cougs going to get the ball at like the 2-yard line to drive against Colorado. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Joe, Brian, and Sean, if 4 hours of me wasn't enough, got another hour coming up. Inside the icebox, Jeremy's been demoted. He's been cut from the team. He's on the injured list. Really, I just couldn't deal with him this much.
With sassiness?
Yeah, that's why. I don't think he would have
Sassy.
been. I'm glad we made this decision before the show, because I still can't believe his argument about the
Yeah, what we described to you, Sean, was about 1/10 of the length of that argument.
And I get it. Jeremy is going to stand his ground. Nice. I feel like because the Cougs are playing, I can literally say whatever I want. Like,
yeah, he's not going to hear this.
He's not
Definitely he's never going to hear this.
Even if he wasn't, like, he doesn't listen.
Yeah.
So
No.
I learned that when I was doing Last Call. I could say whatever I wanted about him.
No, he doesn't listen to anything outside of what he says on the air.
Yes.
This station or otherwise.
Yeah, he's just
He doesn't even listen to what you say.
I'm used to that, yeah.
But I'm glad that we finally are just going to overrule him. We can't bow down to Jeremy. Now that
if you're picking every game, if you're
Yes.
picking the favorites against the spread, it only makes sense to then pick the dogs against the spread.
So we have to be a team, Brian. You and me. We're a team together.
I don't know if I could stand with you, though.
Why not?
Not because you're wrong.
What did I do wrong?
Not because you did nothing wrong. You're on the righteous side. I just don't want to listen to Branham.
Yeah, but
that's where you might lose me.
But if we stand together.
No, he's stubborn, man. He is stubborn, man.
We are stronger together than apart.
No, I think Jeremy's stubbornness knows no resistance. I think there might be a breaking point where, even though I agree with you, I might bend just so I can stop.
I've been thinking since he left. I'm gonna offer him a trade on Tuesday. I'll wait till Wednesday till you get back. I'm gonna offer him a trade. We will do the segment with his rules. Okay.
Where the dog has to win outright.
Yes, but what he has to send in return is if he loses, his dinner is Brazilian steakhouse.
Ooh, okay.
If we lose,
it's
something way
it's
cheaper.
Wendy's.
It's Chick-fil-A, Wendy's, next place. Like whatever we want, our choice. But if we want to follow Jeremy's rules,
okay, all right,
you're getting odds.
Yeah, we're getting odds here. We're like,
I'm on board.
Like this
He's not going to sign up for that, by the way.
I thought you were going to go segment trade, where it's a segment idea that he hates, but you get that segment if you both do segments you hate, which is a terrible way to compromise, but would also
feel
be funny.
good for the long-term health of the show.
No, that's not normally good for relationships, but let's try it.
It's trading things.
I know this never works, but it could work for us.
For us.
Oh, Nick plays. Nick, get us the shot.
Hey, the most charismatic, handsome bar owner in the nation. Man, Nick putting it back there. That was an impressive shot. It was a shot of something. I'm not sure.
I've never seen a shot glass like that before.
I don't know. That was impressive.
Always a great time here.
Nick's
so much going on.
Yes, the charisma and the handsomeness, just oozing out of Nick right now.
They're happening right now. We'll be back later this year. I think it's going to be December
Christmas party?
I think December 22nd.
Okay.
I'm
so
probably not supposed to
before the
announce that
Christmas
yet.
party? Well.
It's probably not even official yet.
No.
Whatever. Also, karaoke tonight at 9:30. Honestly, now that we're here and it's 7 o'clock,
You're mailing it in, let's be honest.
I kind of want to know what karaoke is like here.
To find out if you could sing it?
No, I feel like it might be a disaster to watch.
Well, was that guy that tried to touch you earlier? Is he singing?
Yeah, that was a first. We're not gonna do the car wreck of the day, but that's the car wreck.
That's the car wreck of the day.
I was encroached upon.
Yeah. You were.
It's probably the nicest way to put it. They're open tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the Premier League soccer games. Tomorrow night, Canelo versus Crawford. Every NFL game on Sunday.
You guys both watching that fight?
Yeah, definitely.
Live, or are you watching it later because that's also the same time as A&M and Notre Dame?
Oh, I'm probably not watching it then.
Well, the main event, like Canelo and Crawford, probably won't go on till
like 11,
at least like 9:30, 10 at the very earliest.
That might be like.
But you might be able to tune in. It might be that game's over, and then you immediately flip it on. And they're coming out for the ring walk.
They should time it like that.
I am substituting for the post-game show, so I've got a hour-long Notre Dame post-game show to do.
Oh, so it doesn't matter. So you got no chance.
Yeah, no shot. Unless it was during halftime. That's not going to happen.
There's no chance of that. They don't come out for at least 9:30.
Who's going to win?
Very best. I'm leaning Canelo. I do think Crawford is far more skilled than Canelo. Canelo's had problems in the past with guys who move, who he has problems chasing instead of cutting guys off. His footwork hasn't always been great in fights against Mayweather and Lara, although that's going back 10 years. But I just think that Crawford can't knock down Canelo, much less stop him. The size difference is too great. It's not even so much about if Canelo touches him, he hurts him, and he knocks him out. It's just that Crawford can't knock him down, and you can't really win a decision against Canelo.
Yeah.
Let's be real about what boxing is. Like, Canelo is not going to win a decision unless you just completely embarrass him and I don't think that is going to happen, and he can't knock him down, so I'm taking Canelo in the decision.
Yeah, I mean, I don't watch boxing as much as I used to, but I love watching Canelo, so I always pick Canelo. Are you a big boxing guy, Sean?
Nope.
You watch UFC though, right?
Nope. A little bit.
Yeah.
The UFC is where I allow myself to just be the most casual fan of just like, listen, I don't read anything. I just turn on I have one friend that's super into it. He just tells me what to watch, and I'm like, cool.
Tells you when the big fights are on.
I'll maybe stream it. Methods unclear.
Oh,
and we'll see.
But
pour one out.
Pour one out.
R.I.P. Yeah. I will say though, those UFC fights at LeBurge were elite.
Those
like,
are
watching
cool.
them there.
I think that
spoiled us.
Not just spoiled us, but that was like the crescendo of my UFC. I've fallen off since then.
Yeah. All right. That's Sean Mapes. You find him on Twitter at Sean A. Mapes, part of the Del Ole Show from 10 to noon. Brian McDonald here with us from 3 to 6, Monday through Friday. But you guys can catch them tomorrow as well from noon to 2 on the Bullpen here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. For Jeremy, I'm Joe. Thanks to Nick's Place for having us out tonight. Inside the Icebox up next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.